Chapter 1693. Toyokawa Shoko was obviously very nervous in front of Duanmu Huai. After chatting with him for a few words, she stood up and said goodbye. After watching Toyokawa Shoko leave, Duanmu Huai looked at President Saito Kyoko. What's going on? Bikamachi wants to add people? It's not uncommon for idol groups to add people. Many idol groups can add 48 people in the end. It's just that Duanmu Huai has never liked this practice. I do want to, but not now. As for whether to add people in the future, it depends on Ruby and the others' opinions. Saito Kyoko shook her head. Then why do you want to recruit such a little girl? It seems that she doesn't have much experience. Facing Duanmu Huai's question, Saito Kyoko scratched her face embarrassedly. It's a small help, actually. I know her mother. Do you know Toyokawa Group? I've heard of it. Is this a young lady who comes to experience life? It's a little different. Actually, her mother died of illness a few years ago. I don't know if it's because of this. Her father had problems with the management, which led to huge losses in the group. Oh. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai clapped his hands. Just now, he felt that the name Toyokawa sounded familiar. Wasn't this the unlucky sponsor when the assistant was gossiping to him just now? So her father resigned and was also expelled from the Toyokawa family. Then this young lady's life is not easy, so she has to make money to support the family. Duanmu Huai almost understood what was going on. To be honest, he felt that Toyokawa Group was very kind for not filling Xiangzi's father with cement and sinking him in Tokyo Bay. A loss of tens of billions. If Duanmu Huai knew which idiot under his command was so wasteful, he would have drawn his sword and chopped him without saying a word. That's about right, so when she came to me, I wanted to help her. It's not easy for a child from a good family like this to work, and it's not easy for her to do ordinary jobs at her age. That's right, she's in the 3rd grade now. Yes, of course, she also signed a contract with us. She plans to debut with a band next year. The goal is also the Budokan, so I asked her to help Bikamachi this year, which can be regarded as accumulating some experience. She's still forming a band with such a poor family. Forget it, I don't have much to say. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. This year she will enter the Yonggao Performing Arts Department, and the tuition will be paid by the agency. Of course, we are not doing charity, and we will make this money back from her in the future. Of course, if she can't make money, let her debut as an amateur. Stop talking about this nonsense. Kido Kyoko glared at Duanmu Huai speechlessly. We are a formal agency. I didn't say we weren't. Duanmu Huai spread his hands. By the way, have you told Ruby and the others about this? I will make it clear to them. After all, this is not a trivial matter. Shoko graduated from junior high school this year, which means she is younger than Ruby. It is normal for an idol group to add new members. So if Saito Kyoko doesn't make this clear to Ruby and the others, Ruby and the others might worry about whether there will be changes within the team. This year is a critical year for Bikamachi, and nothing can go wrong. By the way, the band? Duanmu Huai stretched and lay on the sofa. I still don't understand why anyone would be interested in the band. You are envious because you can't sing well. Kyoko Saito rolled her eyes speechlessly. At first, she also considered letting Duanmu Huai go the path of a 3-dimensional star in film, television and music. As soon as Duanmu Huai opened his mouth, Kyoko Saito directly dismissed this idea. Obviously, Duanmu Huai's voice is still good, but he is tone-deaf. Of course, if he trains hard, it is not impossible to cure it, but Duanmu Huai has no interest in this, and is determined not to do it. So in desperation, Kyoko Saito can only let him go. But thinking about Arima Kana's desire to expand the market, but it collapsed completely, it might be a good choice for Duanmu Huai to focus on acting. How could I be envious? I just don't find it interesting. Besides, girl bands are similar to idols. What's the point of being surrounded by a bunch of men? Actually, girl bands have quite a lot of female fans. Is that so? Duanmu Huai was somewhat surprised to hear Saito Kyoko's answer. He always thought that girl bands were no different from idol groups. They were all beautiful girls singing and dancing on stage, and there were a bunch of idol otakus below. But Saito Kyoko said that girl bands have quite a lot of female fans? If you are interested, you can go to places like Shimokitazawa to have a look. It's quite interesting. Agencies and music companies often go there to explore bands or artists. If you are interested. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. He was not very interested in this kind of thing, so he just said it casually. For Duanmu Huai, the appearance of Toyokawa Shoko was just a small episode, but he did mention it to Yanami and the others at school. Katanda, like Duanmu Huai, didn't know much about this, but Yanami was quite excited. Ah, girl bands? I'm familiar with them. I sometimes go to see their performances with my friends. Oh, how do you feel? It's quite interesting. As he spoke, Yanami made a gesture of playing the guitar. Watching them perform, I sometimes want to form a band for fun, but forming a band requires a lot of time to practice, which is not fun. Well, this is in line with Yanami's personality. But I seem to have an impression of Toyakawa Shoko you mentioned. Let me look for it. Yanami took out his mobile phone and searched for it. Found it. I was thinking I heard this name somewhere. She used to be a keyboardist in a band called Cricket. There are also videos of their performances on the internet. Listen to them. As he spoke, Yanami played the video, and then the song came out from the mobile phone. Through the layers of clouds, it keeps shining, filling the heart and overflowing. The cheeks are unconsciously shining. It sounds good. At this moment, Kitanda was also attracted. What's the name of this song? Let me see. It's called Kasuga Shadow. It's a very romantic name. Kitanda seemed to like this name. But this band has disbanded now, and there has been no news about them since then. Is Toyakawa Shoko planning to debut in the agency? Who knows? Dwanmu Hwai leaned back in his chair and yawned. Of course, Dwanmu Hwai would not go around talking about Toyakawa Shoko's situation. However, in Dwanmu Hwai's opinion, Toyakawa Shoko's situation is indeed more difficult. As for her father, well, Dwanmu Hwai is not optimistic that he can make a comeback. It is not common in the industry to cause a loss of tens of billions. Even Dwanmu Hwai, who is only close to the business world, has heard the gossip, which means that other companies have naturally known about it. Even if Toyakawa Shoko's father wants to make a comeback and find a job, no company will give him the opportunity to compete for a management position. After all, who knows what will happen to someone who can cheat tens of billions at a time? Toyakawa Group is a big family with a big business. If it is not broken, other companies may directly go through the process of bankruptcy. Who would want to use such a plague god? Even Dwanmu Hwai would not recruit such a person into the company. Dwanmu Hwai estimated that even if Toyakawa Shoko's father could do management in the future, he would at most be a small convenience store manager. I just don't know if this guy can lower his face to do those part-time jobs. Well, since his daughter is so old, he should be not young anymore. This is embarrassing. He can't beat the young people in terms of energy, and he is a scoundrel who can make billions in experience. Toyakawa Shoko is also unlucky. With such a father, she is probably hopeless. Well, forget it. No matter what problems there are at home, as long as she doesn't bring them to the workplace, it will be fine. Don't mention these things. What results have you found in your investigation these days? Dwanmu Hwai decisively threw this matter aside and began to ask the two about the investigation of the supernatural places. When Yanagian heard Dwanmu Hwai's question, he stuck out his tongue. Oh, how should I put it? This is not going well. Not going well? Well, Era did find some spiritual places from many books, but after we checked, we found that those places have now become scenic spots. How could there be any real spiritual phenomena in such places? That's true. Dwanmu Hwai didn't believe that the places where tourists run around were haunted, but not evil ghosts. What about the haunted house? We went to several places before, but we didn't get anything. When it came to this, Yanagian laid down on the table. Strictly speaking, there were ghosts, but Dwanmu Hwai smashed them with his bare hands when they were not paying attention. However, Dwanmu Hwai also knew that he had to use other methods to deal with Yanagian. Come on, don't lie down, here are some cakes for you. Really? Sure enough, when Yanagian, who was half dead and weak just now, heard about food, his eyes lit up and climbed up. Wow, it's still Jingwatang's high-end dessert. Then I won't be polite. As he said that, Yanagian took out a piece of cake and stuffed it into his mouth directly. Seeing Yanagian's happy face, Kitanda was a little confused. Kyuka, I remember you said you wanted to lose weight before? You don't understand this, little Eru. Facing Kitanda's complaints, Yanagian reached out and took out another dessert, while shaking her fingers. This is a dessert from a famous store. So? Generally speaking, such famous stores will not give enough portions, and it is common to be short of weight, so don't look at this size, but its actual portion is only half. In other words, I only take half the sugar, isn't this weight loss? If the store heard Yanagian's words, they would directly sue her in court. Is that so? Don't worry about it. Looking at Kitanda's confused face, Dwanmu Hwai patted her on the shoulder. If you are serious about Yanagian's weight loss method, it is purely to make yourself uncomfortable. Ah, I figured it out. Perhaps because of the dessert, Yanagian's brain became active, and he slammed the table. How about we explore the ruins? Chapter 1694. Exploring Ruins. Duanmu Huai had also watched some similar videos before crossing. Simply put, due to various urbanization reasons, many places have abandoned buildings and unfinished buildings. They are gradually forgotten, and some anchors will go to these places to explore, but forget it, there is nothing to explore in such places. Duanmu Huai thought that Yanagian should give up this idea. If you run into a corpse while walking in there, it will not be fun at all. Corpse, corpse. Sure enough, hearing this word, Yanagian jumped up immediately. Yes, such ruins are usually deserted, so occasionally someone will choose to hang himself in such a place, or someone may kill him and hide his body there. You don't want to walk around and see a hanged person staring at you. Duanmu Huai was not exaggerating. Before crossing, he had actually seen several video clips of anchors exploring the ruins and running away in fear when they encountered corpses. The probability is about the same as a fisherman catching a corpse at night. Wow. Forget it. Sure enough, after hearing what Duanmu Huai said, Yanagian immediately gave up her idea, and Katanda next to her shook her head repeatedly. She didn't like to hear stories about death in the first place. If she saw a dead person in person, she would probably faint directly. Ah! In this case, can't our company magazine be published this time? I don't want it. Perhaps the dessert power was exhausted, and Yanagian fell on the table again. Duanmu Huai understood why Yanagian was so disappointed. The 2 issues of the Classics Club magazine published before were both very popular. The special issue of Literature and Food published by the Classics Club during the Cultural Festival was well received by students and parents at the time. After that, the second issue of Food and Ghost Stories was printed and distributed in 500 copies, and all of them were sold out. Yanagian also said that students from the general department often asked her when the next 3rd issue of the magazine would be published, so it was no wonder that she was so anxious. By the way, Duanmu Huai also saw some students from the Performing Arts department reading the magazine, but because of his reputation, they didn't dare to come forward to bother him. Positive feedback, everyone likes it, and Yanagian naturally hopes to do better and better. At first, she was just slacking off in the Classics Club and eating snacks, but now she has begun to take the initiative to think about participating in club activities. We also went to many places before to take photos and do research, that's enough. Although Yanagian was not satisfied, Duanmu Huai had already gone to many places like haunted houses with them to explore and took some photos. After all, this is a classical literature journal, and the theme is just to verify the connection between ghost stories and haunted houses. It is not a supernatural magazine that must take pictures of evil spirits. If it were the latter, Duanmu Huai would just catch a cursed spirit and let them take pictures as much as they want. But I always feel that there is something missing. How should I put it? It's like eating hamburger meal as dessert, and then eating ramen as the main course. That's right, the main course. Now these are just appetizers. I feel that it still lacks shock. Only you take the hamburger meal as an appetizer. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. He was full just by listening to what Yanagian said. Although this metaphor is outrageous, the meaning is very clear. I think so too. Katanda also nodded. As Shingsai said, the current information is indeed enough, but lacks a final theme. The connection between ghost stories, haunted houses, and literary nature, we need a material that can verify the theme. Duanmu Huai has no idea about this, but it doesn't matter. Wait for me to find someone with ideas to ask you. The person with ideas Duanmu Huai mentioned is naturally Director Shimizu. Ha ha ha, haunted house. Are you the classical literature department? Or the supernatural department? As long as it is related to literature, it will be fine. Hearing Director Shimizu's complaints, Duanmu Huai snorted. So? Do you have any good suggestions? The literary nature of haunted houses and ghost stories? This is indeed a bit difficult, but I really thought of a related concept. At this point, Director Shimizu laughed. Have you heard of AFOF? What is it? A friend of friend. A friend of a friend. Don't many ghost stories start like this? This is what my friend's friend experienced. Oh, that's right. Many of the supernatural TV shows and variety shows that Duanmu Huai watched were adapted from audience letters, and most of them would start with "This is what my friend experienced," or "This is what my friend's friend experienced." But isn't this just making friends out of nothing? It's best if the friend you're talking about isn't yourself, and everyone has long been used to it. But for storytelling, this is very important. You see, if you want to tell a story, and you start it with a long time ago, no one will think it is that scary, right? After all, it is a story from a long time ago. But if you say that this is what happened to my friend's friend, then even if everyone knows that the friend you are talking about may not exist, they will also know that it is happening now, and they will feel more involved. If you say so, it does make sense. Duanmu nodded. This is a topic studied by a foreign pop scholar, AFOF, friends of friends, word of mouth, through this kind of opening to enhance the sense of substitution and authenticity. I saw that many of the ghost stories you submitted before were like this. If you plan from this perspective, it may be more distinctive. Moreover, although we are shooting a horror film, most of the time, the stories themselves are not actually scary, but the artificially added artistry and literary qualities make them look scary, and the same is true for ghost stories. I understand. Thank you for your advice. By the way, how is the movie? Everything is going well. At present, it is mainly post-production, and I don't need to worry about publicity and distribution. To be honest, I am still a little nervous. After all, this is a big production, and it will be released simultaneously around the world. The box office should not be bad. Duanmu still has confidence in director Shimizu's ability, and as far as he is concerned, this movie must not fail. After all, it is really related to the fate of the world. After a few more pleasantries, Duanmu hung up the phone and then passed on director Shimizu's suggestions to Yanami and Katanda. I understand. After finishing her meal, Yanai saw that her mind was working fast. She quickly came to her senses and slammed the table. We fell into a misunderstanding before. Misunderstanding? That's right, we all went to those haunted houses to look for ghosts. But think about it carefully, how could ghosts exist? We definitely can't find them from this angle, but these rumors must have original stories. We can completely choose a topic about haunted houses, and then unravel the mystery, and find the truth from this strange talk. Just like solving a case. Yanami said, looking at the two people with a smile. How about it? You mean solving a case like a detective? That's right. Yanami pointed to the information at hand with a proud look. Look, the haunted houses we collected before all said that the people in the house were killed because of evil spirits or curses. At that time, we just regarded this as the background of the story, but think about it carefully, is this statement correct? Did the people in this house move away? Or are they really dead? No one knows these things. If we can come up with such an investigation, it will be enough to become the central theme of this issue of the magazine. I'm very curious. After listening to Yanai's proposal, Katanda's eyes lit up. It seems that Yanai's proposal is really to her taste. Solving the case, it seems to be quite interesting. Duanmu did not object. It's not like he hasn't been a detective before, and this is indeed more interesting than simply going to a haunted house to test his courage and find ghosts. How about this? Yanagian did what he said, and quickly opened his phone to search. Rumors about Inagami village. I heard that the people in this village mysteriously disappeared overnight, and their whereabouts are unknown. Recently, a very popular topic of ghost talk on the internet. Change it. Hey! Why? Isn't this very interesting? I don't think there is anything to investigate. After all, the culprit is standing here. Does Duanmu have to turn himself in? Yes, Shinsai. Katanda also advised from the side. It's impossible for everyone in a village to disappear. They should have moved away, or it may just be a rumor spread at random. Hey! But I see that many people under this post claim that they can't contact their family and friends in Inagami village. On the internet, there are many people who like to have fun and like to join in the fun. Who knows if it is true or not? Duanmu can only say this. It seems that although the cursed world controls the media, it cannot control the internet. However, such unfounded rumors will only be regarded as fun by everyone. Katanda doesn't believe it, so it's fine. Well, it'd be troublesome if she believes it. Then this. Yanami changed the target directly. The mysterious mansion in N City, I heard that a mysterious death happened there, and it was abandoned later, and everyone who went there to explore disappeared. Ah. But N City is far away. That's no problem, I drive you there. Huh? Hearing Duanmu words, the two were stunned. Shall I can drive? You're not old enough to get a driver's license yet? Uh-huh. Looking at the two stunned people, Duanmu laughed. You know when the time comes. Then, he spoke. Chapter 1695. Saturday came quickly, and Yanami and Katanda arrived at the agreed place early, waiting for Duanmu to arrive. But they were still very confused. Eru, how do you think Shioi will take us to City Inn? Should we take a car? After all, Shioi is an artist, very famous. It's not surprising that she has a private car. But she said she drives. But Xiai can't get a car driver's license now, right? Well, you can only take it when you are 18 years old. Katanda nodded, and also agreed with Yanami's question. Could it be that Xiao Ai is driving secretly? This is illegal. I don't think so. Although the two said this, their expressions were a little uneasy. After all, based on their understanding of Duanmu Huai, she is a fearless person. It seems that driving without a license is not impossible for her. Beep! Just as the two were waiting anxiously, a horn sounded not far behind them. Yanami and Katanda turned their heads and looked, and then they were stunned. In front of them, there was a large motorcycle, but unlike the two-wheeled motorcycle they remembered, this motorcycle was three-wheeled, and its appearance was quite strange. The front part had a long driving joystick and wheels, like a Harley motorcycle. The position of the driver's seat was similar to the seat of the old carriage driver, but the old driver controlled the horse by holding the reins, and this motorcycle turned the direction through the joystick. The rear of it looks more like an ordinary car. To put it simply, at first glance, this car looks like half of the car's body has been cut off, and the front half of the motorcycle is connected to the back half of the car's body. How is it? Isn't it amazing? Duanmu Huai laughed at the stunned look of the two. This motorcycle was also a product of his hobby. Duanmu Huai was really fed up with Japanese law. The law stipulates that Japanese women can get married at the age of 16, get a driver's license at the age of 18, and can drink alcohol at the age of 20. Duanmu Huai thought it was a bullshit law. So drinking is more serious than getting married and driving? Due to Duanmu Huai's age, he is not yet 18 years old, and he can't get a car driver's license, so he can only get a motorcycle driver's license. But Duanmu Huai doesn't want to ride an ordinary motorcycle, so what should he do? Problems that can be solved with money are never problems. It just so happened that Duanmu Huai found out that there is such a modified car abroad. It looks like a combination of a motorcycle and a car. It uses a car chassis, a rear engine, and rear-wheel drive. But there is a motorcycle front fork in front, and you don't have to ride on the motorcycle. You can sit comfortably on the chair like driving a car, but your hands are not holding the steering wheel, but the super long joystick of Harley. It looks so domineering and majestic. Of course, to put it bluntly, it is just a modified luxury car version of a three-wheeled motorcycle. Duanmu Huai still remembers that when he drove this car to register, the staff stared at this handheld tractor version of a three-wheeled motorcycle for a long time, wondering whether it should be considered a motorcycle. Duanmu Huai said that it was right. With one wheel in the front, two wheels in the back, and a long joystick like Harley, how can you not think it is a motorcycle? In the end, what else can be done? Just bite the bullet and do it. Is this really a motorcycle? Can it really be driven on the road? After looking at it for a long time, Yanagian still couldn't help but raise his own questions. Of course, otherwise, I would have been caught by the police after driving for so long. Duanmu Huai opened the door, and showed the two people the interior space. Although this is a three-wheeled vehicle with a handheld tractor, the equipment inside is still very luxurious. It is a configuration of a mini RV, with 4 seats on the left and right sides, a refrigerator and a TV. It looks quite comfortable and luxurious, and the two people who saw it were also surprised. Wow, Xiao Ai, this is amazing. Can I take a photo and post it to INS? Go ahead, go ahead. Duanmu Huai would naturally not refuse Yanagian's request. What a joke, this thing is used to show off, otherwise why would Duanmu Huai make such a unique thing? Apart from anything else, if you drive this thing on the street, it will attract other people's attention. Duanmu Huai also painted it in girlish pink, which is heartwarming and cute. Oh, by the way, he did not forget to put a metal skull and Warhammer logo on the rear cover of the car. After all, don't forget your original intention. Think about it, a hybrid of a Harley motorcycle and a luxury car, with pink girlish colors and a metal skull, how domineering it is. Duanmu Huai felt that his aesthetics were still very good. For example, he asked to modify the front cover and windshield of the motorcycle into the shape of a skull and a double-headed eagle. After all, as a judge, he still had to have some characteristics of his own. Even the joystick was engraved with a skull pattern. Although it cost a lot of money, for Duanmu Huai, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Okay, get in the car, let's go! Hearing Duanmu Huai's call, Yanagian over there was also excited to post the photos he took continuously on the internet, and then sat in the back car with Katanda. Then Duanmu Huai turned the throttle, accompanied by a roar. The metal behemoth roared on the road and rushed forward. Wow, so awesome, so awesome, so awesome. Sitting in the car, Yana was so excited to see the excited people looking at this and clapping. Eru, have you seen this kind of car? I haven't seen it either. Katanda said that although her family was also a rich peasant, this thing was indeed beyond her cognition. And it was actually a motorcycle. It must be admitted that the speed of this motorcycle was indeed very fast, but the feeling of sitting in the car did not seem to be much different from that of an ordinary car. If you don't consider Duanmu Huai, who was driving in front. As a luxury version of the handheld tractor three-wheeled vehicle, Duanmu Huai spent a lot of money on this modified car, but money can't buy happiness. Just seeing the embarrassed faces of the staff, who didn't know what to do, Duanmu Huai felt that the money was not wasted. Of course, there was only one tire in the front that looked a little dangerous, but the tire was also a thick and double-layer tire, which could offset some of the dangerous factors. As for the others, Duanmu Huai was too lazy to care. Anyway, even if there was a car accident, it wouldn't be him who died. This is what is called the more skilled, the bolder. Not only was Yanai excited to see them, Duanmu Huai was also very proud. In fact, on the highway, Duanmu Huai saw traffic police following him more than once, and then turned around silently after a while. He could even guess what these people were thinking. Since this thing has a license plate, it means that it is allowed to be on the road, so he should not meddle in other people's business and cause trouble. It's ironic that if Duanmu Huai drove an ordinary car, even if he had a driver's license, he would be stopped by the traffic police for questioning. After all, Duanmu Huai doesn't look like he is 18 years old. But it is precisely because Duanmu Huai drove such a strange thing so ostentatiously that people would actively convince themselves that this is reasonable. Otherwise, they would be the ones who would go crazy. It didn't take too long to get to In City. All Duanmu Huai had to do was to step on the accelerator to the bottom, and adjust the direction from time to time. It was just like playing Need for Speed, not difficult. It only took a short 1 or 2 hours for the three of them to reach their destination. Well, it should be here. Duanmu Huai stopped the car and looked at the mansion in front of him, while Yanagian and Katanda also got out of the car. Huh? Already here? So fast? Looking at the surrounding forest and the mansion in front of him, Yanagian was somewhat surprised. I thought it would take a long time. Actually, it's about the same as an ordinary car, but you've been busy sending messages. Duanmu Huai glanced at the phone in Yanagian's hand, who smiled and put the phone away embarrassedly. Just as Duanmu Huai guessed, when Yanagian posted Duanmu Huai's weird motorcycle to his account, many people came to ask about it, and it even became a hot search. Yanagian was so scared that he had to delete the photo. He just replied to his friends privately, and then talked to Katanda about the riding experience. It was quite stable. If Duanmu Huai hadn't stopped the car, they wouldn't have felt it at all. Okay, don't forget what we are going to do next. Of course. Yanagian also put away his phone, then looked up and looked at the mansion in front of him. The origin of this mansion has long been explained on the internet. According to the information on the internet, this mansion originally belonged to a foreigner. He was a businessman who came to Japan to do business, and then built such a mansion here. It should have happened during the Meiji Restoration. The next statement is that after that, children often disappeared in the nearby villages, and the villagers thought that the foreigner was an evil ghost who ate children, so they rushed into their house, caught the foreigner's family, and then burned them to death. If this is an artistic story like a movie, then the final truth is that the foreigner tried to use his advanced medical skills to treat the child, but the ignorant villagers did not understand the advanced medical knowledge of foreign countries, which caused this tragedy. However, the fact is that the villagers seem to have really found a dungeon, and the bodies of the imprisoned children under the mansion. Well, that means that the foreigner's family died unjustly. After that, the mansion was abandoned for a while, and then it was acquired by the local government and used as a mental hospital. No one knows what happened in the mental hospital. We only know that a fire broke out here in the end, and when the local government came to rescue, they only found the bodies of the mentally ill and medical staff. According to the on-site investigation, they seem to have killed each other. After that, this place was completely abandoned, and the locals regarded it as the devil's house and never let anyone get close to it. The third time this mansion appeared in people's sight was because an explorer came here to explore, and his companions were waiting for him nearby, but he never came out after entering, and his mobile phone could not be reached. Later, his companions ran away in fear. After that, people continued to say similar things. Either the people who went there together disappeared, or their relatives and friends said they wanted to explore there, but they never contacted each other again after that. Therefore now, the Devil's House has become a very famous strange story on the internet, especially among those explorers. At present, most of this mansion still maintains its original appearance, with a large number of creepers and vines entwined on the walls, and even only a barely visible outline can be seen. The yard is also overgrown with weeds, and the rusty iron door is not locked, but only half open. It may be that the previous explorers pushed the door open and didn't care about it, so it has been kept like this. But it doesn't look like there are any signs of burning here. Katanda looked at the mansion carefully and said in confusion, "Maybe it's covered by vines." Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and pointed to the west side of the mansion. "Look at the roof over there. It's collapsed. Maybe it was burned down. As for the specific situation, we will know after we go in and take a look." The two did not object to Duanmu Huai's words. After all, they came here for this, right? Chapter 1696. From the outside, this mansion is very beautiful. The garden outside is also quite large. After entering the gate, it takes about 10 minutes to walk to the steps of the mansion. Yanagian took out his mobile phone and carefully took photos of the mansion in front of him. It looks like this place is still very beautiful. Why was it abandoned? Isn't it because of inconvenient transportation? Duanmu Huai yawned. This place is in the wilderness, so remote that there is not even a store or supermarket nearby. If you get sick, you can't go to the doctor by yourself. By the time the doctor arrives, you may have died. Of course, if someone wants to do something in this remote place, it would be the easiest thing. Is that so? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Yanagian was a little surprised, and Katanda nodded in agreement. Yes, I don't really like living at home. It's not easy to go out. If you want to buy something at a convenience store, it's better to come to school. Places like this have long been out of human civilization. Duanmu Huai shrugged. To put it bluntly, even if someone kills or burns here, people outside won't know, even in this era. Even if it's only half an hour's drive from the highway, it's better for us to think of this place as an alien planet far away from human civilization. Xiao Ai's statement seems quite romantic. It's also very dangerous. Don't isolated islands often appear in horror movies? That's why, as long as it's far away from human civilization, any moral and legal constraints will not work. When you find that you can do anything here without being discovered, the situation is completely different. Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze and looked at the gate in front of him. Okay, let's go. This Western-style house has a typical Baroque colonial style, with a large number of sculptures and decorations on the walls and pillars, symmetrical three-story houses, and surrounding stairs. Although it has long been dilapidated and closed, it still looks like a bit of classical and elegant beauty. Yanagian took a camera and kept taking pictures here and there, obviously paying close attention to this place. I didn't expect it to be so beautiful here. Yeah, it's quite interesting. Duanmu Huai folded his arms and nodded. After seeing too many Japanese houses, this Baroque-style Western building in front of him was a bright spot. On the porch, there was a metal plaque with rust on it, and the words Aomori Hospital could be vaguely seen. It should be the name of the mental hospital that was previously operating here. At this moment, Yanagian had already held a mobile phone in one hand and pushed the door open with the other. Why is it so dark in there? Really dark, Kyuka? Somewhat. Can Era turn on the flashlight? Wait a minute. Yanani and Katanda walked into the door with their cell phones, and Duanmu Huai also walked in. Looking around, it was indeed pitch black inside, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Perhaps because the vines outside closed the doors and windows, the entire hall looked pitch black, and Yanami and Katanda's cell phones could only illuminate a small area of the floor in front of him. However, when Duanmu Huai walked into the hall, he suddenly felt a faint flow, as if he had walked into a cold lake, and the originally calm lake surface also rippled because of Duanmu Huai's arrival, spreading to the surroundings, and then, bang! The door suddenly closed, frightening Yana and Katanda to turn around in a hurry. Xiao Ai? Why did you close the door? I didn't close it, I've been standing here. Duanmu Huai raised his hand, indicating that he was standing next to Yana and Katanda, not at the door at all. Then what is this? Before Yana finished speaking, the originally dark space suddenly lit up. Feeling the sudden light, the three people hurriedly turned their heads and looked forward, and the scenery in front of them made them startled. What appeared in front of the three people was not a dilapidated ruin, but a clean and tidy hall. A T-shaped staircase in front connected the second-floor corridors on both sides. The electric lights emitted a soft dim yellow light, illuminating the surroundings. What's going on? Yana hurriedly walked to the door and pulled the door, trying to open it, but the door seemed to be integrated with the wall, and did not move at all. Can't open it? If you want to say it, this is natural. Who are you? At this moment, a majestic voice sounded, and the three looked up and saw a middle-aged female nurse standing at the stairs on the second floor with a serious expression, staring at them, and slowly walked down. This is not a place you can come to. We are. Yanami and Katanda didn't know what to say for a while, and Dwanmu pulled Yanami and asked in a low voice. When was the mental hospital burned down? About the 1970s? That's fine, it's not over the limit. Listen to me, cooperate with me. Dwanmu whispered to Yanagian and Katanda, then walked in front of them, and at this time, the nurse also came down, staring at the three people with a serious look. Then facing the female nurse, Dwanmu showed a timid and uneasy smile like a little girl. Hello, we are. We just come to take a look. Take a look? Hearing Dwanmu's answer, the nurse reached out and pushed her glasses, and Dwanmu nodded vigorously. Yes, our brother is sick, and Dad said he would send him here. He said that his brother's illness will be cured here, so we want to see what kind of hospital this is, right? Sister? While speaking, Dwanmu turned his head and winked at Katanda innocently. The latter was stunned for a moment and nodded. Ah, yes, that's right. After getting Katanda's answer, Dwanmu turned his head again and looked at the nurse. Excuse me, is this really a hospital? It doesn't look like one at all. Yes, this is indeed a hospital. Perhaps believing Dwanmu's words, the nurse's originally serious expression became a little relaxed. She stared at the three people and nodded. It's just different from ordinary hospitals. The patients received here are all mentally injured. But how to treat mental injuries? Do I need surgery? The nurse also relaxed her tone at this time. Then, little sister, can you tell me what disease your brother has? I don't know either. Dwanmu shook his head timidly. My brother doesn't have a fever or a cold, but he always cries and laughs at the same time, and sometimes he becomes very scary. Dad took him to the hospital, and the doctor said that my brother was sick, but ordinary hospitals can't cure him, so he has to send my brother here. So how did you find this place? My sister found it. Dwanmu pointed at Katanda. My sister found the registration form in Dad's room, which said that my brother would be sent here. Although Dad told us not to worry, we were still very worried, so that's why we came here to check without telling Dad. Sorry to bother you. I'm really sorry. Katanda now understood what Dwanmu meant, and hurriedly bowed her head to apologize. Oh, no need to apologize. I was too presumptuous. After all, we rarely have visitors here. The nurse paused. Generally speaking, we don't accept unauthorized visit applications here, but since your situation is special, let's do this. Please come with me to the reception room first. I talked to the dean. If he allows, I can let you visit. After that, the nurse took the three people to the reception room on the side of the hall, poured them some water, and then said goodbye and left. It was only then that Dwanmu breathed a sigh of relief. Huh, I didn't expect you to be so easy to fool. Xiao Ai's performance just now scared me. I never thought you would show that kind of expression. At this moment, Yanagian looked at Dwanmu with a confused face. When had she ever seen Dwanmu act cute in front of her? I am an actor after all, so I still have some basic skills. Dwanmu rolled his eyes. Okay, you know the situation. Now we are three sisters. Katanda is the eldest sister, Yanagian is the second sister, and I am the youngest sister. If there is a negotiation, just leave it to Katanda. Why? I am also good at speaking. Yanagian said that she was a Yangjiao, and negotiation was not her specialty, but Dwanmu just glanced at her. Can you speak Katanda's tone of a lady? I really can't do this. What is going on here? Did we travel through time and go back to the past? Yana was also confused at this moment. She took out her mobile phone and checked it. The result showed that there was no signal. Well, this is also natural. If I am not mistaken, it is also possible that we are trapped in the memory of the ghost. Ghost? If the scene in front of them was not too unbelievable, neither of them would believe it. Yes, didn't Yanai tell you before that this place was later transformed into a mental hospital, and then there was a fire, and then the patients and doctors inside killed each other? Well, maybe we were teleported to that day. Of course, if it was just like this, Dwanmu was not sure, but the reason why he was sure was because Dwanmu felt the familiar breath from the subspace when he entered the hall. In other words, there is probably the passage to the subspace that he is looking for here. Chapter 1697. Yanani and Katanda were a little excited and a little scared about this abnormal situation. However, Dwanmu was by their side, which made them feel more at ease. Dwanmu also told them that it was not clear what the situation was, so all they had to do was wait and see, and then decide what to do next. After a while, footsteps sounded, and then the door of the room opened, And then the three saw a bald and very reassuring doctor in a white coat walked in. The nurse followed him. The man looked to be in his 50s, with a big belly, a pampered look, and a kind smile on his face. "Welcome, three ladies, I am Dean Yamamoto." Dean Yamamoto quickly introduced himself to the three. "I have heard from the nurse why you came here. Do you have doubts about the treatment here?" "Yes, yes." Kitanda also responded quickly. Wanmu Huai had told Kitanda that she was the big sister, so when the person in charge came, Kitanda would go to communicate with the other party. The reason for doing so is very simple, because they are daughters of good families, so their behavior and speech must naturally conform to the setting. Compared with Duanmu Huai and Yanajian, Kitanda, who was born as a young lady, is obviously more suitable for this role. "But this place is very remote. How did you get here?" "I'd better call your parents first and take you back." "No, no." Kitanda waved her hands hurriedly. "Please don't worry about us. We have already discussed with the driver. He will take us home after sending father to the company. Please don't tell your parents about this. After all, they think we are in cram school now." "Ah, I see." Hearing Kitanda's answer, Dean Yamamoto smiled and nodded. "Okay, I understand. Since the three of you have such intentions, then I can't object. Well, please follow me. I will personally take you to visit other patients." After that, the three followed Dean Yamamoto out of the reception room, through the corridor on the west side, and came to a heavy locked door. There stood a burly, silent man, who was also wearing the clothes of a hospital nurse. The dean nodded to the man, who turned around and opened the door with the key, and then everyone walked in. Inside the door was a place that looked like a leisure game room, with tables and chairs, and some people in hospital gowns were either sitting on the chairs reading books, or playing games at the table under the care of the nurses. The dean also took them on a tour and introduced them. The treatment of mental illness is indeed different from other diseases, but we have been trying to heal the patient's mental injuries. But mental illnesses are very complicated. Some people usually behave quite normally, and you may even think that they are just normal people when you talk to them, but they cannot understand their own existence, which is a very sad thing. Kitanda and Yana followed the dean, looking around curiously, while Duanmu Huai glanced at them and asked in a low voice, "Please, doctor, do they also need to take medicine?" "Of course, little sister." Faced with Duanmu Huai's inquiry, the dean laughed. "Many times, mental patients cannot control themselves, so we will give them medicine to calm them down, so that they are not so anxious and angry. Only in this way can we slowly heal their inner scars. Of course, we do not approve of using rough means for mental treatment, so you see, we use very kind means here." Just as Dean Yamamoto said, at least most of the patients seemed to be having a good time. They either played cards together or played games under the care of the nurses. Some were reading books or just daydreaming. But just as everyone walked to the end of the lounge, suddenly, a hand stretched out from the side and grabbed Kitanda's wrist, which scared Kitanda. She turned her head and looked carefully, and saw a woman in a wheelchair staring at her and holding her hand tightly. "Please, save me and call the police. I'm called Sanxia Meishin. I'm not crazy. I'm a normal person. They locked me up here. Hey! Hey!" Faced with the woman's words, Kitanda didn't know what to do for a while. But at this time Dean Yamamoto had already walked over, then grabbed the woman's wrist, pulled her up, and then looked at the nurse next to her. "It's time to give her an injection." "No, I don't want it. I don't want an injection." Hearing Dean Yamamoto's words, the woman stepped back in fear. "I'm not crazy. I'm a normal person. I don't want to stay here. Let me out. I want to go home." After saying this, the woman turned around and ran, knocking down another patient in front of her. And then the surroundings suddenly became chaotic. "Sorry, I need to deal with the problem here." Dean Yamamoto apologized to Kitanda and others, and then hurriedly went with other nurses to catch the woman running around. Seeing this scene, Kitanda and Yanai didn't know how to react, only Duanmu Huai looked bored, looking here and there. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them. "Hey ladies, come here quickly. That child doesn't have much time to gain." Hearing this voice, the three turned their heads, and saw that in the deep corridor through the entertainment room, there was a person standing in front of a door, waving at them through the iron window inside. Out of curiosity, the three also walked over. "I can't tell you too much." The person locked in the room was a thin bearded old man, who was wearing patient clothes and trembling all over. "I don't know why you are here, but I hope you can help us call the police." "Call the police?" "Yes, actually." The bearded old man hesitated and lowered his voice. "We are the staff of this hospital, but we are locked up. The one who is receiving you now is not Dean Yamamoto. I am Dean Yamamoto." Huh? It must be said that Katanda and Yanami were stunned when they heard this. But Dean Yamamoto is not. I am the real Dean Yamamoto. That fake was originally my patient. After he locked us up here, he found several patients to replace us as employees here. Listen, you must leave here immediately, otherwise. Ah, you are talking nonsense again, Mr. Hashimoto. However, before the bearded old man finished speaking, Dean Yamamoto's voice interrupted him. Everyone turned their heads and saw Dean Yamamoto in a white coat standing not far behind them, with his hands behind his back, watching the scene in front of him with a smile. Please don't be fooled by him. Ladies, this patient has a paranoia. He always likes to imagine himself as all kinds of people, and then he will accuse the other party of being a fake, and he is the real one, and even attack those fakes because of this. And his family sent him here because they couldn't stand it. This is clearly about you, Hashimoto. The bearded old man stretched out his hand angrily and pointed at Dean Yamamoto. Wake up quickly. No matter how you imitate, you can't be me. You are just a patient. No, I'm not a patient, Mr. Hashimoto. If you continue like this, you can't be cured of your illness. After saying this, Dean Yamamoto looked at Katanda again. Sorry, there was a little accident. Let's go out and talk. Oh, okay. Katanda and Yana's brains were already overloaded at this time, so they could only nod in confusion, and then they were taken back to the reception room by Dean Yamamoto. I'm sorry to let you see some bad things, but some mental patients are like this, and it's difficult for us to deal with them. What's the matter with that lady? Yana asked curiously. She said, she is not crazy, and I think she is no different from a normal person. Indeed? Dean Yamamoto nodded. That lady is very charming, very rational, knows how to think, and has no problem in conversation. No matter how you look at it, she is a normal person, except for one thing. As he spoke, Dean Yamamoto stretched out his hand and pointed to his head. She thinks she is only 16 years old now. Hearing this, the two were even more confused. The lady looked more than 30. She thinks she is only 16 years old? What's wrong with that? Of course, think about it, you are a 16-year-old girl, but when you go home and find that you have two 16-year-old children and a 30-year-old husband, what will you think? That's why she was sent here. She couldn't recognize her husband and children, because she couldn't keep her memory of this at the age of 16. Her parents had already died of illness, so now this lady still thinks she is 16. But in this case, wouldn't it be clear if she just looked in the mirror? Yanami said doubtfully. After all, even if she thought she was 16, her face would not change in her 30s. Her family tried, but she smashed the mirror as soon as she saw it, and thought her family wanted to harm her. She even hurt her child with a kitchen knife. I can understand your doubts, but just like all bad people insist that they are good people, many crazy people also insist that they are not crazy. So, it is very difficult to do our job. We can't believe the patient's description, or even what we see with our own eyes, because even if you see it with your own eyes, it may not be the truth. Knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the reception room, and then the nurse walked in. She glanced at Dean Yamamoto and continued. Sorry, doctor, there are some things that need you to take care of. Okay. Dean Yamamoto stood up and nodded to the three people with a smile. Sorry, it seems that I have some things to take care of. You three can continue to wait here. When your driver comes, you can go back. Dean Yamamoto left the reception room with the nurse, leaving the three people staring at each other. I have a headache. Yanami reached out to press his head, speechless. Me too, I'm not sure who is telling the truth. Katanda was also confused. Logically, they shouldn't take the words of the mentally ill seriously. But the three of them came from the future, and knew that a terrible melee would happen soon, and the mental hospital would be burned down. Then the question came, who was locked in the ward, Director Yamamoto or the patient Hashimoto? What do you think, Shioi? I lie down and watch. Duanmu Huai lay on the sofa and waved his hands. Is this important? No, none of this matters. Really? Of course, you have to remember that no matter what, they are all dead, completely and utterly dead. Duanmu Huai opened his hands, closed them, and made an accordion-playing gesture. No matter who is right, Duanmu Huai doesn't want to care, or according to his temperament, he will just arrest both parties as mentally ill, and then it will be over once and for all, and nothing will happen. So, it's meaningless to worry about who is the patient and who is the doctor. In fact, if they want, they can just lock us up as mental patients. Huh? Hearing this, Katanda and Yana couldn't help it. Why? We are not crazy. Who can prove it? Duanmu Huai yawned. Just like that woman, What you know is just what the doctor told you. As for whether it is true or made up, who knows? Psychiatry is a very complicated subject. For ordinary people, mental illness. Can you figure out what it is? The two looked at each other and shook their heads. That's right. For most people, they can't accurately judge what mental illness is like. It's not like a cold or fever, which can be solved by taking a temperature. Therefore, whether you are mentally ill or not, you don't have the final say, the doctor has the final say. Wow. It feels so scary. Hearing this, Yana trembled. She thought she was a very normal person, but when she arrived at the hospital, it didn't matter what she said. Then, what should we do now? It's useless to stay here. Duanmu Huai opened the door and looked at the empty corridor. Let's go somewhere else, and maybe we can find some clues. Chapter 1698. Unlike the West Building where the mentally ill are happy, the East Building seems to be almost deserted. The three walked around the reception room and did not see a single person. There were only locked doors on both sides of the corridor. So I still can't figure it out. Halfway through, Katanda finally couldn't help but speak. Who is the lunatic? Who is the doctor? Which side statement is correct? Generally speaking, hospitals should have files on doctors and patients. As long as we find the files, can't we confirm who is lying? Yanami also put forward his own opinion. However, Duanmu Huai seemed to be uninterested. What if we confirm this? Assuming that the locked-up patients are indeed doctors in this hospital, can we rush in and release them all? What if we call the police? Do you think they will give you a chance to call? That's true. There are no mobile phones in this era. Everyone uses landlines to talk. As long as the phone line is cut off, there will be no way to contact the outside world. Knock, knock, knock. However, at this moment, a door next to them was suddenly knocked, which startled the three people. They turned their heads and looked at the knocking door, but the other party just knocked on the door, and then fell silent again. Then, the three people saw a piece of paper coming from under the door. A piece of paper? Duanmu Huai walked over and picked up the paper, which had a sentence written on it. Who are you? Please write your answer on the paper with a pencil. At this time, everyone saw a thinly sharpened pencil next to the paper. The three looked at each other, and then Katanda came up. Let me do it. As she spoke, Katanda picked up the thin pencil and carefully wrote on the paper. We are here to visit. Then, she stuffed the paper back under the door, and after a moment, the paper was handed out again. Don't lie to me. If you also came to this ghost place by accident, you will never get out again. Seeing this sentence, Yunajian and Katanda were both shocked, and Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. Why? They are all crazy. Everyone is crazy. Doctors, nurses, patients, everyone. There are no normal people here. They are just performing for you. You saw a patient saying that he is the dean. They are just fooling you. They like to play this game the most. For them, we are the prey. We think we are just the audience, but it is not the case. They team up to play tricks on us and tease us. No matter what we choose, they can have fun. This, looking at the words written on the opposite note, Katanda looked at Yunajian with a confused face. The latter was also at a loss, and Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. Good guy, we are also part of their play? Is there such a saying? But I have to say, this is indeed quite interesting. Go on, ask him what we should do. Katanda wrote the problem according to Duanmu Huai's statement. There is no way. There is no way. When you walk in here, you step onto their stage and entertain them. Whether you run away, resist or obey, it is meaningless. Duanmu Huai took the pencil from Katanda and continued writing. Then who are you? I am you, and I am just like you. I want to find the truth here. But I am wrong. The truth? Right or wrong? Right or wrong? Morality. All of this is meaningless here. No matter what you want to find. You can't find what you want to find. In the end, you will be like me. Turn into a clown. Turn into a twisted and struggling existence in this farce. Seeing this, Yanami and Katanda looked at each other and shuddered. Of course, they did not forget that the reason they came here this time was to explore the mystery of the fire in this mental hospital. Although traveling through time and space sounds a bit incredible, they also think this is a good opportunity. After all, what is more convincing than thank you for the invitation? I just got off the car and I am at the scene, but unexpectedly, the development of the situation far exceeded the expectations of the two. Just about the current situation of this mental hospital, there are 3 statements so far. Moreover, each one is very logical. Just like the owner of this note, although what he said made people feel like the truth, according to the dean, mental patients are happier, and this could be one of their delusions. He was just playing this game with Duanmu Huai and others, and chuckled at their confused expressions. So this is the most difficult part of the situation. Each of the three statements is valid, but the identity of the mental patient alone is enough to make all of their words unreliable. Even doctors, nurses, and even staff are the same. So telling us this is also part of the performance? Duanmu Huai wrote this sentence and stuffed it back into the crack of the door. Then, bang, bang, bang. The door panel was hit wildly, as if it was going to be smashed, which made Yanai and Katanda retreat in fear, while Duanmu Huai just glanced at the door, that made a loud noise, and then retracted his gaze. Okay, there is nothing to investigate here. Let's go back. Under the leadership of Duanmu Huai, the group returned to the reception room, and then Duanmu Huai sat on the sofa and picked up the newspaper to read. Shall I, classmate, what should we do now? Katanda asked. What should we do? Cold. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. These idiots treat us as a joke, but they don't even know who is the joke. But in this way, we can't investigate the truth. So what do you think is the truth? Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, Katanda was speechless for a while. The truth? Does such a thing really exist? Is this the delusion of a mental patient? Or is it their delusion? Or is being here itself an illusion? What are they thinking? What are they doing? Why? Katanda only felt that the world in front of her eyes seemed to begin to distort, as if an invisible big hand was grabbing her thoughts and twisting them hard. She tried desperately to straighten it all out, but she felt that her thoughts were falling into some incomprehensible vortex. Gradually, Katanda even began to feel that everything around her seemed to be deformed. Eru? What's wrong with you? Yana's voice came from the side, just like a drowning person grabbing a lifebuoy. Katanda subconsciously widened her eyes, and saw Yana staring at her curiously. Xing Sai? I am? Aw, sorry, I seemed to be distracted just now. I know, Eru, you must be hungry, right? Hearing Katanda's answer, Yana smiled, then took out the mountaineering bag that had been on his back, and opened it. I knew it would be like this, so you see, I brought so many snacks. You can't think when you are hungry? Let's fill your stomach first. Looking at the various snacks that Yana took out of the mountaineering bag, as well as lettuce, fruit, green pepper. How to say it, Duanmu Huai didn't feel strange at all. He had long suspected that what Yana's mountaineering bag contained was definitely not for mountaineering. Facts have proved that Duanmu Huai's idea is correct. Kyukai, do you want to eat green peppers? Yes. Raw? Katanda was stunned when she saw Yanami picking up the green pepper and opening her mouth like she was biting an apple. Yeah, it's actually quite delicious. Yanami bit down on the green pepper, and the crisp sound made people doubt their sanity. This was even more so when they saw her chewing deliciously. Green peppers are cheap, nutritious, and delicious. They are also delicious when eaten raw. The white core inside is a bit bitter, but it has a unique flavor even without it. As she spoke, Yanami took out a green pepper. Eru, do you want to try it too? Perhaps seeing Yana's reaction was too natural, Katanda seemed to start to doubt whether there was something wrong with her common sense. She stared at the green pepper in Yana's hand, hesitated for a moment, then reached out to take it, then opened her mouth and took a small bite. Ahem. It turns out that humans and Yana are indeed different. However, it was also thanks to Yana. Good job, Yana. What did I do? Nothing, that's it. Looking at Yana, Duanmu Huai smiled slightly and shook his head. In fact, he has figured out what's going on in this place. Duanmu Huai is sure that he has encountered a similar aura somewhere. Treacherous trickery. Thinking, reasoning, and imagination. Treacherous trickery is good at conspiracy and likes changes. It doesn't matter whether the conspiracy succeeds or not, because everything is part of the plan. At the moment, Duanmu Huai and others are trapped in this vicious circle. No matter what truth they want to find, as long as they think and search, they will be involved and assimilated. Duanmu Huai noticed this, so he decisively withdrew. On the contrary, Katanda was so curious about this matter that she was directly trapped in it. If it weren't for Yanami's green pepper therapy, Duanmu Huai could only use his fists to wake her up. As for how to deal with the current dilemma, for Duanmu Huai, the answer is also very simple. Duanmu Huai opened his backpack and took out a small gas stove and a hot pot from it. Now that things have come to this, let's eat first. Then, he looked at the two of them and said, Chapter 1699. Is it normal to eat hot pot in the reception room? It is normal for Katanda to have doubts about this, but seeing that Yanami and Duanmu Huai both looked as if it was a matter of course, she couldn't say anything. Well, this meat is delicious. Is this the so-called Wagyu? I don't know, I just bought it randomly. That's great, Our family can only enjoy this luxury when the supermarket has a big sale. Looking at the two people eating hot pot leisurely in front of her, Katanda didn't know what to do, and Yanami smiled and handed Katanda a plate of meat. Here, Eru, this is delicious. Aw, thank you. To be honest, Katanda was very worried about what would happen if people in the hospital found out about eating hot pot here. Whether it was a patient or a doctor, they would be very angry when they saw this situation. However, Duanmu Huai and Yanajian's reaction of being indifferent to others made Katanda very confused. After all, people are like this. When you see others doing things that they shouldn't do here as if nothing happened, and they look righteous, you will first doubt whether there is something wrong with your brain. Katanda is like this now. By the way, Katanda. Just as she started to taste the hot pot, Duanmu Huai spoke to her casually. Do you think we are looking for facts here? Or the truth? Hey! Is there a difference between the two? Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, Katanda was a little surprised. Of course there is a difference. Duanmu Huai took a sip of his drink and snapped his fingers at Yanagian. Yanagi, tell me the story about this mansion again. Oh, okay, Yanagi ate a piece of beef and tilted his head to recall. This mental hospital suddenly caught fire one day. When people around found out, they immediately called the fire department. Firefighters came here to put out the fire, and then found bodies inside. According to the police's appraisal, the doctors and patients inside seemed to have died in a fight. Because there were no survivors or witnesses, no one knew what happened. That's it. Duanmu Huai nodded and looked at Katanda again. Do you understand? To be honest, Katanda didn't understand at all. The fact refers to what happened here, and the truth refers to why it happened. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. With the current madness of the mental hospital, it is almost impossible for us to know the latter, but it is very simple to know the former. Ah, I understand. After eating, Yanagi's IQ will double, and it is the same now. As long as we stay here and keep watching, we will know why this place caught fire, right? That's right. Duanmu Huai nodded. The truth is not important. You see, just like when the police arrested a criminal, they found the criminal's fingerprints on the murder weapon, and he had no alibi, and there was his DNA residue at the scene, then it can be proved that he killed the victim. But why did he kill the victim? Maybe the criminal won't tell us, and we will never know, but is it important? No, it's not important. What's important is to find the criminal and arrest him. Wow. I still think that things shouldn't be like this. Katanda was still a little upset, while Yanami just laughed. Ah, I understand. It's like reading a detective novel. If the motive for the crime is not mentioned at the end, it always feels like something is missing. That's right. Duanmu Huai nodded. Doesn't this often happen in mystery novels? The police arrested someone based on clues at the scene, and then the detective discovered that they might have arrested the wrong person, so they started a rescue operation. It seems that the police are incompetent, but the problem is that this is the police's duty. Evidence, testimony, and witnesses, as long as these things are there, the criminal can be locked. As for the motive for the murder, we can only ask about it later. But the motive may also be false, it may be due to some trivial matter, or it may be simply made up. The word truth has different interpretations in different contexts. For example, in this incident, what is the truth? Who attacked whom? Or who attacked whom for what reason? Wow! Faced with Duanmu Huai's puzzle that seemed to be talking in circles, even Yanajian, who had the bonus of food, frowned and thought about it, not to mention Katanda. Generally speaking, it should be the patient who attacked the doctor. After a moment, Yanajian gave his answer. Because the doctors locked them up in the ward, didn't they? The patients would definitely resent the doctors, so they attacked them. Is that what you think? No, I saw this statement online, saying that mental treatment at that time was not formal, and doctors often gave patients inhumane corporal punishment, so patients hated the doctors, killed them, and then turned into bloodthirsty undeads, etc. I see. But it's also very convincing, isn't it? Indeed, generally speaking, when people hear a story, they will subconsciously sympathize with the weak. In a mental hospital, patients are naturally weaker than doctors. They are even lower in status than ordinary patients, because doctors can restrain or imprison them on the grounds of violent impulses or dangerous behavior. Faced with such behavior, patients can't even resist. I also have a guess. Duanmu Huai ate the last bite of meat and leaned comfortably on the sofa. What do you think is the boundary of normality? What is a normal person, a normal life? For example, I ask you, do you think you are a normal high school girl? Yanami and Katanda looked at each other. Should be considered? What's the reason? We all go to class every day, participate in club activities, And go out with friends? So what you mean is that people who don't go to class, don't participate in club activities, and don't have friends are not considered normal high school girls. Well, this, Yanami didn't know how to answer for a while. Why? Maybe because everyone does it this way. Right. Duanmu Huai snapped his fingers. What is the definition of normal? What is normal? The consensus of most people? Or as you said, everyone does it this way. Then let me ask you, if you go to a school where most students love to study, do not participate in club activities, and study and do homework from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., will you be like them? Or will you still stick to yourself? Yanami and Katanda looked at each other. It should be the same as them. After all, if no one participates in club activities, then, what is the normal standard at that time? Okay, I've gone a little far. Let's go back to this hospital. What do you think is the normal standard here? You think that the patients here are patients and the doctors are normal people, right? Isn't it? Katanda seemed to have grasped the hidden meaning in Duanmu Huai's words and stared at him with wide eyes. Yes, think about it carefully. If you are a doctor, you are with a group of mentally ill patients who talk nonsense all day long. For example, well, they think of themselves as teapots and think you are teacups. They come every day to fill you with tea. Hey, shall I? This topic is a bit obscene, isn't it? Yanami complained, and Duanmu Huai smiled. But you certainly won't think of yourself as a teacup, will you? Of course. But if you stay with them every day, and they keep thinking of you as a teacup, will you really think of yourself as a teacup in the end? Assimilation. Duanmu Huai pointed to the house in front of him. You all saw that this place is sparsely populated and far from human habitation. Doctors can't come into contact with normal people after get off work. And you should have noticed that many of the statements made by those mentally ill patients are quite confusing. When you are in contact with these guys every day and can't return to normal society, do you think you can still recognize where the boundaries of normality are? So shall I, what you mean is that these doctors are real doctors, but they have been with the mentally ill for too long, so they have become abnormal themselves. Katanda thought more and more and found it incredible. But they are doctors, and they are professionals. It's not strange that doctors don't treat themselves. How many respiratory doctors smoke? Don't they know that smoking is harmful to health? They have seen more lungs of patients who died of cancer due to smoking than the horror movies we have seen. If you live with these mentally ill patients 24 hours a day for a year or two, can you guarantee that you will still be a normal person? Not be confused by them at all? Katanda wanted to say yes, but when she thought of the ambiguous, true and false words those mentally ill patients said to her just now, she lost confidence. These people are so good at making up stories, and their logic is very smooth. No matter how you think about it, it seems reasonable. What's more terrifying is that you can't tell which one he made up, and which one he said seriously. Emotions are contagious, sadness, anger, doctors and nurses wear masks, gloves, and protective clothing to prevent themselves from being infected by patients. But that is for the virus at the physical level, but the spiritual level of infection cannot be solved by protective clothing. Duanmu Huai took another sip of Coke and looked up at the painting on the wall of the living room in front of him. It was a Western oil painting, with demons and angels painted on it. The demons were located below the painting. They reached out and tried to grab the angel, and the angels spread their white wings and reached out to the demons at the same time, as if to save them, but the inside of the angel's white wings turned into black feathers. Psychologists are also prone to psychological problems, because mental infections are difficult to isolate and prevent with physical means, so you can imagine the situation here. Patients infect each other, then infect doctors, and then doctors infect each other. However, none of them are aware of it. Wow. It feels a bit scary. By the way, we are the same. Do you think normal people would eat hot pot here? Huh? Probably not. Katanda was shocked, but Yanami was very calm. But the hot pot is delicious? Shingsai, I don't think it's a question of whether it tastes good or not. But it tastes good, right? This is delicious. Katanda also lost in front of Yanami. It's delicious. Of course, this is not important. Duanmu Huai yawned. This is the memory of the dead, so we don't need to do anything. What does this mean? It means that they will take the initiative to tell us what happened. As Duanmu Huai's voice fell, suddenly, a piercing scream suddenly sounded from outside the door. Chapter 1700. Hearing the scream, Yanai and Katanda stood up in shock, while Duanmu Huai sighed silently, then turned off the hot pot and stretched. Okay, let's go. The three of them came to the west building again, pushed open the door, and walked into the hall, and the scene in front of them was clear at a glance. A patient was lying on the ground with his eyes wide open. A big cut was made on his neck, and blood was gushing out like a fountain. There was a knife next to him, covered with blood. It can be seen that it should be the murder weapon. In short, this is the murder scene. But there is no atmosphere of a murder scene here. The reason for saying this is also very simple, because other people seem to be deaf and blind to the dead. They are still sitting in front of the table, either playing chess, reading books, or mumbling alone, immersed in their own world. They seem to have no reaction to everything that happened here. This is a mental hospital, and these people are mentally ill. So this is normal. But the scene in front of them still made Yanami and Katanda's hair stand on end. Just now, Duanmu Huai asked them what normal was. On the other hand, there is no situation more abnormal than now. A dead person was lying on the ground, and it looked like he had just been killed, but the others were not terrified, nor did they gather in a circle to watch the excitement out of curiosity. They just sat in their seats and did their own things, as if nothing had happened in front of them. Ah! Duanmu Huai sighed again. You wait here. Throwing down these words, Duanmu Huai walked to the dead body, squatted down, and observed him carefully. Yanai Jian was holding Katanda, who was about to collapse, and almost collapsed on the ground. That is, they were far away, and could not see clearly, so they could barely keep calm. But Xiao's eyes seemed really calm. Yanai Jian looked at Duanmu Huai curiously. She did not dare to look at the body, and Katanda hid directly behind Yanai Jian. Although Yanai Jian had never seen a corpse in her life, and was not sure how she would react, at least she felt that she would not be as calm as Duanmu Huai. She watched Duanmu Huai squat down, staring at him, then stood up, walked around there, and looked around. Calm expression, indifferent eyes. Yanai Jian suddenly felt that this scene was a bit weird. She had seen TV dramas in which the detectives or police who found the victims all looked serious, and some even had grief, regretting and suffering because of the loss of a life, and vowed to find the criminal and redress the victim. But Duanmu Huai was not like that. He stared at the other person, but Yanai Jian could not see any emotion, grief, sadness, seriousness. None. Instead, the way he looked at the victim was somewhat similar to those mental patients. Indifferent, as if the person in front of him was just an object. Yanai Jian looked at this scene, and suddenly felt that the other side seemed to be getting farther and farther away from her. In her eyes, it was as if Duanmu Huai also wore the clothes of those mental patients and stood there stupidly, while she was getting farther and farther away, as if she was watching the performance on the TV screen. Gugugu. The rumbling sound of her stomach interrupted Yanai Jian's thoughts. She came to her senses, and found that Duanmu Huai had returned to her again, looking at her curiously. Are you not full yet? That was just the appetizer. Do you still have an appetite now? Why not? Yanai Jian tilted her head in confusion, and looked at Duanmu Huai, who patted her shoulder. Well, you are worthy of it. Okay, let's go. Although she didn't know what Duanmu Huai was talking about, Yanai Jian still followed Katanda out of the room obediently. The strange feeling just now had long been thrown behind Yanai Jian's mind. What did Xiao see? Leaving the West Building and returning to the deserted reception room, Yanai Jian couldn't wait to ask. It's strange to say that such a big thing happened, but the medical staff were nowhere to be seen. Yanai Jian felt that she and others had heard the cry, and the medical staff should have heard it too. Where did they go? Oh, it's really an interesting story, the kind that's suitable for being written into a mystery novel. Duanmu Huai held up 2 fingers. First, we've seen the victim. Huh? It's the patient who said before that he was the director of the hospital. Yanami also remembered. Second, the other party seems to have committed suicide. Suspected? Well, at least that's what I saw. He seemed to have grabbed the knife with his right hand and inserted it into his neck, and then Duanmu Huai held up his finger, put it on his neck, and then pulled it. Seeing this, Katanda's face turned a little pale. Can a person do this? Ordinary people certainly can't do it. Then? But it's hard to say about a mental patient. Ah. Hearing this, Yanai was also stunned. Indeed, all this was ridiculous, but considering that this was a mental hospital and the other party was a mental patient, it was normal. After all, mental patients are abnormal to begin with. But it is also possible that someone attacked him from behind. Who knows? Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. With so many people, someone should have seen it, right? Would you believe the testimony of a mental patient? What if they say it was done by mushrooms? Please. At this time, Katanda also asked uneasily. Where did all the doctors and nurses go? Just now, Katanda didn't dare to look at the scene, and only dared to look around, and then she found that the medical staff who were accompanying the patient there before didn't know where they had gone. Who knows, maybe they went to catch the criminal, maybe they are the criminal. But I think it's a little strange. Why did they change the chairs? What do you mean? Hearing Katanda's puzzled question, Duanmu Huai looked at her curiously, and Katanda spoke. In fact, I noticed that the color of the chairs originally placed in that hall has changed. Changed? Yes, the patients originally sat on yellow and blue chairs, but when we went in again, they became white and green. Is there such a thing? Duanmu Huai looked at Yanagian in confusion, and the latter frowned and thought for a while. Oh, I think I have seen it before. But I can't remember it clearly. You remember it so clearly. I can remember everything I have seen clearly. Oh, I see. Duanmu Huai can understand why Katanda doesn't like mystery and horror novels. Others may forget what they have read, but if Katanda really has the talent of photographic memory, then she will remember what she has seen. No wonder she doesn't like it. Because she can't forget it. What's the material? It should be plastic. This is not surprising. Duanmu Huai thought for a moment, and stood up. Let's go again. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai brought the two back to the front door of the west building, and then Duanmu Huai held the door handle and pulled the door open. The corpse and the mentally ill people who turned a blind eye to it appeared in the room. They sat on the chairs and did their own things. What about now? Duanmu Huai looked at Katanda again and asked. The latter glanced around and then stopped at an old man on the left, who curled up and swayed in a chair. The teacup in front of him was originally white, but now it has turned dark green. You can see this? Why do I think they are exactly the same? Yanai looked at the teacup curiously, and looked at it carefully. Oh! Duanmu Huai closed the door, and opened it again. This time it's the lampshade of the chandelier. Close the door and open it. The cover of the book has changed from Japanese to English. Duanmu Huai kept opening and closing the door. Gradually, not only Katanda noticed something unusual, but even Yanakin found something wrong. For example, the originally white walls turned into a yellowish-brown, and the floor tiles turned into a wooden floor. What's going on? Verify something. Later, Duanmu Huai opened the door faster and faster. Gradually, not only did something go wrong inside, but the corridor where the three stood began to tremble. Duanmu Huai stared at the door in front of him with a serious look. Speaking of which, if it weren't for Katanda's reminder, Duanmu Huai would have forgotten it. The situation in this world is a little different from other places. From puberty syndrome to the subsequent ghost stories, everything follows a basic principle. The mind affects reality. Then the question is, in such a place full of mental illness, will the same principle be followed? Now it seems that this place is the same. However, there is a limit to the changes that reality and the spirit can withstand. Just like playing a computer game, constantly refreshing the map will eventually cause it to freeze. It's happening now. Bang! I don't know how many times Duanmu Huai closed and opened the door. Finally, when he opened the door again, everything in front of him changed instantly. The ruthless flame shot out from the door, scaring Yana and Katanda to retreat backwards, while Duanmu Huai stood still and let the flames pounce on him. But the flames passed through Duanmu Huai's body as if they had no substance. Then, in front of everyone, a terrifying scene happened. Doctors and patients shouted, screamed, and attacked each other. They picked up everything they could get and threw it at everyone around them. They didn't care who the other person was. As long as they were around them, they would be attacked. They attacked everyone indiscriminately, and the whole hall fell into extreme chaos. What's going on? Yunani looked at this scene in surprise, and couldn't understand it. She had seen online that patients were rebelling against doctors, but now it seemed that this was not the case at all. Not only would patients attack doctors, but even doctors would attack doctors. Everyone seemed to have a deep hatred for each other. And Duanmu Huai just stood there, watching this scene, and then closed the door again. Bang! The scene in front of them suddenly became dim and dim. When Yanami and Katanda came to their senses, they found that they were standing in a dilapidated corridor, surrounded by dust, spider webs, and entangled vines. It can be seen that this place has been abandoned for a long time. You can even see food bags and beverage bottles thrown randomly on the floor. So that's what's going on. Duanmu Huai stared at the closed door in front of him, whispered to himself, and then turned and walked towards the door. Okay, we can leave now. We have nothing to do here anymore. Hey! Are we back to the original world? What's going on? Yanami and Katanda also hurriedly followed Duanmu Huai and asked their own questions at the same time. Actually, you can see that it's very simple. Simple? Yes, doctors, nurses, patients, everyone went crazy, so they started fighting. What about arson? No one set the fire. In such a chaotic situation, it might be an accidental fire somewhere. If it were an ordinary person, they might escape, but you know, they are not ordinary people. Duanmu Huai said casually, but the fact is not so. He already knew the truth. It is obvious that this place lost its balance due to the twisted mental superposition, and finally opened the road to the subspace. At the moment when the subspace was connected, all the people here were strongly stimulated by the subspace, and finally went crazy. This is not surprising. Most people will have a mental breakdown just by sensing the subspace, and places like this are naturally more sensitive. After that, the consciousness of those who were involved in the death of the subspace gradually settled down, just like leaves floating in the water, slowly sinking to the bottom of the water, and piling up one by one. And what Duanmu Huai and his friends touched was the leaves on the top. What made Duanmu Huai aware of this was Katanda's doubts. Even if it is a collective memory, everyone's focus is different, and every time Duanmu Huai opens the door, it is equivalent to changing a perspective and refreshing the memory. That's why he opens and closes the door back and forth, in order to turn up all the leaves that originally sank below so as to catch the crack in the subspace covered by them. Fortunately, he finally found it. There is only one thing to do next. Duanmu Huai returned to the car, picked up the phone, and called his assistant. I give you an address, you go find out who owns this place now, and then buy it. Then, Duanmu Huai quickly gave an order. Chapter 1701. After confirming that the abandoned mental hospital was the entrance to the subspace, Duanmu Huai decisively bought it and repaired the gate and walls. In this way, it became Duanmu Huai's private land, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. Of course, Yanagian and Katanda didn't know about this, but they would also discuss the incredible encounters they had encountered before. I really didn't expect that such a thing would happen in that place. It happened because it was far away from the hustle and bustle of the deep mountains and old forests. Walking on the campus, Duanmu Huai and Yanagian were talking to each other. If it was in the city, the probability of such a thing happening would be much smaller. But it's not zero. What is that girl doing? Just when Yanagian was bored and looking around, she suddenly saw something and looked to the side curiously. Duanmu Huai and Katanda also turned their heads, and then saw a petite girl with short hair squatting beside the flower bed with her back to them, as if looking for something. Hello. As a girl with a full Yangju attribute, Yanagian would naturally not turn a blind eye to this. She just walked over and greeted him with a smile. Excuse me, did you drop something? Huh? The other party obviously didn't expect someone to talk to him, and was immediately startled. He turned around and looked at Yanagian tremblingly. At this time, the three of them saw that she was holding a bunch of small stones in her hand. Huh? Small stones? Seeing this scene, Yanagian tilted his head in confusion, and the girl seemed a little uneasy, but Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up. Hey! Are you playing catching stones? I really miss it. Catching stones? What is that, Xiao AI? Don't you know? This is a very popular game among children. I played it when I was a child. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai walked to the flower bed, found 5 stones of similar size, and threw them proudly. Watch it. Although they didn't know what Duanmu Huai was going to do, Yanai and Katanda still looked at him curiously, and the petite girl, who had just stood up and planned to leave, was also standing there, staring at the stone in Duanmu Huai's hand. Feeling the gazes of the 3 people, Duanmu Huai smiled, then threw the 5 stones in his hand to the ground, and then picked up one of them. Afterwards, Duanmu Huai threw it upwards, then quickly reached out, and picked up another stone on the ground, and then turned his hand to catch the stone that fell from above. Wow! Seeing this scene, the 3 of them couldn't help but sigh, and Duanmu Huai threw, caught the other stones in the blink of an eye. This is just the beginning, watch! Duanmu Huai threw the stone to the ground again, and then threw another stone, but this time he stretched out his hand to grab 2 stones, and then caught the falling stone. Repeated twice, upgraded again, this time Duanmu Huai grabbed 3 stones, and then grabbed the remaining stones. Wow wow wow. Seeing this, the 3 of them widened their eyes, staring at it. Duanmu Huai's move was very ordinary, and not very complicated, but they obviously didn't expect that a few small stones could be played in this way. At the end, watching Duanmu Huai grab 5 stones in his hand again, and then throw them directly onto the back of his hand, and then take them back into his palm, Yanagian was eager to try. Let me do it! Xiaoi, let me try. This seems to be fun. Come on, follow my order, and if you can successfully complete a circle, it will be a reincarnation. Hee, it looks very simple, there must be no problem. Yanagian also took the stones confidently, and then played according to Duanmu Huai's example. Of course, this is a simple little game in itself. Yanagian was not familiar with it at the beginning, but she soon learned it, and began to play it with great interest. This catching stones is quite interesting, I have never seen it before. I haven't seen it either. At this moment, not only Yanagian, but also Katanda, and the girl also began to learn from Duanmu Huai to play throwing and catching stones with great interest. After all, it is a simple little game, as long as the reflexes are not too bad, you can easily learn it, so several people are also having a lot of fun. It wasn't until the bell rang that they came back to their senses. I'm leaving. Grabbing the stone, the girl bowed to the three people, then turned around and left in a hurry. What a strange child. Hatami, who had played enough, stood up, clapped his hands, and looked at the girl and muttered. Actually, you are also strange. She is a first-year student. At this time, Katanda next to him also interrupted. How did you know? Because of the color of the bow tie. Is that so? That means she is our junior, I didn't expect that we are also seniors. Yanagian looked incredulous, but it was understandable. Everyone felt that they had not changed at all until they saw students younger than themselves. They would have this sense of reality. Or unreality. Oh no, class is about to start. Then we talk later. Duanmu Huai waved his hand, and walked towards the teaching building of the Performing Arts Department, while Yanagian and Katanda hurried to the General Department. By the way, that kid was also in the General Department. For Duanmu Huai, the Performing Arts class was basically just slacking off. Most of the time, he was wandering around bored. While wandering around, Duanmu Huai found someone familiar. So, that band is really cool. Just after buying a bottle of drink next to the vending machine, Duanmu Huai heard Ruby's familiar voice. He turned around and saw Ruby dancing and talking excitedly to her two friends not far away. Especially the drummer. I didn't expect that petite girl to be so good at drumming. Oh, I want to form a band after watching her. What instrument are you going to play? Guitar? As Ruby finished speaking, Duanmu Huai came over and asked curiously while drinking a drink. Ah! Seeing Duanmu Huai coming, Ruby's two friends also stood up and saluted. Hello, classmate Duanmu. Oh, hello. Duanmu Huai nodded to the two of them. They were Ruby's friends at school. One was Shirani Fiolu. Like Mai, she was a film and television actress. She had appeared in the Zaoba TV series, and was a popular actress. The other one was Shominami, a photo model with some fame. Of course, these two people can't compare with Duanmu Huai. So what are you talking about? You are an idol, why do you want to form a band again? Ahahaha, it's nothing. Facing Duanmu Huai, Ruby also laughed. I was on a show before, and met a band. They are quite good and their age is about the same as ours. I just didn't expect there is such a girl band, and they are also very good, so I am a little envious. Is that so? I thought you were going to turn Dikamichi into a band. I don't have such a plan. You can't dance with a guitar. Just smash it? This is rock and roll. Wow, this really looks like what my sister, Xiao would do. Ruby was speechless about Duanmu Huai's statement. What's more terrible is that she can really imagine Duanmu Huai smashing the guitar to pieces on the stage. It's really vivid. I heard that many schools have formed girl bands. Doesn't our school have any? It seems not, Suminami said. Because we are a performing arts school, even if the general department forms a band, it won't be a big deal. I think it's okay to form a band for fun. After all, it doesn't have to win awards or anything. Everyone also talked about this topic. By the way, I don't know if it's because of this world, it's quite common for girls in colleges to form bands. There are also many middle and high school girl bands that are very famous, but they don't have much influence in the entertainment industry. In fact, as an idol group, Ruby also feels that it would be more reassuring to cooperate with a girl band, but there are not many girl bands that will really go the way of professional bands, and these bands are generally arrogant and unwilling to serve as a background board for an idol group. By the way, Duanmu classmate doesn't seem to be involved in this aspect. Hearing Shominami's curious question, Ruby laughed directly. Xiao can't do it. Xiao can't do it at all. Huh? Xiao is tone deaf. She can't sing at all, and singing in karaoke is simply torture. Yes, is that so? Speaking of which, I have never heard Duanmu classmates sing. Faced with Ruby's revelations, Shominami looked surprised, while Duanmu Huai was not ashamed but proud. What does it matter? I have to leave some room for others. Why should I use my phone to browse at that time? Why should I sing? I don't plan to release an album. Dwanmu Hwai rolled his eyes, and was completely indifferent to this. Besides, I just can't sing, not chant. The voice of Dwanmu Hwai's body is very pleasant, and if he really practices, he can sing beautiful songs, but Dwanmu Hwai is too lazy to practice. If it doesn't work, he can still use the hymns of the Mechanicus that he got on that unlucky planet. Soon, the new day ended, and Dwanmu Hwai planned to go to the club as usual after the end, but when he walked to the school gate, he saw many students gathering there and looking outside. What's going on? What's going on? Dwanmu Hwai naturally came over curiously, and finally found out what these people were looking at. Well, I saw a girl wearing a school uniform from a different school standing at the school gate. And it seems a little familiar? The other person has waist-length green hair, delicate and cute like a doll, but no expression. Hey, isn't this Mu? Dwanmu Hwai walked over and greeted the other person, and the girl seemed to be in a daze. When she heard Dwanmu Hwai's voice, she reacted and hurriedly lowered her head to him. Hello, hello. I didn't expect to see you here. What are you doing? Dwanmu Hwai still has some impression of this girl. Her name is Ri Mu, and she is the daughter of the powerful actress Mori Minami. Dwanmu Hwai had seen her at several celebration banquets and felt that she was an introverted child who was not good at communicating with others. Dwanmu Hwai also greeted her several times, and they knew each other. I'm waiting for someone. Waiting for someone. Do you know someone who goes to school here? Do you want me to help call him? The latter lowered her head and shook her head slightly. Okay, if you have anything, just come and find me. Dwanmu Hwai didn't say anything more. After all, this girl is like this. Every time I see her at the banquet, she is standing alone and looks very pitiful. Her mother is full of energy, but compared to her, her daughter looks lifeless. Could it be that her mother has sucked away all the energy from her child? Dwanmu Hwai waved his hand and turned to leave, while the latter stared at him until Dwanmu Hwai disappeared. Then he retracted his gaze and continued to look at the school gate in front of him. Chapter 1702. Ah, finally finished. Accompanied by a strange cry, Yanagian threw himself on the table, and Katanda beside him also reached out to press his forehead. Well, it's really hard. Hey, have you finished the manuscript? Hearing the two people's complaints, Dwanmu Hwai, who was sitting on the sofa, asked while browsing his phone. Well, it turns out that the supernatural is too dangerous. Next time we should do something less dangerous. And it feels so confusing this time. Eru and I went over it over and over again before we figured it out. Think less about spiritual things. The more you think about it, the more headache you get. I agree. Yanagian waved his hand weakly. I need to recover now. Want ice cream? Yes. Dwanmu Hwai took out the ice cream from the refrigerator and handed it over, while Yanagian and Katanda took the ice cream and ate it bite by bite. Right. After finishing the meal, Yanagian seemed to finally come alive from his paperwork. There's a live today, let's go watch it together. Live? Yeah, it's a band's. As he spoke, Yanagian handed over his phone, and Dwanmu Hwai took it and looked at it. There were a bunch of names in English. Why did the band have to have an English name? It's a girl band. I've heard of it, but I've never been to a live show. Katanda also came over curiously, and watched the video on the phone. I'm free anyway, so let's go watch it. Dwanmu Hwai looked at the time. He had nothing to do anyway, so he just treated it as a way to kill time. By the way, Dwanmu Hwai also asked President Jingzi about the girl band, and was told that the girl band is indeed very popular, but for many agencies, it does not have much commercial value. The reason is very simple, that is, the band is more independent than others. For example, artists, actors, and singers mostly need to cooperate with others. For example, there is no way to perform without a script, no way to sing without a song, and no way to go on stage without a variety show. So the agency needs to be responsible for coordination and finding work. From this perspective, the band is relatively independent and self-produced and self-sold. Especially in the internet era, there are more and more free musicians, and the role of agencies that control traditional media channels has also weakened. Now the agency is more like a cooperative relationship with the band, and cannot make the decision completely like idols. Of course, in addition to independence, the band form of combination is also very worrying. If it is an idol group, even if there is a conflict within the group, it will be fine as long as the members are replaced or graduated. But once the band is in turmoil, it is not a simple matter of adding a new member or replacing the old ones, and it may even lead to the disbandment of the entire band. This is a huge loss for the agency and the company. So from a business operation perspective, it is more cost-effective to have a cooperative relationship where they are responsible for their own profits and losses rather than running the band. It's a pity that you signed Toyoko with Shoko in this way. After listening to Kyoko's explanation, Duanmu Huai also complained, and Kyoko could only say that it was a personal favor. After all, she is the daughter of the Toyoko group. Well, that's understandable, just like a company would hire some high-ranking officials' children to do idle jobs, which is a kind of favor investment. After that, Duanmu Huai and Katanda also came to Livehouse under the leadership of Yunajian. To be honest, Duanmu Huai had no impression of this kind of place. He usually thought of underground music halls, or places like discotheques. But the Livehouse that Yunajian brought the two of them to really surprised him. Although it did say Livehouse, it looked more like a concert hall or a department store. Not only was there a tree planted in the hall, there were even supermarkets and shops around, and there was a cafe on the second floor. There were also posters of band performances on the walls, which looked more like a movie theater or a concert hall. And the people coming and going were all normal people, which surprised Duanmu Huai a little. What's wrong, Xiao? I'm really surprised. I thought that people who come here are bad people who wear earrings and pierce their noses. Ah ha ha ha. Xiao, this impression is really... Yunani didn't know what to say to Duanmu Huai's sigh. There are no such people now. Everyone is an ordinary student. If you want to dress like this, you will be advised or even expelled from school. That's true. Duanmu Huai is not very familiar with this thing. The only band-like thing he has come into contact with is the wind band. Of course, that thing is still a little different from a band. Although this place looks like a high-end place, the ticket price is not very expensive. This is natural. No matter how popular it is just an ordinary band popular among students. Students have little money, and it is impossible for them to really afford such expensive tickets. The band we came to see today seemed to be quite famous, and there were quite a few people. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai had the ability to restrain his aura, otherwise this place might have turned into a star-chasing scene. Duanmu Huai was not bragging, he still had some popularity. Therefore, after buying the tickets, the three of them hurried into the venue. After all, it was relatively dark here, and it was not easy to be discovered. The number of people in the venue was not too many, but not too few. As for Duanmu Huai, he had seen the concert of Robin before. The number of people here was less than 1/10,000,000th of that of Robin, but considering that they were world-famous stars, this gap was understandable. Well, only 200 or 300 people, it was indeed not much at this point. But the important thing was the atmosphere. Most people crowded in the front, looking at the stage excitedly. Even Katanda was excitedly dragged to the front by Yanami, and only Duanmu Huai hid in the corner at the back. Firstly, he has no interest in fanatical star chasing like a star chaser, and secondly, Duanmu Huai actually doesn't like to listen to too noisy songs, such as rock music. If you ask him to play the drums, he will definitely do it, haha. In short, the live is pretty good. Duanmu Huai thinks that rock music is very noisy, but the band here doesn't just play noisy songs, but also some soothing or even light songs. The audience below is also very lively, shaking their arms from time to time. Having said that, the lyrics are also quite positive, unlike those popular songs in China that sing about love, broken hearts, love triangles. It seems that they are in heat 24 hours a day. They can't even compare to middle school students. What's wrong with adults nowadays? Unlike the special concert, the concert here seems to be in the form of rotation, that is, a band will come on stage from time to time, and after the performance, they will leave the stage and another band will come on stage. It feels a bit like a music selection competition, except that there is no scoring system here. Just as Duanmu Huai leaned back to enjoy the music, the door next to him opened, and then several girls walked in. We made it in time. PPP's performance has not started yet. That's great, Pochi-chan. The leading girl seemed quite excited, grabbing another girl beside her, while the latter nodded timidly. There were two companions beside them, 3 of whom were carrying musical instruments, and they should be companions from the same band. The former was talking and pulling the latter to squeeze in, and happened to bump into Duanmu Huai. Sorry. The girl also turned around in a hurry and apologized to Duanmu Huai, but when she saw Duanmu Huai, she widened her eyes in surprise. Hey! Miss Duanmu Ai. Trouble. Because he was about to be found by Yana and Katanda, Duanmu Huai did not completely restrain his breath. If he completely restrained his breath, others would only think that they had bumped into a wall or a stone. But if he released a little sense of existence like now, it would be another matter. Seeing the girl opening her mouth to scream, Duanmu Huai also stretched out a finger and pressed against her lips. Don't make a sound, okay? The girl nodded desperately, her eyes wide open, as if she didn't even look at the performance in front of her, and Duanmu Huai could only sigh silently without saying anything. What a hassle. As a result, until the end of the performance, Duanmu Huai was stared at by this girl. Although he wanted to sneak away while she was looking away, she didn't move at all. The other three companions seemed to notice this, and stared at Duanmu Huai curiously. Well, the negative effect of not disguising was exposed. If Duanmu Huai wore a mask, a hat and glasses, it would be fine, but because he has the ability to restrain his breath, he usually shows his true colors, so if he is seen, he can be recognized at a glance. And his popularity is really high. What a hassle. After the live ended, Yana came back with Katanda with satisfaction. The latter's face was flushed, and she was panting slightly. It seemed that she enjoyed the performance very much. Sorry to keep you waiting, Xiao Ai, huh? Who are they? It seems that they recognize me. Although the other party and Duanmu Huai still kept a certain distance, it was clear from their appearance that they still cared about Duanmu Huai. In order to avoid more trouble, Duanmu Huai had to walk over. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Then he asked. Ah, you hello. Faced with Duanmu Huai's greeting, the red-haired girl, who had just apologized to him, excitedly bowed her head and saluted. I am your fan. I am really sorry to bother you at this time. Can I get an autograph? Of course. If it was just an autograph, this little thing would not be a big deal. After signing, the four girls thanked him happily and left. Fortunately, there were only a few people left in the venue at this time, so no one noticed the little commotion they caused. After that, Duanmu Huai also quickly left the venue with the other two. Why, if I hadn't seen this, I would have forgotten that Xiao Ai is a star. Walking out of the door of Livehouse, Yunajian couldn't help but sigh, and Katanda beside him nodded in agreement. When they first met Duanmu Huai, they knew he was very famous. But later, because they got along too normally, they all ignored Duanmu Huai's celebrity status. Stars are actually just like ordinary people. That's what you say, but it's still very unreal when people on TV appear next to you, don't you think? Eru? Hearing Yunajian's question, Katanda nodded, and at the same time she looked to the side and stopped. That child. Duanmu Huai and Yunajian also turned their heads and looked in the direction Katanda was looking at, only to see a petite girl running desperately. Wearing the same school uniform as me and the others, she looks familiar? She's the girl who played the stone game with us before. Oh, it's her. What happened? In terms of memory, Katanda is still trustworthy, but the girl looks very strange now, running so hard, as if she is being chased by something, but no one is chasing her? Xiao Ai, should we go and have a look? Perhaps because they played the stone game together, Yunajian seemed a little worried, and Duanmu Huai. Okay, let's go and have a look. Anyway, we have nothing to do. Chapter 1703. Although the girl pretended to run desperately, she was not running very fast. Duanmu Huai and others easily caught up with her. She was holding her school bag and standing in front of the railway, shaking constantly. She looked as pitiful as a small animal caught in the rain. Duanmu Huai walked up and patted her shoulder. Yo! The girl was startled by the pat on the shoulder. She turned around and saw Duanmu Huai and Yanai seeing them. She was also stunned for a moment. Do you remember us? The one who played with stones with you that day? The girl obviously didn't know why Duanmu Huai was looking for her, but she nodded. By the way, what's wrong with you? What happened? No, nothing. Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, the girl lowered her head. If it were someone else, they might just leave tactfully, but Duanmu Huai, if there was anything unhappy, he could say it out to make everyone happy. It's not convenient to talk here, let's go. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai grabbed the girl's hand and dragged her to a nearby coffee shop. Although Yanami and Katanda thought it was not good, they still followed him. The girl sitting on the chair was still holding her school bag tightly, looking uneasy. It was no wonder. In her eyes, she and Duanmu Huai and others only met once, and the other party didn't need to care about her so much. I know what you are thinking. Duanmu Huai looked at the girl while drinking tea. In fact, we are not familiar with each other. We only met once. We are just classmates in the same school. But since I saw it, I naturally have to care about it. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Xiao Ai, it's not nice to say that. Hearing Duanmu Huai's straightforward words, Yunajian hurriedly dissuaded him, and Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. What's the relationship? That's right, we are not familiar with her, and we don't even know her name. It's nonsense to say that we are worried about her. To put it bluntly, I just saw you crying and running on the street alone, and I was a little curious, so I came to see the situation. As for you, if you have anything to say but can't tell acquaintances, you can talk to us. If not, finish this cup of tea and you can leave. Faced with Duan Muhuai's aggressive and strong way of talking, Yanajian and Katanda were at a loss. They certainly knew that Duan Muhuai didn't care about the so-called etiquette or politeness, but you said it too bluntly? Staring at the tea in front of her, the girl was silent for a long time, then reached out to pick up the teacup, took a sip, and then put it down. My name is Takamatsu Deng. Then, she whispered. The story Takamatsu Deng told was actually nothing special, and it didn't involve any separation of life and death. To put it simply, when Takamatsu Deng was in the 3rd year of junior high school, he was invited to join a band. At that time, everyone in the band was very harmonious, and the first live performance was also very successful. But soon after that, someone left the band without giving any reason, and after that, the whole band gradually fell apart. Takamatsu Deng also left the band and went to Yangao to study. But here, someone invited her to form a band. Takamatsu Deng originally refused, but she didn't expect that her former bandmates also appeared next to that person and invited her to join. Takamatsu Deng was at a loss, not knowing what to do. At that time, she had been blaming herself for the disbandment of the band, so she could not give an answer and finally ran away. This actually happened. After listening to Takamatsu Deng's description, Yanami and Katanda were a little surprised. But it's not your fault. Didn't you say that the child suddenly quit the band? And you didn't explain the reason. Although that's what she said that time. The last time she met us, she once told me that I was the one who needed to practice the most among all of us. This. Yanami and Katanda looked at each other, and they had to say that this sentence did have some meaning. Although they didn't know the detailed reasons, a member disappeared after the first live, and said that he would quit the band when he appeared again, and said such words to Takamatsu Deng, which sounded like dissatisfaction with Takamatsu Deng's ability. But even if you are dissatisfied with this, you won't quit the band directly, right? What happened next? Did you never ask that person again? She never contacted us again, and we couldn't contact her. Takamatsu Deng shook his head. Even the sharp-tongued Yanagian didn't know what to say, and Takamatsu Deng continued to lower his head. Maybe it's my fault, so I don't want to join the band anymore. Although I had happy memories when I formed the band, now all I have left is pain. What are you talking about when you're just in the first year of high school? Duan Muhuai rolled his eyes. You still have a long life ahead of you. You're talking as if you'd be bothered by that for the next few decades. I just don't understand why it turned out like this. Takamatsu Deng lowered his head and muttered in a low voice. Why, Xiangzi would? Hearing this name, Duan Muhuai was stunned for a moment. The Xiangzi you're talking about, isn't it Toekawa Xiangzi? Do you know Xiangzi? Hearing Duan Muhuai's question, Takamatsu Deng looked up at him in surprise. I guess I know her, although I'm not familiar with her. You said she suddenly quit the band? When? Yes. After hearing Takamatsu Deng's answer, Duan Muhuai touched his chin. I see. I almost know what's going on. Hey! Do you know? Seeing Duan Muhuai like this, Yanai was also surprised, and Katanda seemed to have thought of something. Toekawa? Is that Toekawa group? I've heard about it. Ahem. Duan Muhuai coughed, interrupting Katanda's words, and at this time Gao Songding raised his head and stared at Duan Muhuai. Her expression was a little anxious, but she still mustered up the courage and asked desperately. Excuse me, do you know what happened to Xiangzi? I'm not 100% sure, but I can guess it. Well, it should have nothing to do with you. It's purely her personal problem. Personal problem? In short, it's her family's business. Duan Muhuai waved his hand. What exactly happened? This is a bit of personal privacy. In short, you just need to know that the guy is really unlucky. It can be regarded as a huge change in the family. Well, that's it. Anyway, I can only tell you that it's not a problem that can be solved by friendship, bond, love, or anything like that. A loss of tens of billions, in front of so much money, all feelings are false. Even Katanda knows about it, which means that this matter has indeed spread all over the country. After all, the Toekawa group is such a large group, and tens of billions is not a small loss. Financial magazines probably report it as a headline. But the little girl who formed a band probably wouldn't read financial reports. In fact, Duan Muhuai didn't read it either. It also proves once again that Toyakawa Shoko's father is completely finished, and at most he will work in a convenience store in the future. After all, this circle is not big or small. This is the saying that good news doesn't go out, but bad news spreads 1,000 miles. After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Gao Songding lowered his head and remained silent for a long time, then stood up and saluted Duanmu Huai respectfully. Thank you very much. You're welcome. I just said a few words to you. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. If you have any troubles, please feel free to come to us. We are in the classical club and have been very free recently. Shout I, your way of speaking is really bad. What does it matter? I am telling the truth, right? In Duanmu Huai's opinion, such petty troubles are not worth mentioning at all, or it can be said that she is worthy of being a little girl. What a mess. We have broken up, and you still think so much. If it were a boy, if you don't play with me, I won't play with you either. If we can't get along, we won't get along. It's no big deal. As a result, looking at Gao Songding, it seems that he will live under the shadow for the rest of his life. It's all her fault. What a mess. Do girls like to think about these things? But what can I say? Compared to the cursed spirits killing people or the subspace erosion, this little girl's troubles can be regarded as a new look, allowing Duanmu Huai to relax. Recently, there is nothing for the cursed spirits to do, and the cursed masters have been killed almost all. The little troubles in life can help regulate emotions. You can't save the world 24 hours a day, and there will be no end. This world is not so easy to be bad. But Duanmu Huai didn't expect that he would regret his rash ideas soon. After that, Gao Songding said goodbye and left, and Duanmu Huai and others naturally went back to their homes to find their mothers. But on the stairs at the entrance of Lighthouse, it was another scene. Under the dim street light, 3 figures can be seen standing there. One of them is Gao Songding holding a school bag. There is a girl with long black hair and sharp eyes, and a girl with brown curly hair wearing the uniform of another school. Because of family reasons? The sharp-eyed black-haired girl stared at Takamatsu Ding and asked in a low voice. Did you hear that? Yes. Takamatsu Ding stared at the ground and nodded. She said. Xiangzi was unlucky and his family had undergone a huge change. What are the details? The brown-haired girl asked hurriedly, and Takamatsu Ding shook her head. She didn't say. She said it was a personal privacy, and? She said it was not a problem that could be solved by friendship and love. Hearing this, the brown-haired girl fell silent, and the sharp-eyed girl reached out and pressed Takamatsu Ding's shoulder. Look, I tell you, Ding. It's not your fault. So stop blaming yourself. But, we still don't know what happened to Xiangzi. The brown-haired girl clenched her hands anxiously. Isn't there any way to get that person to tell us? I don't care. However, the sharp-eyed girl showed a completely different attitude from the brown-haired girl. She didn't tell us anything before, that is to say, she didn't consider us friends at all. In this case, no matter what she wants to bear alone, or what she does, it's her own business and has nothing to do with us. If it weren't for Duanmu, we wouldn't even know why she left the band. She didn't even want to explain this kind of thing. But Xiangzi also had an accident. So what? What does this have to do with us? If she has an accident, can she vent her anger on Ding? Facing the quarrel between the two, Gao Songding did not answer. She just stared at the ground. Gao Songding could actually feel that although Duanmu Huai did say that it was personal privacy at the time, and generally speaking, Japanese people would not casually talk about other people's family matters, Gao Songding always felt that Duanmu Huai did not care about these things. If he strongly requested, he would definitely tell him. He didn't want to say it, maybe just because it was troublesome, or for fun, but should he ask? Gao Songding fell into deep thought. Chapter 1704. Duanmu Huai didn't know what Gao Songding was thinking. But for him, the best solution to this kind of thing is just go and tell him clearly, right? So he came to the office. That? Phone Chuan? When he walked into the office, Duanmu Huai saw Phone Chuan Xiangzi, who was busy processing documents, and greeted him. Hearing Duanmu Huai's greeting, Phone Chuan Xiangzi was stunned for a moment and hurriedly stood up. Yes, what can I do for you? Something, come over and tell me. Oh, okay. Although he didn't know what Duanmu Huai wanted him to do, Phone Chuan Xiangzi still left his seat obediently and followed Duanmu Huai to the rooftop of the office. Well, it's more convenient to talk here. Standing on the rooftop, looking at the tall buildings around him, Duanmu Huai stretched his waist and turned to look at Phone Chuan Xiangzi, who stood there uneasily, a little at a loss. This is also normal. After all, Duanmu Huai is the signature of the office and a national star. Being called out by him for no reason, Toyoko Shoko naturally felt a little uneasy. So Dwanmu, why didn't bother to talk nonsense? Have you ever formed a band before? Huh? Facing Dwanmu Huai's straightforward question, Toyoko Shoko was a little surprised, but still nodded. Yes. That's right. What's the name? Cry. Chic. Toyoko Shoko seemed to be reluctant to say the name of the band. Well, it's also normal. Is your band a girl named Gao Songdang? Hey! May I ask how you? Hearing the name of someone she knew from Dwanmu Huai's mouth, it seemed that Toyoko Shoko was really surprised. Before, due to some accidents, I met her by chance, and yesterday when I went to see the live with my friends. Dwanmu Huai was too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly told Toyoko Shoko what happened yesterday. After listening to Dwanmu Huai's words, Toyoko Shoko also lowered his head, clenched his hands, and said nothing. Actually, I have heard about your situation. After all, you are just a child. It is normal that you can't handle this kind of thing well. Dwanmu Huai is not completely unable to understand Toyoko Shoko. After all, she is just a teenage girl. Suddenly, her family has suffered a misfortune. There are many things to deal with. It is natural to put the band on the back burner. But now you have settled down, right? You don't look like you have no attachment to your old band. Let me put it this way, the longer you delay, the more trouble you will have. Didn't you see Gao Songding's expression? It seems like she will live in the shadow of that time for the rest of her life. She and I are not friends, so I am only speaking from a third party's perspective. I think you should find them, and make things clear. I understand. You little girls are all like this. You like to fantasize. Dwanmu Huai reached out, and patted Toyoko Shoko's head. But if you ask me, instead of fantasizing, it's better to face reality. It's already like this. What else do you expect? Be strong. Things have already happened. It's useless to regret or hope now. What you have to do is to give it an ending yourself. That's right. In Dwanmu Huai's opinion, it's meaningless for Gao Songding and Fengchuan Xiangzi to have such wild thoughts. In the final analysis, it's just an escape from reality. Like before, Gao Songding asked them whether Xiangzi's withdrawal from the band was her fault. Although Gao Songding thought so, in fact, when she thought so, she also had the thought in her heart, this is just my wild thoughts. What if it's not like this? Just like Schrodinger's cat, before the box is opened, it is uncertain whether the cat is dead or not. Even if there is a high probability that the cat is dead, isn't there a possibility that it is not dead? But after the box is opened, the possibility disappears, leaving only the cold reality. Therefore, Gao Songding himself thinks that Xiangzi hates herself, so she left the band is just an uncertain possibility. But if Xiangzi says in front of her I left the band because I hate you, it is not a possibility, but an established and undeniable fact. In fact, in Dwanmu Huai's opinion, this little thing is just like the family ethics drama in the prime time of 8 in the morning. The matter itself is actually very simple, and it's just this little thing. But just because they don't want to say it, and can't say it, then everyone's wild thoughts, and then a lot of boring things happen. Simply put, this is like writing a novel or drawing a comic. It only takes one chapter to write that the protagonist kills the boss and wins, but you have to add the protagonist's memories, the memories of the supporting characters, the memories of the monsters, and the memories of the boss, and then force it into a long story, which makes people speechless. On the contrary, Dwanmu Huai never cares about what the other party thinks, he only looks at what the other party does. Listen to his words, and observe his actions. On the one hand, this is Dwanmu Huai's own character, and on the other hand, it is also his occupational disease as a judge. In fact, the opposite is true for saving humans. Dwanmu Huai is not interested in the idea of saving humans because they have love and hope. The more he saves with emotion, the greater the blow when he is betrayed. Because the meaning of this sentence is the other way around. If humans don't have love and hope, then there is no point in saving them? For ordinary people, this may be a natural emotion, but it is not for judges. Simply put, this is a question of professional ethics. For example, if criminals who kidnap children are found, everyone will beat them to death. But if they can't be beaten to death, they will be sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. Then will the doctor give up treatment because these people are worse than beasts and watch them die? This is impossible. The same is true for judges. Saving humans is their job rather than their mission. The latter requires emotion to maintain, while the former is just something to do. Regardless of whether humans are good or bad, treacherous or stupid, kind or evil, as long as they are human, they must be protected. Of course, once you interfere with the work of the judge, there is only one way to go, and that is death. The two are not contradictory, because the judge is not saving a certain person, but the concept of the human race as a whole. That's the thing. I have said everything I need to say. Duan Muhui felt that he had conveyed the situation, so he turned around and planned to leave, and at this moment, Toyakawa Shoko hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. Please wait a moment, Miss Duanmu. I have something to ask you. I wonder if you can spare some time. As expected of a young lady, her wording is still the same as always. Okay, I wait for you in the coffee shop next door during lunch break. Duan Muhui doesn't like coffee, or he doesn't really care about food. Of course, Duan Muhui can tell the deliciousness of food, but it's not like he's addicted to food because of it. As for the reason for choosing a coffee shop, it's also very simple. It's close. Otherwise, it's the same for a fast food restaurant. At lunch break, Duan Muhui found a seat in the coffee shop and sat down, and then saw Toyakawa Shoko rushing over. She looked around, as if she was looking for herself, so Duan Muhui had to raise her hand and wave it at her. This way. Ah. Until Duan Muhui spoke, Toyakawa Shoko seemed to see him, and hurried over, bowing respectfully to him. I'm very sorry, I'm late. It's okay, sit down. Duan Muhui motioned for the other party to sit down, and then a waiter came over soon. Fengchuan Xianzi ordered a cup of black tea, and then remained silent. Duan Muhui didn't say anything either, just silently swiping his phone. The other party seemed to need to make some mental preparations. After a long while, when the waiter brought the black tea, Fengchuan Xianzi finally spoke. I'm sorry, Miss Duanmu, this matter may not bother you, but I really have no other way. Yeah. Actually, it's about my father. The troubles that Toyakawa Shoko mentioned were related to her father, and the content was not beyond Duan Muhui's expectations. In short, her father was completely decadent and drunk at home all day. As a daughter, Toyakawa Shoko wanted to cheer her father up, but she didn't know what to do. Toyakawa Shoko couldn't go to her friends to discuss this matter, and Duan Muhui happened to run into the gun. Father. It wasn't like this before. At that time, although he was expelled from the Toyakawa family, he still wanted to work hard, but later, he became less and less able to work hard. Looking at Toyakawa Shoko with his head down, Duan Muhui reached out and touched his chin. How can I say about your father's situation? It's actually quite normal. Although I don't know his specific situation, I can be sure that he will definitely not have a smooth job search. Hey! Is that so? Of course, maybe you don't know yet. In fact, the news of Toyakawa Group's 16.8 billion loss, and the unlucky guy who was fired has long been spread in the circle. Even I have heard about it. In this case, even if your father wants to find a job, many places will reject him. Why? It's very simple. Duan Muhui shrugged. That's 16.8 billion, not 1.68 million. Although we don't know the specific details, at least we can be sure that he is not capable enough to cause such an astronomical loss. This person has long been branded as unusable in the eyes of many senior executives. Although I'm not nice to hear, it's impossible for him to find a management job now. At most, he can be a convenience store clerk or drive a car. How could that be? Father. He is a very straightforward person. He is not a bad person. We are talking about ability, not character. Duan Muhui shook his head. The world of adults is very realistic. It doesn't mean that you will be hired just because you are gentle, honest, and straightforward. Of course, these qualities are part of it, but not all. In the final analysis, it still depends on ability. But your father really has no ability. Faced with Duan Muhui's frank statement, Toyakawa Shoko clenched her fists for a moment, wanting to refute, but finally let go powerlessly. In the past, grandfather also reprimanded father. Ability is different from character. In the final analysis, it still depends on your own efforts. But your father's current situation. Duan Muhui thought for a while. If you ask me, you are still working too hard. Huh? It must be said that Duan Muhui's answer was really beyond Toyakawa Shoko's expectations. I am working too hard? Yes, you are doing all these jobs now to maintain the family. For your father, since his daughter is already so outstanding that she can support herself and survive without relying on herself, then there is no point for him to work harder. How could that be? According to what you said, your mother died early, and now you and your daughter depend on each other, right? If you need your father's care, maybe he can cheer up and fight for your life. But now you can do everything. So what is the value of his life? That's not the case. Toyakawa Shoko shouted loudly. I hope my father, he can cheer up. can come back to my side, not like now. For my father, I am willing to do anything. Oh! Hearing Toyakawa Shoko's answer, Dwanmu Huai's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. I do have a way, but before that. Before? Staring at Toyakawa Shoko, Dwanmu Huai showed a smug smile. You just said you're willing to do anything, right? Chapter 1705. Shoko Toyakawa dragged her tired body back to her home. It was a shabby apartment, where her father lived after being driven out. For Shoko Toyakawa, she had never lived in such a bad environment. But now, she has gradually gotten used to this small room that is not even as big as her living room. In order to work hard, Shoko Toyakawa has been working hard, but Dwanmu Huai pointed out. It is because of you that you have ruined him. Shoko Toyakawa didn't quite understand, but according to Dwanmu Huai, it seemed that men need to cheer themselves up, not rely on women to support them. She always felt that her thoughts were very similar to her grandfather's. One thing that Shoko Toyakawa and her grandfather didn't get along well was that, in her opinion, her grandfather always bullied her father. Shoko Toyakawa didn't understand at all. Her father was a very straightforward, sincere and serious person. Why was her grandfather so strict with him? It was not until she stepped into society herself that Shoko Toyakawa finally realized how naive her previous thoughts were. Just like Dwanmu Huai said, what people in society care about is your ability, not your character. The working environment of Strawberry Pro is pretty good. In fact, before this, Xiangzi also went to many places to apply for jobs, but most places rejected her directly because they heard that she was still a junior high school student and had no parents to guarantee her. So at first, Xiangzi Toyakawa could only find a job delivering newspapers. For the flowers in the greenhouse, the storm of reality is too fierce. Even President Kyoko told Xiangzi that she was willing to let her join Strawberry Pro for her mother's sake. In fact, according to reason, Xiangzi was not allowed to work at this age. Because she signed a trainee contract, she was able to get this job. In fact, after all this, Xiangzi himself has also noticed it to some extent. That is, his father does seem to have a weak side. There are many stars in Strawberry Pro, including Dwanmu Huai, Kurikawa Akane, Magana, Sakurajima Mai, Hoshino Ruby and others. During her work at Strawberry Pro, Toyakawa Xiangzi also came into contact with them many times. How should I put it? Very shocking. In terms of age, Toyakawa Xiangzi is not much different from them, but they have a kind of demeanor and aura that Toyakawa Xiangzi can hardly reach. Especially Dwanmu Huai. Toyakawa Xiangzi's memory of Dwanmu Huai mostly stays in the usual idleness and comes to the office to fish, giving people the feeling that he is even more sloppy than ordinary girls. Of course, the people in the office seem to be used to it. However, when Dwanmu Huai made a decision, he gave Toyakawa Xiangzi a sense of majesty that was more terrifying than his grandfather, as if what he said was not a suggestion, but the final decision. Just like a king, he made his decision, and others just had to execute it. And this is also one of the reasons why Toyakawa Shoko decided to ask Dwanmu Huai for help. She didn't have such a person to rely on and trust around her. But Dwanmu Huai gave Toyakawa Shoko a sense of trust. It was really unexpected. She looked younger than Xiangzi. In fact, it was not only Dwanmu Huai, but also other people. They had absolute confidence in themselves, firmly believed that they were on the right path, and were full of fighting spirit. This was something Xiangzi had never felt in her father, and she also understood that this was the momentum that a superior should have. So Toyakawa Shoko more or less understood why her grandfather was always dissatisfied with her father. He might be more suitable to be a small clerk, not the heir of the Toyakawa group, if it weren't for the Toyakawa family. But now, let's consider other issues first. Toyakawa Shoko sighed silently, and she still remembered what Dwanmu Huai said to her. You said you were willing to do anything, so let's solve that boring trouble with your former bandmates first. Boring trouble. In the eyes of the other party, maybe it is true. In fact, Shoko herself also thinks that maybe it's time to find an opportunity to make it clear with everyone. In fact, Shoko thinks that she may also want to say it all in her heart, but she can only hesitate. And Dwanmu Huai seems to see through her heart and push her a step forward in this way. As for whether this is right or not, alas, it's useless to think about it now. Toyakawa Shoko silently took out her mobile phone and sent a message to one of the contacts. In any case, it's time to solve all this. So you see, it's actually that simple. The next day after school, Dwanmu Huai came to the Livest coffee shop again and sat in the corner, looking at another table where Xiangzi, Wakaba Mu, Gao Songding, and two girls he didn't know were sitting. They should be the members of the band. At the moment, Xiangzi was explaining to them in a depressed tone. In short, she briefly explained her family affairs, and finally stood up. I'm sorry, I can't form a band with you anymore. Faced with Toeko Ashoko's answer, the others were silent, with complicated expressions. It's no wonder. If Shoko had some knot in his heart, or encountered some trouble, they might be able to help as friends. But if it involves Shoko's family, then they have no way to interfere. After all, the family has suffered a misfortune, and now Shoko has to support the family from a well-fed and well-clothed young lady. In this case, no matter how thick-skinned a person is, he can't say don't worry about your family, let's form a band. Sorry. At this time, the girl with sharp eyes also honestly apologized to Shoko. I originally had a big opinion of you. After all, you left the band without saying a word at that time. But now? Well, sorry. Me too. I always thought it was Shoko you who hated me. Takamatsu Deng also spoke up, and perhaps because he finally said it, Shoko also shook his head with a bitter smile. No, in fact, I always hope that you can keep moving forward, because your lyrics are really great, but you really need to practice more. Well, thank you. I will try my best. Takamatsu Deng nodded vigorously, and his originally gloomy expression also dissipated a lot. Next, it should end like this. Well, it should have been like this. Wait a minute. However, another girl spoke at this time. Duanmu Huai didn't know her. She was a girl with curly hair, and looked very mature. She stared straight at Xiangzi with a look of reluctance. It's hard. Is there really no way out? Xiangzi? Even if you don't come all the time, even if you only come occasionally, we can still be together. Hearing the girl's plea, Xiangzi frowned slightly, and at this time, the sharp-eyed girl stared at her unhappily. What are you talking about? Didn't Xiangzi make it very clear? She doesn't have any extra energy to focus on the band now. I understand, but even if it's just a sinecure? Even if we can't practice or perform, we can still be together. Xiangzi. What do you think? I can also go to my mother and ask my uncle. What do you mean? However, before the girl finished speaking, Xiangzi interrupted her coldly. Are you trying to use this to threaten me to stay? No, that's not what I mean. Faced with Xiangzi's questioning, the girl seemed to be horrified and hurriedly shook her head to deny it. I didn't mean that. I just wanted to. I've said everything. Goodbye. After saying this, Xiangzi turned around and left without looking back. And Rimu also stood up and left with Xiangzi. Oh, she knew Xiangzi. When I met her at the school gate that day, it seemed that she went to find Xiangzi. But speaking of that, Duanmu Huai took a sip of coffee and looked at the dining table not far away. At this moment, the girl was slumped on the ground like an abandoned widow. The girl with sharp eyes snorted coldly, didn't even look at her, and pulled Gao Songning away. It's true that everyone should have parted in a good way, and maybe even had a farewell dinner, but this guy ruined the atmosphere. Just as Xiangzi said, the other party obviously intended to let his family give Xiangzi's father a job so that Xiangzi could settle down. But for Xiangzi, who has a strong sense of self-esteem, this practice, which is equivalent to charity, she would definitely not accept it. Not to mention that this came from her own friend. It was simply an insult. Even if Duanmu Huai had mentioned this to Xiangzi, Xiangzi would not have been so excited. After all, sympathy from outsiders and pity from friends are two different things. And what this girl did was to dig her own grave. People like Gao Songding and the sharp-eyed girl were still able to maintain a friendship with Xiangzi. As for this self-righteous unlucky guy, I'm afraid he can't even be friends anymore. Because she personally cut off the link between the two parties. It's really stupid. Duanmu Huai shook his head and stood up. Toeko Xiangzi was reluctant to tell her friends about her situation, and she might have considered this aspect. But now it doesn't matter. Schrodinger's box has been opened, and all ambiguous elements have been eliminated. Whether good or bad, it has become a reality. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being so stupid that you can't even speak. Duanmu Huai glanced at the other person again. At this moment, the girl was still slumped on the ground. Her face was gray and her eyes were dull like a doll. She looked like a wife abandoned by her husband, which made people want to sing a song of Cape 30 Road. It would be more appropriate if the background was changed to a cliff by the sea. Forget it, it's useless to say these now. Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze and turned to walk out. Xiangzi had done what she wanted her to do, so what she had to do next was what she wanted her to do. Chapter 1706. So, you've found another troublesome thing. Kurikawa Akane lay beside Duanmu Huai, looking at him speechlessly. Right now, the two of them were in Kurikawa Akane's room, so they didn't have to worry about being discovered by Ruby or Mai. Anyway, I'm free, so I just relax. Duanmu Huai felt the warmth around him, and answered casually. In fact, he wasn't lying. Summer vacation was approaching, and the movie was about to be released. Duanmu Huai was a little nervous about what he was going to say. After all, this was related to how much help he could get in the subspace. But Duanmu Huai also knew that there was nothing he could do now, so it was good for him to find something else to do and distract his attention. Puff. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Kurikawa Akane smiled lightly. I thought Xiao Ai wouldn't be nervous. Sometimes I am. I'm not a robot. But doesn't Xiao Ai always act like she has everything under control? That's better. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. Problems that can be solved by force are certainly not a problem for him. But the problem is getting others to watch a movie and have passionate emotions, which is not a problem that can be solved by force. And Jinji Ling is not here. Who is that? Huh? When Duanmu Huai noticed Kurikawa Akane's gaze, he found that she was looking up and staring at him. You were saying that Karen-chan wasn't here. Who is that? Someone Xiao Ai knows. Did he just say this? Sort of. Kurikawa Akane stared at Duanmu Huai, his expression slightly dissatisfied. I always feel that Xiao Ai is hiding a lot of things from us. Because you don't need to know. Duanmu Huai did not deny this. Whether it was the matter of evil ghosts or cursed spirits, Duanmu Huai never told them. If they were not involved, Duanmu Huai would not tell them. The judge is a mystic, and will not tell others what he is going to do. Facing Duanmu Huai's answer, Kurikawa Akane stared at him for a long time, and then sighed helplessly. Hey, Xiao Ai said it so confidently, I don't know how to complain. Then just don't complain. Hey. Hearing Duanmu Huai's speechless answer, Kurikawa Akane could only sigh, but she also understood that Duanmu Huai was right. Duanmu Huai did not give them a particularly detailed explanation of the things they had encountered before, but Kurikawa Akane also knew that it was not something she could deal with. Just as Duanmu Huai said, even if she knew, she could not do anything. Although Kurikawa Akane has played the role of killing evil spirits in movies or dramas, it is just a performance after all, which is different from reality. In comparison, this is indeed a lovely trouble. Then, what is Xiao Ai's plan to do? It must be said that Kurikawa Akane is also a little curious about how Duanmu Huai will deal with other people's family problems. Who knows? Maybe a beating will be enough. It's really a solution that fits Xiao Ai's style. But I have nothing to do anyway, so I have an idea. Duanmu Huai lowered his voice and told Kurikawa Akane his plan. After listening to Duanmu Huai's explanation, Kurikawa Akane's expression. Well, very complicated. This is really a very dramatic development, but reality is not a TV series, right? Xiao Ai, what if the other party becomes more depraved by what you do? I didn't pat my chest and say that I can handle it 100%. If her father is really a hopeless case, it has nothing to do with me, right? Sometimes I really admire Xiao Ai's nerves. Aren't you afraid that the other party will call the police? It doesn't matter. I have connections there. Sometimes, I really feel that Xiao Ai is quite suitable for playing a villain. Thank you for the compliment. Several days passed after that incident. After cleaning up, Toyokawa Shoko looked at her father lying on the floor and sighed silently. To be honest, telling her friends about her family situation was indeed an unimaginable decision for Toyokawa Shoko. She was reluctant to tell them at first. But now Toyokawa Shoko found that her tense mood seemed to be much more relaxed than before. It seems that Duanmu Huai's advice is still helpful to her. But her father's situation is really... Toyokawa Shoko looked at her father and frowned. She also asked Duanmu Huai, who also replied to her message, saying that he would help, but there is no guarantee of success. Toyokawa Shoko can understand this. In a situation like her father, she, as a daughter, doesn't know what to do, let alone outsiders. Dong dong dong. At this moment, there was a sudden rough knocking sound at the door, which scared Xiangzi. She hurriedly stood up and looked at her father, but the latter seemed to be deaf to it, and just lay on the ground and slept. So Xiangzi had to walk to the entrance by herself and asked, "Who is it? Open the door. Pay back the money. Feng Huan. You are inside." Hearing Feng Chuan Xiangzi's voice, the knocking sound outside became louder and louder, making Feng Chuan Xiangzi tremble, but she still gritted her teeth and then opened the door. Then, Feng Chuan Xiangzi saw several ferocious men standing at the door of her house, staring at her fiercely. Who are you? I'm going to call the police." As a student, Feng Chuan Xiangzi was a little uneasy, but she still mustered up the courage and stared at the other party angrily. However, her eyes were naturally indifferent to the man opposite. I'm here to see Feng Chuan. Who are you to him? You're here to see my father? Haha, my father? Hearing Toekawa Shoko's answer, the leading man laughed. A poor guy still calls me father? How ridiculous. What are you doing here? Hearing the other party's undisguised mockery, Toekawa Shoko couldn't stand it anymore and stared at them and questioned them. What? Your father owes money, and we're here to make him pay it back. Hey! Pay it back? That's right. While talking, the man took out a contract from his arms and put it in front of Toekawa Shoko. Look carefully, he borrowed 50,000 from us. The interest is 15,000 a day. Now it's due, and he has to pay back a total of 568,000, including principal and interest. What? Hearing this, Toekawa Shoko was stunned. At first, when she heard that her father had borrowed 50,000 yuan, she thought that she could pay it back with her current savings, but this is too much. Why should you pay back 560,000 yuan after borrowing 50,000 yuan? Because this is the kind of business, miss. Facing Toekawa Shoko's protest, the man laughed and ignored it. Okay, pay it back. He's at home. A man shouldn't hide behind a little girl. As he spoke, the man strode into the room. Toekawa Shoko wanted to stop him, but was pushed aside by him. When she hurriedly followed the men in, she saw that the other party grabbed her father's collar and lifted him up. Hey! It's the date! Toekawa, why don't you come to the office to pay back the money? As he spoke, the man raised his fist and punched Shoko's father, knocking him to the ground. Woo! Shoko's father, who was knocked to the ground by the man, groaned indistinctly, and Shoko rushed over and stood in front of his father. What are you doing? Don't do this to your father. Huh? It's obviously this guy who is wrong. You have to pay back the money you borrowed. This is common sense in society. I will pay it back. I will try my best to pay it back. So do you have 560,000 now? Faced with the man's question, Shoko Toekawa was speechless for a while. For Shoko in the past, 500,000 was just pocket money. But now? For Shoko Toekawa, 500,000 is already a huge sum of money. However, at this moment, Toekawa Shoko saw the man narrow his eyes and stare at her. But it's not completely impossible. Hey! Who are you to this guy? Daughter? Yes. Then, it's okay for the daughter to pay off the father's debt. The man stared at Shoko and chuckled. How about this, you go take pictures with us, and treat it as a repayment for the 560,000 yuan debt. Take pictures? Yes, photo albums, you know. You are beautiful and have a good figure. You will definitely make a lot of money by taking pictures. That's right, it's settled. As he spoke, the man reached out and grabbed Toekawa Shoko's wrist and pulled her up. Let's go! As long as you are willing to take pictures, we can write off this debt. Faced with the man's words, Toekawa Shoko gritted her teeth and remained silent for a moment. Just taking pictures? Of course, we won't touch you at all. I know. Toekawa Shoko stood up and stared at the man. Okay, I go. After saying this, Toekawa Shoko straightened his clothes and stared at them. As long as the pictures are taken, the 560,000 will be written off, right? That's right. Hearing this, Toekawa Shoko nodded and walked towards the gate. And at this moment, a weak voice came from behind Shoko. Wait. Everyone turned their heads and saw that Toekawa's father also stood up staggeringly. Don't take her away, I will pay you back. Huh? Where did you get the money? I will pay it back. As he spoke, Feng Chuan's father grabbed the man. I will definitely pay it back. Don't touch my daughter. Father! Looking at the man grabbing the man's clothes and roaring desperately, Feng Chuan Xiangzi was also shocked. She had never seen her father like this. You? Do you really want to pay it back? Yes. I will definitely pay it back. Very good. Hearing Xiangzi's father's answer, the man sneered and waved his hand. Come with us, no problem. No problem. Father? Seeing that her father was about to leave, Xiangzi hurried forward, but was stopped by her father. Sorry, Xiangzi, for dragging you into this matter, but this is my responsibility. After saying this, Feng Chuan's father left the apartment with the men. Xiangzi could only watch them get into a black van and leave quickly. And she could only stand at the door of the apartment, silent and speechless. At this moment, a voice came. It seems that he has not completely given up his fatherly duties. Huh? Toekawa Shoko turned around and saw Duanmu Hui standing not far away, watching the van going away. Then he retracted his gaze and glanced at Toyokawa Shoko. Also, you should remember that there is no such good thing as being able to write off debts just by taking a photo. A beautiful girl like you will not give up unless they squeeze out hundreds of millions of dollars. But I don't have hundreds of millions. Toyokawa Xiangzi frowned in confusion, while Duanmu Huai laughed. You can easily sell at a good price, so be careful in the future. Don't believe everything others say. Maybe they really won't take the initiative to touch you, but they will have ways to make you give up on your own initiative. So remember, don't be nervous when you encounter such things in the future. Think carefully before dealing with them. Otherwise, you will be swallowed up without leaving any skin. Things like loan sharks are absolutely not to be touched. Did you do this? Toyokawa Xiangzi looked at Duanmu Huai. She was not a fool. Duanmu Huai appeared in front of her house, obviously not for a walk. I just asked, your father did borrow money, but for my sake, they won't embarrass you. At Duanmu Huai's position, he was considered to be both black and white. It was a piece of cake to find out whether Xiangzi's father had borrowed money from loan sharks. And Toyokawa Xiangzi's expression was a little complicated. She hesitated for a moment and asked, what will happen to my father? Sent to the construction site to do hard labor, and the debt and interest will be deducted from his commission and wages. Hard labor. It's better than staying at home drinking. This is all I can do. In fact, I'm taking a gamble. After all, if your father doesn't show up when they take you away, then I really have no way. Yes, at that time, I also thought that my father wouldn't. Toyokawa Shoko was speechless. She had never seen her father like that. Although she was a little surprised, she was also relieved. After all, he didn't give up on her. In his eyes, she was still his daughter. For Toyokawa Shoko, knowing this now is enough. Thank you very much. Toyokawa Shoko bowed his head and saluted Duanmu Huai. I will work hard and wait for my father to come back. Well, I think this should also be an opportunity for him. I hope so. Chapter 1707. Then what? What did you do to Miss Toyokawa's father? Your words are really harsh. Duanmu Huai sat on the sofa and curled his lips at Kurikawa Akane. I just sent him to the construction site. Construction site? That's right. Loan sharks will send people who can't pay back to work at construction sites, and then take a portion of the referral fees and wages as repayment. This is the best solution. Is that so? Of course, it's legal and not dangerous. In addition, the amount he owes is not large. It is estimated that he can pay it back in about half a year. Huh? Didn't you borrow 50,000? Why do you have to pay it back in half a year? Because of the interest. The interest is 15,000 a day. Do you think this money is so easy to pay back? Don't worry, I have already informed them. Those guys will not do anything behind the scenes. This is the best result. If I hadn't come forward, those guys would not have stopped so easily. In the worst case, they would have made Toyokawa Shoko's father bear a huge debt, and then signed an insurance policy to let him crash the car. Loan sharks are terrible. Of course, fortunately, Toyokawa Shoko's father only borrowed money to drink, not gamble, so he can still be saved. If he was a gambler, I would turn around and leave, and I would never care. Duanmu Huai said, shaking his head. Gamblers and drug addicts are incurable. Once they are infected, there is only one way to go. If Toyokawa Shoko's father went to play pachinko or marbles to borrow money, even if Toyokawa Shoko knelt in front of Duanmu Huai and said that she was willing to do anything, Duanmu Huai would not care about this shit. So Miss Toyokawa is now. Very well, she even thanked me, and isn't she working hard now? Hearing this, Kurikawa Akane looked at Duanmu Huai with a complicated expression. What's wrong? No, how should I put it? Xiaoi, you sold someone's father, and he has to thank you? That's right, at least I sold him for a good price. By the way, I just put forward my own opinions, and I didn't even get the money, so strictly speaking, it wasn't me who sold him. Duanmu Huai just asked the people from the sorcerer to investigate the current situation and debts of Toyokawa Shoko's father, and then he called and negotiated with the other party. Although usury is indeed illegal, and the other party also said that if Duanmu Huai asked, they are willing to erase the debt. Compared with a mere fat sheep, it is obviously more cost-effective to have a relationship with Duanmu Huai. But Duanmu Huai thought about it, and decided to let them do it according to the rules. After all, for Shoko's father, this is also a kind of labor reform. If he works on a construction site for a few months, he probably won't be so hypocritical. Of course, Duanmu Huai also told Toyokawa Shoko this. At least, he should be able to support himself. After all, his father is a gigolo. Oh, and he is a gigolo who married into the family. He needs to be driven and spurred on by construction sites, such as moving bricks. Of course, Toyakawa Shoko is also worried about her father, but she seems to understand that her father's current situation is not suitable for being spoiled, so she nodded and agreed. Of course, the loan sharks have also explained to the construction site that they can give Toyakawa's father some dirty and heavy work, but it is better not to give him too dangerous work. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and then Toyakawa Shoko came in with a document in her arms, looking serious and nervous. Ms. Dwanmu, Ms. Kurikawa, it's almost time for you to come on stage. Ah. After hearing Toyakawa Shoko's report, Dwanmu Hwai sighed speechlessly, and then stood up. Let's go. Hoo. Looking at him like this, Kurikawa Akane chuckled and followed Dwanmu Hwai out of the lounge. As the summer vacation was getting closer, the production of the movie was almost completed, and the next step was naturally the most important part, publicity. It was also the part that Dwanmu Hwai hated the most. Because every time at this time, there would be all kinds of invitations flying to the office like snowflakes, which made him very annoyed. Of course, in the final analysis, this problem was caused by Dwanmu Hwai himself. As a national movie star, Dwanmu Hwai hardly appeared on any show, and because he had the ability to restrain his breath, it was difficult for others to secretly take pictures and follow him. There are even many times when paparazzi look around blankly with their cameras, and Dwanmu Hwai stares at him from behind, which is like a funny cartoon. If Dwanmu Hwai is a gradually outdated movie star like Aramaka, it would be fine, but the problem is that he shoots a movie every year, and the quality is stable and outrageous. Although not every movie is a big hit, both the quality and the box office are above the passing line, and occasionally there are a few national-level roles, like Night Woman and Sadako. Therefore, Dwanmu Hwai's popularity has always been high, not to mention that the part Dwanmu Hwai showed in the previous prank show was also very popular. It can be said that any program that can invite Dwanmu Hwai is equivalent to a guarantee of ratings, because his fans can only see him on TV a few times a year. However, the reason why Dwanmu Hwai appeared was to promote the movie, which was not difficult for these programs. It can even be said that the producers usually tried their best to build a good relationship with the program team and begged them to help promote it. But when it came to Dwanmu Hwai, the program team competed for the right to promote the movie like an auction, so as to get Dwanmu Hwai's bundle participation rights. In this case, of course, the program team with high ratings and attention will win. So Dwanmu Hwai had to come to participate. If it was a prank program like the previous one, Dwanmu Hwai would actually be quite interested. But the problem is that this is an art program. This is the worst program for Dwanmu Hwai. Kurikawa Akane also knew this, so he couldn't help laughing at this moment. The main content of this program is to review the popular domestic movie stars, and then ask about their future plans. So Kurikawa Akane, Arima Kana, Sakurajima Mai and Dwanmu Hwai were also invited. In addition to them, there are several other stars. Of course, most of these people grew up under Dwanmu Hwai's watch. Well, it seems a little weird. Dwanmu Hwai doesn't like this kind of interview program, but he has no choice but to go on it. Fortunately, this kind of program is relatively serious, and it won't make any nonsensical spoofs like variety shows, and they all come one by one. So after Dwanmu Hwai finished filming his part, he just ran away. As for the rest, Kurikawa Akane and Sakurajima Mai will take care of it. He doesn't care about these boring things. Walking out of the studio, Dwanmu Hwai stretched and looked around boredly. Then he saw Toyakawa Shoko, who was in charge of miscellaneous tasks, standing next to him and talking to a green-haired girl. Oh, it's Wakaba Mu. I remember her mother Mori Minami was here today too. Yeah, that's it. Dwanmu Hwai remembered that Wakaba Mu also showed up at Xiangzi's band's farewell party. Was she also a member of the band? I'm free anyway, why not go over and chat with her? Hey. Dwanmu Hwai walked over and waved to the two of them. Ah, Miss Dwanmu. Toyakawa Xiangzi also hurriedly returned the greeting, and Wakaba Mu also lowered her head. Long time no see. Not that long, I saw you at the school gate before, but we haven't talked for a long time. Huh? Seeing Dwanmu Hwai talking to Wakaba Mu, Toyakawa Xiangzi was a little surprised. Do Miss Dwanmu know Xiao Mu? Oh, I've acted in a few plays with her mother, so I know her too. Ah, so that's it. Toyakawa Xiangzi felt a little bit surprised by Dwanmu Hwai's answer. But thinking about it carefully, it is indeed not strange for Dwanmu Hwai to know Rimu's mother given his status in the entertainment industry. By the way, Dwanmu Hwai always asks questions, and it is no different now. I remember she also appeared at that party before, Is she also a member of your band? Ah, yes. Toyokawa Shoko hesitated for a moment and decided to tell the truth. Because we grew up together, I also invited her to join the band. I remember you are a keyboard player? What about her? Guitar. She plays guitar? Looking at Ri-mu, who was silent and could not say anything, Duanmu Huai could not imagine her playing guitar as a rock musician. If she played bass, Duanmu Huai could understand. Xiao Mu's guitar skills are very strong. Perhaps Toyokawa Shoko mistakenly thought that Duanmu Huai was doubting Ri-mu's guitar skills, and hurried to help explain. I don't doubt her guitar skills. I just can't imagine how she plays the guitar. Duanmu Huai frowned and stared at Ri-mu. Aren't the guitarists in general bands the most active ones? I really can't imagine that she will become like that. There are exceptions. Speaking of this topic, even Toyokawa Shoko lost her confidence. At this moment, Ri-mu raised the handbag in her hand to Duanmu Huai. What? Do you want to eat? Eat? Duanmu Huai leaned over curiously and looked at the cucumbers in Ri-mu's handbag. You are a girl of 15 or 16, carrying so many cucumbers everywhere. How are you going to use them? Or are you going to use so many? Of course, this thought only flashed through Duanmu Huai's mind, and it was impossible for him to really complain about this in front of Ri-mu. Then I won't be polite. Duanmu Huai picked up a cucumber and started to eat it. It was quite delicious. Well, it tastes good. Where did you buy it? I grew it. You still have this ability. Not bad, very good. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Ri-mu seemed to be in a better mood. Although she still had no expression on her face, she looked more relaxed than before. By the way, what happened after that incident? Duanmu Huai looked at Toyokawa Shoko while eating a cucumber. Isn't Takamatsu Deng going to form a new band? Ah, well, I heard her say that a girl named Chihaya Ain invited her to form a new band, and Ricky will also join, but Sushi. When she said the last name, Toyokawa Shoko's expression was a little complicated, probably referring to the girl who was kneeling in front of Shoko at that time. And at this time, Wakabamu spoke. This weekend, they will hold a live at Ring. Speaking of this, Wakabamu looked at Toyokawa Shoko, and then at Duanmu Huai. Do you want to go and see it? Chapter 1708. Duanmu Huai did not refuse Ri-mu's invitation, or rather, going to the live house after school is one of his pastimes. The reason is simple, because there are girl bands there, and there are many beautiful girls. Let's not talk about how they sing, at least aren't these beautiful girls pleasing to the eye? Originally, Duanmu Huai thought that the bands all sang noisy rock songs, but after listening to them, he found that there were still many positive, and not so noisy songs, so he would go to listen to them when he was free. Duanmu Huai also invited Yanami and Katanda to the classical music department, but unexpectedly. Did Takamatsu Deng invite you too? Yeah. Yanami nodded. She found me before and wanted us to attend her first live in the new band, so I agreed. I heard that this new band was invited by a person named Chihaya Ain. What kind of person is that? Duanmu Huai asked curiously. After all, Yanai and Katanda must know more about the general department than he does. However, facing Duanmu Huai's question, Yanai's voice sank. A thieving cat. Duanmu Huai looked at Yanai, only to see that the latter had empty eyes, and seemed to have completely lost consciousness. So he had to look at Katanda, who explained helplessly. That child is a very cheerful girl. She came back from England. She has long pink hair and a good figure. Okay, no need to say I know. Duanmu Huai knew where Yanagian's psychological trauma came from. Thinking carefully, I remember that at the previous party, there was a girl with fierce eyes who seemed to have a good relationship with Takamatsu Deng. But Takamatsu Deng accepted the invitation of a pink-haired girl who suddenly transferred to the school to reunite with the band. Although I can't remember it clearly, the girl's hair should also be blue. Maybe one day she and Takamatsu Deng quarreled in a coffee shop, saying that the person was going to England. Why don't you chase her? And then Takamatsu Deng abandoned her to chase Chihaya Ain. If Yanagian witnessed this scene, she would probably want to die. Although Duanmu Huai really wanted to see this scene. So on the day off, all the members gathered and came to the live house called Ring, and here, Duanmu Huai also saw the duo of Toyokawa Shoko and Wakabamatsu. Hey, you're here. Ah, hello. Duanmu Huai waved to the two, while Toyokawa Shoko and Wakabamatsu nodded and saluted, and introduced themselves to Yanami. In this way, Duanmu Huai, Yanami, Katanda, Toyokawa Shoko, and Wakabamatsu gathered together. I suddenly feel that we can also form a band. After watching several consecutive performances, Yanami had a new idea. We? Yeah, aren't there 5 of us now? We can form a band, right? Are you serious? I'm just talking. After all, most girl bands are 5 people in a team. I think we can do it too. At this point, Yanami seemed to get excited. I remember Ms. Toyakawa used to be a keyboard player? Ah yes. Ms. Wakaba is a guitarist? Yeah. Then I want to be the lead guitarist. As expected, Yanami's Yongjia idea was clearly revealed here. Wouldn't it be cool to sing while playing the guitar? You can only play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Duanmu Huai silently complained, but Yanami didn't care, but looked at Katanda. Eru, what instrument do you want to play? Me? I think drums are more interesting. Katanda said, gesturing with her hands. It seems like playing the drums would be fun. Really? Really? What about AI? I choose the bass, anyway, it doesn't matter if I'm there or not. The best choice for slacking off, no doubt about it. Of course, everyone was just talking casually. Yanami and Katanda certainly couldn't give up the classical music club to play music, and both of them had no basic knowledge, and Duanmu Huai was actually the same. So they just chatted casually between performances. At this time, the team entered the stage again, and then heard the busy and harsh sound of the audition, which seemed to be quite nervous. By the way, although it's not a particularly important question, Duanmu Huai looked at the band members busy on the stage and asked casually, "What's the name of their new band?" Or Cricket. Hearing this name, Toyakawa Shoko trembled, and Wakaba Mu shook his head slightly. It seems that there is no name yet. You can still go on stage like this? Yanami was somewhat surprised. I thought a band would come up with a name first. It means they must have encountered a lot of things. Katanda also nodded in agreement. Just like what Yanami said, isn't the first thing a band should do to come up with a name? Just like a club, no matter what kind of club it is, it must have its own name before it can start activities. However, this band didn't even have a name when it went on stage. There are too many problems. At this moment, the lights came on, and then several people saw 5 people headed by Takamatsu Ding standing on the stage. In addition, Takamatsu Ding was standing in the center, holding a microphone. According to Toyakawa Shoko, she seemed to have been the lead singer before. That little animal looks like an autistic person, but it can be the lead singer? The drummer not far behind her is the girl with sharp eyes, who seems to have a good relationship with Gao Songding. The bassist on the other side should be the girl, who seemed to be abandoned after the dispute with Xiangzi that day. At this moment, she just stood in the back with her head down, looking like she was possessed by an evil spirit. These 3 people are all members of Xiangzi's original band, which means that the remaining 2 are newcomers. One of them is a petite girl with heterochromatic eyes. Seeing her eyes reminds Duanmu Huai of Mary, and she feels a little close. The other one. Well, she is standing on the stage now. Her whole body is tense, her face is pale, and she looks quite nervous. This is not surprising. After all, this is her first performance on stage. But her appearance, well, Yanai's natural enemy. Next, the performance began. Well, how should I put it? Even if Duanmu Huai is an outsider, he can only say that it was a mess. The beginning alone was repeated 3 times, basically because the guitar couldn't keep the beat. Later, the performance finally started, and Gao Songding, who was the lead singer, couldn't even make a sound at the beginning. But later, she gradually made a sound. It can be said that although the situation of the song was very bad at the beginning, it was still successfully completed. With the end of the performance, almost everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were not very familiar with Gao Songding, they knew each other after all. Watching someone you know make a fool of himself on the stage is indeed not a healthy thing. Originally, when they started to play, many audiences had already left, but with the end of the performance, cheers and applause rang out in the venue. Duanmu Huai and the others also raised their hands and applauded. It's not that the song is so good, but that they were able to persist in the spirit of finishing the performance in such an embarrassing environment that made people's feet tapped in 4 rooms and 1 living room. At this moment, Takamatsu Tomo picked up the microphone and stared in the direction of Toyakawa Shoko. I'm glad you can come. At that time, everyone was torn apart, and I felt so sad, so sad. I don't want to go through this again. I also feel that I don't want to form a band again in the future. The venue gradually became quiet, with only Takamatsu Tomo's voice echoing in it. But, although this band doesn't have a name yet, even if I lose my way, I want to keep moving forward. I have been feeling scared today. But I can feel you telling me to cheer up. At this point, Gao Songding was silent for a moment, then raised his head and shouted loudly. All I can do is sing as hard as I can. Because my song is the cry of my heart. Hearing this, Toeko Shoko's body suddenly tensed up, and Dwanmu glanced at her, and at the same time, the sound of the guitar rang again. My heart is full of haggardness, my eyes are trembling, I am alone in this world. Compared to the first song, Gao Songning's second song was obviously sung better and more skillfully, and everyone was more excited. Only Dwanmu noticed that after hearing this song, Toeko Shoko was always restless, and stared at the stage blankly. Dwanmu was very familiar with that expression. That's right, Dwanmu suddenly remembered. Isn't Toeko Shoko also a blue-haired? Yanai saw that she chose to let go for Kasuki, and now she can only watch him and his girlfriend being affectionate and sad behind her back. Toeko Shoko chose to quit the band for everyone's sake, and now she can only watch them go further and further at the new starting line. Is it that in this world, blue-haired people are destined to be losers? Dwanmu looked at Yanajian again, and saw that she was also staring at the stage with tears in her eyes. Oh, by the way, there is also a pink-haired person who looks very similar to Yanajian's natural enemy on the stage, and unlike the sadness spreading here, the performance above is still going on. Please, don't let go from now on. Woo! Hearing this, Toeko Shoko seemed to be unable to bear it anymore, and turned around and wanted to leave here. However, at this moment, she saw Yanajian hugging her. I understand you. I understand you. Wah! Hey! 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 Looking at Yanajian hugging herself and crying loudly, even Toeko Shoko was in a mess at this moment. And Dwanmu next to him shook his head silently. One song breaks the defense of two people. It's quite nice. Let me ask you what the song is called later. Chapter 1709. The performance ended smoothly. As for the two idiots who were crying, Dwanmu directly moved them to the compartment next to them, so they did not cause any problems at the venue. When they came out of the compartment, both of them had red eyes, and were a little embarrassed. I'm really sorry. Toeko Shoko bowed her head, and apologized to Dwanmu while Dwanmu waved his hand. No need to apologize, I didn't do anything. I couldn't leave you two in the venue to cry, that would cause more problems. Wow. I'm so sorry. At this moment, Toeko Shoko's face was as red as fire. When she thought that she had lost her composure in public, she wanted to find a place to hide. Even Yanami scratched her head embarrassedly. Although the situation was different, perhaps she was resonated by Toeko Shoko, which caused her to break down. Although the points of their breaking down should be completely different. In fact, Xiangzi's personality is not the type to cry loudly. But seeing Yanai, who was hugging her, crying so sadly, Xiangzi became even sadder, and the two of them hugged each other and cried loudly. After crying, I felt much better, but I was still very embarrassed. Everyone else has left, I take you home. Dwanmu glanced at his phone. My car has arrived, and I've already told Ri-mu that she will leave it to me to handle. Ah, and now. At this time, Toeko Xiangzi realized that the surroundings were very quiet. Even if the concert was over, there should be guests staying here, but there seemed to be no one around. You guys can really cry. You can cry for an hour at a time, that's amazing. Hearing this, Toeko Shoko was even more ashamed, and Yanajian also laughed, and then... Kugagugu. Ah, I'm hungry. For Yanajian, this is normal. After that, Dwanmu sent Yanajian and Toeko Shoko back home. Yanajian said that he was going home to have a midnight snack, and Toeko Shoko. Sorry, I'm so worried about you, Miss Dwanmu. After getting off the car, Toeko Shoko saluted Dwanmu again, and Dwanmu just shook his head. You're welcome, by the way. Forget it, it's nothing. Dwanmu shook his head, then retracted his gaze, and then the car started and left the shabby apartment where Toeko Shoko lived. Dwanmu sat in the back seat, staring blankly ahead. Or rather, he was just looking at the system dialog box in front of him. GM21345. Regarding the question of the trial. I'm sorry, I can't say much, it's determined by the nature of the trial, I still don't understand this nature. Dwanmu shook his head silently. He would complain to the GM when he was free, and occasionally chat with the GM. Of course, Dwanmu has been trying to get the clearance conditions of this trial world from the GM, but no matter how many GMs he asked, the other party's answer was unclear and difficult to say. GM21345. I have asked my father, my superiors, and the other party only gave a hint. What hint? GM21345. With so many girls, it's easy to pass. This is the content of the message. Even if there are many girls, what can I do? Dwanmu rolled his eyes. There were many girls around him, But so what? I am a woman now. Do you want me to start a harem as a girl? GM21345. This is also a method, it's really troublesome. I think I should do it my own way. Duanmu Huai shook his head. These answers were no different from before. The other party just hinted that there were many girls around Duanmu Huai. But in Duanmu Huai's opinion, what can a lot of girls do? If it was the previous world, maybe he could still find a way to play with them. But in this world, he was also a girl. So what about those girls? In Duanmu Huai's opinion, there was nothing special to pay attention to. If there was anything to say, the girls in this world were good at singing and dancing. But in Duanmu Huai's opinion, what's the use of being good at singing and dancing? They can't fight against evil gods or chaos. If they maintain stability in the rear, it might be useful, but the Tribunal of Inquisition doesn't have such a thing as a rear. Letting them live in this world is still the best choice, GM21345. However, the direction of the world is changing. What do you mean? GM21345. This is only a personal reminder. Since the user did not follow the requirements of the trial world, the world may judge that you have different needs for this. Of course, I have different needs. Although it is not to the point of the end of the world, Duanmu Huai still prefers to speak with his fists. If the world can be biased to that extent, it will naturally be a good thing for Duanmu Huai. GM21345. What I mean is that the world may judge that you have opposite needs. What the hell is opposite needs? Shit! Although the GM's words were very obscure, Duanmu Huai also understood what the other party meant. Just now, the other party reminded that there were only girls on his side, and one of the ways to pass the level seemed to be to open a harem in this way. However, Duanmu Huai felt that there was nothing special about the girls in this world that was worthy of his special attention. Then the trial world would think that he had no interest in girls. In other words, it wouldn't bring a group of men to me. Duanmu Huai certainly knew that there was a kind of girl game that was equivalent to the beautiful girl game. Simply put, the beautiful girl game was a male protagonist conquering a group of beautiful girls. And the girl game was a female protagonist conquering a group of men. Did the world think that he had no interest in the former, so it assumed that he had the latter interest? What the hell was this? If a group of handsome guys appeared in front of him, Duanmu Huai would definitely make them bleed and die. When he thought about opening his eyes, and a group of handsome guys saying, "Miss, wake up," Duanmu Huai felt his hair stand on end. This is absolutely not possible. This is absolutely not possible. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai secretly made up his mind that this movie must be a success. It must not fail. For others, of course, they didn't know what Duanmu Huai was thinking, but they only knew that after that, Duanmu Huai broke his usual habit and began to become enthusiastic about promoting the movie. The previous few shows were all done because of the contract, but now, Duanmu Huai actually took the initiative to express his willingness to do more publicity. For those who are familiar with Duanmu Huai, this is simply the sun rising from the west. Of course, some people think that this movie is released simultaneously around the world, and it is a big deal. Even Duanmu Huai will be nervous. Duanmu Huai will not say much about this. Anyway, this movie must be successful. Then he will have enough power to destroy the subspace and the monsters in it, and then he should be able to pass the level. Although the GM has told Duanmu Huai that conquering girls and opening a harem is a way to pass the level, Duanmu Huai also knows that the other party's implicit meaning is that this is just one of the means. Just like an RPG game, facing a heavily guarded fortress, players can choose to sneak in, or choose to disguise as a soldier to enter, or rush in directly. Duanmu Huai prefers the last one, but it does not mean that the first two methods cannot pass the level. In the final analysis, it is still a matter of means. In short, no matter what, don't create a world with a lot of handsome guys. Duanmu Huai can't stand this the most. Basically, his mood will get worse when he sees handsome guys. There are so many handsome guys in the entertainment industry that Duanmu Huai is always in a bad mood. If they come after him, it will be even worse. So Duanmu Huai's schedule has become busy for a rare time. Of course, he also grabbed someone to help. Needless to say, it was Toyakawa Shoko. Although Bikamachi's martial arts meeting also needs manpower, the movie is still the top priority at the moment. So Toyakawa Shoko follows Duanmu Huai and is responsible for checking and contacting affairs, as well as reporting on program arrangements and other work. Of course, there are more things to do, which is a bit annoying for Duanmu Huai. After that, time passed day by day. Finally, with the arrival of summer vacation, Duanmu Huai's movie was released. In short, the response was pretty good. As a popcorn-level movie, it perfectly fulfilled its mission and gave the audience a visual feast. Of course, it is no wonder that film critics did not give this movie a high evaluation. After all, this movie is not the kind of art film that wins by plot, which is not to the taste of critics. It just presents the audience with explosions, fighting, blood, and exciting popcorn movies. But the reason why this movie attracted attention is not only because of its good quality, but also because of the highlights at the end of the film. Generally speaking, there are few tricks in the subtitles at the end of the movie, but Dwanmu Hwai persuaded director Shimizu to show some fighting shots shot on the set as highlights. In this way, the audience can see how the filming of this movie looks like behind the scenes. For those movies that are purely built with CGI, this kind of highlights is nothing to look at. After all, when the audience sees that those thrilling scenes are actually completed against a green screen background, they will have a feeling of being cheated. But this movie uses a lot of real-life shooting, so there is no problem. Especially the scene where Dwanmu Hwai jumps down from the roof wearing armor, which is very impressive in the movie, but in the behind-the-scenes footage, the audience actually saw the scene shot by various cameras, which brought a greater shock. And at that time, Dwanmu Hwai really fell to the ground solidly, without any tricks. Especially after that, the camera also filmed Dwanmu Hwai taking off his helmet and gesturing to show that he was fine, which made the audience even more impressed. In terms of box office, discussion, and popularity, this movie has achieved Dwanmu Hwai's expectations for it. It is not only well-known worldwide, but also made a lot of money. Domestic film critics and magazines are even more hyped. But for Dwanmu Hwai, these don't matter. What he hopes now is that this movie can produce enough resonance in the subspace as he hopes. As for the result, Dwanmu Hwai raised his head and looked out through the car window, where he could vaguely see the reflection of the wreckage of the mental hospital. It's time to verify this point soon. Chapter 1710. What is in the depths of the subspace in this world? Dwanmu Hwai just walked forward, and forward again. Something is wrong. I don't know if it's because Dwanmu Hwai eliminated the evil ghosts and cursed spirits, but now when he comes to this subspace again, he only feels dead silence and calmness. It feels like being in a cemetery, without the unique spiritual energy fluctuations of subspace creatures, and without the breath of those strange stories. Where did he go? Dwanmu Hwai, wearing power armor, walked in the subspace with a gloomy face. The plan was successful. After Dwanmu Hwai came to the subspace again, through the gap of the mental hospital, he successfully called out the set of power armor, and equipped it, and Dwanmu Hwai also felt the bonus of the spiritual power from the people of the world. Next, it's time to kill all enemies who dare to stand in front of me. Dwanmu Hwai thought so, but where are the people? The subspace does exist, but the things that were originally lurking here have disappeared. This makes Dwanmu Hwai feel like he came to the examination room excitedly on the day of the college entrance examination to take the exam, but found that he was the only one in the whole classroom, which made him wonder if he had gone to the wrong place. Where did he go? Did he run away? Dwanmu Hwai frowned slightly. He had expected this kind of development. After all, it has been said before that in this world, only Japan has an overwhelming number of cursed spirits, and the reason is naturally because of an idiot who doesn't want to die. Of course, after Dwanmu Hwai killed it, the connection between the subspace and the other side gradually weakened. Perhaps the other party noticed that something was wrong, so he chose to stay put. This is not right. For the creatures of the subspace is their home. Where else can they run to? Or have they found new ways and channels to invade the real world? Dwanmu Hwai thought for a moment, and then continued to move forward. He just didn't believe that the monk could run away, but the temple could not. How far could these bastards run? But where is this? After that, Dwanmu Hwai didn't know how far he had walked. This sentence was a bit wrong, because there was no such thing as distance and time in the subspace. It was everywhere, not anywhere, and there was no standard to measure it. Dwanmu Hwai simply followed the flow of the subspace psychic energy to find it. After all, he was also a god now. It was not difficult for Dwanmu Hwai to find the guy who used psychic energy from the flow of psychic energy in the subspace. After all, this was what all the creatures of the subspace were best at, and it was also the reason why psychics were not welcomed. If things went wrong, some demons and monsters would come to the world with their souls, and then make a lot of messes. Of course, this is because there is no ruler in this subspace. In terms of territory, it is just a wasteland, so Dwanmu Hwai can easily get it. If it is a place contaminated by the evil god, it will not be so easy. Then, he walked here. It looks like a mausoleum, but the problem is not here, but the two coffins placed here. And the names on them. Freya El Grandi Gyrar. Noring Kraterissa Gyrar. Dwanmu Hwai raised his head, and looked at the wall of the mausoleum covered by vines and weeds. There were murals and texts painted on it, telling that this land was cursed in ancient times, and then the two princesses and the iron warriors who fell from the sky. Duan Mu Huai's first reaction when he saw this word was to take action, together eliminated the demons that threatened mankind. After that, the iron warriors returned to the sky, and the two princesses pacified this world of constant disputes and created a unified country. Well, that is to say, in the end, Norn finally achieved her dream. Thinking of the petite and lovely princess, Duan Mu Huai smiled. He still remembered that when he first came to this world, Princess Norn had expressed her desire to rule the world more than once. Now it seems that they have succeeded. But, is this the passage of time? Duan Mu Huai reached out and touched the sarcophagus in front of him. It can be seen that this sarcophagus has experienced at least thousands of years. In other words, has this world at least passed this long? Thinking of this, Duan Mu Huai's mood was somewhat complicated. To be honest, he had experienced the experience of losing his companions in battle, but coming back like this, and finding that people he knew had left, his mood was somewhat complicated. It is said that once you have seen the sea, you will never be satisfied with the water. It is convenient to read it as a poem, but it is really the first time that I really want to experience this feeling of a day in heaven and 1,000 years underground. Is this the problem that GM has been insisting on me to experience the passage of time? Duan Mu Huai also fell into deep thought. A long time, he had never considered this problem. In fact, Duan Mu Huai felt that his mental state was not much different from when he first crossed over. But what about other people? At least his dependents must be the same as himself, which is not surprising. But they also know people. Duan Mu Huai couldn't help but think of Mary's two friends. They will also grow up, then gradually grow old, and then sleep forever. Mary will always stay like this and follow him. And what about Freya and Norn? Duan Mu Huai stared at the coffin. In his memory, Norn was a 14-year-old girl. He couldn't imagine her turning into an old lady with gray hair. Long lifespan? This is indeed a problem. It seems that I have to talk to everyone after returning from this world. Duan Mu Huai looked at the coffin again, then retracted his gaze, turned around and strode out. After he left, a breeze quietly appeared and then disappeared into the air, as if it was completely swallowed up by the space. At the same time, in the theater, Kurikawa Akane, who had just finished the performance, changed his clothes and was about to go home. Xiao Ai is not coming back today. Staring at the text message on her phone, Kurikawa Akane frowned slightly. She wanted to ask Duan Mu Huai what he wanted to eat tonight, but she received a text message saying that she was going out for a while and had something to deal with, and would not be back for the time being. The movie has been released. With Xiao Ai's personality, she will definitely not take the job. In other words, what happened over there? Thinking of this, Kurikawa Akane couldn't help but sigh. Every time she came to this point, she felt very powerless. Although Kurikawa Akane also hoped that she could follow Duan Mu Huai and act with him. But Kurikawa Akane also knew that she was just an actor after all, and she didn't have as strong power as Duan Mu Huai, so even if she wanted to do something, she couldn't do it at all. In fact, Kurikawa Akane is currently practicing kendo, but the more she practices, the bigger the gap between her and Xiao Ai becomes. Let's put it this way, when she saw Duan Mu Huai doing many actions, it was very easy and not strenuous at all. But only when she trained herself did she realize how supermodel Duan Mu Huai was who could do such actions. Mai seemed to enjoy the days of waiting, but for Kurikawa Akane, she felt that she could only wait in the back, which made her feel a little uneasy. But she couldn't do anything. Thank you for your hard work. Kurikawa Akane greeted the other actors, and then left the dressing room. However, just as she closed the door, she saw two figures standing in front of the corridor. They were two very beautiful girls with pink hair, who looked like sisters. The elder sister should be about the same age as Kurikawa Akane, while the younger sister looked like a junior high school student. But what was a little surprising was that the two of them were wearing very strange clothes, which did not look like clothes worn by ordinary people at all, but more like clothes worn by people in some fantasy drama. The two of them didn't look like Japanese at all, but more like foreigners, and they had a very strong presence. The strange thing was that except for Kurikawa Akane, everyone passing by ignored them, as if they didn't see the sisters at all. They must be actors from other crews. Kurikawa Akane was not too surprised by this. After all, in places like theaters and TV stations, people wearing strange clothes can often be seen walking around. So she just walked over, nodded to the two of them, said thank you for your hard work, and planned to leave. But what Kurikawa Akane didn't expect was that the two girls didn't leave, but stood in front of her. Hoo-hoo, look, elder sister, I was right. Follow the master scent, and you will definitely find something interesting. The young girl narrowed her eyes, and looked at Kurikawa Akane as if she were looking at a commodity, while the slightly older girl next to her frowned slightly. Is it her? I can feel that familiar smell. Elder sister should feel it too. Leave this to me. Anyway, elder sister can't do it anyway. What can I do for you? Looking at the two sisters standing in front of him, talking inexplicably, Kurikawa Akane was somewhat surprised. Judging from their appearance, they should be foreigners, but why can't he understand what they are saying? And what do they want to do with him? Hello, young lady. Just when Kurikawa Akane was confused, the little girl suddenly came over, squinted her eyes, and stared at her with an innocent but dangerous smile. We want to make a deal with you. It's related to the person you value most. Hey! Chapter 1711. Huh? Duanmu Huai sat in the corner of the noisy tavern inside. It had been several days since he returned to the world where Norn and the others were through the channel of the subspace. Of course, compared with the mess caused by the Mechanicus, this world has been thousands of years now. The original three countries, the Kingdom of the Brave, the Kingdom of Magical Tools, and the Kingdom of Protection, have long disappeared in the long river of history. Even the country that Princesses Freya and Norn recreated by unifying the three countries after that, fell apart and completely perished many years ago. This is normal. The general trend of the world is that after a long period of division, there will be unity, and after a long period of unity, there will be division. Princess Norn is indeed very smart, but this does not mean that her successor is also smart. But even so, this world is not very normal. According to the intelligence collected by Duanmu Huai in the past few days, it was discovered that this world has once again seen a threat called dragon. At first, Duanmu Huai thought that it was the same as the demons in this world, and was a kind of creation created by the Mechanicus. But after actually meeting it, he found that it was more like the evil ghost he had encountered before than a creature. That's right, when Duanmu Huai first heard about dragons, he thought of the big lizard with wings that could breathe fire. Of course, most dragons do look like that, but their biological signs are somewhat lacking compared to dragons. For example, they are afraid of silver and sunlight. You can kill it with a silver sword, or drag it under the sun and let it burn. When he first saw it, Duanmu Huai was confused. Could it be that all the dragons here are immortal? He also asked people in this world, but he only knew that the war between humans and dragons had been going on for a long time, and he didn't know when it started. But Duanmu Huai was sure that at least when he first came to this world, he hadn't heard of such a weird thing, and there were no similar monsters in the demon army. Therefore, at least it can be determined that these so-called dragons are definitely not the remnants of the demons. After all, for this world, that was thousands of years ago, comparable to the ancient legend of Dayu controlling the flood and Yuwa repairing the sky, but for Duanmu Huai, it was only a dozen years ago. By the way, Duanmu Huai also found the village where he had rested at that time. Unexpectedly, although the country was destroyed, the village was still there, and even the hotel was still there. It was just changed to a tavern. It was where Duanmu Huai was now. Things have changed. Duanmu Huai sat in the corner, looking at the maids walking around in front of him, and couldn't help but think of the girl who came to this village when he was regarded as a brave man and was sent by the other party to serve him. That time was still very beautiful, but unfortunately, the hotel has been renovated several times since then. Although it is still in use now, it has basically become something else. In addition, there are many things that make Duanmu Huai very puzzled. For example, Duanmu Huai is a little confused about the current development of civilization in this world. According to Duanmu Huai's observation, the level of civilization in this world is a bit similar to that between World War I and World War II. For example, the cities here still use the defensive features of medieval walls, but there are railways and vehicles, and even ordinary soldiers have weapons such as rifles. Although there is no TV, there is still a radio. How should I put it? It's like entering the Industrial Revolution. Of course, if it's like this, there's nothing to be surprised about, but there are some things that surprised Duanmu Huai. Because of the threat of dragons, there are currently several countries in this world, and of course, there are many abandoned settlements. These are called ancient ruins. When most people think of ancient ruins, they must first think of the kind that appear in movies, with grand stone buildings, exotic styles, and very ancient buildings. So when Duanmu Huai saw the modern reinforced concrete building complex buried by weeds in the doomsday wasteland environment in front of him, he didn't know how to react. You live in medieval houses, and call modern urban agglomerations ancient ruins? What kind of civilization development is this? Duanmu Huai couldn't figure out how it became like this. However, The current level of civilization in this world is not enough to fight dragons. Low-level dragons are just big lizards, but high-level dragons can use psychic power, and their abilities are not small. Ordinary guns and cannons have no effect on them. Duanmu Huai tried to fight them several times, and felt that it was not easy to deal with these dragons even in modern society. This is why Duanmu Huai thinks these dragons are like evil spirits, because they have strong recovery ability and cannot be defeated unless they are equipped with specific weapons. Even with specific weapons, not everyone can easily defeat these dragons. Of course, it just happens that for Duanmu Huai, he likes these guys who are not easy to kill the most. Although Duanmu Huai is still unclear about the ins and outs, he has some guesses about the current situation from the flow of psychic energy in the subspace before. Because those bastards in the subspace failed to invade the world over there, and this side seemed to have penetrated the barrier between reality and the subspace for some reason, they turned around and invaded this world. And this so-called group of dragons is the product of the invasion. After all, no matter what they are called, they all exude the disgusting stench unique to subspace creatures, which cannot be changed. Duanmu Huai finished the milk in the cup, stood up, and came to the commission board. There are dragons in this world, so there are naturally professionals who hunt dragons. They are called dragon hunters. All dragon hunters have a silver sword. Of course, in Duanmu Huai's view, the silver sword they hold is not just a sword made of silver. That kind of attack can cut off the flow of spiritual energy in the dragon's body and kill it. Of course, Duanmu Huai does not need that kind of weapon. He only relies on his bloody blade. Let's go hunting today. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze, found a commission, and then turned around and left the tavern. He didn't know where to go now, so he decided to revisit the old place first. Roar! The dark monster opened its bloody mouth and roared as it advanced in the rainstorm. They moved in groups, swallowing everything like a dark tide of destruction. Ordinary people would be so scared that their legs would go weak and they would collapse to the ground just by seeing this scene. Dragons would appear in the middle of the night, attacking human cities and towns, and destroying all enemies that stood in their way. Because they could fly, even city walls could do nothing to them. Because the night was their world, and here, nothing could stop them except the sun. Therefore, when the golden light suddenly appeared, it was inevitable that these monsters would panic. The shining light burst out from the dark night, illuminating the world in front of them, and the dragons bathed in the light suddenly let out painful howls and screams. They screamed and began to burn all over their bodies, and then turned into piles of burnt ashes after a moment. Is this magic? Kurikawa Akane took his eyes off the burning ashes and looked at his palm. At the same time, the voice of a girl came from her side. Well, not bad. You are indeed a woman favored by that adult. You are very smart and sensible, and the effect of using magic is much better than you, elder sister. Norn appeared from the void with a smile on his face, and landed beside Kurikawa Akane, while laughing and joking to the other side. And beside her, Freya's face was stiff. She just snorted helplessly, and didn't speak. Is Xiao Ai really here? Of course, we didn't lie to you. Hearing Norn's answer, Kurikawa Akane's expression was a little complicated. To be honest, until now, Kurikawa Akane felt like she was dreaming, even though she had come to another world, witnessed monsters with her own eyes, and even killed them with her own hands. Kurikawa Akane still felt unreal. She even felt that she might be on a film set, and she couldn't help looking around, trying to find out if there were any crews or cameras around. Of course, there were none. To be honest, Kurikawa Akane was mostly alert to the two sisters who suddenly appeared in front of her. The older sister, who was always tense, was easy to see through, but the younger sister, who always had a smile on her face, gave Kurikawa Akane a sense of deep and bottomless danger. In particular, the deal proposed by the other party was completely beyond Kurikawa Akane's imagination. The reason why Kurikawa Akane agreed to the other party was that Kurikawa Akane saw that familiar yet strange figure in their memories. That tall figure wearing black armor had appeared in Kurikawa Akane's dreams several times. What is the relationship between that person and Xiao Ai? Kurikawa Akane thought that the two might have some kind of relationship, but she felt that they were still two people. For example, Xiao Ai was the descendant of that black shadow, or that black shadow was Xiao Ai's guardian spirit or something. But, that adult is that adult. No matter what he becomes, the taste of his soul will not change. Facing Princess Norn's smiling answer, Kurikawa Akane always felt a little unbelievable. But she also felt that the other party was not lying. After all, Kurikawa Akane always felt that Xiao Ai's behavior and personality were not like a girl at all. If it were a man, it would seem normal. Of course, Kurikawa Akane doesn't know how to use magic. The magic she has now is what she got after she got the memory of Freya, the elder sister of the pair of sisters. After that, according to Princess Norn, learning magic requires repeated practice. It just so happens that that world is facing troubles now, so you might as well go there to practice. And that adult is also in that world, you want to help him. Isn't this a good opportunity? Of course, they help themselves, not just out of goodwill. If it can be like on TV or in comics, the ancient existence sacrifices itself for the one they love and silently guards, it would be fine, but the deal proposed by Princess Norn is, we can help you gain the power to be loyal to that adult, but we also need you to do something for us. What's the matter? We want you to give birth to that adult's child. Child? Yes, my sister and I have been waiting for that adult. Even if he leaves us and won't come back, we don't intend to keep our longing in our hearts. So, we hope you can give birth to us again, so that we can meet that adult again. To be honest, it sounded like the ravings of a madman. Kurikawa Akane even thought that there was something wrong with his ears, or that the sisters were actually abnormal. But at this time, Kurikawa Akane recalled what Duanmu Huai said. It's useless to tell them, because they can't fight at all. Yes, it was this point that prompted Kurikawa Akane to make a decision and make up his mind. From this perspective, she felt that she could understand the sisters, not just watching from behind, but fighting together until the end. This was also Kurikawa Akane's idea, so she accepted the deal and this condition. Then, let's keep going forward and kill all the bastards standing in our way with this momentum. Can we really find Xiao Ai in this way? Of course. Princess Norn chuckled at Kurikawa Akane's question. Do you think the gentleman will hide his whereabouts? Indeed. After talking to Princess Norn in a low voice, Kurikawa Akane raised her head and looked forward. This time, she must stand by Xiao Ai's side. Chapter 1712. In the next few days, Kurikawa Akane was also trying to find clues about Duanmu Huai, and just as Princess Norn said, he was not someone who would hide his whereabouts at all. Not long after, Kurikawa Akane learned about a rumor about a dragon hunter girl who slaughtered dragons in a nearby village. She had long silver-white hair, an angelic beauty, wore black armor, and held a sharp blade. She slaughtered dragons to her heart's content, just like the incarnation of the god of death. She was called the god of death because when facing those terrifying dragons, this girl would show a hideous smile and use all means to cruelly slaughter the other party, even to the extent that even the dragon hunters themselves could not bear to watch. It was Xiao Ai. Not only Kurikawa Akane came to this conclusion, but Norn did the same. They have all seen Duanmu Huai in battle, which is completely a villain's behavior, especially when facing his enemies. Duanmu Huai will abuse them mercilessly, and even feel happiness and excitement from their pain. He is completely like a murderer, basically no different from the serial killers that Kurikawa Akane has seen in B-level movies. By the way, there are still people who can use magic in this world, but they are called magicians. But Freya insisted that Kurikawa Akane call herself a magician. These guys with lowly blood flowing in their bodies are not glorious magicians. They are just monsters like the dragons. Kurikawa Akane was quite puzzled by this, but Princess Norn soon answered her question. In the past, when they were still alive, magic was more of a talent. For example, Freya was the art hero at that time, while Norn, her sister, had no talent in magic. But now these magicians are different, or maybe there is something wrong with the magic power of this world. In short, those who can use magic now have more or less physical deformities when they are born. This is something that Freya absolutely cannot tolerate, so she has always looked down on these magic users with physical deformities, thinking that they are no different from monsters. Of course, if Duanmu Huai is here, it can be confirmed that this is just a very simple deformed psychic caused by the contamination of the subspace. Just like the beast men in the novice village, in fact, the stronger the people who use magic in this world, the closer they look to dragons. For example, there will be eyes, wings, tails, teeth, etc. similar to dragons. No wonder Freya can't stand it. So judging the strength of a magician by appearance is also one of the common sense of this world, and Kurikawa Akane is an ordinary human no matter how you look at it. So she also accepted the guidance of Freya and Norn and suppressed the power of magic at the primary level. Disguised as a low-level magician, sniper from the back, and kill those dragons. The method used is very simple. Most lower-class dragons will be destroyed by sunlight, but for magicians of Freya's level, there is a more convenient method. In the final analysis, dragons will be destroyed by silver swords, because silver swords will cut off the flow of magic in their bodies. For people who don't understand magic, using physical means is obviously the only option. But for magicians like Freya, who were once called the brave of magic, it is another matter. Since it is known that dragons can be killed by disrupting and cutting off the flow of magic, there is no need to rely on sunlight and silver gas. The same thing can be done with magic. In simple terms, it is to compress the magic power into a magic bullet and then launch it from a distance. When the magic bullet hits the dragon's body, it will automatically explode, and the compressed magic fluctuations will also be released, completely disrupting the dragon's magic flow and killing them. This move does not look gorgeous, but it is practical and concealed. Because the dragon's body is huge, the hit rate is also very high. Through this ultra-long-range sniping, it can be easily annihilated. Back to the topic, after learning that Duanmu Huai is currently in a city not far away, H1 Akane also immediately set off and rushed towards the direction of that city. At the same time, Duanmu Huai did not know that a touching reunion was waiting for him, because he had more important things to do at the moment. Ha ha ha, shout for me. Keep shouting. Louder. Haven't you eaten? Duanmu Huai stepped on the trembling body of the dragon and laughed loudly. The blood-red blade in his hand pierced into the opponent's chest, and at this moment, a hole had been pulled out like pulling a necklace. The giant dragon, which was as tall as a 3-story building, had been chopped into pieces and could only make fragmented wails. By the way, according to the classification of this world, this is considered a dragon. In this world, the dragon race is divided into lower dragons, middle dragons, dragons, upper dragons, dragon kings, and finally dragon gods. According to legend, it was the dragon god who created the dragon king, and then the dragon king created the upper dragon, and the upper dragon could create the next dragon race. But apart from the appearance of a dragon, this thing is just a vampire's dependent system. For the dragon hunters in this world, it is not a problem to deal with lower dragons, but middle dragons and dragons are more difficult. Lower dragons themselves are not powerful and cannot fly, but the problem is that there are so many of them that it is disgusting. The strength of middle dragons is equivalent to that of dragons in ordinary Western fantasy worlds. They can fly and breathe fire, but that's it. The main reason is that Jackie Chan is more troublesome. This kind of dragon can use psychic energy to create a magic-like effect, which is quite difficult to resist for this world. Jackie Chan also has a certain wisdom similar to that of humans, and is not just a simple beast. This time, hundreds of lower-level dragons and middle-level dragons launched the attack, and there was a Jackie Chan as the commander. Originally, according to such a lineup, the human city was completely vulnerable and could not resist it at all, and would only turn into ashes in the flames spewed by the dragons. However, ha ha! Scream louder. Looking at the girl standing on the pile of corpses, covered in blood, excitedly raising the sharp blade in her hand, and wantonly torturing the dragon, everyone present felt a sense of fear. At the beginning, everyone here just wanted to protect the city they lived in and resist the dragons. They just hoped to use their lives to delay even a moment, so as to facilitate the escape of the residents in the city. However, with the appearance of this figure in black armor, the battle situation changed instantly. She didn't use a common silver sword, but a bright red blade that looked like it was made of blood. Unlike the others, she didn't dodge or evade the dragon's attack, but just walked forward. The flame she spewed out, and even the claws and teeth of the dragon were completely cut off by the red blade. The same was true for the dragons, whose hard bodies were as fragile as tofu, and could not withstand a single blow. Everyone watched the girl rush into the battlefield and then cut down Jackie Chan, who was in charge of the command, with one sword. As the commander fell, the remaining dragons scattered, but the opponent didn't even give them a chance to escape. Just as the dragons retreated, everyone saw her raise the sword high and then swing it down. The scarlet and violent sword energy expanded and exploded with Duanmu Huai as the center. The shock wave and airflow caused by the explosion of a bomb not only tore apart the giant dragons trying to escape, but also several people were blown away. However, Duanmu Huai didn't care about these trivial matters. Sure enough, this is still enough. Watching the monster in front of him close his eyes in front of him, let out a last pleasant wail, and then died, Duanmu Huai felt extremely comfortable all over his body. Sure enough, this is the way to go. Whether it is evil ghosts or cursed spirits, the number is too small, not enough for him to vent. It takes tens of thousands of enemies like this, completely and thoroughly destroying them, and feeling the joy brought by the destruction of a large number of lives like ants, which is worthless. Sure enough, the battlefield is still exciting. Duanmu Huai would say that the more than 10 years he spent as a girl were dull and boring. Of course, there is nothing wrong with ordinary daily life, but for Duanmu Huai, he still prefers to be on this bloody battlefield, feeling the joy of wantonly ravaging human enemies and destroying their bodies and souls. This is much more interesting than singing and dancing. Especially now, just feeling the wailing and screaming of the dragon souls on the sword makes Duanmu Huai feel relaxed and happy. He reached out and flicked the sword edge, and a piercing scream like nails scratching a blackboard echoed in Duanmu Huai's ears. Well, it's really pleasant to the ears. But it's not enough. He wants more. Duanmu Huai wants to feel more blood and flesh flying everywhere, the kind of sharp blade cutting into the body, cutting flesh and blood, breaking bones, and feeling the joy of the other person's life being destroyed in his hands. It's like holding a little white mouse, feeling the other person's struggle, and then gradually squeezing it to death, an incomparable sense of conquest. But it's not enough. This level of blood, this level of death, this level of destruction, is far from enough to satisfy oneself. In simple terms, it's like drinking a sugar-free cola that is neither ice nor carbonated. It's drinkable, but it doesn't taste good. But who? Hey, what's going on? The dragon hunters in the back raised their heads uneasily and looked forward. The wind began to whistle, and the wind flowing on the battlefield gradually spun and gathered, turning into a huge tornado that rushed straight into the sky. At the same time, a pretentious voice sounded from it. "H.A. The wind has brought your voices, humans. Welcome to this midnight feast." This is. Hearing this voice, the dragon hunters in the back all changed their expressions, and Duanmu Huai raised his head and showed a sinister smile. At this moment, in the madly sweeping tornado, a figure was looming. "I am the third of the Winged Blood clan, Dizes Talva. You seem to call me the Wind Prison Dragon." The young man's voice was calm and steady, with a hint of laughter. The dragon hunters, who heard his voice, all changed their expressions. "Superior dragon. It's actually a superior dragon. We're dead. Don't be afraid. It's not over yet. Cheer up." Just by appearing, the whole battlefield became a mess. Some people wanted to escape, some gave up resistance in despair, and some shouted to cheer up their companions to fight the enemy. But for Duanmu Huai, it didn't matter. He didn't expect these guys to help. On the contrary, Duanmu Huai was full of joy at this moment, as if he had finally found the coke hidden at the bottom of the refrigerator, full of expectations. "Ha ha! Great! Lowly bastard! I've been waiting for you for a long time." Duanmu Huai laughed loudly, raised the blood blade, and pointed at the huge tornado connecting the sky and the earth in front of him. In front of this huge cyclone, he looked as small as a speck of dust, but Duanmu Huai's voice even overwhelmed the howling wind and resounded through the sky. "What lower dragons, middle dragons? I'm tired of killing them. You look interesting. Come over here quickly, let me enjoy your wailing. Not only you, but also the Dragon King and the Dragon God. You low-level and lowly subspace bastards must make miserable cries to please me. Do you understand? This is the meaning and value of your existence." "Huh?" Suddenly, the wind stopped, and then everyone saw a young man floating in the air. He looked like a human, but he had dragon-like legs and a tail. At this moment, he was floating in the air, looking at Duanmu Huai with a cold and indifferent look. "How stupid, who are you? A mere human, what qualifications do you have to comment on our blood race? Have you figured out who I am? No. I am the third level of the Winged Blood race, and the third level means the third from the top." The man seemed to be talking to himself, but the air currents around him began to gather again, and everyone felt the fear as if they were standing on the beach, watching a huge tsunami rushing towards them. But now they couldn't even move, because the murderous aura emanating from the young man was like an invisible boulder. "And you actually dared to insult the Blood Lord. The insult to the Blood Lord is unforgivable. A mere human. How dare you insult the Blood Lord? I will never forgive you. You will definitely pay the price." At this moment, the young man's originally calm air turned into a roar, and at the same time, a surging atmospheric vortex fell from the sky, whistling towards Duanmu Huai. Go to hell under the wrath of the wind. It was a giant tornado that was enough to uproot the entire city. Just standing there, it felt as if the air around was sucked away, suffocating and unable to breathe. Then the next moment, a touch of red light emerged from it. "Hey!" The young man didn't know what happened. He just felt that the roar of the wind that surrounded him and made him feel at ease suddenly disappeared. There was silence all around, as if the sound was completely erased. Then he felt the pain from his body. He lowered his head and looked at the vertical lines that were gradually cracking on his body. It was not until then that the young man realized that the whirlwind barrier around him had been split in two at some point and was gradually disappearing. A dark, beast-like figure emerged from it. It raised its head, and its eyes flashed with scarlet light like burning flames. Bang! Duanmu Huai's fist hit the young man's face heavily, and then the latter fell from the sky. Almost at the same time, Duanmu Huai also fell to the ground. Bang! The two figures fell heavily to the ground, but Duanmu Huai obviously did not end there. He raised his fist again, and punched the handsome face of the young man in front of him. Bang 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 bang. Ha 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 ha, as expected, it's only this way that it feels good. At the moment, Duanmu Huai felt like he had opened a Coke, and was enjoying the pleasure of the carbonic acid and bubbles in his mouth. Come on, what did you say? Lowly bastard? Bloodlord? What kind of thing is the Bloodlord? Wait, I will treat it like you torture it, and then send it to death. Its soul will burn forever in the endless flames, until the end of the world's destruction. Ha ha ha, it's not enough, it's not enough, it's not enough. I will tear open its belly, and pull out its internal organs, then use its intestines to strangle its neck, and then pull hard. Wow. The world is quiet. By the way, let's start with you. Move. Don't play dead. You bastards are only worthy of being my toys. Including your lowly and dirty dragon god, you will all die miserably in my torture and tears. There is no other ending. Ah! Damn human. The young man who was beaten by Duanmu Huai was furious at this moment. His body began to mutate and twist, trying to transform into a huge dragon. I must kill you. Duanmu Huai smashed its eyes and head with a punch, and also interrupted the young man's transformation. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. Ah! Keep screaming. Don't stop, ha ha ha. The sweet screams echoed in Duanmu Huai's ears, making him feel relaxed and happy, as if he was floating in the air. The screams of a strong man being ravaged by someone with a stronger force were so sweet, especially when the opponent was an enemy of mankind. Nothing could make people feel more wonderful and comfortable than this. The stupid dragon struggled desperately. Duanmu Huai could feel the strong wind passing by him, but it was useless. No matter what kind of attack it was no different from scratching an itch for Duanmu Huai. The stench of blood coming towards him made Duanmu Huai even more excited. He raised his right hand, grabbed the young man's head, and pulled it up hard. He pulled his head out of his body. Even the spine was still on it. But it's not over yet. What are you? You are not a human at all. At this moment, the young man's head held by Duanmu Huai finally felt fear. It opened its mouth and shouted angrily. What kind of monster are you? I am a human. Why? Do you think that only the weak lives killed by you are called human beings? Duanmu Huai grabbed the man's head and smiled. Then he grasped the man's skull tightly, and raised it high, as if holding the hilt of a sword. Then he turned around and aimed at the remaining body of the man. Feel the pain and humiliation, bastard. Duanmu Huai shouted, then held the skull in his hand, and stabbed it down hard. Puff! The sword made of the spine pierced the young man's buttocks, penetrated his body, and the remaining part was inserted upside down on the ground. Ah! The scream sounded again. Although I don't know what the young man feels at this moment, I can hear something from his screams. Huh, comfortable. Duanmu Huai now feels like the person in the TV commercial who opens a drink and drinks it all in one breath. He feels refreshed and cool all over his body. He stood up, drew out the bright red blade, and aimed at the thing in front of him that no longer looks like a human. Monster is like a monster. Go and die obediently. Duanmu Huai held the sharp blade in his hand tightly, and then swung it down hard. Chapter 1713. In this way, Duanmu Huai, who killed the upper dragon, became the hero who saved the city, and was warmly received by everyone. It should have been like this, but unfortunately, there is really no time for this. Attention all citizens, attention all citizens, this is the Lizay Kingdom Army. All citizens, a large-scale dragon disaster has occurred in the cities near the border. All citizens, please obey the command of the army in each city, and go to the capital for refuge. The capital is safe. If you cannot come for refuge for some reason, please wait for military rescue on the spot, and do not approach the border. Duanmu Huai sat at the table, listening to the notice played in the recorder in front of him with a slightly complicated expression, just feeling. This mess is too messy. Forget it, it doesn't matter. This is the notice we just received. The mayor in front of Duanmu Huai stared at him solemnly and seriously, and then turned down the radio. Sir Dragon Hunter, what do you think? Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes, and thought for a moment. I'm curious, why does the capital think they won't be conquered by dragons? It's useless to rely on the city walls alone. Indeed, but the capital is protected by the barrier set up by the sun god cult, which can prevent the dragons from entering. Oh, there really is such a convenient thing, why don't you have it? Hey, sir, you don't know that the sun god cult will only assist those forces they fancy. As for those they don't fancy, they won't care. Duanmu Huai knew that there was a religion called the sun god cult in this world, which was normal. Since the dragons here were afraid of the sun, praising the sun was also an option. What are your plans? At present, the safest way is to go to the capital, but... The mayor frowned as he spoke. To be honest, the capital cannot accommodate too many people. Even if we can go there, it does not mean that we can get many resources. Therefore, I have a request. Oh! Courageous man, can you stay in this city? As he spoke, the mayor stared at Duanmu Huai. As long as you are here, even if the city is attacked by dragons again, it can be repelled. Moreover, this is our city. To be honest, as long as we can avoid leaving our hometown, we would rather stay here. Even if I can protect you for a month or two, it does not mean that I can protect you for decades. Duanmu Huai shook his head. I won't stay here for long. At least, I have no intention to live here permanently. In that case, the remaining method is to evacuate the citizens, and let them leave the city as much as possible before the dragons attack again. A very safe judgment. Duanmu Huai nodded to the mayor's proposal. You can't win against a group of dragons by relying on human wave tactics. It can even be said that it is basically impossible for others to destroy the dragons except for the dragon hunters with silver swords. In this way, most civilians become a burden. Staying here is really useless except for adding casualties. So the best way is to evacuate them. As the saying goes, if you keep the Green Mountains, you will not worry about firewood. No matter how powerful the dragons are, it is impossible to disperse people to search every inch of land. There will always be lucky ones who can escape. In that case, I hope you can stay for a while longer, at least until most of the citizens have been evacuated. That's no problem. What are you going to do? Those who want to go to the capital will be sent to the capital. Those who want to go to other places will be sent to other places. If they really don't want to leave, they can stay. It seems that there is no other way. Okay. Duanmu Huai thought for a moment and nodded. I will wait for you for 3 days. After 3 days, I will go to the capital to check the situation. Okay. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the mayor was relieved. At this moment, the door was suddenly knocked. Hearing the knock, the mayor's face sank. Come in. Yes. Soon, a soldier pushed the door open and walked in, bowing respectfully. What's the matter? Sir, there is a magician outside asking for an audience. Magician? Yes, she claims to be the companion of this brave man. Companion? Hearing this, not only the mayor was stunned, but Duanmu Huai also raised his eyebrows curiously. He remembered that he didn't seem to have any companions in this world, right? Brave man? Your companion? Let her in. Duanmu Huai smiled and nodded. I'm looking forward to meeting her too. He wanted to see who was so bold as to make fun of him. Not long after, the guards came in with a man wrapped in a cloak. Well, just looking at this, it was really a bit suspicious. But Duanmu Huai also felt that the other person's figure was indeed familiar. Who was this? However, before Duanmu Huai asked, the other party had already chuckled. Sure enough, I knew you would be here, Xiaoyai. Hearing this voice, Duanmu Huai was stunned. Wait, no way. However, as if to verify his guess, the other party put down his hood, revealing a face that Duanmu Huai was familiar with. Xiyin? I didn't expect that Xiaoyai was so famous in this city. Finally, I didn't look for her in vain. Kurikawa Xiyin stared at Duanmu Huai and smiled softly. I didn't expect you to come. Well, it really surprised me. Although Duanmu Huai had a lot of things to say, it was obviously not the right time, so he was silent for a while, changed the subject, and then looked at the mayor again. Then, I leave the matter here to you. Okay, Mr. Brave. After that, the mayor went to evacuate the citizens, and Duanmu Huai took Kurikawa Xiyin to the nearby guest room, and then stared at her speechlessly. How did you get here? It's not by chance. Did you come here? Of course not, sir. But before Kurikawa Akane could speak, Princess Norn appeared quietly from the air and looked at him with a chuckle. Long time no see. However, before Princess Norn finished her words, Duanmu Huai's face suddenly sank, and then an unparalleled pressure suddenly burst out from him. Woo! At this moment, even Kurikawa Akane's face was pale. She had felt similar pressure when filming before, but compared with the terrifying pressure that Duanmu Huai erupted at this moment, the feeling during filming was not worth mentioning at all. Kurikawa Akane even felt as if her heart was frozen. And the souls of Freya and Norn who appeared behind her were directly washed away by this terrifying wave, like a sand castle invaded by the waves, and then completely disappeared into the air. Until then, the pressure from Duanmu Huai disappeared again, and Kurikawa Akane let out a long breath, sat down on the chair, and panted. She looked at Duanmu Huai with fear for the first time. So scary. Kurikawa Akane could feel that Duanmu Huai just now seemed to be able to kill her mercilessly. The cold, murderous fear froze even her blood and soul. Xiao Xiai? You are worthy of being a brave man. However, unlike the panic-stricken Kurikawa Akane, Princess Norn, who came out of the void again, seemed very happy. Sure enough, you will take action as soon as you see a threatening existence, and you have not changed at all from before. Ha! Looking at Norn who appeared again, Duanmu Huai sighed silently, then sat down and stared at the two of them. So what happened? You should have died. Yes, that's right. My elder sister and I died a long time ago. We established a unified empire and maintained its glory for nearly 100 years, but we are human beings after all, so it is normal for us to die in the end. Oh, please don't worry, my elder sister and I are not married, we just adopted a few children. And she was particularly malicious, and made those children fight each other, saying that only the winner could become the next king. Freya complained to Duanmu Huai with some ill intentions. Thanks to her, the empire almost fell into a precarious collapse. But in the end, the winner was decided very well. Princess Norn obviously didn't take Freya's complaint to heart. If you want to rule a powerful empire, you must have the strength and character to rule it. We can't control what happens in the future, but we still have to make a good decision on the part that we can interfere. I'm not interested in this topic. Duanmu Huai waved his hand speechlessly. He was not surprised that Princess Norn would make such a decision. After all, although she looked innocent and cute, Norn was a cold realist in her bones. Besides, no matter what, the empire that the two of them built ended hundreds of years ago, and there was no point in talking about these things in the past. I just want to know, what is your current situation? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Freya and Norn looked at each other. In fact, we don't know too much. How should I put it? Our souls have not left this world. It's like there are many people who want us to stay and protect this world. We should have flown high and left here. While speaking, Norn also gestured a flapping wing gesture. But those people's prayers? Or faith injected into our bodies, making us feel that our bodies became much heavier, and then slowly returned. But we can't do anything. Freya was obviously unhappy. We also appeared in front of the successors in the form of illusions, trying to guide them in the direction of the empire, but every country will be destroyed one day. Some things are not something we can reverse, especially after being forgotten. Compared to Freya, Norn chuckled and didn't care. Then, we were sleeping all the time, and then we felt it? The breath of the hero. No matter how many years have passed, we will never forget it. So we followed this breath, and found this lady. Why her? Duanmu Huai was surprised. To be honest, if they found Ruby, Duanmu Huai would not be surprised. After all, she was his own sister in that world, with the bonus of blood. But Kurikawa Akane? We are not very clear. Why don't you let the hero explain it to us? Forget it, I can probably guess it. By the process of elimination, there is only one relationship between Kurikawa Akane and himself that does not exist between him and others. And looking at Princess Norn's expression, she obviously did it on purpose. Anyway, this young lady is also worried about your affairs. I can understand her anxiety of being weak and powerless and having to wait. So my sister and I helped her and made a deal with her. Deal? Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, Princess Norn did not answer immediately, but blinked playfully and looked at Kurikawa Akane, who hesitated for a moment and whispered. Actually, they said they wanted to be born as my children. Huh? Chapter 1714. To be honest, Duanmu Huai was speechless when he heard this answer and then, well, he really couldn't say it. After all, he is doing the same thing now. And unlike Hoshino AI, Kurikawa Akane agreed on the basis of knowing this, so he had no choice. But Duanmu Huai still had to ask. Why? Because we don't want to die either. Princess Norn spread her hands and made a helpless gesture. Whatever the force that binds us here is, it is gradually weakening. In this case, I think we should also make a choice for our future. If we don't see the hero, maybe disappearing in slumber and praying that we can be reborn in the future and live a happy life is also a way. But since the hero is here, we will not let go of such a good opportunity. By the way, Akane, can you accept this? Of course. Kurikawa Akane nodded vigorously, his eyes firm. Even if it means making a deal with the devil, I will do it. You better not say such things, Miss Jean. However, before Duanmu Huai could speak, Princess Norn started to speak with a chuckle. Although I know you want to show your determination, if you really make a deal with the devil, then the hero will not show mercy to you. You really know me. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Just as Princess Norn said, as a judge, making a deal with the devil is completely beyond the line and needs to be purified. Even if it is Curacao Chin, Duanmu Huai will not show mercy to her. Of course, maybe he will give the other party a death before he can react, but Duanmu Huai will never let her go just because of Curacao Chin's determination. Therefore, it can be said that if Duanmu Huai had not just confirmed that Freya and Princess Norn were similar to heroic spirits, he would have purified all three of them. It's a pity that there is no Holy Grail war in this world, otherwise Duanmu Huai really wants to see who can summon them out. Yes, is that so? On the contrary, Curacao Akane was a little surprised. That's right, don't say such things casually. Duanmu Huai said to Curacao Akane with a serious look. Remember, I will not allow this to happen, no matter what the reason is. For the judge, the reason is meaningless. Duanmu Huai had experienced many similar tasks in the game before. For example, once, as a judge, he went to a city to investigate the invasion of the subspace demon there. However, when he arrived in that city, Duanmu Huai was attacked by a group of adventurers. They were a famous adventure team in the city, and the reason they attacked Duanmu Huai was that the subspace demon promised them that if they could kill Duanmu Huai, they would cure the sickly sister of the captain of the adventure team. So they signed a contract with the subspace demon and launched an attack on Duanmu Huai. Then, of course, they were killed by Duanmu Huai. And because the weak and sickly girl did not reach the agreement, her soul was taken away by the subspace demon. At the same time, it also made a big fuss in the city about Duanmu Huai killing this adventurer team. Because this adventurer team has a very high reputation in this city, and has saved the city several times, the people in this city are quite disgusted with Duanmu Huai. Even if they can't beat Duanmu Huai, they still maintain a completely uncooperative attitude and refuse all of Duanmu Huai's investigation requests. After determining that he could not get any clues about the warp demon from these uncooperative citizens, Duanmu Huai quickly made a decision. He regarded all citizens as heretics who resisted the Inquisition and assisted the warp demon, and placed a hot melt bomb in the city center. Then the entire city, along with tens of thousands of people in the city, and the warp demons hidden in it, was blown up. This is the Inquisitor. I don't care what bullshit reasons you have. If you dare to step on the red line of the Inquisition, you will only die. Is that so? After listening to Duanmu Huai's explanation, H1 Akane was somewhat surprised. I thought Xiao Ai was the kind of person who didn't care about the ethical, moral and legal concepts of the world. I have my own rules. Of course, it's my fault for not telling you. Fortunately, it didn't cause a big mistake, otherwise it would be another matter. Ah yes. I'm sorry. Facing Duanmu Huai's serious tone, H1 Akane also lowered his head in frustration. In the final analysis, it was because she didn't know Duanmu Huai well enough. This was understandable. After all, even if H1 Akane could feel that Duanmu Huai was strictly following a certain boundary, she couldn't figure out what kind of rules he was following if he didn't explain it clearly. No matter how powerful she was, she couldn't read minds. By the way, there was no such thing as ignorance is not a crime in the tribunal. Anyway, I'm still worried when I see you here. Is your work over there okay? Duanmu Huai was used to slacking off, and everyone knew it, but H1 Akane was not a slacking madman like Duanmu Huai. If she didn't work for a long time, it would be another matter. I've already asked for leave, and? It's not easy for me to explain. Curacao Akane looked at Princess Norn, who chuckled. Hero, guess how we got here? I really can't guess that. Hee, you don't know. I just found out that our world, and the world where the hero is currently our relative. Is that so? Hearing Princess Norn's proud explanation, Duanmu Huai was somewhat surprised, and Princess Norn nodded and explained. After they found Curacao Akane in that world, Princess Norn also wanted to understand the situation in that world, so Curacao Akane bought a world map according to their request. Then Princess Norn found that her world and this world were just like reflections in each other's mirrors. Except for the different directions, the geographical environment on both sides was almost exactly the same. The way that Curacao Akane came here was very simple. She first followed the instructions of Freya and Norn and took a plane to the place where Duanmu Huai was currently in Curacao Akane's world. Then Freya cast a space spell. For Curacao Akane, this was more like a scene reversal. According to her, the moment she walked into the lake, she felt that the gravity was completely reversed. The body that was supposed to sink into the lake stood on the inside of the lake's surface. Then when Kurikawa Akane walked out of the lake again, she came to this world. Of course, it is called a reflection world, but unless you compare the shape of the continent from the perspective of space, you can't generally detect it. After all, except for the opposite shape of the continent, everything else is the same. According to Kurikawa Akane, she was going to Eastern Europe. Of course, before leaving, Kurikawa Akane also asked for leave, saying that he was going to go on a long trip. After arranging everything here, he set off and came here. Is there such a thing? It must be said that Duanmu Huai was quite surprised to hear this. Although he also knew that since his world and this world were interconnected at the subspace level, there should be some kind of connection, but he didn't expect it to be like this. By the way, her luggage should still be in the hotel. Won't you call the police? Don't worry about this, brave man. We have tried, and found that the time flow rate of the two worlds is not consistent. Even if we stay here for a year or two, it will only take a few hours in that world. I see. It's understandable, if you put it that way. After all, Duanmu Huai only spent 16 years in that world, and it was 1,000 years later when he returned here. That's convenient. After all, although Duanmu Huai was mentally prepared, he didn't think about how to explain to others if he disappeared like this. It seems that there is no need to explain now. In that case, then tell me what you know first. I have just returned, and I have not figured out what is going on. There is nothing useful to be asked from the people here. Fortunately, these two princesses have always been here. They should know something. Okay, brave man. Princess Norn lived up to expectations, and quickly began to explain to Duanmu Huai. First of all, it is about the civilization of this world. After Freya and Norn unified the three kingdoms, they created a huge empire, and civilization also developed rapidly during this period. By the time they were old, the development of science and technology had gradually become popular, and a situation similar to the first industrial revolution had already begun throughout the country. The reason for increasing investment in this area is, of course, because of the great power of the steel titan that Duanmu Huai showed them at the beginning. The powerful power of machinery and gears was deeply imprinted in the hearts of those who fought against the demons at that time. Therefore, after that, focusing on the development of steel and machinery also became one of the basic national policies of the empire. Of course, with the advancement of science and technology, magic has gradually begun to withdraw from the stage. After all, magic depends on talent, and this kind of thing is very random. Sisters like Freya and Norn are good examples. Freya is a brave warrior of magic, while Norn can't use magic at all. When they were old and chose their heirs, the outbreak of science and technology also caused conflicts between the old forces that tried to protect magic. Freya is of course on the side of the magic faction, and Norn, needless to say, is naturally on the side of the technology faction. Needless to say, the result is clear from the way Freya complained to Duanmu Huai. After that, the empire continued to develop, but the royal power was not eternal. In the end, domestic oppression caused resistance, which led to the uprising of the people and the overthrow of the empire, and the empire was divided into several small countries. The empire was finished, and the two sisters naturally entered the mode of watching the show. After that, it was mainly conflicts between human countries, sometimes peaceful, sometimes fighting. Civilization continued to develop, and later, they seem to have developed a modern civilization level that broke through the atmosphere and explored the outer space. However, that was the end. In short, the World War broke out. As for the cause of the incident, Freya and Norn were not clear. They only knew that all parties were red-eyed, and all kinds of weapons and bombs were thrown desperately. In the end, the whole world was on the verge of destruction. And these dragons appeared only after that. For the current humans in this world, the dragon race is a long-standing, ancient creature that threatened humans hundreds of years ago. But Norn was sure that before the World War, there was no dragon race in this world. According to her idea, the so-called dragon race might be the product of some kind of biological weapon, and they might also use the research on the bloodline of magicians. Unlike the world where Duanmu Huai lived, although the magic in this world declined in the face of the trend of science and technology, it did not disappear completely. There are still a few magicians, but the magic they use is just average. What a trouble. After listening to Norn's explanation, Duanmu Huai frowned slightly. It seems that this matter is not so easy to settle. Chapter 1715. According to Norn's description, Duanmu Huai can be sure that the one who created the dragon clan should be the dragon god, and it is very likely a subspace creature of the god level. But now there is a problem. Duanmu Huai really wants to kill the dragon god directly. But the problem is that he doesn't know where the other party is. And Norn doesn't know either. According to her, Princess Norn only heard of such an existence when collecting intelligence, but she has never seen it with her own eyes. Below the Dragon God, there are 6 blood clans. They are the Wing Blood Clan, the Claw Blood Clan, the Scale Blood Clan, the Eye Blood Clan, the Bone Blood Clan, and the Roar Blood Clan. Its leader is the Dragon King. Oh, speaking of which, the idiot said something about the Blood Master before, which should refer to the Dragon King. Yes. Are you sure this thing is not a giant undead dragon? Duanmu Huai felt that this should belong to the monster of the undead system. He also knew that there was an undead god system in the world of Faerun. Of course, when we talk about undead creatures, we usually mean vampires, zombies, ghosts, and liches. But in fact, any creature that pursues immortality can be classified as an undead creature. For example, the dragon that Duanmu Huai killed in Maalia was an undead creature. But this kind of vampire dragon is quite rare. By the way, as the god of destruction, Duanmu Huai has a very bad relationship with any undead god. After all, the ultimate goal of the undead god system is to transcend death and exist forever. However, Duanmu Huai represents the destruction that all things will perish one day. He is a pure natural enemy of the undead system, so when the gods of the undead system see Duanmu Huai, they are like mice seeing cats, and they run as far away as possible. However, the names of these races are quite interesting. We don't know where the Dragon God is yet, but as long as we kill these Dragon Kings, the Dragon God should appear. I hope I won't waste too much time. In short, let's do what we should do now. What Duanmu Huai said was to protect the city and evacuate the residents. Generally speaking, this is not an easy thing, but the civilization process of this world is really speechless. Although it looks like a civilization at the level of World War I on the surface, it has vehicles and trains for transporting people. The evacuated people are also divided into 3 types. One is to leave the city and hide in nearby villages or deep mountains. Another is to cross the border directly and flee the country. There is also the official broadcast on the radio, and take the train to the capital. About half of the people chose to go to the capital, and the rest also went to find a way out. Of course, some people did not plan to leave the city and stayed with the idea that people were in the city. But then again, this announcement is really weird. Listening to the radio broadcasting continuously and repeatedly, Duanmu Huai frowned. Hearing his mumbling, Kurikawa Akane was a little surprised. Is there a problem? It seems normal to me. It would be fine if you simply asked the people to go to the capital for refuge, but why did you have to add a sentence not to approach the border? Is it because there are a large number of dragons at the border, which is very dangerous? If that's the case, why don't you just say it directly? Duanmu Huai shook his head, not caring about Kurikawa Akane's speculation. As long as you say that the border is blocked by dragons, no matter how stupid a person is, he won't commit suicide. But you say not to approach the border. Either they didn't explain it clearly enough, or this is a trap. Princess Norn, who appeared out of nowhere, sat on a chair and smiled. If I'm not mistaken, the capital has probably been captured. Yeah. Duanmu Huai nodded at Princess Norn's judgment, while Kurikawa Akane was a little surprised. How could it be? Why not? Don't you find that the announcement requires citizens to do something different from what we are doing now? Kurikawa Akane is not a fool. After a little thought, she immediately found the problem. The broadcast on the radio requires citizens to either go to the capital or wait for military rescue. But what this city is doing now, in addition to sending citizens to the royal city, is to evacuate on the spot, and there is no such thing as staying to wait for military rescue. It's meaningless for the army to fight against the dragons. Duanmu Huai shook his head. Only dragon hunters equipped with silver swords can kill dragons, and the firepower of the army in this world is not strong. Even if more soldiers are gathered, an attack that cannot cause damage is the same as no attack at all. It will only cause sacrifices and casualties in vain, so waiting for the army to rescue can only deceive those idiots who know nothing about dragons. But the kingdom of Lizay does have a force to fight against dragons. Princess Norn interrupted and said, I remember that it was led by the second princess of the kingdom of Lizay, Stalia, and was called the Silver Corps, which was a subordinate unit of the kingdom of Lizay. Of course, with only such a legion, it is impossible to save the entire kingdom. And with the ability of these pests, they will definitely attack the Silver Corps. I am afraid that the Corps is already in danger now. So I said, magic cannot be replaced. Freya also appeared beside Norn at this time, staring at her unhappily. If the inheritance of magic had not been cut off and could be passed down to the modern times, Humans would not rely on those equally ugly deformed monsters to fight these dirty beasts. Freya was originally arrogant. In front of Duanmu Huai, she might turn back into a gentle girl. But when facing those magicians, she obviously did not regard them as human beings. Well, Duanmu Huai could understand that Freya looked at these deformed people, probably just like the Space Marines looked at the Chaos Warriors, and they wanted to exterminate them completely. Humans looked at the beast men in the same way. The best way was to kill them directly after they were born, and then nothing would happen. However, because of boring emotions such as maternal love, humans allowed them to drive them and exile these lives that should have been executed to the forest. Even if they were deformed, they did not seem to intend to kill their own flesh and blood. It was this kind of kindness and compassion that created the countless beastmen army. Countless cities and towns were destroyed, and countless humans were slaughtered. And the cause was just family affection. It was not my idea to cut off the inheritance of magic, it was just the change of the times. Princess Norn obviously did not take Freya's complaints to heart at all. They made their own choice, and put the ancient skills aside. This is not what I taught. Humph. Freya snorted lightly, turned her head and stopped talking. Obviously, the two sisters probably argued about this issue many times when they were alive. However, it is meaningless to argue about things that have already passed. Okay, let's stop discussing those boring things. Duanmu Huai stood up and looked at the distant horizon, where only the last rays of sunset remained. Let's prepare to start our war. The attack began at the moment when night fell. The giant dragon flapped its wings and fell from the sky. Together with the attacking dragons on the ground, they emerged from the distant forest and turned into a raging wave that covered the sky. The dragons roared, ran, and rushed towards the city in front of them with their fangs and claws. The broken city walls were completely unable to stop them. They would rush into the city, tearing and devouring everything. It should have been like this, until a bright and shining light suddenly appeared. Kurikawa Akane raised her hands high, and a huge ball of light shone above her head. The overflowing light illuminated the entire city, and also stopped the movement of the thousands of dragons. In front of this dazzling light, they all stopped and tried to avoid it, but at this moment, their huge bodies began to burn mercilessly and explode. Soon, the flame spread throughout the entire group of dragons, burning the latter into black charcoal. Cheers came from below, but at this moment, H1 was not in the mood to listen to these. She focused all her attention on the light ball in her hand. Desperately following Freya's instructions and requirements, she mobilized her own strength to restrain the scorching energy. Because of this, H1 did not feel the thunder that fell from the sky. Golden lightning rushed down from the sky and struck H1. At the same time, Duanmu Huai, who was standing behind H1, suddenly opened his eyes, clenched his fists, jumped up, and blasted at the golden lightning. Boom! A loud noise that seemed to crack the sky erupted, and Duanmu Huai opened his eyes, only to see a humanoid monster with a black body and lightning wrapped around it staring at him with a crazy grin. Interesting. I didn't expect to meet a strong man like you here. Come on, fight, let me. But it didn't finish its words, because at this moment Duanmu Huai had already punched it on the head, completely blowing it up. Crack, crack, crack. However, for the upper dragon, this level of attack is not fatal. Soon, the surging thunder began to gather around it, and the originally broken head was instantly restored. This blow is very good, Thunderclaw Dragon. Walter Shui is extremely excited at this moment. As the strongest combat power of the second stage of the Winged Blood Clan, he likes to spar with the strong. Therefore, after learning that the third-level Wind Prison Dragon was killed, he was more eager to fight the enemy, who killed the Wind Prison Dragon than the anger of his own kind being killed. Fight with the strong and then defeat him. This is what he wants. And now, his wish has been fulfilled. It is obviously a human, but he can actually block his full-strength attack. This is the good opponent he expected. Let's have a good fight. The Thunderclaw Dragon roared with joy in his heart, clenched his fists, and blasted at Duanmu Huai. Next, it will compete with the opponent. This kind of blood boiling against the strong has made the Thunderclaw Dragon unable to hold back. Well, it thinks so. But there is a saying that goes, reality is often not as good as expected. Ola 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 ola. What on earth is going on? The evenly matched battle between the Thunderclaw Dragon and the strong did not happen. Instead, it was faced with a completely one-sided ravage. The fists came like a storm, not giving the Thunderclaw Dragon any chance to fight back. Its body was smashed, and its fists were smashed. Even if it has an extremely strong regeneration ability, it is meaningless if there is no way to fight back. Just like now, Even if the Thunderclaw Dragon's body can recover after being defeated for a second, the fist that follows in the second will defeat it again. Why? Why is it like this? The Thunderclaw Dragon roared loudly in his heart. What he expected was not this kind of one-sided ravage, like beating a sandbag. It was a face-to-face battle. But now, he couldn't even say this sentence, because his head was being bombarded, smashed, and broken by Duanmu Huai again and again. Bastard. 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 The Thunderclaw Dragon had never encountered such a thing before. Its heart was burning with rage. It wanted to release its anger. However, the anger of the weak was meaningless. Is this how humans feel when facing themselves? At this moment, the Thunderclaw Dragon suddenly thought of the humans it had killed before. They were weak and vulnerable. Even if it mustered up its courage, it was meaningless. The Thunderclaw Dragon had already given up looking for excitement from them. It just wanted to see the value of their lives when they died. Because it knew that those weak people could not satisfy itself. And now, damn it, Duanmu Huai's fists never stopped. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 punches ruthlessly slammed into the Thunderclaw Dragon's body, which was known for its toughness. There was no silver gas that the blood race feared, but only a simple, extremely powerful mass impact. But because of this, the Thunderclaw Dragon felt even more humiliated. If it was attribute restraint, I could still accept it. But now, the opponent was just using brute force to completely suppress me. But it's not over yet. The Thunderclaw Dragon gritted his teeth. As long as there is a gap, I can burst out the strongest move. Finally, the gap that the Thunderclaw Dragon was looking forward to was found, and the storm-like attack suddenly stopped. The Thunderclaw Dragon, who noticed this, also widened his eyes. Now, explode for me, huh? The imagined explosion did not appear. At this time, the Thunderclaw Dragon noticed that everything around him seemed to be completely stagnant, including himself. The whole world seemed to be stagnant even in time. Wait, why is it like this? How could this human be able to do this trick? The Thunderclaw Dragon is no stranger to this situation, because the power of the Blood Lord it serves, the Skywing Dragon, is to stop and rewind time. But why? Why can this human also do this? The Thunderclaw Dragon was completely unable to move. On the contrary, it could only watch Duanmu Huai in front of it clench his fist again and stare at it. Obviously just a human. No, is this guy really a human? This was the last thought that emerged in the Thunderclaw Dragon's brain. Because the next moment, Duanmu Huai's fist swung out again and hit its head mercilessly. Punch after punch, the whistling fist crushed every corner of the Thunderclaw Dragon's body like a steamroller. Its flesh and blood were squeezed, bones were broken, and internal organs collapsed. Just like the meat on the chopping board, it was constantly beaten and squeezed, losing its original shape and becoming broken meat. But this is not the end, because it will be further decomposed, beaten, and then continue to break. Until everything was completely annihilated. Time began to flow again. Duanmu Huai retracted his fist. In front of him, the dark upper dragon had completely disappeared, without even a trace of debris left. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai snorted. What? Isn't this still going to die? Chapter 1716. Duanmu Huai likes the old routine very much. What is the old routine? It means that after you beat the younger one, the older one comes. For example, if you beat a gangster, you will offend the gangster's boss. If you beat the gangster's boss, you will offend the boss's boss. If you beat the boss's boss, you will offend the boss's boss's master. If you beat the boss's boss's master, you will offend. The following is omitted. What is the benefit of this? The benefit is that you don't have to do anything, just beat him. In this way, you can go all the way from a street gangster to the god of creation. It's simple, convenient, and straightforward, and there is nothing easier than this. What you say is bullshit, just do it. So Duanmu Huai likes this very much. You see, I killed a third level one, and here comes a second level one. I kill another second level one. Is the Dragon King coming? I want to kill the Dragon King. Then won't the Dragon God come? However, unfortunately, fantasy is beautiful and reality is cruel. They won't be so cowardly. Duanmu Huai leaned back in his chair, looking at the calm horizon in boredom. He was ready to face a stronger enemy, but no one came from the other side? This is unscientific. You should keep going and keep coming. If you can't come, just look for the ones above you. I want to see if there are any other world gods, multiverse gods, creation gods, this god and that god after the dragon god. Let them all die here. Kill them all, leaving no one alive. However, where are the people? You can even gather them together and attack together? It seems that the dragon clan that was killed by you, before may be a very powerful character among the Blood clan. Princess Norn drank a sip of tea and spoke calmly. If even it is killed, maybe they think something very difficult is happening here. They may change their tactics next, first figure out what happened here, and then consider a solution. In the worst case, they may even retreat. That won't do. Hearing Princess Norn's words, Duanmu Huai jumped up from his chair. If they run away, who should I kill? Sheen, let's go! Hey! Where to? The capital. We must not let these bastards get away. Just as Duanmu Huai set off aggressively, on the high tower of the capital, a figure was standing there, overlooking the city. It was a beautiful girl with silver white hair, wearing a shoulder-bearing dress, and a pair of pure white wings behind her. No matter how you look at it, it looks like the embodiment of kindness and holiness. But she is not an angel. Ultimatia, the Winged Blood clan, the Blood Lord, and the Winged King. She came here for only one purpose, that is, to obey the will of the Dragon God and completely destroy this country. The king has surrendered to her, and now the entire capital has fallen into the hands of the Winged Blood clan. The next thing to do is to gather as many people as possible to the capital, and then give them death and destruction. The plan went very smoothly, although she wanted to say so, but... No, why? Ultimatia clenched her hands, put them on her chest as if praying, and closed her eyes. When she personally went out to suppress the capital, she also sent her superior dragons to suppress other kingdom cities. Most of them succeeded, but there were also failures. The first to die was the 9th rank Winged Blood clan, Sword Mountain Dragon Dornier, who was annihilated by the country's silver armored core. Then the 10th rank Black Demon Dragon Grumbled was also destroyed by the Dragon Hunters. In order to eliminate obstacles, Ultimatia sent the 8th rank Fat Dragon and the 13th rank Centipede Dragon to attack again, and then they were destroyed. But for Ultimatia, it was not a big threat, just a little bit unexpected. But the next situation was different. The death of the 3rd rank Wind Prison Dragon shocked Ultimatia greatly. She had never expected that the 3rd ranked upper dragon under her command would die in such a mission. So Ultimatia immediately sent her most powerful combat force, the 2nd ranked Thunderclaw Dragon Walter Shui, to destroy the opponent. In Ultimatia's view, Walter Shui has extremely strong recovery and combat power. Even if he is defeated, he should be able to escape back. Because of this, when Ultimatia sensed the destruction of the Thunderclaw Dragon, she felt like a bolt from the blue. How is it possible? Why? Why is it like this? The King of Wings was completely panicked and had no idea what to do. The threat came from all directions. At least that's what it looked like so far. Could it be that this was actually a trap? The other party used the Kingdom of Liz as bait to destroy our Winged Blood clan. But how is this possible? How could humans have such means? It is true that the Silver Sword can pose a great threat to the Blood clan, but it is not omnipotent. But it is not completely without a chance. Thinking of this, Ultimatia clenched her fists and closed her eyes. World, please calm down, Blood Lord. However, at this moment, an old voice suddenly came from behind the girl, interrupting her next move. Ultimatia turned around and saw an old man with a dragon head connected to his arm standing there. But if you look closely, you will find that compared with the vivid dragon head, the human body connected to it is lifeless and looks like a moving puppet. You must not do this. But teacher. Facing the admonition of the Blood clan in front of her, Ultimatia spoke uneasily. Even Walter died in the battle. He is the strongest of the Winged Blood clan. So you want to save him? Yes. Ultimatia has such power. As the King of Wings, her most powerful power as the Dragon King is the ability to manipulate time. She can pause and rewind time, and return everything to its previous appearance. Even those who are killed will be restored to their original state under her powerful power. Especially her vampires. But this will consume a huge amount of magic power, and the northern city is far away from here. You might die after using it this time. That's right, Ultimatia is not a god after all, but a Dragon King. She can go back in time and stop time, but this requires a lot of magic power. And the larger the range, the more so. The place where the Thunderclaw Dragon died was in the northern border city far away from the capital. If Ultimatia wanted to use time reversal here, it would undoubtedly cover half of the country. The magic power consumed in this process is enough to kill her completely. Ultimatia can also rush over by herself, but the longer the time is delayed, the more magic power will be consumed. So she is now completely helpless. Please calm down. The current situation is unclear, and there is very little we can do. First, send someone to investigate and find out what happened there. Or, at this point, the dragon head was silent for a moment. We can evacuate temporarily. No. However, Ultimatea shook her head firmly. It is the will of the dragon god to destroy this country. I must fulfill the will of the dragon god. Looking at such a determined Ultimatea, the dragon head sighed silently. In fact, not every blood clan respects the dragon god. In other words, only the winged king of this generation has such a devout belief in the dragon god and is willing to sacrifice everything for it. If it were any other vampire lord, they would have quit long ago. Either they would have gone to look for the source of the change, or simply run away. The dragon king had no loyalty to the dragon god. However, only she, this saint-like girl, remained here. Even though she was very sad and scared now, her pure and devout faith in the dragon god made her endure it all and stay here. In order to fulfill the dragon god's order, destroy this country and kill all the humans here. She was willing to sacrifice everything, even herself. Let's proceed with the plan ahead of time. Ultimatea took a deep breath and then made a decision. The original plan was to wait for more people to come to the capital in 10 days, and then kill them completely. But now, the situation has changed, and it's not a good change. Therefore, as of now, it is no longer feasible to proceed according to the original plan. Then, Bloodlord, please don't forget our agreement. Teacher, is this really okay? Looking at the dragon head in front of him, Ultimatea asked anxiously. The dragon head in front of him was a very senior member of the Winged Blood clan. It was here even before Ultimatea became the Dragon King. It was also the one who taught Ultimatea everything about the Winged King, so Ultimatea called it a teacher. Of course, with the increase of age, this teacher has become much weaker, and now it can only use this dragon head to parasitize others. However, when implementing this plan, the teacher proposed a condition to Ultimatea, hoping that she would supply the blood of 500,000 people in this capital to herself, so that he could at least restore 5% of his strength. Originally, this was an insurance, but now that the strongest combat force of the Winged Blood clan has been annihilated, his old bones also need to fight. Of course, this is my mission, Bloodlord. Don't worry, I will let you complete your mission no matter what. Thank you, teacher. Looking at the dragon head in front of her, Ultimatea's eyes were filled with tears. How lucky she was to have such loyal subordinates, who were willing to sacrifice everything for her. And it was no use for her to continue crying here. The plan starts tonight. Ultimatea reached out and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Before that, I want to go to the city and take another look at them. Take a last look at them, remember their figures firmly in my heart, and let them die peacefully. This is the only thing I can do. Yes, Bloodlord. The train spewed steam and slowly stopped at the station. As the door opened, Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane walked out of the carriage. To be honest, I feel very weird. I can understand. Facing Kurikawa Akane's feeling of looking around, Duanmu Huai felt the same way. Obviously, the people around him were dressed like in the Middle Ages, and there were guards and adventurers wearing weapons such as spears, swords and rifles, but there was actually a train to ride. It felt wrong. How to say it, it was like, we are really not in a film and television city, right? Well, it's no wonder Kurikawa Akane had such an idea. For a film and television city of this scale, I guess no one would be willing to run it at a loss. Duanmu Huai stretched. Well, since you are here, I will tell you about the practices of our court of inquiry. Yes. Kurikawa Akane took out a notebook and looked serious. On the way here, Duanmu Huai was idle, so he gave Kurikawa Akane a brief introduction to the rules and regulations of the court, and Kurikawa Akane also recorded them very seriously. Generally speaking, when the judges arrive at a threatening place, they will try to find evidence to prove that those things are unnecessary. Huh? It must be said that Duanmu Huai's twisted Kurikawa Akane was really caught off guard. Don't you need to investigate? Investigation is necessary, but the problem is how to investigate. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Each judge has his own different approach, and my approach is very simple. Well, we go into the palace now. Just like that? It has to be said that after hearing Duanmu Huai's simple and direct answer, Kurikawa Akane was stunned. That's right, we go into the palace, find the king, ask where those damn alien bastards are, and then kill them. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai clapped his hands. Look, the problem is solved. It really fits Kurikawa Akane's perception of Duanmu Huai, but how do we get into the palace? Won't we be stopped? In modern times, not everyone can break into the Prime Minister's residence and the National Assembly. We can just kill anyone who stands in our way. Huh? Hearing Duanmu Huai's indifferent and calm answer, Kurikawa Akane widened his eyes in surprise. Remember, the Inquisition protects humans, and this refers to humans themselves, not countries or citizens. We don't care about these. For us, the Inquisition's mission must be completed quickly, accurately, and decisively. The laws of this world cannot control us, and we will not abide by them. For example, if we find that this city has a huge magic circle, once it is activated, it will sacrifice all the people in the royal city, and we are too late to stop it, then what should we do? Well, Kurikawa Akane frowned, thinking for a moment, and then a thought flashed in his eyes. To eliminate the citizens of the royal city before the magic circle is completely activated. Yes, it seems that you are very talented. Duanmu Huai snapped his fingers with satisfaction. It is worthy of being Kurikawa Akane. As an actor, she is best at acting. What kind of person you will become will determine what kind of personality, what kind of choice, and what kind of reaction you will have. Kurikawa Akane's answer just now was not actually her answer, but the answer she got after putting herself into the role of the Inquisitor. And this answer just now is the standard answer of the Inquisitor. Once the magic circle is fully activated, the souls of all residents will be sacrificed to the subspace. In this case, it is better to kill them as soon as possible and let their souls return to the Golden Throne. This is the greatest mercy. Sure enough, this girl is great. Although in terms of cooperation, Anne and Mary have done a good job and are also good partners of Duanmu Huai. But the one who really understands how to act as a judge is still Kurikawa Akane. Is this the power of a talented actor? It seems that it is not so useless. Duanmu Huai originally thought that actors are just singing and dancing, and having fun, but to the extent of Kurikawa Akane, it is another matter. Moreover, more importantly, her power can also be used in other places such as... Duanmu Huai stopped thinking, retracted his thoughts, and looked at Kurikawa Akane. Of course, it all depends on Kurikawa Akane's own thoughts. Okay, let's go. Then, he spoke. Chapter 1717. It's really strange. Walking on the street, Kurikawa Akane looked around in confusion. This place seems to be different from what I imagined. Different? Yes. Didn't many refugees flee to the capital to seek asylum? So I think the capital should be crowded and very chaotic. But the current situation seems to be very calm and orderly no matter how you look at it. Just as Kurikawa Akane said, the two of them were walking on the street at present, and they could not see the scene of chaos and panic at all. There were many people around, but there was no feeling of seeking refuge. Even Kurikawa Akane said that the tourist season in some cities might be more chaotic than it is now. Is it that the people in this world are of high quality, and they are so respectful and courteous even when fleeing? That is of course impossible. Indeed, it doesn't look like a large number of refugees are entering here. Princess Norn looked around and nodded at the same time. Many people have probably been killed. Huh? But everyone is so calm. If so many people really died, it would cause panic. How is that possible? Princess Norn rolled her eyes at Kurikawa Akane's question. At times like this, people will pay less attention to such things. If someone familiar disappeared, they would of course notice it at the first time. But refugees come from all over the world and don't know each other. Even if the family next door to them suddenly disappeared yesterday, most people probably wouldn't notice it. To put it more extreme, as long as the operation is done properly, even if a camp of refugees disappears, it is not a problem at all. Just divert them and swallow them up. Is that so? The more unfamiliar people flow in a place, the easier it is to be ignored. Duanmu Huai stared at the streets around him and said, for example, if the store next to the office suddenly moved away, you wouldn't care too much, would you? Ah, well, that's true. Big cities are like this, an atomized society. Everyone only cares about the familiar people around them. Even if they are residents of an apartment, they may not be familiar with each other. Even if the other person has been missing for several months, as a neighbor, they won't care. People like Duanmu Huai, Kurikawa Akane, and Sakurajima Mai who basically live in the same house are outliers. However, not everyone was talking. Freya was looking forward with a tense face at this moment. Felt a disgusting breath. Yeah, me too. Duanmu Huai nodded. He understood what Freya was, because Duanmu Huai, like her, felt the strong psychic breath of the subspace that made people want to vomit. And it was right in front of us. Duanmu Huai looked up and saw a beautiful girl wearing a hood walking on the street holding the hand of a child. The two were talking and laughing, just like a pair of siblings with a good relationship. So Duanmu Huai also walked up and patted the other's shoulder. Hey. Then he raised his fist and punched the girl who turned her head. For Kurikawa Akane, this is probably a scene she will never forget in her life. Duanmu Huai, who was walking beside her, suddenly stopped, turned around and patted the shoulder of the girl who passed by her. Then he punched her head. Kurikawa Akane widened his eyes, watching the girl's beautiful face like an idol being completely blown up by Duanmu Huai's punch. Her skull was shattered, her flawless white skin cracked and shattered like a smashed teacup, her teeth flew everywhere, and her tongue on the gums bounced like a fish thrown ashore. It was only a moment, but Kurikawa Akane felt that at this moment, even the passage of time seemed to slow down. What should I do? Kurikawa Akane asked herself, but she knew that Kurikawa Akane had no way to deal with such a situation. Then, what about Judge? If she had to act as Judge instead of herself, although Kurikawa Akane had a certain degree of talent, she was still just an ordinary person after all. If Freya had not merged with her soul, Kurikawa Akane would not be able to use magic. So she is not as sensitive as Freya or Duanmu Huai to the psychic energy of the subspace. But this does not prevent Kurikawa Akane from making a judgment. There is only one reason why Duanmu Huai would take action in the street. Switch your thoughts. Just treat it as a performance on the stage. It is not Kurikawa Akane who takes action, but the judge. Then, Kurikawa Akane raised his hands. The surging wind broke out in an instant, blowing away all the people around. The other party is the enemy of the tribunal and must be eliminated. For ordinary people, Duanmu Huai's punch is enough to kill them completely, but the girl in front of him is obviously not an ordinary person. Time go back. In just a moment, the head that was originally blown up returned to normal, as if a movie was rewound. At the same time, the silver-haired girl took off the cloak that covered her, revealing the snow-white wings behind her. With her sacred and beautiful appearance, even if she was said to be an angel, some people would probably believe it. But this does not include Duanmu Huai. Just as the silver-haired girl recovered, Duanmu Huai reached out and grabbed her head, and then smashed it hard on the ground. Then he raised his fist and hit the girl again. Bang, boom, boom. The girl's beautiful body was smashed to pieces by Duanmu Huai, and her beautiful face was also defeated, broken, and exploded. Then it recovered again in front of the power of time. However, for Duanmu Huai, this is better. After the girl regained her original form, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hands, grabbed a heavy fruit on the girl's chest, and then tore it apart with force. Hiss. Although he had already put himself into the role of judge, seeing this scene, Kurikawa Akane couldn't help but take a breath and subconsciously covered his chest. After all, it hurts just to look at it. Duanmu Huai clenched his hands, and the soft swelling burst in his hands, like a balloon that was squeezed and deformed. Then he rushed to the front of the silver-haired girl again, and trampled her to the ground. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Duanmu Huai's attack is very powerful, but not fast. For the silver-haired girl, she can go back in time every time and recover herself. But that's not the problem. This is not a fight, but torture. Duanmu Huai's fight with the silver-haired girl is not to kill her as soon as possible, but to torture her again and again, making her feel incomparable pain and fear. She stared at the other's crazy eyes, and felt extremely trembling. Because what emerged in them was not hatred or anger, but a kind of indifference and mockery, as if he was just a toy at the mercy of the other party, and now, he just wanted to see how long this toy could last. No, it can't go on like this. At this moment, the silver-haired girl, Wing King Ultimatia, suddenly recalled what the Thunderclaw dragon had said to her. You are too weak for a dragon king. Huh? It takes 0.1 to 0.2 seconds from the time you prepare to manipulate time to the time you actually manipulate it. That's too slow. We decide life and death in less than 0.1 seconds. Who do you mean? Faced with Ultima Macia's question, Thunderclaw Dragon showed a rebellious laugh. Do you still need to ask? Of course, it's a guy as strong and unreasonable as me. If you want to fight such a guy, it's okay as long as I'm by your side. But if I'm not there, then don't hesitate, just play your trump card. You must remember, and use your absolutely invincible moves. At this moment, Ultima Macia finally made up her mind. World go back. Kurikawa Akane didn't know what happened. She was just casting magic to clear the area, but the next moment, her eyes suddenly blurred. When Kurikawa Akane came to her senses again, she found herself following behind Duanmu Huai, and not far ahead, a girl wrapped in a cloak was holding a boy's hand, staring at this side silently. Not only that, Kurikawa Akane also noticed another thing. Everything came to a standstill. Whether it was the people walking on the street or herself, everyone was like a movie that had been paused, and could only stand here motionless. Although there was still consciousness in the brain, there was no way to move even a finger. That's it. At the same time, the voice of the silver-haired girl sounded. She walked in front of Duanmu Huai and stared at him. This move consumes too much magic power, so I usually don't let the whole world go back to the past. Your threat is so great that I have to use this move. It hurts, it feels like death is at hand. But the battle is over. As she spoke, the girl stretched out her hand and placed it on Duanmu Huai's chest. No, strictly speaking, the battle never happened. Xiao Ai, Kurikawa Akane wanted to say something to Duanmu Huai, but she couldn't even make a sound. Not only her, but even Freya and Princess Norn were clearly souls, and at this moment, they were also imprisoned by time. Although you have disobeyed the gods, I will not kill you cruelly. No matter what, you will die in this static world. However, Ultimecia did not finish her words. At the same time, her movements became slow, and even slowly stopped. What's going on? The body's movements are so slow. No, that's not right. It's not that the movements are slowing down, but that I can't move. How is it possible? Just as Ultimecia was shocked by this, a voice sounded from behind her. It seems that you have come to the end, you lowly subspace bastard. Duanmu Huai appeared behind Ultimecia at some point, staring at her coldly. Do you think you are the only one who can stop time? You think that you can do whatever you want with the power to manipulate time, and you are really superior. How is it possible? You actually stopped time? For Ultimecia, this was even more shocking than Duanmu Huai's previous powerful killing of her. Before she manipulated time, the other party had never shown a similar ability. And now, not only does he have this ability, but he can even take control of her in turn. Just when Ultimecia was panicking and her mind was blank, she heard Duanmu Huai's voice again. How does it feel? This feeling of being approached from behind when you can't move is like a person who can only hold his breath in the water for 1 minute, sinking to the bottom of the water for 1 minute, and then poking his head out of the water to breathe. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai reached out and pressed the King of Wings' shoulder. The feeling of being pulled back to the bottom of the water. Ah. This feeling is so wonderful that I want to sing a song. It really makes me so high. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai stretched out his fingers and inserted them directly into Ultimecia's head, grabbing her brain. Feel more pain. Accompanied by Duanmu Huai's roar, he crushed Ultimecia's brain. Chapter 1718. For Ultimecia, it was not the first time that her head was blown up by Duanmu Huai. But the shock she encountered this time was completely incomparable to the previous one, because why? Why can he stop time? Even control me? Ultimecia's brain was in a mess. You know, manipulating time is an ability that only she has. In the world where time is stopped, only Ultimecia and her followers are allowed to move, and others cannot move at all. But Duanmu Huai not only moved, but also controlled the time world where he stopped time. No, don't. Ultimecia subconsciously wanted to scream, but Duanmu Huai's fist had already hit her mouth again, knocking Ultimecia's teeth away and blowing up her head. No! Please, let me go. The King of Wings felt fear for the first time. It was not because of the fear of death, although as a vampire, she was certainly afraid of death. But now is not the time to talk about such issues. What makes the King of Wings feel scared is the ferocious smile and eyes of Duanmu Huai in front of him. That is the look of pleasure that treats him as a toy, wants to play with him wantonly, and then completely destroy him. It's like a child grabbing an ant, breaking its limbs one by one, and then pulling its head and body apart, so as to show the feeling of laughing. So scary. Really so scary. Whether the opponent inserted his hand into his body without hesitation to crush his internal organs or tore his head in half, it didn't feel like he wanted to destroy an enemy at all, but more like playing a game of see how long you can hold on. Can I still live like this? Oh, it's okay. What about smashing this? It's also very relaxing to crush the soft inside. Even if Duanmu Huai didn't say anything, Ultimecia could feel the thoughts and ideas coming from him. Why do you do this to me? Ultimecia only felt wronged and painful. She was obviously thinking about humans, and would try her best to let them die without pain. Why did it come to her turn, but she had to suffer such torture? My body hurts so much, every part of it hurts, whether it's inside or outside. I don't want to be resurrected, I don't want to go back. But if I don't resurrect, I will die. If possible, Ultimecia also wants to try a large-scale time reversal again, but she can't do that kind of magic-consuming action a second time. If she does it again, she will die because of the exhaustion of magic power. So, it seems that it's not impossible. A thought that surprised herself suddenly emerged in Ultimecia's mind. Why not just die like this? What's the point of going back? Although my power is very strong, The other party has considerable resistance to my time stop, and it can't work on him at all. In this case, why don't I just commit suicide? It's better than being tortured in an infinite loop of hell. World. Ultimatia opened her mouth and tried to use her strongest trump card again, but before she finished speaking, she saw Duanmu grab her head and then pressed her to the ground. Then he raised his hands, and his sharp 10 fingers pierced into the girl's body like a sharp blade, tearing her skin, fat and bones. Ah! Ha ha ha! Duanmu raised his head and laughed loudly. At this moment, his armor and face were covered with blood, but for Duanmu, this did not calm him down. Instead, it was like adding gasoline and burning more fiercely. Is there anything more exciting than the human enemy screaming, wailing, twisting and struggling in front of you? Of course not. Die again! While shouting, Duanmu raised his clenched fists high and smashed them at the terrified face of the silver-haired girl. At this moment, a scream rang out. Lady Ultimatia. Accompanied by this voice, a prismatic barrier suddenly appeared, locking Duanmu inside. At the same time, a short boy fell from the sky and rushed towards Ultimatia. Humph! However, even in the face of such an emergency, Duanmu remained unshakable, swinging his fists downwards to completely smash the barrier that blocked him like smashing glass. Then, he continued to hit the silver-haired girl in the face, smashing her head into a meat paste again. Ah! Lady Ultimatia. Seeing this scene, the boy roared in anger. How dare you? How dare you treat Lady Ultimatia like this? I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you, you lowly and inferior subspace bastards! Duanmu stood up and stepped on the body of the silver-haired girl, crushing her fleshy body into pieces like stepping on a bug. Your existence has only one meaning. That is to die screaming, in pain, and miserably. Please me with your soul's wailing. Then die like a stink bug. Ah! Seeing Ultimatia's body being trampled by Duanmu, the young man immediately let out an angry cry. Then he turned around and turned into a pitch-black dragon, opening his bloody mouth and rushing towards Duanmu. However, Duanmu just stood there motionless, staring at the other party, watching the other party's open mouth appear in front of him, and then close. But it didn't close. Facing the big mouth merging towards him, Duanmu just stretched out his hands and placed them there. Then the next moment, the other party's closed mouth directly pressed on Duanmu's hands. If it were an ordinary person, this alone would be enough to bite the whole person to pieces. But the dragon behaved as if it had accidentally bitten a piece of iron plate while eating, and its teeth were completely broken. At the same time, Duanmu also grabbed its open upper and lower jaws, and then pulled hard. Rip! In just a moment, the dragon, which was as big as a bus, was torn in half by Duanmu. No! Nibrim. Ultimatia, who had been resurrected again, saw this tragic scene and screamed again. She stared at Duanmu, her eyes full of anger and grief. Why? Why do you do this to us? What did we do wrong? Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? However, facing Ultimatia's painful questioning, Duanmu just stared at her with a hint of ridicule. Of course, this is the only natural fate for people like you. That's too much. We don't want to kill anyone, but this is God's will. So what if it's God's will? However, before Ultimatia could finish her words, Duanmu grabbed her by the neck and pulled her up, staring at her coldly. Listen, bitch, I don't care about that shit. Anyone who dares to threaten the existence of mankind must die. Even gods are no exception. Even if it is the dragon god you believe in, as long as he appears in front of me, I will tear him into pieces. Just like dealing with you, let him feel the true meaning of pain, and then let him regret his choice to be an enemy of humans. Ah, ah, ah. Looking at Duanmu's eyes burning with anger and the flames of destruction, Ultimatia felt her whole body trembling. She couldn't even believe what she heard. God, why are there such people? Why? Why would someone not even take the majesty of God seriously? And even threaten to destroy God? What a blasphemy. But it's almost over. It's time to get to the point. Duanmu's voice sounded again, pulling Ultimatia back from the blank state of her mind. She widened her eyes and looked at Duanmu staring at her with a bit of disgust. To be honest, I don't really like being with such a dirty and lowly creature, but there's nothing I can do about it now. Well, forget it. For the sake of humanity, just consider it as self-sacrifice. What are you talking about? Ugh. However, Ultimatia did not finish her words, because the next moment, Duanmu came over and opened his mouth to block Ultimatia's lips. For Ultimatia, this was a more shocking feeling than a simple kiss. She could feel that from her mouth. A constant flow of cold, rotten, and strange touch, like a puddle of mud, was extending into her mouth. It was like a tentacle with countless eyes and mouths, extending from her mouth into her throat, and then to her chest, and then gradually melting, like food, began to penetrate, corrode, and merge with her body. No, no, no! Feeling this strange touch, Ultima Meisha was almost going crazy. She wanted to struggle, wanted to turn back into the form of a dragon, and even thought about using time reversal to commit suicide again. But now, her body was completely out of control, and Ultima Meisha even felt that even her soul was beginning to be swallowed up and became turbid. It was like a pure white paper being gradually penetrated by turbid sewage. Shall I? What is she doing? Looking at this scene not far away, Kurikawa Akane was also quite surprised. She certainly didn't think that Duanmu Huai suddenly had evil thoughts just because the other party was a beautiful girl with a good figure. Because she could see that when Duanmu Huai hugged the silver-haired girl tightly, under him, the shadow illuminated by the sun was shaking and twisting constantly, turning into tentacles that were raised high and tightly wrapped around the shadow of the silver-haired girl who was bound by him. For some reason, Kurikawa Akane felt that this scene was very familiar. Yes, she remembered that time, that nightmare. She also encountered similar things at that time. What on earth is going on? Chapter 1719. Ultimatia had never been so frightened before. For her, whether in the past or now, this was the first time she had tasted this feeling. It was like a burning flame, or like an icy cold current flowing down Ultimacia's throat and deep into her stomach. Ultimatia could even feel her stomach being corroded and penetrated by it. Then this terrifying and strange energy continued to drip downwards, clinging to the bones, flesh and internal organs inside her body, slowly and unwaveringly eroding, occupying every inch of the surface. No, don't do this, let me go. However, this was not just a change on the physical level, Ultimatia even felt that her soul began to waver. The thoughts in her mind gradually began to become confused, as if an invisible big hand was flipping through her memories, browsing them, and then throwing them aside. The memories that were once abandoned, and even sealed by Ultimatia appeared in her mind again, but Ultimatia couldn't even stop it at this moment. She could only pray and beg, hoping that the other party would not play with her memory and soul so wantonly. But, I don't care about this. Duanmu Huai, who was reading Ultimacia's soul, decisively threw the faint wailing aside. He was not interested in the life or death of this woman. Because what Duanmu Huai wanted to find was the connection with the dragon god that was rooted in the depths of her soul. He had already felt that evil, disgusting smell, like the smell of a broken toilet, and now what he had to do was to follow the smell and kill it, right here. Duanmu Huai kicked the door open, and the spiritual world around him suddenly let out a piercing scream. However, Duanmu Huai didn't care about these details at all. He stared at the spiritual world in front of him, and then strode in. The whole room was blank, with only scattered building blocks lying on the ground, and no one could be seen around. At first glance, this seemed to be just an ordinary empty room. But Duanmu Huai felt it, right here, the center of the strong stench. Boom, boom, boom. The wall collapsed, and the thick and huge tentacles shattered the spiritual barrier like vines, emerging from behind Duanmu Huai, forming a large army and marching forward. They raised high, then threw forward with force, and directly smashed the spiritual barrier that looked pure white in front of them. Crack bang. The smooth and neat wall was smashed like an eggshell, and the twisted things hidden in the spirit also emerged. At first glance, it was not a living thing. Or, at least from the outside, it doesn't look like a living thing with a body and facial features. Hidden behind the pure white wall, it looks more like colorful mist, or they float in the air, looking more like some kind of natural phenomenon. And seeing this strange phenomenon, Duanmu Huai was also shocked. This is Lady Ultimacia. Looking at Ultimacia, who was tightly grasped in Duanmu Huai's hand like a puppet, the dragon head roared angrily. It manipulated its parasitic body to fly high, then opened its mouth and aimed at Duanmu Huai. Behind it, blood vessels stretched out from it, like a car's refueling line connected to the palace below. If you look closely, you will find that at the end of those blood vessels, there is a person connected, including the king, queen, guards, and even servants. At this moment, they all fell to the ground like mummies, and all the blood was drawn, supplied, and coagulated in the dragon head. The latter opened his mouth and aimed at Duanmu Huai, and then a stream of blood suddenly burst out from the dragon head and disappeared. The shining lightning fell from the sky, turned into a sharp blade, and hit the dragon head heavily. The dragon head, which was fully focused on Duanmu Huai, obviously did not expect that someone would attack from behind. Before he could react, The exploding thunder completely blasted the huge dragon head into pieces. Huh? At this time, Kurikawa Akane appeared from the top of the high tower not far away, carefully looking around. And beside her, Freya looked very proud. What do you think? My idea is not bad. The hero is very conspicuous. Even if he is present, other people's eyes will be focused on him at the first time. For magicians, this is a very good opportunity. As long as you concentrate and find the right position, even a powerful enemy can be killed with one blow. Isn't this basic? Sister always makes such trouble in boring places. Princess Norn sighed helplessly, and then looked at the battlefield. Let's focus on the surroundings for the time being. Well, I don't know if there are other vampires. Before she finished speaking, Princess Norn shuddered suddenly. Cheen, defend immediately, full force. Hey! A dazzling flash of light rose from the ground. The beam of light that shot straight into the sky penetrated the thick clouds, like a sharp blade piercing the sky. The burst of air waves was like an invisible big hand, directly sweeping away everything around. Kurikawa Akane didn't even know what happened. She just subconsciously used protection. Then she flew into the air like a pebble caught in a typhoon, and then fell heavily to the ground. Everything around her was spinning and rolling. She couldn't tell up and down, left and right, east and west, north and south. Her ears were buzzing. The world seemed to be broken. Even Kurikawa Akane herself seemed to be torn apart. After an unknown period of time, the storm around her gradually subsided. Kurikawa Akane raised her head and looked around, and then she was shocked. The originally prosperous royal city had completely disappeared. It seemed that there was only dust, debris and whistling wind around. There was no one and no shouting. It seemed that everything had been completely destroyed, and the whole world had been destroyed. What is going on? I don't know either. Princess Norn, who appeared from behind Kurikawa Akane, shook her head. I just looked at that woman, and suddenly I had a bad premonition. My premonitions are always accurate in this regard. If it weren't for your bad premonition, maybe nothing would have happened. Freya complained dissatisfiedly. Kurikawa Akane didn't care about the quarrel between the two sisters. She stood blankly in the wasteland, looking at the dust around. Where is this place? Where is the royal city? Kurikawa Akane still remembers that the royal city had many high-rise buildings and castles, but now, the whole city seems to have been completely destroyed, as if it was completely wiped out from the ground by a nuclear bomb. So many people, those who were walking and running on the streets just now, and the original residents of this city know, none of this is important. What's important is, where is Xiao Ai? Fortunately, Freya is still very reliable in magic. I can sense the breath of the hero, over here. Under Freya's guidance, H1 Akane found Duanmu Huai in a pile of dust in the distance. The latter was desperately crawling out of the dust, and was covered in dust. It's true that if you often walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. No, it's not my problem this time. Duanmu Huai crawled out of the dust, and waved to H1 Akane. Thanks, it's so unlucky to meet such a guy. Aw, no, nothing. Xiao Ai, what happened just now? H1 Akane hesitated for a while, but couldn't help asking, and Duanmu Huai also gave an answer. Actually, it's nothing. I just want to see if I can find the dragon god through that woman, the bastard who turned these guys into blood clans. Failed? No, it succeeded. It must be said that after hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, H1 Akane was full of questions. She thought Duanmu Huai had failed or accidentally triggered the trap, but he had succeeded. So why did it end up like this? Duanmu Huai did not answer H1 Akane's question, and at this moment he also had a solemn expression on his face. Just as Duanmu Huai said to H1 Akane, he successfully found the dragon god. But the problem is, the other party's identity is somewhat surprising. That's not the dragon god, but the star god. That's right, it's the thing that gives people a headache. And this is not the star god, who has obtained a metal body and an independent personality. Its essence is closer to the original idol fish that orbited the sun to absorb radiation. It's just that the star gods at that time were strictly speaking more like a natural phenomenon. It was after the Necronter attracted them to the metal body that these star gods had self-awareness. Originally, that was the case. But the contact with the star god just now overturned this statement by Duanmu Huai. Although the other party had no form, it was obviously conscious. Not only that, it also left a sentence for Duanmu Huai. Things that do not exist yet. Duanmu Huai clenched his fists, with a serious look on his face. Star gods are different from evil gods. Players actually know very little about this kind of background level boss. Basically, the star gods that players know are star gods after they have their own bodies, not star gods, who are almost still in their original form. But Duanmu Huai can at least be sure of this. Not easy to deal with. After noticing the other party, Duanmu Huai manipulated his old power, and had a head-on confrontation with the star god without any pretense, which was also the reason for the sudden explosion. In short, half and half. Even if he used the power of the old days, that could corrode the spirit, Duanmu Huai could only cause half of the damage to the star god, and the other half was completely immune. How should I put it? It was as if I felt that there was something there, but I couldn't cause any damage to it, just like a phantom that had not yet become a physical entity, and I couldn't interfere, so I couldn't exist. Forget it. Let's not worry about it for now. Where are we now? Duanmu Huai shook his head, temporarily putting aside the things he couldn't understand, and asked, and facing Duanmu Huai's question, Kirikawa Akane's expression was a little complicated. We seem to be back. Although Duanmu Huai thought it was incredible, it was true. He didn't know what chain reaction the conflict between him and the star god caused. In short, Duanmu Huai and Kirikawa Akane were thrown out of that world and returned to their original world. I didn't expect that I could actually break through the barrier of the world. It's unimaginable. After feeling the spatial fluctuations around her, Freya was speechless. The surrounding space has completely collapsed. For now, there is no way to open a channel to go back there. It's really troublesome. Faced with this result, Duanmu Huai was somewhat speechless. According to Freya, because of the battle between him and the star god just now, the subspace has become fragile as if it had been run over. If the channel connecting to that world is opened again, the barriers on both sides that have been broken like eggshell residue may collapse completely. Well, the consequences are likely to be more serious than the unlucky guy who called his own explosion. No way. Duanmu Huai took out his mobile phone and took a look, and sighed speechlessly. I have no choice but to go back first. The barrier here is already very fragile, so let's change the angle, and start from a less fragile place. Chapter 1720. Returning to this world, Duanmu Huai did not feel relieved. On the contrary, he felt extremely headache. A primitive star god, who has no body but has self-awareness, and is also a child of the subspace? What kind of stitched monster is this? Aren't star gods from the physical world? Can't they enter the subspace at all? Duanmu Huai said that he only had one trick. That is, GM. There is a bug in the game. Please fix it. GM23912. Ha 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 ha, there is such a thing. Seeing the answer of GM in the dialog box, Duanmu Huai was speechless. After the GM chat was fixed, Duanmu Huai had applied for GM dialogue many times. Anyway, he was free. Of course, each GM gave Duanmu Huai a different feeling. Some are very well behaved, some feel a little autistic, and some, like this one, well, Duanmu Huai can sense that this guy is obviously the type of tell me if you are unhappy and make me happy. Just like himself. So, is this normal? Star gods represent the laws of the physical world, and have nothing to do with the subspace. GM23912. So how do you define the laws of the physical world? GM23912. People believe that there are no gods or beliefs in this world. So is this idea itself also a belief? Okay, although your words are a bit confusing, I understand what you mean. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. This is basically a paradox joke. For example, the Emperor joke familiar to players is that the Imperial Truth believes that everything in this world is materialistic. There are no gods or demons. But if you recite the Emperor's apparition when reciting the Imperial Truth, it would be very embarrassing. Similarly, star gods represent the laws of the real world. So who stipulates that the laws of the real world do not include the subspace? If you insist on using the right words, then isn't the subspace cannot interfere with the real world itself a physical law? Forget it, don't think about it anymore. Duanmu Huai feels that the more he thinks, the more he feels the beauty of a missing brain stem. So how to solve it? GM23912. Undefinable existence cannot be interfered with. First you must perceive it and define it. This GM seems to be easy to talk to. The previous GMs didn't say this is something the players need to discover themselves, or there are regulations above that players' actions cannot be interfered with without authorization. But this GM doesn't seem to care about these at all. Now it's good. You make it sound easy, but how to define it? Should we learn from the Necroner, and find a living metal body for this star god? What a joke, where can we find this thing? Even if Duanmu Huai returns to his original world, it is not easy to find this thing with the power of the Inquisition, let alone this weird ghost place now. GM23912. According to the data, you have had a successful example, right? Successful example? Me? You don't mean the materialization of the image in the subspace? Duanmu Huai lowered his head and looked at his hands. After he returned to this world, the power armor that condensed from the subspace also disappeared. But then again, the subspace in this world seems to be particularly inclined to the spiritual realm. GM23912. That's right. Forcibly forcing the other party to materialize through mental influence. I think you should have a lot of similar experience. Well, it is true. For example, puberty syndrome, ghost stories, cursed spirits, etc. As long as a large number of people imagine them, it is easy to materialize them. It's really troublesome. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai frowned. If the existence of this star god was known before the filming, it could be added to the movie script, but now it is obviously impossible. But to be honest, ambiguous things are difficult to materialize. This is why novels are difficult to replace as an entertainment. Indeed, with the development of media, narrative forms such as movies, television, games, comics, and animations have all appeared, but they still cannot replace novels. The reason lies in the imagination space of novels. Whether it is movies, television, or animation and comics, the audience sees things that have been fixed, but novels are different. Even if the text is the same, everyone will imagine different images. Duanmu Huai remembered that director Shimizu once told him that one of the reasons why horror novels are rarely successful in film adaptations is that the ambiguous imaginary fear obtained through text is completely incomparable to the materialized medium of movies. Just like Sadako, after being adapted into a movie and her image was fixed, people's fear of Sadako actually decreased, not increased. Because people are afraid of the unknown and the vague, just like in many horror movies, the protagonist sees a figure through the frosted glass, but is the other person a human or a ghost? Is it a man or a woman? Is it old or young? These are unknown. It is precisely because of the uneasiness brought by this uncertainty that it becomes the basis of fear. And because the novel is written in words, it is impossible to give readers a clear answer from a physical perspective in the end. Light novels with illustrations are not included, so unlike movies, no matter how ambiguous the first part is, the later part will clarify the entity of fear to the audience. In fact, Duanmu Huai said that the star god is in this state now. Duanmu Huai can see it, but in fact, it is better to say that it feels its existence. In this ambiguous way. Well, okay, even Duanmu Huai feels that this thing seems difficult to show in a movie. GM23912. First-class game designers will put the key points of the strategy in front of the players in advance. Although I don't know why, at this time, this GM suddenly brought up a completely different topic. GM23912. Personally, I think the strategy hints are very obvious, but it is also a problem that players didn't notice them at all really. GM23912. Isn't that what a sandbox game with too much freedom is like? Because there are no restrictions on how players can act as they please, but on the other hand, players will only play the parts they like and don't care about the parts they don't like. You are right. Duanmu Huai used to like fighting when playing sandbox games, and he had no interest in building anything. He is the type who can wear alloy armor, live in a wooden hut, and eat raw meat in a sandbox game. He even digs a hole and makes a fire if he finds it troublesome. After all, houses and equipment can be robbed. GM23912. So, as long as enough people can recognize its existence, it will be fine. That's impossible. Does he really have to make another movie? GM23912. Actually, the method is very simple. GM23912. Just play in a band and all problems will be solved. Huh? Seeing the GM's answer, Duanmu Huai was stunned. Play in a band? GM23912. That's right, didn't I say that? Game designers will put the key points of the strategy in front of the players in advance. Duanmu Huai now has a speechless feeling of working hard to upgrade combat skills to the top level, and then finding out that life skills are needed to open the door of the maze. Now that I think about it, there are indeed a lot of girl bands in this world, but Duanmu Huai doesn't care about this at all, and he doesn't care. He himself is also tone deaf. Of course, it's not that it can't be cured, but Duanmu Huai is just too lazy to cure it. But now, you want me to form a band? Really? Indeed, if it is music, it does not take as long as a movie, and if the lyrics are more targeted, it is easier to gain public recognition. For example, when it comes to the God of War under the car, everyone knows who it is. Do I have to do it? If Duanmu Huai does not need to do it himself, he can just pay and do it. GM23912. Please decide for yourself. After all, whether it will succeed depends on the players. Woo. Looking at the GM's nonchalant look, Duanmu Huai was speechless. Well, although it is indeed none of his business. But how can I put it? I just feel unhappy, very unhappy. Forget it, being unhappy is useless. Okay, I find a way myself. Duanmu Huai finally understood why this GM was so straightforward to give him a guide. It turned out that he was waiting for him here. Just kidding, he can say that he has practiced acting, but Duanmu Huai has never practiced music. It should be said that Duanmu Huai never thought that he would practice this thing one day, but now, the arrow is on the string, and it has to be shot. It is precisely because of this that when the girls saw that Duanmu Huai was not lying on the sofa and browsing his phone, but flipping through the musical instrument textbooks, they were all shocked. Sister? What are you doing? Looking at the easy introduction to musical instruments in Duanmu Huai's hand, Ruby widened her eyes in surprise, and was stunned. Do you want to play a musical instrument? Do I look like I want to? Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes silently. Is the role you play in the next movie related to musical instruments? For example, you have to use musical instruments to kill people? No one knows a sister better than a younger sister. I just smash him to death with the piano. Duanmu Huai flipped through the textbooks and waved his hand in disdain. Go away, I'm busy. Wow. Sister actually learned to play a musical instrument. It's incredible. Obviously, for Ruby, this was as bad as the end of the world, so she quickly told this matter. Are you okay? No fever? Sakurajima walked into the house and saw Duanmu Huai's first words. I heard from Ruby that you are learning a musical instrument. What? Is it not okay? This is the cultivation of a beautiful girl. I also plan to write lyrics and compose music by myself. Anyway, it's just a boast, so Duanmu Huai just boasts. Really? Then you can do your best. Although she didn't know what Duanmu Huai was crazy about, since he didn't want to say it, Sakurajima didn't ask any more questions and went straight to cook. The next person to appear was naturally Kurikawa Akane. Are you okay, Xiaoyai? No, it's actually related to that world. I was just saying. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Kurikawa Akane suddenly realized. She was wondering why Duanmu Huai became interested in musical instruments after returning inexplicably. It turned out that this was related to the enemies in that world. Do you want my help? Not at the moment. It would be great if there was an instrument that could be quickly mastered. How about a harmonica? That thing can't be used to form a band. Then why don't you be the lead singer, Xiaoyai? Xiaoyai's voice is very nice. I'm tone deaf. It's just that I didn't practice well. I can guarantee that with professional training, Xiaoyai will be able to sing very well. Hearing Kurikawa Akane's recommendation, Duanmu Huai also frowned. In fact, this did make him a little excited. After all, learning a musical instrument is too troublesome, and Duanmu Huai's clone has the advantage of superior charm. If he wants to fully display this advantage and imprint the lyrics into the audience's mind, so that they will have a subconscious impression of the tendency, it is indeed convenient to be the lead singer. Then it's decided. Duanmu Huai threw easy introduction to musical instruments aside. Can my tone deafness really be cured in a short time? As long as Xiaoyai practices seriously, there will be no problem. Since Kurikawa Akane said so, Duanmu Huai can only believe her this time. Chapter 1721. Xiangzi, let's form a band. It must be said that when Toekawa Xiangzi heard this from Duanmu Huai, she was completely confused. Form a band? Yes, I remember that you signed a trainee contract with the agency. That's right. Toekawa Xiangzi nodded. After all, she was just a high school student. It would be difficult for her to find a job if she wanted to work in other places. If she hadn't joined Strawberry Pro in this way, Toekawa Xiangzi would never have found a good job. Didn't you form a band before? Then you have experience. This. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Toekawa Xiangzi's expression became very strange. Besides, I heard that the song Kasuga's Shadow was written by you. It's pretty nice. No, I still don't understand. Please wait a moment, Miss Duanmu. Seeing that Duanmu Huai was about to lead her astray, Toekawa Xiangzi hurriedly spoke to stop him. Why do you want to form a band? Why do you want me? Who wants to form a band? Me. Duanmu Huai pointed at himself. For some reason, I want to form a band, and then debut in the shortest possible time, become famous, and let more people hear our songs. Although Duanmu Huai said this very directly, Fengchuan Xiangzi was still confused. Although it seemed normal from the perspective of becoming famous, considering Duanmu Huai's current popularity. Frankly speaking, she felt that many bands could not reach Duanmu Huai's level. Does she still need to rely on the band to become famous? Moreover, Fengchuan Xiangzi was somewhat resistant to forming a band. After all, Although the previous events were in the past, they were not completely over for Fengchuan Xiangzi. Of course, I also know that this is not an easy task, and I have made some preparations. Forget it, words are not enough, come with me. Hey! Although Toyokawa Shoko was a little reluctant, Duanmu Huai still took her out of the office, and came to a recording studio. This place is mine. Duanmu Huai walked into the recording studio, closed the door, and explained to Toyokawa Shoko, who was a little nervous. Of course, he was not wrong to say so. Duanmu Huai had so many companies under his control, all of which were related to performing arts, and there were certainly many places, like recording and video recording. One of the reasons I asked you to come here is that I was attracted by your ability to arrange music. Arrangement ability? Well, next I will sing a song, and I hope you can compose music according to this lyrics. Do you understand what I mean? Ah, well, I know. Okay, you listen. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai cleared his throat. And Toyokawa Shoko sat obediently on the chair next to him, staring at Duanmu Huai with puzzled eyes. After all, she still didn't know what Duanmu Huai wanted to do. Although it was a general trend for girls to form a band, it didn't seem like a whim, but a job. Has Strawberry Pro taken over this kind of work recently? Just when Toyokawa Shoko was puzzled, Duanmu Huai opened his mouth, and then a loud voice emerged from it. That was not singing. Toyokawa Shoko realized this in an instant. Unlike the melody and jumping rhythm, Duanmu Huai was not singing, but chanting. The sound from his mouth reminded Toyokawa Shoko of the choir chorus he had listened to in the church on Christmas. Soft, steady, full of a sense of emptiness and holiness. Not only that, what he sang was a language that Toyokawa Shoko had never heard before. It was obviously not Japanese, but it didn't sound like English, German, French or the like. Strictly speaking, for some reason, Toyokawa Shoko always felt that this was not a language that existed in this world, but more like a language from another world. Not only that, if Toyokawa Shoko were to describe it, it would feel like holiness, emptiness, and a shock from the soul. It was not an entertainment for girls to sing and dance, but more like some grand chanting that seemed to involve the concept of the entire world. Even if Toyokawa Shoko didn't understand the words sung by Duanmu Huai at all, she could feel that this singing style and phrases had already surpassed the mundane concept, as if they were transmitted to the sky from afar. Click. At this moment, suddenly, the originally dim lights around suddenly lit up, scaring Toyokawa Shoko, who thought someone was coming. Looking closely, he found that the entire recording studio was still silent. There was no one except himself and Duanmu Huai, and Duanmu Huai also stopped at this time. Oh, nothing, normal situation. Yes, is it? Well, the circuit here is a little poorly connected, it happens all the time. Of course, this was Duanmu Huai's nonsense. Every time he sang hymns, the electronic equipment around him would react unconsciously, although it was normal from a certain perspective. After all, it was praising the machine's soul. So what do you think? Duanmu Huai directly passed the topic and looked at Toyokawa Shoko, who was stunned for a moment and nodded vigorously. It's very nice, how should I put it? It doesn't feel like ordinary music, it feels sacred and clear. But, doesn't it have a melody? No, so I hope you can compose it. After all, this is a hymn to the machine's soul, so of course there is no accompaniment. And the words. I have never heard of this language. Just think of it as a language from another world, it's actually my creation. Duanmu Huai said that it was rare for him to be a plagiarist. After all, he really didn't have the patience to do this. No. This thing originally belonged to the tribunal belongs to the judge, so it originally belonged to him. Toyokawa Shoko didn't really believe what Duanmu Huai said. Although she didn't understand what the words were, at least she could hear that the words were quite coherent, and the emotional connection was also very layered. It was a completely mature language. Could it be that Duanmu Huai was just thinking about these weird things when he had nothing to do? In fact, this was the best solution Duanmu Huai had come up with so far. There are so many bands. If you want to stand out from them, you must be fresh. Of course, it is meaningless to be unconventional, at least you have to come up with something to be popular. So Duanmu Huai came up with this idea. Duanmu Huai knew the hymns from the Tower world. After all, these were used to praise the machine's soul, and Duanmu Huai certainly learned them. In other words, because those reptiers were devout believers of Duanmu Huai, the content of the hymns they knew was naturally stored in Duanmu Huai's soul realm. Just like the collection in the library, you can just take it out and use it when necessary. Duanmu Huai has asked Kurikawa Akane to find a teacher from the Laolai troupe to help with pronunciation. Fortunately, the quality of this body is very good. As long as he practices hard and combines this unique singing method, he will definitely be successful. However, one person is not enough. So I need a band. Dwanmu Hwai stared at Toeko Shoko. Also, this time I don't plan to rely on our reputation to hype up from the beginning, but to reach the highest point before revealing our true identity. It's a marketing strategy. This marketing strategy is quite common in the film industry, but it's a bit out of tune for a band to play this trick. After all, most bands are motivated by becoming famous as soon as possible. However, Dwanmu Hwai wants to mobilize people's emotions as much as possible, so the best way is to play this trick of lust. As long as the band continues to be famous, people will pay more and more attention to them. Once it reaches the highest point, it will burn completely. Although with Dwanmu Hwai's popularity, even if he just promotes that he wants to form a band, it will cause a lot of noise. But this is not dramatic enough after all. And Dwanmu Hwai also knows the trouble of his popularity. Maybe after his true identity is exposed, various programs will come to him. After all, he was just acting in movies before, so if it is not related to movies, he can directly refuse. But if he wants to form a band, there will be too many people who want to get on board. In the final analysis, Dwanmu Hwai is still lazy. I understand. After listening to Dwanmu Hwai's explanation, Fengchuan Xiangzi was silent for a moment and raised his head. Although I don't know how far I can go, I want to give it a try. Oh, no problem, come on, I believe you. In fact, with Dwanmu Hwai's reputation, if he really wanted to find a big name in the music industry to cooperate, it would be a matter of minutes, but since the GM has given a hint, Dwanmu Hwai decided to follow suit and go directly to the route of the numerous girl bands. And it is always pleasant to form a band with young and beautiful girls, isn't it? It must be said that Fengchuan Xiangzi does have some musical talent. After a week, Dwanmu Hwai, who was a little impatient, finally got a music demo from Fengchuan Xiangzi. Does it take so long? Dwanmu Hwai took the demo and looked at Fengchuan Xiangzi, whose eyes were dark and could not hide her fatigue and excitement, and was a little surprised. He thought the music arrangement was quite simple. After all, he had already sung the rhythm. So, all Toeko Shoko had to do was to match the rhythm and make the music. I want to do my best, and it took me a lot of combinations. Toeko Shoko was also somewhat excited. Although Dwanmu Hwai's unique hymn was the main part of this kind of performance, the beautiful music was the icing on the cake. Although Dwanmu Hwai might think that playing a triangle and a harmonica would be acceptable, Toeko Shoko obviously would not compromise. Dwanmu Hwai only cared about whether it sounded good or not, but Toeko Shoko considered more. After all, this was a band, and they needed to perform together on stage. Moreover, icing on the cake is often much more difficult than sending charcoal in the snow. After all, sending charcoal in the snow has low expectations, and is easy to satisfy. But the icing on the cake is different, especially the brand new style of hymn sung by Dwanmu Hwai. If it is messed up, it will have the opposite effect. Therefore, in order to cooperate with Dwanmu Hwai's performance, Fengchuan Xiangzi also thought of countless combinations, and arranged the music again, and finally came up with the results that she thought were satisfactory. In terms of instruments, I think keyboards and violins are necessary. At this point, Fengchuan Xiangzi bit her lip. Generally speaking, few bands have violins, but Dwanmu Hwai's hymns are different. Whether entering or exiting, the melodious and gorgeous sound of the violin is necessary. Just like the stage curtain opens, the thin and luxurious silk gauze is pulled to both sides, bringing a grand opening to the audience. The heavy timbre of the keyboard constitutes the cornerstone of the altar, and the elegance of the violin brings a gorgeous unveiling. These are all necessary. Then, there are guitar and bass. Let's not talk about bass. In most bands, guitar is the core of the core, but in this band, the importance of guitar can only be ranked behind keyboard and violin, responsible for the embellishment like flowers, while the soft sound of bass will turn into a breeze and send it to the ears of the audience. No drums? I remember that bands usually have drums. Dwanmu Hwai listened to the demo and asked curiously, while Toeko Shoko shook her head. But in that case, the number of people is wrong. The number of people is wrong? Keyboard, violin, guitar, bass, plus myself, there are 5 people, adding one more person will not be a big deal. There is no law that stipulates that a girl band can only be composed of 5 people. Will it explode on the spot if it is composed of 6? By the way, didn't your previous band with 5 people also explode? Of course, Dwanmu Hwai didn't need to tell Toeko Shoko about this, as she would definitely get angry when she heard it. Besides, we are not following the rock route, so the drums are not very important. That's right, hymns are originally sacred and solemn, and it would be a mess if they were turned into rock. Who will be responsible if the machine soul gets too excited and overloaded? I will play the keyboard. Toyokawa Shoko quickly started the next report. I will be responsible for finding the guitar and bass, but the violinist may be more difficult. Wait for me to ask. Duanmu Huai took out his mobile phone and walked aside, and turned back after a while. Well, we found the violinist. Chin said she is very good at this. Chin? Is it the talented actor Kurikawa Chin? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Toyokawa Shoko was somewhat surprised. She didn't expect that the other party would actually join the band. Of course, if it was someone else's band, Kurikawa Akane would not join, but Duanmu Huai. That's settled. Duanmu Huai took out his phone and glanced at it. In fact, when it comes to the violinist in Duanmu Huai's mind, Mary is definitely the first, but Mary is not in this world, so he can only settle for the second best. Then, gather in the recording studio in 3 days for the first rehearsal. Then, he made a decisive decision. Speed is of the essence. The speed of finding members was quite fast. Toyokawa Shoko quickly found a guitar and bass. As for the drummer, she once recommended the anchor called Miao Mingqin to Duanmu Huai, but Duanmu Huai directly rejected it. That woman is not good. She looks like an idiot who will get into trouble. So in the end, the plan to add the drummer to the band was cancelled. Then 3 days later, in the recording studio, Duanmu Huai also met the other members of the band. The guitar is an acquaintance, Rimu. It must be said that Duanmu Huai was a little surprised to see her appear. After all, in Duanmu Huai's impression, Rimu is the kind of introverted girl who doesn't like to talk. It's really hard for Duanmu Huai to imagine that she can play the guitar. I don't know if Rimu can play the guitar with her teeth. As for the other one, my name is Hachiman Hailing. The girl who appeared in front of Duanmu Huai and others was a girl who looked expressionless and very calm. Currently, I am responsible for about 30 bands. Please give me more advice. However, in fact, only about 10 bands are still active. Duanmu Huai looked at Hachiman Hailing with a confused look on his face, and then looked at Toyokawa Shoko. Is it really okay to find someone who can say I treated 30 patients, and now 10 are still alive? Hachiman's skills are worthy of recognition. Okay, if you say it seriously, I will listen seriously. I am Duanmu Ai, this is Kurikawa Akane, hello? Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane also greeted the two. Strictly speaking, only Hachiman Hailing is an outsider among the 5 people, and the others know each other. But as for the bass, it doesn't make much difference whether there is one or not, and Hachiman Hailing doesn't seem to be someone who cares about this kind of thing. This may be the value of being able to be responsible for 30 bands. Also, I set up the background. Watching Toyokawa Shoko excitedly take out a notebook, Duanmu Huai suddenly had a very bad premonition. I think, since everyone is wearing a mask, then we might as well use different identities and code names. This is how I set it up. Listening to Toyokawa Shoko's enthusiastic explanation, Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane looked at each other in confusion. In short, Toyokawa Shoko set up a worldview, in which they are all abandoned puppets, and then they get souls, and then the concert is to invite the audience to a dinner party. Toyokawa Shoko even suggested that the acting skills of Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane should be used in this, and a few short plays should be interspersed. No, this is too second year. Although I was also second year when I performed in the stage play Tokyo Blade, it was a 2.5D comic adaptation, so second year is normal. But right now, this band is his own, and Toyokawa Shoko even gave everyone code names, like Obliviones, Timoris, and other messy things. Wow, Duanmu Huai got goosebumps all over his body. By the way, is this a live or a stage play? I really didn't realize that this young lady has such a middle school side. Facing Toyokawa Shoko's enthusiastic explanation, Duanmu Huai sighed silently. Start practicing. As for your setting, well, let's talk about it later. If possible, he didn't want to say it at all. Chapter 1722. The rehearsal itself was not difficult, because the structure of the whole piece of music was based on the hymn sung by Duanmu Huai, and the music was more of an embellishment like BGM, and the main thing was to grasp the rhythm. Therefore, everyone went through the song quickly. Huh? Putting down the violin in his hand, Kurikawa Akane breathed a sigh of relief. I'm so nervous. This is the first time I feel so nervous. I might be more relaxed when performing on stage. Me too. Yabata Kaling nodded. But it's not in vain to hear such a strange and beautiful lyrics. Wakabamu was still in a trance, as if he hadn't come out of it yet. Only Toyokawa Shoko was better. After all, she had heard Duanmu Huai's a cappella before, and had some resistance, so she could understand why others were like this. It wasn't that the music itself was difficult, but because when Duanmu Huai sang out loud, the sacred, gorgeous, and majestic feeling really made people nervous. To put it in an exaggerated way, it even gives people a sense of oppression that if they don't play well, they will be dragged out and beheaded on the spot. What's more terrible is that this pressure does not come from the outside, but from the depths of one's heart. Even if others don't care, one will be ashamed and want to commit suicide. The hymn sung by Duanmu Huai even reached this point. Well, this is normal. Although Duanmu Huai himself has no interest in singing, who can blame him for the superior charm of his own body? That's the same as Jinjiling. It's just that Duanmu Huai can't follow the cute route of Jinjiling. Although Jinjiling's cuteness is really adorable, Duanmu Huai, if the original body wears a magic girl costume, he can consider being cute, such as a magic girl making a heart shape. But forget about the clone. After all, the original body can be used to disgust others, but the clone can only disgust itself. So do you have any questions? Walking out of the recording studio, Duanmu Huai looked at everyone, who looked at each other, and shook their heads. The cooperation is very good, and each other's skills are also in place, and the problem of forming a band has basically been solved. Then, there are only 3 problems left. First of all, the first question, I think this should be explained before the band is formed. Duanmu Huai raised a finger. This band won't last too long. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Kurikawa Akane didn't react. Hachiman Kaling was waiting for an explanation, but Toyokawa Shoko and Wakaba Matsu trembled. What are you in a hurry for? Do you still think you can form a band for life? In short, I won't spend most of my time on the band. At most 1 or 2 years. When I am sure that we are likely to achieve our goal, the band will disband. Duanmu Huai is a judge. The main purpose of forming a band this time is to make the star god materialize, and then kill it, so of course, it is impossible to indulge in the band game that is like a child playing house. Kurikawa Akane understands this, after all, she knows what Duanmu Huai is doing. Toyokawa Shoko, Wakaba Matsu and Hachiman Kaling don't understand, but they seem to accept it. Of course, I'm not saying that I will throw you away after using you. The income generated by the band can be divided into 30% and 70%, and you take the majority. Also, after the band disbands, I will let Strawberry Pro introduce you to new jobs and connections if you are interested. Kurikawa Akane and Hachiman Kaling were quite indifferent to this, but Toyokawa Shoko and Wakaba Matsu were a little restless. Well, that's how children are. They will know when they enter society. Exchange of interests is also very important. Without rewards, who would give their lives to you? The next point is about identity. Duanmu Huai thought about it, and decided to make it clear. My idea is that when we become famous, only I need to show my face, so that the popularity and influence of the band can be maximized. Moreover, as long as you keep the mystery, it is easy to get alternative attention. Of course, you can also choose to take off the mask and reveal your identity together. What do you think? I will do it according to Xiao AI's opinion. Of course, Duanmu Huai fully affirmed Kurikawa Akane. Although she was second only to Duanmu Huai in terms of popularity in this band, Kurikawa Akane obviously did not intend to steal the show. I have no objection, and with your popularity, no one would care if I took off the mask. Hachiman Hailing also expressed her thoughts. Indeed, as she said, Duanmu Huai is a well-known national movie star. In terms of popularity, even if the entire Girls' Generation band is pulled out, it is not enough for her to beat with one hand. Even if she shows her face, it is estimated that it will only be drowned under Duanmu Huai's popularity. It is better to keep a little mystery. After all, if you keep the mystery, you can still get a certain topic, but take off the mask? Hachiman Hailing? Who is it? I don't know. Don't. It doesn't matter if you reveal it. Ruiyamu expressed his agreement very firmly, which is really rare for her who rarely shows emotions. I don't have any objection. Toyokawa Shoko didn't object. Duanmu Huai had already discussed this issue with Toyokawa Shoko in private. Toyokawa Shoko's idea was to gain experience through this band experience, and then after Duanmu Huai disbanded the band, she could use this experience to reorganize a new band. So hiding her identity was also a good thing for her. Next, the last question. Everyone stared at Duanmu Huai in silence, and the latter coughed. What's the name of the band? Ah, there must be a band name. You can't go on stage without a name. What would that look like? Where can a band go on stage without a name? Don't you think so? How about Avenue Mujica? Toyokawa Shoko had obviously expected it. En card? What hen? It's Latin, translated as praising music. I think it fits our style. Do you have to give it a foreign name? Duanmu Huai looked disgusted. How about Pink Fluffy Bunny? Let's change it. Even Kurikawa Akane sometimes doesn't stand on Duanmu Huai's side. I think this name is cute. After that, deciding the band name became the most time-consuming part. Everyone came up with a name according to their own ideas. Of course, Duanmu Huai's names such as Keyboard Man Band, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix, and Little Match Girl were all rejected. In the end, Duanmu Huai was annoyed, and made the decision directly as the captain. Since you insist on giving it a foreign name, let's call it Inquisitor, the high Gothic name for the Inquisitor. Now you have no objection, everyone. Well, can accept it more or less. At least it's better than the Pink Fluffy Bunny. Then, the next step is the performance. Where should we choose for our first performance? Ring? I always feel that it will ruin the place, so let's forget it. Hachiman Kaling was the first to object. Everyone in the live house is here to relax. If they suddenly hear this kind of thing, I'm afraid they will be confused. That's right. Just like singing the national anthem in a pop music venue, it feels awkward no matter how you listen to it. Then let's have a debut performance. Duanmu Huai picked up his phone and talked to Jingzi, and then made a decision. It just so happens that the agency is going to organize a performance in this area recently. I talked to Kyoko, and they arranged us to the last show. So you want to do a special concert? Is that really okay? Of course. This is the benefit of being rich and powerful. The referee and the venue are mine. What can you use to fight me? It's decided. The Tokoidol special concert in a week, the last night's show. Duanmu Huai put away his phone and looked at everyone. Next, it's up to us. Chapter 1723. Although it was short, Toyoko Shoko did serve as the band leader for a period of time, so she has quite a lot of experience in how a band should run a concert. Originally, Toyoko Shoko thought that her experience could be applied to the current band, but soon she found that her experience was not worth mentioning at all. First of all, practice rooms, these must be booked in advance. After all, not every place has a recording studio, and in this era, almost every school has many girls forming bands. From the number of bands alone, it is not an exaggeration to describe the number of bands in a district as tens of thousands. Not to mention the quality of these bands, it is very difficult to grab recording studios and practice rooms. You need to make reservations in advance and avoid conflicts with other bands. And because it is a band that conceals its identity, it also needs to consider concealing its identity. Well, this is a problem that Toyoko Shoko needs to consider. Duanmu Huai just threw her a bunch of keys the next day. What is this? I bought a live house. Duanmu Huai gave a direct answer. It seems that the previous owner is old and can't work anymore, so he closed the business and went home. It's on the market now, so I bought it and have arranged for someone to clean it. We will rehearse here in the future. Of course, this place is not open to the public at the moment. Looking at the key with the word space printed on it, Toyoko Shoko was confused. Although she was also a rich lady, Toyoko Shoko could only think of finding some connections through her network to ask them to help her find a recording studio and practice room. This idea of since there is nothing, just buy one was still too advanced for Toyoko Shoko. Duanmu Huai doesn't like being controlled by others, and he has his own live house, where he can adjust the lighting and sound system at will, and play however he wants. Isn't this much more convenient than just practicing? The location is set, and the next thing is clothes. Although Duanmu Huai complained that his taste was very second-rate, in Fengchuan Xiangzi's opinion, Duanmu Huai's taste was actually not that good. The dress of each band is related to the style. Fengchuan Xiangzi also considered how to dress this band, but Duanmu Huai firmly used a style that made Fengchuan Xiangzi speechless. In fact, the dress itself is quite simple. Everyone wears a robe, and then a hooded cloak is wrapped outside the robe, and the upper half of the face is covered by a metal mask. The cloak is dark red with gold edges, and the difference lies in the color of the inner robe. Duanmu Huai's robe is white, and the other four are black. However, considering that the four of them are responsible for accompaniment in the back, they don't need to be too conspicuous. But to be honest, even so, it still makes Toyoko Shoko feel weird, just like the dress of some religious believers. In addition, there is something that makes Toyoko Shoko speechless. That is, Duanmu Huai is particularly stubborn and uses metal to make skull decorations on it, skulls, gears, and war hammers. Toyoko Shoko can't understand what Duanmu Huai wants to do. Anyway, Duanmu Huai said this is a must, and this is the taste we want. In Toyoko Shoko's opinion, this is completely death heavy metal. Skulls are everywhere, and this band is not going for this style, right, However, Duanmu Huai insisted, and the others didn't care much. Fengchuan Xiangzi was alone, and had to let him go. But Fengchuan Xiangzi had to admit that it was good to have money. However, it should be said, it was good to have your own money. It was true that Fengchuan Xiangzi was the eldest daughter of the Fengchuan family, but the amount of money she could control was just the level of pocket money for the eldest daughter. Fengchuan Xiangzi remembered that the eldest daughter of the Jinjimaki family seemed to like the hustle and bustle, and often spent money on some very exaggerated things, but she couldn't learn it. After all, her father was not capable, so Fengchuan Xiangzi had always worked very hard to stick to her duties, and didn't spend money like other young ladies. However, the problem with Duanmu Huai was that he used his own money. This alone was enough to make Fengchuan Xiangzi envious. Moreover, it was indeed very convenient to have a live house of your own. You don't have to worry about the practice time, and you can even adjust the stage position and lighting as you like according to your own ideas. After all, these things are usually limited in time in the live house, so everyone can only rehearse once or twice, and then it will be what it is. But here, even if it is just a lighting angle, everyone can study it for a whole morning. Anyway, the whole live house is theirs. There is no need to worry about wasting time, or even closing the door. For Duanmu Huai, he can't understand the enthusiasm of the girls, but others obviously like this place. Rui Mu stayed here after school, and played the guitar until the curfew time. Even Hachiman Hailing often came here to stay, and Toyakawa Shoko was busier, mainly because she needed to confirm some positions, and the direction of the music. Of course, Kurikawa Akane would also help in this regard. As a talented stage actor, Kurikawa Akane is truly a professional when it comes to stage lighting and sound configuration. This place is awesome. Looking at the hall in front of her, Hachiman Kaling couldn't help but sigh. I've heard of space before, but I didn't perform here at that time. I heard that everyone was disappointed after it closed. Is that so? Duanmu Huai talked casually while drinking mineral water. Well, before? No, it was only 1 or 2 years at most. It's really strange. It's not that far away, but now it seems like a long time ago. It would be nice to revive it. After all, everything is here. I heard that the previous owner put it up for sale because he was too old to run it. In this case, we can consider opening it up later. Can I? Well, didn't you say that everyone likes this place? Although I don't understand this, isn't it good to be able to pass it on? For Duanmu Huai, although he is rich enough to buy a live house, he is not so wasteful that he throws it away after use. It's not a small umbrella. At this point, Duanmu Huai looked at his mobile phone. It's about time. Ding! Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Rui Mu, who was sitting next to him and playing the guitar silently, did not change her expression, but her guitar, which was quite out of tune, made a discordant sound. Hearing this sound, Duanmu Huai glanced at Rui Mu. The other party still had no expression on his face, just staring quietly ahead, as if nothing had happened. Ah, I understand this reaction. When a child hears an adult talking about a topic he doesn't like, and doesn't know how to stop it, he can only sit by with a stern face, silently expressing I don't like it. Although I want to say this, but think about it carefully, how about doing a training camp? So Duanmu Huai directly changed the topic. Hearing his proposal, Hachiman Hailing was stunned for a moment. Training camp? Yes, just treat it as part of the band's activities. Isn't it fun to stay up late in the live house? It seems to be very interesting. Hachiman Hailing thought about it, and nodded seriously. Hey! Are you serious? At this time, Toyakawa Shoko and Kurikawa Akane also came over. When they heard Duanmu Huai's words, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Of course, don't you think it's fun? This is indeed fun, but is it okay? Staying out all night without permission. You'd be alone at home, right? And don't you want to try what it's like to spend the night in a live house? Woo! Faced with Duanmu Huai's persuasion, Toyakawa Shoko's expression was a little tangled. On the one hand, as a well-educated daughter, she felt that staying out all night was not what a good child would do. On the other hand, this kind of excitement of doing something knowing it's not possible also made Toyakawa Shoko a little eager to try, just like a student staying up all night in an internet cafe for the first time, nervous, exciting, and a little bit expectant. But is it really okay to do this? Toyakawa Shoko turned her head and looked at Kurikawa Akane beside her, who smiled slightly. It's not bad. When we go to teach outside the school, don't we also stay in other places? Just think of it as an off-campus trip. Is that so? Indeed, if you think of it as an off-campus teaching, staying in other places is not unacceptable. But it is a hotel after all. Will anyone stay in a live house? How about it? Xiangzi? I wait for you. Duanmu Huai's words lingered in Toikawa Xiangzi's ears, just like a bad boy who was inducing the well-behaved daughter to fall into depravity, full of devilish charm. In the end, Toikawa Xiangzi nodded in a ghostly way. Okay, if it doesn't cause trouble to others. In the middle of the night, he didn't go home, but stayed out all night in a live house? This is obviously a bad behavior. Although he thought so, Toikawa Xiangzi was actually a little excited in his heart. But, wait, I didn't bring any change of clothes? It's just one night, no one will die. Is that the problem? Okay, stop talking, we have just confirmed the stage lighting and sound effects. Let's do it again. Duanmu Huai clapped his hands vigorously, interrupting Toikawa Shoko's protest, and the others didn't care, and took up their instruments and walked onto the stage. Seeing this scene, Toikawa Shoko sighed helplessly, and then followed the four people silently. It seems that this night is still very busy. It was late at night. A petite figure carrying a suitcase walked silently on the street. At this time, it was completely time for the police to find her and take her for questioning, but the petite figure didn't care, like a cat, wandering on the street at night, and then came to space. Looking at the live house with a faint light in the window, the petite figure tilted her head slightly, and then quietly got into the bushes. At the same time, in the space venue, the last song had just finished playing. Huh? It's almost over. Duanmu Huai yawned, looking tired, but Toikawa Shoko was excited at the moment. Please do it again. I think I can use a better melody to cut into that place just now. Mu, you think so too? Yeah. Rimu also nodded. Although she didn't say much, her actions were very determined. Ah, it's over. Looking at the enthusiastic people, Duanmu Huai felt that he had fallen into the pit he dug. As a judge, staying up late is commonplace for Duanmu Huai, and he has long been accustomed to it. But whether it is Toikawa Shoko or Rimu, I'm afraid they have never had the experience of staying up late in such a strange place. Hachiman Kaling may not have either. It's like going to an internet cafe to play with 5 people, one of whom is a regular customer, and the others are staying up all night to play games for the first time. The result is that the regular customer is exhausted early, while the others can't sleep at all because of excitement. Judging from this spirit, they may be able to stay up until the second half of the night. Just when Duanmu Huai was drowsy, suddenly, a burst of exciting guitar sounds came from the side, which woke him up immediately. Xiao Mu, what are you doing? You can't let me sleep like this. Huh? Hearing Duanmu Huai's complaint, Ri Mu, who was sitting next to him, was stunned for a moment, and Duanmu Huai realized that the guitar she had originally held in her arms was now placed on the chair next to her. Who is playing the guitar? Duanmu Huai turned his head, and saw a petite girl with short hair standing on the stage, not far away, holding a guitar and playing. She played very fast, and her voice was quite wild and rock. Even the others turned their heads in surprise, and looked at her speechless for a while. However, who are you? A strange girl suddenly appeared in the live house, in the middle of the night. Is this a haunted place? In fact, Toikawa Shoko was so scared that she ran behind Wakaba Mu. By the way, Kurikawa Akane was not very nervous. After all, there were 2 authentic ghosts attached to her. Luckily, the girl in front of him was not a ghost. After bribing her with a candy, everyone knew that the girl was called Kane Rakuna. As for why she was here, the other party just said home and then said nothing more. Is she a former guest of space? Looking at the girl sitting on a chair not far away, squinting her eyes leisurely, like a cat returning to her nest, Toikawa Shoko also whispered. But she is only a junior high school student now. Yada Kirin shook her head. Maybe she has been listening to the band in space, so she has a sense of belonging here? Kurikawa Akane put forward his own opinion. The problem now is not this. If she is here, we can't practice at all. As Toikawa Shoko said, she looked at Duanmu Huai. Duanmu classmate, you think so too? Do you want to stop here today? Or should we send that child home? Faced with Toikawa Shoko's question, Duanmu Huai stared at Yao Linai, and was silent for a moment. Forget it, let her stay here. Huh? It must be said that Duanmu Huai's answer was really unexpected. Is it okay? What if she leaks our information? I don't think this child should be that kind of person, and... While speaking, Duanmu Huai stared at Yao Linai's eyes. The gold and blue eyes made him unconsciously think of another person. Incredibly, when thinking of her, Duanmu Huai felt that his mood was very calm. She reminds me of someone, I like her very much. Which one was Duanmu Huai talking about? Kurikawa Akane silently watched Duanmu Huai from the side. She could feel that when Duan Muhui looked at Yao Linai, his expression was indeed a little relaxed, and his eyes were not as serious as usual. She also asked Freya and Norn, but both of them said that they actually knew very little about Duan Muhui's past. However, it should be said that they knew more than Kurikawa Akane, but it was also limited. Like now, when he saw Yao Linai, who did Duan Muhui think of? Kurikawa Akane, Freya, and Norn had no answer to this question. Chapter 1724. Everyone found that Duan Muhui was really good to Yao Linai. He even gave Yao Linai a spare key, so that she could stay here anytime. According to Duan Muhui, it would not work if there was no popularity, but having someone here would make her a little popular. And Yao Linai did not call friends to come here for a party, as others worried. Most of the time, she just played impromptu music here, slept when she was tired, and went out to find food when she woke up. After eating, she came back to play, and slept when she was tired. How to say it? It's just a wild cat. But I have to admit that this cat's guitar skills are quite outstanding. Fengchuan Xiangzi also thought about whether to pull Yao Linai in. After all, double guitars are also very normal in many bands. But Duan Muhui refused. The reason is simple. Do you think you can control her? Facing Duan Muhui's question, Fengchuan Xiangzi pondered for a moment, and lowered his head dejectedly. Training a dog requires skills. There is no such thing as training a cat. However, the presence of Yao Linai is not completely without benefit to the band. There were several times when everyone was practicing, Yao Linai would suddenly interrupt and improvise. If it was a normal practice, she would only be scolded, but every time Yao Linai's improvisation could make the song more complete, so no one complained. Moreover, this kind of improvisation can often bring them more inspiration. Of course, the song will be changed again and again instead. Fortunately, everyone present is professional, so there will be no problems. Duan Muhui didn't care even more. After all, he didn't even play. However, this was just an episode. Soon, the band organized by Duan Muhui officially debuted. Tokyo Idol Band Awards. Abbreviated as Tokyo Idol. Although the name is Tokyo, it is actually a gorgeous festival that brings together the most famous girl bands in Japan, for a total of 3 days. During these 3 days, the most popular girl bands will appear on stage and present the most lively and noisy performances to everyone. And each night show will be reserved for the most popular band of the day. The night show band on the first day is Rosalia, and the night show band on the second day is Hello, Happy World. These two bands are famous in various senses, and they have indeed brought everyone a lot of enjoyment. However, as the last night show, the band is quite surprising. Inquisitor. A band with no reputation, or even no one has ever heard of. When people first saw the announcement of the band's night show on the advertising column, many of them were confused. Some people searched online, but they couldn't find any information about the band. Why would such a band be the closing guest of this festival? Many people were shocked, but soon, the news revealed by the official staff was even more shocking. According to the news revealed by the internal staff, this band was temporarily established, and pressure was exerted through the senior management to be responsible for the last night show of this grand prize. Since the other party has the double halo bonus of the organizer and sponsor, although the other staff are helpless, they have to bow their heads. As soon as this news leaked out, it immediately set off an internet sensation. Many people denounced the organizers of the competition for abusing their power for personal gain, and many people even left messages under the organizers' accounts to denounce them, and said that if the unknown band's night show was not cancelled, they would never come to participate again. So, the third day of the band awards was launched in a noisy environment. Wow! Why did it become like this? At the same time, Toyoko Shoko, who was browsing her phone, wanted to stuff herself with stomach medicine. This is troublesome. Trouble? What kind of trouble? Duan Muhui yawned and leaned back in his chair. By the way, they arrived at the venue early, but Duan Muhui was too lazy to squeeze in with others, so he simply bought another RV through the company, and everyone was waiting in the RV. The internet is flooding with bad things about us, saying that we are a band that got in through the back door, and that we bully people and forcibly changed the reservation. That's right. Duan Muhui shrugged his shoulders. If I hadn't said hello, a band like us that was formed halfway would never have been able to get on this stage. And in order to make our appearance, the originally scheduled band was indeed cancelled. What's the problem? No, this will make people have a bad impression of us. Why do you think I care about their thoughts? Huh? It has to be said that Duan Muhui's answer made Toyoko Xiangzi's mind go blank. We are a band, shouldn't we think about everyone? Why? We are just here to sing. Whether they like it or not is their business. I am not begging them to listen. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. It is just like acting. Acting is my job. What I have to do is to interpret the role. As for whether someone will like me because of this role, that is also his business and has nothing to do with me. I can do whatever I want. Who cares? They like me, and they have to control me. Who do they think they are? My mother? This? By the way, I deliberately let this news out. Why? Black and red are also red. Haven't you heard of it? Faced with Duanmu Huai's specious arguments, Toyokawa Shoko was completely speechless. Xiao Ai is still the same as always. Hearing Duanmu Huai's disdainful complaints, Kurikawa Akane chuckled, while Toyokawa Shoko looked at Kurikawa Akane speechlessly. Akane, isn't this bad? I'm sorry, but actually many actors are like this. They don't care about serving the audience or giving back to fans. What should we do now? Nothing needs to be done. Duanmu Huai interrupted Toyokawa Shoko. They are just chickens and dogs, not worth mentioning at all. Let's use music to completely defeat them. This is not a war. It was the first time that Toyokawa Shoko met a musician like Duanmu Huai. In his opinion, the audience seemed not to be his breadwinners, but more like his enemies. Music was not a means for him to express his emotions, but more like a weapon. What Duanmu Huai had to do now was to use music as a weapon to beat those audiences who were dissatisfied with him, making them kneel down and beg for mercy, and completely surrender. This was not the idea of a band at all. Toyokawa Shoko looked at Hachiman Kaling, who smiled slightly. I think this is very interesting. Xiao Mu. Wakaba Mu, who was playing the guitar, raised his head, stared at Toyokawa Shoko, and nodded slightly. We'll win. No, is that what I mean? Toyokawa Shoko sighed silently. She returned to the stage again, and she actually started with the entire audience as her enemy. If I had known this, I really shouldn't have agreed to Duanmu Huai's invitation. Time passed by minute, the night show was about to open, and the audience was already standing under the stage. But the atmosphere at the moment was different from before. In the night shows 2 days ago, because the band was announced in advance, the audience below would hold cheering sticks representing the band's color to heat up the atmosphere. However, today, the crowd under the stage was noisy and very noisy, and it seemed that there was no order. The atmosphere is really terrible. As the closing ceremony, the members of the girl band who participated in the festival were also there. Looking at the dangerous venue not far below, they also felt a sense of uneasiness. As performers, they certainly knew how terrible this environment was. None of the audience below came to cheer them on, and they even came to laugh at and insult them. Just imagining this made some girls, with weak psychological endurance, want to leave. Is Inquisitor okay? Standing at the booth and looking at the venue below, Juanda Mana of the idol group Sumami whispered uneasily. I saw the comments online, and everyone scolded that band very badly. The girl with pink hair and fluttering idol clothes next to her waved her phone. To be honest, it's really scary. If we pastel asterisk palettes encounter such a thing, I don't know if I have the confidence to go on stage. By the way, I really hate it when the staff leaks information at will. The girl with black hair and dyed hair on the other side folded her arms and snorted. Although I can understand that it is despicable to steal the closing performance in this way, it doesn't mean that you can leak the information of the participants at will. By the way, I always feel that this matter seems a bit strange. The petite girl wearing cat ear headphones frowned. Even if it is a leak of information, it is a bit too much to make it so big in one day. It feels like someone is deliberately spreading it. At this time, the girl with long silver hair, who had been silent all the time, whispered. Maybe Inquisitor can bring us an unexpected surprise. Really? At this moment, the lights on the stage suddenly went out. This represents the arrival of the night band. Normally, there would be enthusiastic cheers from the audience, but at this moment, as if to deliberately make trouble, the noisy audience was dead silent. It was like a hell venue. The girls in the band who participated in the performance also stopped talking at this moment, and stared at the stage intently. They were also worried about this unknown band in their own way, wanting to see how far they could perform in such rumors and malice. The whole venue was silent. Then, the music started. Chapter 1725. The music started. First came the heavy piano sound, as heavy as the collapse of a temple, and the oppressive feeling of watching a huge rock rolling down from the top of the mountain swept across the entire venue in an instant. It made everyone feel a suffocating feeling as if they were struggling in the waves, being bombarded by the waves head-on, and sinking into the sea, making people involuntarily clench their hearts. Then came the violin, like a life-saving straw grabbed at the moment of drowning, lifting up the soul that had sunk into the deep sea, making people involuntarily breathe. It was like finally escaping from the edge of death, and about to welcome the beauty of life. But that was only a moment, and then it sounded. It was the chant. Please listen to my most sincere call. I am not here to steal your power in life. The existence of life is the choice of all things. At this moment, the light appeared. Dazzling lights accompanied by sacred and solemn chanting broke into people's world. Everyone stared at the girl standing in front of the stage with wide eyes. She wore a golden mask and a red cloak with gold edges. Her simple robe seemed to emit a faint light under the spotlight. She opened her hands and bathed in the shining light. At the same time, the soft chanting voice emerged again. Even if you are not chosen by fate, please give hope again. No one spoke. But this time, it was not intentional dissatisfaction with the band. Instead, subconsciously and instinctively, everyone held their breath and tensed their nerves. It was as if they were not enjoying happy music at the moment, but performing an extremely sacred and solemn ceremony. All noisy thoughts were abandoned, and only awe remained. Although they could not understand what language this was, the sacredness and majesty coming from this chanting was enough to break the mental defenses of the crowd. They just stood there blankly, staring at the front like puppets. There, wrapped in the extremely shining lights, the shining figure exuded an unquestionable absolute majesty. It is worthy of being Xiao Ai. While playing the violin, Kuriko Akane quietly looked at the audience below. She certainly knew how strong Duanmu Huai's sense of oppression was. It's just that Duanmu Huai has always used his sense of oppression to scare people. This is the first time Kuriko Akane has seen Duanmu Huai use his sense of oppression here. I have to say, it's really great. Unlike Kuriko Akane, Toyokawa Shoko was completely dumbfounded at this time. The tune is a familiar tune, and the song is a familiar song. After all, they have rehearsed it many times. But at this moment, Toyokawa Shoko did feel a feeling that she had not had during rehearsal. It was a sacred and solemn feeling, as if she was at the top of the clouds, playing a melody for the angels. And the figure in front of her was completely free of the usual impetuousness. Just standing there, it gave people a breathtaking holiness and purity. No, none of this is important. The important thing is that before going on stage, Duanmu said that he would let the audience kneel down to sing Conquer. Now looking at the audience, it seems that they really want to kneel down. No, they really kneel down. That's right, under Toyokawa Shoko's shocked eyes, the audience standing in the first row knelt down on the ground one after another. They subconsciously clenched their hands, widened their eyes, and looked at the figure on the stage. And their action seemed to set off a wave, and the people behind them also knelt down on the ground one after another. No one spoke, everyone just raised their heads, looked up at Duanmu Huai, and listened to his chanting. This is not alive at all. Why does it look like a religious ceremony? However, Toyokawa Shoko's inner wailing obviously could not cover Duanmu Huai's singing and oppression. Not only that, she even felt that everything around her seemed to have its own life. There were several times when Toyokawa Shoko felt that the keyboard had made a sound before she pressed the keys. It was as if the electronic piano in her hand had completely ignored her command, and was dancing with Duanmu Huai's chanting. However, this should be just an illusion caused by excessive tension. Soon, the song ended. At this moment, the audience seemed to gradually come back to their senses. They blinked blankly, feeling as if they had a dream, and were trying to wake up from the dream and return to the real world. However, at this time, the second song began. Different from the first song, the most special thing about the second song is that there is no lyrics in the 4-minute song. From beginning to end, only one ah sound is needed. The gentle and soothing, high-pitched, sad and sorrowful, all kinds of emotional ah chants are connected together to form such a unique song. When hearing this song, the eyes of the audience, who were gradually returning to the real world, began to become blurred again, as if they heard the humming from their mothers in a half-awake state. Their movements stopped again, and returned to their original state. After this, the third song, the fourth song. The whole performance was completed in one go, and all 4 songs were sung. When the melody of the last song ended, Duanmu Huai finally breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at the people, who were still kneeling blankly under the stage. Humph, I don't believe that this can't control you. What? Do you still have to kneel down and sing Conquer? But that's it. As Duanmu Huai's mind changed, the next moment, the originally dazzling and bright stage suddenly became dark, and then Duanmu Huai was ready to leave. Wait, are we really leaving like this? Toyokawa Xiangzi grabbed Duanmu Huai and asked. What else? Shouldn't we introduce our band or ask the audience what they think? Well, what they think. Facing Toeko Xiangzi's words, Duanmu Huai thought for a while, then turned sideways to face the audience, clenched his fists, and raised his hips and waist. Now, everyone, are you satisfied? Let's go down quickly. Seeing this scene, Toeko Xiangzi was speechless. Fortunately, the stage was dark at the moment. Otherwise, if Duanmu Huai really did this in front of the audience, she might have died directly. Thanks to the fact that Toeko Shoko and Duanmu Huai have been together for a while, she has a better understanding of his personality. Otherwise, if she suddenly saw the scene, she would probably faint. But at the same time, Toeko Shoko was relieved. After all, Duanmu Huai gave her a strange feeling when he was singing just now, as if he was not a human being at all, but some other existence that turned into a human being. Sacred and inviolable, even dazzling, making people feel distant. Seeing that he is still the same as before, I feel much more relieved. Click. When the lights came on again, the stage was empty. The silver-haired girl took a breath suddenly, and leaned against the railing with almost no strength. She opened her eyes and gasped. But no one cared about her loss of composure, because almost everyone was the same, as if they had just had a dream and just returned to reality from the dream. Just now. What was that? Is that the Inquisitor? So scary. So amazing. I never thought. The girls trembled and hummed. It was because they were also in the same band that they could understand what the band had just brought them. Unparalleled sense of oppression and dominance. They never thought that the band could do this. Generally speaking, bands pay great attention to interacting with the audience. For example, Xian Zhuanqi will even take the initiative to do stage diving to drive and liven up the stage atmosphere. Everyone cheers and sings together, feels the passionate emotions on the scene, and performs excitedly together. But Inquisitor is completely different. To sum it up, there are 4 words. I sing, you listen. Absolute dominance, without any reaction or interaction from the audience, is like a supreme king who knows that as long as he opens his mouth, others will definitely listen no matter what, full of absolute confidence and majesty. And in fact, they did it. The audience in the venue gradually came back to their senses at this moment, looking around in confusion, as if they didn't know what to do. At this time, the host had already walked onto the stage, and then expressed his gratitude to Inquisitor for the night performance, and then announced the closing ceremony. The festival is over. But the storm has just begun. So amazing, it just ended, and they are all in the top 10 hot searches. Staring at her phone, Aya Maruyama widened her eyes in surprise. Keywords such as mysterious band and third night show directly swept the top 10 hot searches. It seemed that at this time, the audience came to their senses, but because the band had already left, they had to vent their enthusiasm on the internet. Aya Maruyama could understand these people's thoughts, because she was the same. When she recalled the songs of Inquisitor, she felt that her emotions were very complicated. She wanted to cry, laugh, and vent all her emotions. She wanted to admire their songs, and also felt that this band's unique style, and the sense of oppression it brought to her. It can be said that she had mixed feelings. Many people are studying what language they sing in. It's really strange. It seems not an ordinary foreign language. Hey! Isn't it German or French? There are people who specialize in various languages commenting on it online. Another girl next to her pointed to her phone. At least from the current point of view, it should not be English, French, German, or even Latin. Even some people who study minority languages say they have never heard of such languages. But I don't know why, I always feel that I can understand what they are singing. Maruyama Aya looked confused. Indeed, she didn't understand the other party's song, but with the melody, she seemed to be able to clearly receive the picture in her mind. If she hadn't heard her companion say it, she would have forgotten about it. Although it has always been said that music has no borders, this is the first time I have felt this so clearly, and everyone on the internet is also saying that they can understand the meaning of the song even though they don't understand what is being sung. Many people have expressed their own feelings. How should I put it? Staring at the phone, another companion frowned. It's like everyone watched a movie together. Yes, a movie. Maruyama Aya nodded in agreement, isn't it? It's like everyone gathered together to watch an open-air movie, and everyone's mind is filled with the same picture. But is this possible? Generally speaking, there are 1,000 Hamlets for 1,000 people. Not only novels, but also music. Even with the same song, human joys and sorrows are not the same. But in front of the Inquisitor, this law seems to be invalid. Whether it is the people who listen to it on the spot, the people who watch the live broadcast, or even the people who listen to the song later, everyone can understand the meaning of these songs. It's as if someone has forced everything about the song into their brains. What kind of band is this? What kind of people are they? This topic is being discussed everywhere on the internet. Although the topic is the same as before, the direction is completely different. Before, it was pull out these reckless guys and let them know how powerful they are. And now it is I want to know who is the composition of this amazing band. Especially the lead singer. But no one can guess that it is Dwanmu classmate. Sitting in the space venue, Toyoko Ashoko was also browsing her phone, mainly looking at the topic under the hot search, who is the lead singer of the mysterious band Inquisitor? Some people said it was a Chinese, some said it was a foreigner who debuted in Japan, and some people guessed a lot of names, but none of them were right. Xiaomu, even your name was mentioned. After all, it is a girls' band, so it must be limited to girls, and Wakaba Mu is also considered to be a performing arts family, so it is not surprising that it was mentioned. No one mentioned Dwanmu classmate, because Xiao Ai doesn't look like someone who is interested in music. Kurikawa Akane, who was sitting next to her and browsing her phone, also explained with a chuckle. In the past, a magazine once took a photo of Xiao Ai sleeping at the award ceremony, and the media also interviewed her. As a result, Xiao Ai said that if I sleep well, it means that I play well, otherwise I can't sleep. Is there such a thing? Although Toyoko Ashoko knew Dwanmu Huai's fame, because she was not a fan, she didn't have much idea about what Dwanmu Huai was doing. Besides, that image is too different from Xiao Ai. This is understandable. Just like what Kurikawa Akane said, Dwanmu Huai plays either a female ghost or a murderer in the movie, but on the stage, he is an extremely holy saint. The difference between the two is indeed the distance between the North and South Poles. If Dwanmu Huai wears a black gothic dress and puts on a particularly weird smoky makeup, people might even guess whether he is going to form a band of murderers or something like that. See, I told you. Compared to others, Dwanmu Huai is quite proud at this moment. You don't have to care about what these guys think. As long as you beat them to a pulp, they will naturally kneel down and sing Conquer for you. You see, isn't this the best portrayal? Facing Dwanmu Huai's sophistry, Toyoko Ashoko's expression is quite complicated. After all, the facts are here. The major media outlets that criticized them yesterday all turned around and sang praises for them today. Even many audiences spontaneously defended them, saying that if they didn't use this special form to appear, they probably wouldn't be able to reach the current popularity. They also said that the organizers hyped it up well this time. It's completely different from yesterday's scolding of the organizers as dogs kneeling for money and power. So what should we do next? Of course, kicking the drowning dog. Do you think I will give them a chance to turn over? Dwanmu Huai threw his phone aside and snorted. It's time to hold a special concert. Chapter 1726. At first, Toyoko Ashoko chose to join this band because she felt that she could gain some experience from it. But now Toyoko Ashoko found that she had experience, but it was unnecessary to say. For example, the conversation between Dwanmu Huai and Ruby when he was looking for a venue. Hey Ruby, let's make a deal. Can we go to the Budokan first? Hey! Sister is too much. Kamichi is the one who wants to go to the Budokan first. This is my mother's dream. Okay, I was thinking of exploring the way for you first. Then the Budokan will be left to you, and I will go to Tokyo Dome. That's no problem. The two sisters talked about going to the Budokan and Tokyo Dome as if they were going to the cinema, which made Toyoko Ashoko speechless. And what's more terrifying is that they are not joking. Of course, Tokyo Dome can't be performed just like that, so the next performance will be held at the Laolai Theater. After all, Dwanmu Huai has a cooperative relationship with them, and they are familiar with each other. And the big screen stage is more suitable. As for the scene on the screen, Dwanmu Huai has already drawn a schematic diagram, and it can be done by referring to the Church of the Tribunal. After that, a week has passed, and the craze caused by the mysterious band Inquisitor has not slowly faded away from everyone's sight, but has intensified. The reason is very simple. After that, the organizer of TOD released the lyrics of the 4 songs of that band on the official website. It immediately set off the entire network. Because these songs are written in words that everyone can't understand at all, they look like circuit diagrams, and like some kind of ancient hieroglyphs, with Roman phonetics on the top and the translation of the lyrics on the bottom. For most ordinary people, this is just for fun, but we have to admit that this kind of lyrics does look very interesting, as if they are from another world. Because of this, there are even speculations on the internet such as maybe the members of the mysterious band are adventurers from another world, the lead singer is a saint, and the others are elves and dwarves. Dwanmu Huai doesn't care about this, anyway, as long as there is a topic, he can maintain his popularity. But this popularity is a bit too high. Even Yangdong High School was not spared. No, after all, it is an artist school. It would be strange if it was spared. Even the topic of discussion during the lunch break of the classical department has become this. Shall I? Do you think there will really be people from another world coming to our world to sing? Huh? Facing Yanai's strange ideas, Duanmu Huai, who was drinking Coke, glanced at her. What do you mean? Just asking. You know that mysterious band Inquisitor, right? Yeah. Actually, there are rumors online that the band is made up of real people from another world. Speaking of this, Yanami danced with excitement. And they sang in words and languages that I've never seen before. Ah, it's really exciting. Don't you think so, Eru? Yeah, and their songs are pretty good. For Katanda, this was a rather unexpected answer. Some people say that the other person might be in our school. Ah, I'm really looking forward to it. Maybe I pass by the other person someday. I don't know who that person is. It's me. Huh? Perhaps Duanmu Huai's answer was too natural, so that Yanagian and Katanda were stunned, so Duanmu Huai repeated it again. The singer you are talking about is me. Oh, by the way, don't tell anyone, this is confidential. Shall I? Are you serious? Do you think I would joke with you about this? Yanagian stared at Duanmu Huai, who was looking up at the moment, biting the Coke bottle in his mouth and holding it up high, pouring the drink into his mouth. Seeing this scene, Yanagian stretched out his hands tremblingly, then hugged his head and fell on the table. Ah! Why do you want me to know this cruel reality? Isn't that what you want to know? Although it's true, there is a confidentiality agreement. It would be better if Xiao Ai just kept it a secret from us until the last minute. I believe you won't tell anyone. I'd rather not have this trust. At this moment, Yanagian was lying on the table, his eyes rolled back, and he muttered to himself in a low voice. I have clearly imagined that the lead singer is a beautiful, pure, sacred and elegant girl. She is full of love and glory like a saint, and will treat everyone equally. Speaking of this, Yanagian raised his head and looked at Duanmu Huai again. At this moment, the latter had finished the drink in the bottle like a tornado, and then pouted his mouth, making a Bose sound, and blew the bottle into the trash can next to him. Why did you let me see this? At this moment, Yana wanted to hang herself. Remember, don't tell anyone. I don't think anyone would believe it even if you tell anyone. Katanda was speechless when she saw Duanmu Huai like this. After all, this is too far from the image everyone imagined. It can be seen that ignorance is sometimes a kind of happiness. Although he became famous, the work of the band did not increase. Duanmu Huai adhered to his consistent attitude as an actor. Interview? No. Invitation to a show? No. In short, all you need to know is that we will have a performance in a week. And all the tickets have been sold out. Not only that, on the pop music charts, those 4 songs have also soared like a rocket and occupied the top 4. He has gained popularity and has been welcomed and recognized, so for Duanmu Huai, what he needs to do is the same as before. As long as they sing, nothing else matters, since their true identities have not been exposed. Even though the outside world has been looking for information about the members of the Inquisitor band, it has basically had no impact on them. They still gather at space, train, and occasionally sleep there for a night. It was the same today. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by thunder, a thin figure carrying a musical instrument hurried to the back door of space. She took out the key to open the door of the employee passage, then walked in and closed the door casually, shutting out the storm and thunder. Then she came to the employee lounge, which is also the place where the girls rest and gather. Rimu pushed open the door and walked into the room, only to see Duanmu Huai lying on the sofa and sleeping soundly. Is there no one else coming today? Rimu looked around, but there was no one else. The room was a little damp, perhaps because of the sudden drop in temperature, which made the girl tremble. Puff! Rimu covered her mouth and sneezed a little. It seems that I have caught a cold. Remember that there is a bathroom for employees next to me. Let's take a shower. The employee bathroom is not as luxurious and spacious as the bathroom in Rimu's home. On the contrary, it is a bit narrow, but it is very reassuring for Rimu. She closed her eyes, feeling the comfort of warm hot water washing over her body, emptying her mind. For Rimu, this place makes her feel more at ease than her own home. Although it is not that big, not that luxurious, and there are no servants. But Rimu feels that the entire space is like a secret base for herself and others, just like the kind that children often place outside when they're young. A safe, personal space. Although we are not family, we get along better than family. This reminds Rimu of the band he was in before, but it was different at that time. At that time, Everyone was around Xiangzi, but now... Huh? The sudden yawn from behind startled Rimu. She turned her head subconsciously, and saw Duanmu Huai walking in. Hey, you're here. Seeing Rimu, Duanmu Huai raised his hand and greeted her. Rimu nodded slightly, and turned away a little embarrassedly. Although both of them were girls, Duanmu Huai stood there carelessly with only a towel hanging around his neck, which made people feel embarrassed. You are the only one here today? Everyone else has something to do, and Xiaomao seems to have banned practice. Duanmu Huai walked into the cubicle next to Rimu, turning on the hot water while talking and looking to the side. Well, girls are really good. A cute, introverted and quiet girl like Rimu probably wouldn't let people look at her body casually, but now, because they are all girls, it doesn't matter if they can look at it casually. Xiao Xiao is really cute, no matter from which aspect. Duanmu Huai didn't know much about Rimu. He only knew that she usually followed behind her like Toeko was Xiangzi's follower, and was an honest, quiet, and obedient good child. Xiangzi said that she and Rimu were childhood sweethearts, and they grew up together, and had a good relationship. But that's all. What impressed Duanmu Huai the most about Rimu was that such a quiet and honest girl could actually play the guitar, and it was death metal, and her facial expression did not change when she played. To be honest, the contrast was huge. She didn't look like such a wild person at all. But, can you stop looking at me? At this moment, Duanmu Huai heard Rimu's somewhat embarrassed words, and when he came to his senses, he realized that it seemed that because he had been staring at her, Rimu was quite shy and shrank her body and turned away. Oh, sorry. Duanmu Huai waved his hand and turned his head. I was just lost in thought for a moment. Dazed? Yeah, in my opinion, your personality is not the kind of wild style that plays heavy metal. I think bass is quite suitable for you. Guitar, very free. I want to be as free as it is. I see. Although this person is not a riddle, he is sometimes a headache. Duanmu Huai also knows something about Wakaba Mu's situation. How to say? He thinks Mori Minami may be planning to train Wakaba Mu in the direction of himself and Kurikawa Akane, but Wakaba Mu himself seems to like music more than acting. And it is difficult for Duanmu Huai to evaluate Mori Minami. He can't understand why a mother wants her daughter to call her name. Doesn't she plan to treat Wakaba Mu as her daughter? Anyway, she is free. Duanmu Huai turned off the hot water and looked at Wakaba Mu. Go out and have a drink with me. Chapter 1727. The rain is pouring down. Duanmu Huai and Rimu sat on the chairs by the window, looking at the rain outside. Under the streetlights, it was dark all around, and the dripping raindrops hit the glass, playing a chaotic rock song. Duanmu Huai drank coffee, and Rimu held the mango juice in his hand. Neither of them spoke. But unexpectedly, this feeling was not bad. Staring at the mango juice in her hand, Rimu remained silent. She was not a talkative person at ordinary times, and she was unwilling to deal with strangers. But next to Duanmu Huai, Rimu felt very relaxed, because she could feel that Duanmu Huai was different from others, and did not care about herself so much. To be honest, for Rimu, this was more relaxed. Rimu actually didn't like to be paid too much attention, whether it was classmates or friends. Even if they just wanted to know about their situation with good intentions, it was a kind of shackle for Rimu. Sometimes, she really wanted to escape from it all, and start a new life in a place where no one knew her. That's why Ryumu chose heavy metal to vent her inner emotions and relieve stress. Only when she played the guitar could she feel the pressure of life that was suffocating her, and she could barely breathe like a drowning person floating on the water. However, that was only a short period of calm respite. Soon, school studies, piano, ballet, acting and other courses, and even her mother's piercing laughter, would turn into invisible shackles, pulling her into the bottomless abyss again. So Ryumu actually envied Duanmu Huai. He could do whatever he wanted, and didn't care about other people's ideas at all. Of course, there were people who blocked his way. But Duanmu Huai could ruthlessly defeat any obstacle that dared to stand in his way. He never doubted his choice, and never wavered. This made Ryumu very envious. If he could face all this more firmly like Duanmu Huai, would there be any changes? But, by the way, Duanmu Huai suddenly spoke, interrupting Ryumu's thoughts. I don't think I've asked you why you joined the band in the first place? It's not surprising that Hachiman Hailing would join. She's a part-time worker. But Duanmu Huai was quite curious about why Ryumu joined his band. Because Xiang invited me. So you agreed? Yeah. Ryumu nodded slightly, and Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. You and Xiangzi are so close? We grew up together. Oh, so? Duanmu Huai nodded. So you use Xiangzi as a shield, right? Huh? Duanmu Huai's tricky question came too suddenly. He was just being polite and greeting each other, but the next moment, he drew out his sharp blade and stabbed into the deepest part of Rimu's heart. At this moment, Rimu stared at Duanmu Huai with his eyes wide open in surprise. For the first time, his expressionless face showed astonishment and surprise. I know a little about your situation. In fact, I have long been curious about how you have been able to endure until now. Duanmu Huai stared at Rimu with a grim smile. At this moment, he did not look like the saint who radiated light on the stage and loved everything equally. Instead, he looked like a demon from the abyss of hell, trying to devour the souls of others. Now I know that you are using Toyakawa Shoko as a shield. No matter how painful things you encounter, as long as it is for Shoko, you can endure it. You have been patient like this and persisted until now. Rimu opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything. Only Duanmu Huai's voice with a bit of sarcasm echoed in her ears. What a wonderful friendship, always by your best friend's side, always supporting her, always thinking about her. No matter what happens, you can endure it silently, as long as your friend is fine. You are a little too selfish. Selfish. Yes, in the final analysis, you just used Toyakawa Shoko as your excuse. Duanmu Huai put down the coffee cup in his hand and stared at Rimu. Whatever she asks you to do, you do it, because she is your important friend, you want to meet her expectations, you want her to feel at ease. Because as long as Shoko is happy, then you will be happy. Do you really think so? Duanmu Huai's voice was not loud, but every word he said was like a huge hammer hitting Rimu's heart. Don't make a mistake, little girl. Toyakawa Shoko's sadness and joy belong to her. The same is true for you. Your sadness and joy also belong only to yourself, not to others. So what? The scream broke the tranquility of space. If Toyakawa Shoko was here, she would not believe that her childhood sweetheart would actually make such a sound. Is there anything wrong with doing this for Xiang? Rimu put both hands on the table. The mango juice had been knocked aside by her. She stared at Duanmu Huai, and her face, which usually had no expression, was distorted for the first time. I want to make Xiang happy. I am her good friend. This is what I should do. No, this is what I must do. Because... Speaking of this, Rimu gradually lowered his head. These are the only things that belong to me. Guitar, cucumber, Xiangzi? Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, Rimu did not speak, which was equivalent to acquiescence. Little girls, why are your emotions so heavy? Duanmu Huai snorted, shook his head, and sat back in the chair. How old are you? Why are you thinking about all these heavy and messy topics? Look at how heartless Ruby is. Yanagian also eats and sleeps all day long. They are the same age. Why does Ruema think about these boring things every day? Of course, if you think it's good, it doesn't matter, but do you really think it's good? I don't understand. I mean, you might hate Xiangzi. Faced with Duanmu Huai's words, Ruemu's confused brain suddenly froze. Hate Xiangzi? How is it possible? Ruemu subconsciously wanted to refute. From a rational point of view, she and Xiangzi grew up together, and the two families were still relatives. She always thought that she was Xiangzi's half. She needed Xiangzi, and Xiangzi also needed her. They were two people in one, and they would never be separated. But, just when Ruemu opened her lips, her inner instinct stopped her. Hate Xiangzi? Is it really impossible? Regarding Xiangzi as his half, he was willing to give for her, thinking that this would be fine. But is it really fine? Xiangzi thought that his existence was taken for granted, and he also thought that Xiangzi's existence was taken for granted. It would have been fine if it continued like this, but what if Xiangzi betrayed me? What if she only thought about me? What if she didn't care about Ruemu at all? Will I really not hate her? At that time, wouldn't everything that had supported me become a poisonous fang that hurt me? I think I tried very hard. When Ruemu came to his senses, he found that his words seemed to be out of his control, and spit out from his mouth. I know Xiangzi is in a difficult situation now, and I have always wanted to support her with all my strength. So when Xiangzi found me, and invited me to join the band, I agreed. Because I think I can help her, it is really a thing that will make us happy, but... Duanmu Huai poured another cup of coffee, squinted his eyes, and looked at the girl in pain in front of him with interest. Xiangzi is necessary to me. So am I necessary to Xiangzi? That's right. The disgusting strange feeling that had been lingering in her heart turned into concrete words at this moment, flowing out from Rimu's trembling lips. For Rimu, she only had Xiangzi left. So what about Toyakawa Xiangzi? I don't know about that. I'm not a worm in her stomach. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and put a piece of sugar in the cup. And his calm and indifferent voice, like the gradually weakening sound of rain outside, extinguished the fire burning deep in Rui Mu's heart, and her originally blank brain gradually became calm. Duanmu, why are you telling me this? Oh, because I'm bored. Hey! You came here because you have something on your mind. Duanmu Huai glanced at Rui Mu. I'm free anyway, so I just kill time and chat with you. I didn't expect that a little girl like you would be so thoughtful. Are all musicians like this? Rui Mu bit her lips in dissatisfaction and stared at Duanmu Huai. Even though she was usually very indifferent, she felt a little angry at this moment. Ruthlessly revealed the secrets hidden in the deepest part of her heart, and then played with them, and the result was just because of boredom. I'm not a piece of wood, I can get angry too. Rui Mu knew that she was always regarded as not being able to speak, but now, Rui Mu felt that compared with Duanmu Huai, she was already very good at speaking. I'm going to rest. Suppressing her inner dissatisfaction, Rui Mu silently stood up and walked towards the lounge, while Duanmu Huai watched her back disappear into the darkness and shook his head. Sure enough, I knew this little girl wouldn't be so easy to deal with. The reason why Duanmu Huai teased Wakaba Mu was that he was bored and wanted to kill time, and on the other hand, he also wanted to solve the problems within the team. Hachiman Hailing was a part-time worker with impeccable professional ethics. There was no problem with Kurikawa Akane either, but the relationship between Toyakawa Shoko and Wakaba Mu was a time bomb in Duanmu Huai's eyes. Especially unlike Wakaba Mu, who almost gave everything to him, Toyakawa Shoko didn't seem to have such heavy feelings for Wakaba Mu. How to say it? It's like air, it feels natural when it's there. Only when you lose it will you understand how precious it is. It's almost like that. If it were someone else, they might just silently guard and pay attention, but Duanmu Huai is impatient. Instead of waiting for a sudden explosion at a certain time period later, it's better to add a fire and detonate it directly. At least you can control it, right? For now, the effect is pretty good. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai laughed. He is looking forward to what kind of chemical reaction will occur when Toyakawa Shoko and Wakaba Mu meet again after this. It must be very interesting. Chapter 1728. It was late at night. Rui Mu was lying on the bed, but she couldn't fall asleep. What does Xiaoxiang think of me? Rui Mu used to think that this was not a problem. She and Xiangzi were of one mind. Whether in the past, present, or future. Although Xiangzi has some problems now, Rui Mu feels that her relationship with Xiangzi will continue. But, is it really like this? Duanmu Huai's voice came to her ears again, ruthlessly plucking the girl's heartstrings. Ideals are beautiful, but reality is not like this. In the final analysis, Rui Mu is Rui Mu, and Fengchuan Xiangzi is Fengchuan Xiangzi. They are two different people after all. Moreover, if Rui Mu is dissatisfied with Fengchuan Xiangzi in her heart, she is indeed dissatisfied. And it is also related to Duanmu Huai. Wakaba Mu knew that something happened to Toyakawa Shoko, and she also understood that it was tiring for him to take care of her, so at that time, Wakaba Mu could still understand Toyakawa Shoko. In Wakaba Mu's view, as long as Toyakawa Shoko could overcome this hurdle and live a peaceful life again, the relationship between them would return to the same as before. But this was not the case. Shoko's father went out to work, and Shoko also found a job and gradually settled down. She also joined the band again, which made Wakaba Mu very happy. So when Toyakawa Shoko found her and invited Wakaba Mu to join the band, she agreed without hesitation. In Wakaba Mu's view, perhaps she and Shoko could go back to the past, back to the days of Psychic. Although they were different bands and different teammates, as long as Xiaoxiang could recover, it would be the best. However, the facts were beyond Rui Mu's expectations. Xiangzi did become cheerful again, and was not as sad as before, but her eyes did not return to herself, but fell on another person. Duanmu Ai. Although Xiaoxiang always complained about her, Rui Mu knew that in Xiangzi's heart, Duanmu Ai had occupied a very important position. The evidence was that when she was with him, 10 out of 10 sentences were about Duanmu Ai. Although she was either complaining about the other party's arbitrary behavior, or lamenting the other party's overbearing behavior, Rui Mu knew that this was exactly what Xiangzi was really paying attention to. After all, if you don't pay attention to someone, you won't care whether the other party's eating movements are right or wrong. So every time when she was with Xiangzi, Rui Mu felt a tightness in his chest when he heard her talk about Duanmu Ai. Some loneliness, some anxiety, some dissatisfaction. You are obviously chatting with me. Why are you talking about irrelevant third-party topics? I am your half, right? Xiaoxiang? But Rui Mu also understands why Xiangzi is like this, because Duanmu AI is indeed too dazzling. It is like the sun, just existing there, you will unconsciously reflect it into your eyes. Even if you shift your gaze, its afterimage will remain on the retina, and it is difficult to eliminate. And Xiangzi also said that it was she who helped Xiangzi's father cheer up, and found this job for Xiangzi, and now invited her to form a band. Yes, although I am with Xiangzi, I can't do anything. In the final analysis, I am just a child. What can I do for Xiangzi? No, it's not like that. Rui Mu shook his head vigorously. Obviously Duanmu AI is about the same age as herself. Why can she do all this? Wouldn't she be uneasy? Like the previous debut concert, the nameless band alone grabbed the finale performance, which was enough to become a topic of discussion. And the other parties seemed to think that this was not enough, and even added fuel to the fire, and incited the audience. Frankly speaking, facing the situation at that time, whether it was herself or Xiaoxiang, I'm afraid they would be scared to the point of weakness or even at a loss. But she was not only fearless, but also quite enjoyed the atmosphere and feeling of confronting the audience, and, in the end, she did win. In Rui Mu's eyes at that time, Duanmu Huai's existence was so strong that she even envied and admired it. She also hoped to be like him, to do whatever she wanted, and say whatever she wanted. But every time at this time, Rui Mu was a little discouraged, because she felt that she couldn't speak. No, look at Duanmu AI, she is even worse at speaking than herself. At least compared to her, Rui Yemu felt that she still knew what to say, and what not to say. Hey. Rui Yemu sighed silently, then put on headphones, and turned on the music. Soon, the melodious music sounded, blocking the rain outside. This is a song that Rui Yemu found online recently. For some reason, she suddenly wanted to listen to it now. The love I give you has always been very quiet. In exchange for your occasional care. It's obviously a movie for 3 people. But I can't have a name. The love I give you has always been very quiet. I made up my mind from the beginning. I thought I wanted the past. But I found that love must have a response. In the song, Rui Yemu closed his eyes and fell asleep. Who? It was unknown how long it took before Rui Yemu woke up from her sleep, or rather, was woken up by the noise. What's that sound? Rui Yemu rubbed her eyes, raised her head, and looked towards the place where the noise was coming from, and then she was startled. She saw Duanmu Huai lying next to her, snoring with his mouth wide open. More importantly, the other person was not wearing any clothes. And it seemed that she was not wearing any clothes either. Hey, why am I sleeping here? Rui Yemu widened her eyes in surprise, turned her head, and found that her bed was opposite. Speaking of it, she seemed to have woken up vaguely once after falling asleep, and went to the bathroom at that time. When she came back, it was raining outside, so she subconsciously wanted to find a warm place, and then... Anyway, get up quickly. Thinking of this, Rui Yemu was about to get up, but at this moment, she suddenly heard a series of hurried footsteps coming from outside the door. Hey! When Rui Mu heard the footsteps, she froze. Before she could figure out what to do, she saw the door of the lounge open, and then Fengchuan Xiangzi walked in. Duanmu classmate, I guess that you slept here again. Really? Can you turn on your phone next time? I had to ask Ruby and Miss Akane. The voice of Fengchuan Xiangzi, who walked into the room with a mobile phone, stopped abruptly. She stood blankly at the door, looking at Duanmu Huai who was sleeping soundly, and Rui Mu who sat up from Duanmu Huai and covered his body with a quilt. Duanmu classmate? Mu? What are you doing? Faced with Toeko Ashoko's question, Rui Mu opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. What are we doing? She didn't know the answer to this question, but fortunately, there is still a reliable person here. Well? You didn't come yesterday, so I slept here. Duanmu Huai yawned and sat at the table, chewing on a slice of bread while answering boredly. It's okay to sleep, but why don't you wear pajamas? I think it's more comfortable to sleep like this. To be honest, I always feel uncomfortable sleeping with clothes on. Duanmu classmate, you are a girl, you should be more reserved. What if someone sees you? Toeko Ashoko angrily put the hot milk in front of Duanmu Huai with a bang, staring at him dissatisfiedly. What does it matter? If someone really dares to peek, I promise to kill him. This is illegal. By the way, why did you sleep with Mu? I don't know about that. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. I was sleeping in my own bed. Who knew I would wake up with a kitten in my arms? Mu. Fengchuan Xiangzi knew that with Duanmu Huai's character, he would not lie, and would not bother to lie, so she cast a puzzled look at Rui Mu, who lowered his head. Because? It's very warm. Don't look at me, you two are childhood sweethearts. Facing Fengchuan Xiangzi's puzzled look, Duanmu Huai decisively said that it had nothing to do with me. I just chatted with her last night, and I didn't do anything. What did you and Mu talk about? Oh, it's nothing, Duanmu Huai said casually. I just talked to her about how Xiangzi thinks of her, and whether you have paid attention to her situation. Ahem. Hearing this, Mu, who had just drunk milk, started coughing. She looked at Duanmu Huai with wide eyes in surprise. Mu originally thought that this matter would be over, but she didn't expect Duanmu Huai to directly point it out. No, you just downplayed it. Can't you at least lay some groundwork? How do I think of Mu? Of course I think of her as my best friend? On the contrary, Fengchuan Xiangzi couldn't understand what Duanmu Huai meant. Then didn't you find that she was in pain recently? Huh? Facing Duanmu Huai's question, Fengchuan Xiangzi was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Mu. Is that so? Mu? Mu clenched her hands and lowered her head. She didn't know what to say or how to say it. So Mu decisively followed her mood and made the most appropriate decision. She turned and ran. Wait, Mu! Seeing Mu turn and run away, Toyakawa Shoko hurriedly shouted and chased after him. Only Duanmu Huai remained in the restaurant, drinking milk and eating fried eggs, sausages and toast. He looked at the slightly shaking space door and shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. It's great to be young. Chapter 1729. So what? What happened after that? Kurikawa Akane took a sip of tea and asked curiously. I don't know, but it shouldn't matter. Why? It's very simple. Haven't you heard that any drama with a chase scene is a masterpiece? Since Toyakawa Shoko chased Wakaba Mu, there must be no problem in the end. Duanmu Huai drank coffee with a nonchalant look on his face, while Hachiman Kaling next to him was speechless. So, today's practice was ruined? After all, the keyboardist and guitarist were not here, so what was the point of practicing? Just treat it as a holiday. There's nothing wrong with taking a break. As Duanmu Huai spoke, he reached out and touched the furry head of Kane Rakuna lying on his knees. This little girl is really like a cat, always coming over. Of course, as a cat, her size is a bit too big. Then, do you want to go to a live show? At this time, Kanem also looked up, stared at Duanmu Huai and made a suggestion. Live? Yours? Yes, the band, live show. Kanem nodded. This afternoon. Well, I do it anyway. Duanmu Huai looked at Kurikawa Akane and Hachiman Kaling, and they didn't have any objections. Let's go and have a look. From the current point of view, the problem of Toyakawa Shoko and Wakaba Mitsuki may not be solved in a short time, but since they haven't come back, it shouldn't be a big deal. At the same time, in the livehouse ring. Woo! A girl with long pink hair raised her phone excitedly, her face full of excitement. I won the lottery. What a miracle. What did you win? Another girl sitting opposite the pink-haired girl asked casually. Hee hee, it's the ticket to the first performance of Inquisitor. The pink-haired girl raised her phone excitedly and showed it off to her companions, and seeing the pink-haired girl's silly smile, the others shook their heads helplessly. You actually went to grab it. The black-haired girl next to her was speechless, while the pink-haired girl nodded vigorously. Of course, this is the first performance of the mysterious band Inquisitor, and the tickets are drawn by lottery. Because the winning rate is ridiculously low, I thought I would not win. I must keep the tickets and pass them down as a family heirloom. This is too exaggerated. No, but I understand. Compared to the black-haired girl who sang against the pink-haired girl, Takamatsu Ding, who was sitting on the other side, nodded. Inquisitor's songs are really great. Speaking of this topic, the others fell silent. Inquisitor. This band has only been around for a week, but its popularity is as fierce as a tsunami. The language that seems to come from another world, the sacred and melodious tunes and songs are completely different from ordinary girl bands. But because of this, everyone is more and more curious about this mysterious band. Moreover, since the band does not accept interviews or appear on TV shows, it has become a hot topic. In particular, the band announced its first performance without saying anything, which attracted many audiences. As a result, the first batch of theater tickets had to be drawn by lottery. Even so, the official website crashed several times after the concert tickets went on sale. This shows how popular the Inquisitor band is. There are 2 tickets. Tomorin, do you want to go with me? The pink-haired girl immediately turned around and invited Takamatsu Ding, and facing the pink-haired girl's invitation, Takamatsu Ding was also a little moved. After all, she also likes the songs of Inquisitor, or rather, the strong emotions in them gave Takamatsu Ding an incomparable shock. It's just that Takamatsu Ding heard it through live broadcast at that time. If possible, she would certainly want to listen to it live. But, looking at the other two companions, Takamatsu Ding hesitated. Tickets only 2? You go, Ding. Seeing Takamatsu Ding's embarrassed expression, the black-haired girl spoke decisively. I'm not interested in Inquisitor. After all, that's not my style. Me too, I just happened to have a club activity that day. The other girl also gave a smile and answered, and the pink-haired girl also grabbed Takamatsu Ding's hand happily. Tomorin, let's go together. This. Takamatsu felt a little uneasy. She knew that the two people gave in because they were worried about her. After all, they had talked about the topic of Inquisitor before, and they praised the music of Inquisitor. But if she thought about it carefully, she could understand it. After all, if the girl in front of her didn't invite her first, she would choose to withdraw and let others go to watch the performance. Just when Takamatsu didn't know how to answer, her savior came with the opening of the automatic door. Oh, Leanie! Seeing Leanie walking in with a suitcase and a guitar on her back, the pink-haired girl raised her hand and waved at her vigorously. Leanie also came to their side with a suitcase and looked at the four people. Live? It's not time yet. The black-haired girl stared at Leanie with dissatisfaction. Wildcat, didn't I tell you long ago that you should reply to messages? And it's not even read. I saw it, so I came. Leanie tilted her head and looked at the black-haired girl curiously. It was obvious that she was saying, since I'm here, I saw the message. Is there any problem? You? Matcha parfait. Looking at Leanie reaching out for dessert, the black-haired girl was speechless, but soon she found that this time, the little wildcat didn't seem to be talking to her. At this moment, a voice came from behind the black-haired girl. Didn't you just eat? Aren't you afraid of getting an upset stomach? Hearing this voice, everyone turned their heads curiously, and then saw Dwanmu Huai, Kiriko Akane and Hachiman Kaling walked in and came to their table. However, at this moment, the pink-haired girl saw them and screamed, then quickly covered her mouth. What's wrong with you? Why are you yelling? The black-haired girl glared at the pink-haired girl fiercely, and the latter just covered her mouth and stared at the front with wide eyes. Yes, it's Miss Dwanmu. And Miss Kiriko. Why are you here? Hey! Dwanmu. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and then they reacted and looked at Dwanmu Huai and Kiriko Akane in surprise. It's no wonder they are like this. After all, Dwanmu Huai is a national-level movie star, and Kiriko Akane is also a popular actress. The fact that the two of them appeared here at the same time is surprising in itself. And from the looks of them, they seem to know Kaname Linai? Lena said her band has a performance, and we're free anyway, so we came to see it. Dwanmu Huai reached out and patted Kaname Linai's little head, who squinted his eyes, like a cat being stroked. Are you members of Linai's team? Dwanmu Huai said, as he looked at the people in front of him. Dwanmu Huai had seen 3 of them when Toekawa Shoko said goodbye, including Takamatsu Ding, who should have formed a band with Toekawa Shoko and Wakaba Mu. He had never seen the cheerful and lively pink-haired girl before. She should have joined after that? Yes. Faced with Dwanmu Huai's question, the pink-haired girl hurriedly answered and then introduced herself. We formed a band called MYGO with Linai. It means to move forward even if you are confused. Isn't it great? I'm the guitarist Chihaya Ain. With the introduction of the pink-haired girl Chihaya Ain, Dwanmu Huai also knew the names of the other people. In addition to Takamatsu Ding, who he had known for a long time, the one who looked like a divorced young woman was the bassist, a long-term vegetarian. Nagasaki Suyo, and the black-haired girl with a fierce look in her eyes was the drummer Shina Riki. Dwanmu Huai also introduced them, and they found that they all knew each other. For example, Dwanmu Huai knew Gao Songding, and their drummer Shina Lishi knew their bassist Yada Kaling. It really was a bit like fate is indescribable. Because MYGO still had practice and live, Dwanmu Huai and Kiriko Akane did not disturb them too much, just encouraged them a few words and left. And watching them leave, Chihaya Ain smiled so hard that her face was about to melt. Well, you can see the reason by looking at the signature board she was holding like a treasure in her arms. Wow, I didn't expect to meet Miss Dwanmu and Miss Kiriko here. Are they going to watch the live? I'm so lucky. Looking at Chihaya Ain, who was about to melt with laughter, Gao Songdang tilted his head in confusion. Are you so excited? Of course, don't you know? Tomorin, let's not talk about Miss Kiriko. Miss Dwanmu is notoriously difficult to approach. I'm not saying she's hard to deal with, but she rarely appears in public and never does any public activities. It's extremely difficult to get her autograph, 100 times more difficult than spending money to draw a flash card. I heard that one of her autographs can be sold for hundreds of thousands of yuan online, and if it comes with a photo, it's even more expensive. Of course, I will never sell it. I want to keep it as a family heirloom. Is it so exaggerated? Hearing this, the others were also shocked. It was just an autograph photo. If it was a world-famous movie star, it would be fine, but Duanmu Huai, it's not to this extent, right? Although Chahaya Ain was still planning to tell a few people excitedly, Kaname Linai had already stood up. Live, hurry up. Aw, okay, I have to work hard too. After all, Miss Duanmu and Miss Kurikawa are here to see it, so I can't make any mistakes. Chahaya Ain took a deep breath, encouraged herself, and then looked at Kaname Linai. By the way, little Linai, tell me how you got to know them later, okay? I'm very interested. At this time, Kaname Linai had already walked into the practice room with her luggage and guitar. While the MYGO band was practicing, Duanmu Huai was expressing his old-fashioned opinions as usual in the Livehouse venue. It's great to be young. Little AI is the same age as them? Kurikawa Akane pointed out helplessly. It's a matter of mentality. It's true that youth has all kinds of possibilities. You can do whatever you want. I envy you for that. When it comes to being promiscuous, I think no one is more promiscuous than Xiao Ai and I. There's a difference between being promiscuous without considering the consequences and being promiscuous with only considering the consequences. Duanmu Huai shook his head and stared at the venue in front of him, and the girl band singing and dancing there. For example, I can't sing as happily as they do. Hearing Duanmu Huai's sigh, Kurikawa Akane was silent. She certainly knew why Duanmu Huai suddenly wanted to form a band. And she could also feel that Duanmu Huai was indeed working very hard. But the goal he was working for was completely different from what most people thought. How to say it? Kurikawa Akane could feel that Duanmu Huai was acting for a grand and breathtaking goal. No matter what he did, it was all for that. And everything he encountered in that world before was just the tip of the iceberg. Although he returned to his familiar world, there were no evil dragons here, nor any terrible disasters that would destroy the entire city. But Duanmu Huai did not relax because of this. On the contrary, he was still tense and firmly walked on the path of the established plan. Even when he was alone with Kurikawa Akane could feel that Duanmu Huai was more comforting himself, rather than relaxing at the same time. On the contrary, in Kurikawa Akane's opinion, Duanmu Huai was most relaxed when he was with the girl named Yao Linai. No, strictly speaking, he regarded Yao Linai as someone. Is it related to the eyes of Kaname? Kurikawa Akane also admitted that Kaname's gold and blue eyes were indeed very attractive. Could it be that someone Xiaoai once knew also had the same eyes? Is it because of this that Xiaoai took such good care of Kaname? Who is the other person? What is the relationship with Xiaoai? Will Xiaoai and that person meet again? How many secrets does Xiaoai hide? Who does he think Kaname is? If he follows her all the time, will he be exposed to all this one day? Those secrets that Xiaoai didn't tell him, there are more secrets about the tribunal. Kurikawa Akane looked at Duanmu Huai and silently made up his mind. In any case, he has made a choice. Thinking of this, Kurikawa Akane reached out and gently stroked his lower abdomen, feeling the warmth of the soul sleeping in it. She won't regret it. Chapter 1730. The day after watching the live, everyone gathered at space again. This time, Toyoko Shoko and Wakaba Mu also came back. However, there is still no way to train today. The reason is also simple. Why do you want me to be responsible? Looking at Toyoko Shoko, Duanmu Huai was confused, and Toyoko Shoko stared at Duanmu Huai with dissatisfaction. Because you made Mu like this, you have to be responsible. How fresh, she has a problem, not me. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes, and looked at Wakaba Mu who was hiding behind Toyoko Shoko with a guitar. Then how do you want me to be responsible? Marry her? How is it possible? Facing Duanmu Huai's answer, Toyoko Shoko was speechless. She glanced at Wakaba Mu beside her and bit her lip. Yesterday, Toyoko Shoko and Wakaba Mu had a frank one-on-one communication, and Toyoko Shoko also knew where Wakaba Mu's heart disease came from. That was her family. Both of Wakaba Mu's parents are well-known artists. Her mother is a movie star, and her father is a comedian. To outsiders, this family seems to be quite happy. In fact, in the show, her parents praised Wakaba Mu and praised her for being cute and talented. However, that is not a family. Toyoko Shoko can understand Wakaba Mu's feelings to some extent. Although her own family is broken now, Toyoko Shoko was also loved and cared for by her parents. She is her parents' beloved daughter. But what about Wakaba Mu? She seems to have never felt the existence of family love from her parents. The evidence is that her parents asked Wakaba Mu to call them by their names or nicknames instead of calling them mom and dad. To outsiders, this seems to be a very open-minded education style. But what about the children themselves? Names are the basis for establishing status: dad, mom, father, mother. These names are used to remind others and themselves who is the parent and who is the child. But for Ri Mu, she does not have the real sense of the existence of parents. She feels more like she is living in the same home with familiar strangers. In fact, her parents don't pay attention to her at all on weekdays, and don't even know what Ri Mu is doing. This is also the reason why Ri Mu has become silent, and can't even communicate with others. After all, if even her own parents don't communicate with her, then who can she communicate with? However, these are things in Ri Mu's family, and Toyokawa Shoko does not intend to explain to others. I hope Mu can feel the family affection. You are totally forcing others. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. We are not her relatives, so how about this? I will go and catch a chicken. We will cut off the chicken head and burn yellow paper to swear brotherhood. We don't ask to be born on the same day, month and year, but we ask to die on the same day? Ah, are you imitating the Peach Garden Oath of the Three Kingdoms? Kurikawa Akane was also very interested at this time. This seems quite interesting. It sounds too unlucky. Why do we have to die on the same day? However, Toyokawa Shoko was firmly opposed to this. It feels like a curse. You really don't understand at all. Just when Duanmu Huai was about to argue with Toyokawa Shoko, Hachiman Kaling, who had been silent beside him, suddenly spoke up. In that case, let's play house. Play house? Yes, what Miss Wakaba Mu wants is family affection, but we are not her parents. From this perspective, playing house can be regarded as a way to satisfy her wish. As long as it is treated as a game, there are not so many complicated things. While speaking, Hachiman Kaling took out a board game. By the way, let's play with this. So you were just doing this thing in silence? I don't mind. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders, and Kurikawa Akane did not object. After all, as actors, playing house is the game they are most familiar with. In other words, every performance is playing house. It's just that the roles are different. Mu. Toyokawa Shoko looked at Wakaba Mu, who was silent for a moment and nodded. It seems interesting. Then it's decided, let's get started. Soon, everyone started drawing lots. Wakaba Mu drew, docile and obedient little daughter. Toyokawa Shoko drew, mature and honest elder daughter. Kurikawa Akane drew, wife who works hard for her husband, and Hachiman Kairei drew, husband who works diligently. It feels like an inexplicably realistic setting. By the way, Duanmu Huai's role is President? Duanmu Huai looked at the note in his hand. What the hell is President? Free play, anything goes. Since we have nothing to do, let's play together. Just treat it as a team building to increase the feelings of the band, and Space's house is so big that you can easily find a 3-bedroom and 2 living room to simulate a real family. I have to say, this house playing looks quite realistic. After the responsibilities were determined, the next step was the scene. This time, the scene I drew was a family entertaining guests together for dinner, and it was a happy scene. Although the game is just a game, it's just playing house, so you can just take it seriously, but since we have so many things at hand, everyone will play it more fancy. To put it bluntly, it's a realistic version of playing house. For example, come on, President, please drink it in one gulp. Yada Hailing sat next to him, raised the soda bottle in her hand, and poured the drink into Duanmu Huai's cup. In the open kitchen not far away, Kurikawa Akane, as a mother, was cooking with her 2 daughters. Oh, you can marry such a virtuous wife. It's really enviable, Hachiman-kun. Duanmu Huai picked up the cup, drank a sip of soda, and smacked his lips. No, it's all thanks to your good cultivation, President. No, it's still you who are willing to work hard, otherwise I wouldn't suggest you to take the position of executive. As an actor, Duanmu Huai can easily come up with similar lines, and it seems that Hachiman Hailing has also watched a lot of TV dramas about this. Of course, it looks very funny with her expressionless face. On the contrary, Toyokawa Shoko is very unfamiliar with this situation, and is also very surprised. An ordinary family. Is this true? Toyokawa Shoko, who was helping to cut vegetables, turned her head and looked at the 2 people sitting in front of the coffee table cup and exchanged cups, with a puzzled look on her face. She knew this kind of socializing, after all, the Toyokawa family had done it before. It's just that it was at a formal dinner party, and they would not entertain guests at dinner time like this. I don't know either. Kurikawa Akane also smiled bitterly. It's just that many TV dramas play it this way. Maybe there really is such a family. After that, everyone had a simple meal, and then the two daughters returned to the room to do homework, and Hachiman Kaling, who played the husband, said that he had finished drinking and had to go buy more wine, so he left the room, leaving only Dwanmu Hwai and Kurikawa Akane. The latter came to Dwanmu Hwai and poured him a cup of tea. Please have some tea, President. Well, thank you. Oh, Hachiman-kun is so lucky to marry such a virtuous wife like you. Dwanmu Hwai took a sip of the tea and sighed at the same time. Hearing Dwanmu Hwai's sigh, Kurikawa Akane smiled slightly. You're joking, and I'd like to ask you to take care of him. Well, speaking of it. Dwanmu Hwai put down the teacup and looked Kurikawa Akane up and down. Actually, this executive position is difficult for Hachiman. Although he has achievements, he is not popular. Some people in the company are also worried about whether he can do a good job as an executive. Is that so? That's right. Dwanmu Hwai said as he reached out and patted Kurikawa Akane's leg. But don't worry, ma'am, as long as I stick to my decision, your husband will definitely get this position. Well, thank you so much. Feeling Dwanmu Hwai's touch, Kurikawa Akane's body trembled, then smiled and moved away slightly without leaving a trace. However, Dwanmu Hwai didn't care at all. He sat next to Kurikawa Akane and hugged her. Madam, you know what I mean, whether your husband can get this job depends on you. You don't want your husband to be fired, right? The best thing the guy did was marry such a beautiful wife. As he spoke, Dwanmu Hwai smiled and reached out his hand, gently stroking Kurikawa Akane's cheek and resting her chin. Then at this moment, Stop! What are you doing? Toyokawa Shoko's face flushed, and she pushed the door open. Behind her, Wakaba Matsu covered his eyes with his hands and dared to look over here only through his fingers. What are you doing, playing house? No, there is no such thing as playing house. This is not suitable for children at all. We are not children anyway. Dwanmu Hwai hugged Kurikawa Akane with the face of a successful gangster. And you should also remember that you may encounter such things in the future. I will take this as a precaution for you. Huh? Really? Of course. Do you think the entertainment industry is a pure and flawless place? This damn place is dirtier than the toilet. If you don't have some skills, a little sheep like you will be swallowed up with skin and bones. I tell you. Dwanmu Hwai rolled his eyes. Miss Dwanmu makes sense. At this time, Hachiman Hailing also came over and nodded. If it's just for fun, it doesn't matter, but if you want to enter the entertainment industry, similar situations are not uncommon for girls like us. But we are playing house now. Change one, change another, this won't work. So, under the full efforts of Toyokawa Shoko to stop, the first act of playing house was terminated, and then the lot was drawn again. This time, Wakaba Mu was the eldest daughter, Hachiman Kaling was the youngest daughter, Kurikawa Akane became the father, Toyokawa Shoko became the mother, and as for Dwanmu Hwai. What the hell is a courier? Dwanmu Hwai raised the note and protested loudly. Isn't this playing house? Why do you always give me such an outsider role? Humph, you are suitable for delivering couriers, and it's best to deliver for a lifetime. Toyokawa Shoko blushed, obviously still hating the bloody romance drama that Dwanmu Hwai had just performed. Hey little girl, you are not old, but you are so arrogant. Do you really think that I can't deal with you by delivering couriers? Then, the second act of playing house began. Then I'm going out. Kurikawa Akane walked to the door and nodded to Toyokawa Shoko, who was wearing an apron, and the latter also lowered her head. Have a good journey. Is this what it feels like to be a wife? Although Toyokawa Shoko has never been a wife, she is wearing an apron and a headscarf, and she looks like a housewife, which does make her feel a little dazed. I don't know what kind of person I will marry and start a family with in the future. Looking at the two people dressed as sisters watching TV on the sofa, Toyokawa Shoko also subconsciously thought about it. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and at the same time, Dwanmu Hwai's voice emerged from outside the door. Hello, cylinder courier. Please wait. Toyokawa Shoko, who interrupted her thoughts, walked to the door and opened it, and then saw Dwanmu Hwai standing there holding a cardboard box. Seeing Dwanmu Hwai, Toyokawa Shoko couldn't help but think of the house game just now, and glared at him fiercely. But this time, he was just a courier, so he couldn't do anything. This is your courier, please sign for it. As he spoke, Dwanmu Hwai handed over the carton, and Toyokawa Shoko subconsciously wanted to take the carton. But at this moment, Dwanmu Hwai suddenly let go, and then the carton fell to the ground. Huh? The sudden development made Toyokawa Shoko stunned for a moment. Before she could come to her senses, she saw Duanmu Huai had reached out and grabbed Toyokawa Shoko's left hand, and then pulled her into his arms with force. Wait, what are you doing? Facing Toyokawa Shoko's struggle, Duanmu Huai just stared at her, then raised Toyokawa Shoko's left ring finger and kissed it gently. You're not wearing a ring. Hey! I know very well that your husband is always working outside, and you must be very lonely, ma'am. Hey! Ma'am, in fact, I have always admired you for a long time. Wait, the children are still watching. Isn't it more exciting? Let them know how they were born. What is more worth looking forward to than seeing it with their own eyes? You give me a little more. Turning around, looking at Wakabamu standing at the door, secretly peeking at this side, the ashamed and angry Toyokawa Shoko slapped Duanmu Huai on the head. This is not playing house at all. Chapter 1731. After that, everyone played house a few more times, and Toyokawa Shoko was almost pissed off. The reason was simple, that is, every time Duanmu Huai would try to divert the entire game process and develop it in a direction that could not be said. For example, in the third house playing game, Duanmu Huai drew the role of daughter, and Toyokawa Shoko drew the role of father. She originally tried to educate Duanmu Huai with this identity, but was tied to a chair by Duanmu Huai with lifeless eyes, and said, "This way, Dad will only belong to me." Toyokawa Shoko was completely confused. Then in the fourth house playing game, Duanmu Huai was the wife, and Toyokawa Shoko was the husband. With a previous experience, Toyokawa Shoko was mentally prepared. In her opinion, Duanmu Huai must be playing the wife's temptation, and then she just needed to expose him. As a result, she had just entered when Duanmu Huai stabbed her to the ground with a kitchen knife. He was still shouting too much, only caring about the happiness of himself and classmate Gue. Who is Gue? Why should he suffer this? In the fifth house playing game, Duanmu Huai drew the father, and he actually relied on this identity to teach Wakabamu health education, and said nonsense like "let me see if you are developing normally and be obedient, let me see," which made Toyokawa Shoko so angry that she wanted to call the police. What kind of house playing is this? This is clearly a crime film. By the way, this guy is really good at playing the role of a murderer. As for Kurikawa Akane and Hachiman Kaling, they were watching the show from the side, and had a lot of fun, obviously for fun. So Toyokawa Shoko finally realized that professional actors are really professional actors. If the other party has that intention, you can't pull them back no matter what. Although Toyokawa Shoko almost had high blood pressure playing house that day, it did bring the few people closer. Especially Wakabamu. Toyokawa Shoko was surprised to find that when Duanmu Huai was making fun of her, she actually had some interest in participating in it. It must be said that for Wakabamu, this is quite rare. Although Toyokawa Shoko also knew that Wakabamu's acting ability was great, perhaps because of her rebellious psychology towards her parents, she was almost unwilling to show this ability. This is also one of the reasons why Mu, who was still talking and laughing when she was a child, gradually became the expressionless face she is now. However, after this play, Wakabamu seemed to have some shadows of her childhood again. This is also why Toyokawa Shoko was so angry with Duanmu Huai, but couldn't do anything about him. Anyway, the result is good and everything is good. Although Toyokawa Shoko really wanted to complain to Duanmu Huai, seeing Rimu covering his mouth with his hand and laughing from time to time, she, "Oh, forget it, it's fine like this," laugh. Just like that, after a day of fun, everyone welcomed their first performance. That's right, the day before the performance, this group of people did nothing but play board games. If the media knew about it, it might have been hyped up. Unfortunately, the media knew nothing. And those people queuing outside knew nothing either. If those audiences knew that we did nothing yesterday and played board games all the time, I wonder what their expressions would be. Standing in front of the window, looking at the long queue of people below, Duanmu Huai laughed, and Toyokawa Shoko was speechless. So we really don't need to practice again. No problem, just leave it to me live. What's so difficult? It's just a big karaoke. If your words get out, I don't know how many band members will want to strangle you to death. Hearing this, even Hachiman Kaling couldn't help but complain. It doesn't matter, let them come, I can let them do it with one hand. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. Anyway, they are not my opponent even if they come together. Duanmu Huai's words really deserve a beating. The problem is that they really can't win. This is true from any level. Okay, let's pack up and get ready to enter. Duanmu Huai glanced at a bright pink hair in the crowd, then shrugged his shoulders and retracted his gaze. The first performance of Inquisitor was indeed eye-catching, from all angles. No one has uncovered the true identity of this mysterious band, and the songs sung in the band's peculiar language are also popular. Although these songs are not suitable for playing in public, they are very suitable for listening to them when you go home and feel at ease. Many people even left messages online saying that after listening to these songs, they felt that their souls were purified. Some people even said that after listening to this song, their waists and legs were no longer sore, their legs and feet were stronger, and their electrical appliances that were about to be scrapped and damaged were revitalized. In addition, another feature of Inquisitor's performance is that after the performance, the recording will be played online. In other words, the audience spent a lot of money to buy tickets, and they could only listen to the live performance 2 hours in advance. If you don't want to spend money, you can wait for the recording to be played later. However, even with these announcements, the tickets for the first performance of Inquisitor were snapped up the moment they were released. It can only be said that the Japanese love limited things, and the representative is Chihaya Ain. No matter what it is, as long as the word limited is added, it means buying, buying, buying. Whether it is useful or not is another matter. After that, the first performance of Inquisitor opened as scheduled. If there is any difference from the previous festival night show, it is that Dwanmu Hwai decorated the entire theater in advance and put the interior pictures on the screen. As soon as the audience walked into the hall, they felt like they were walking into a huge and magnificent imperial church. And this magnificent, sacred and majestic atmosphere made the audience's spirit tense instantly. Under such circumstances, the effect of the hymn sung by Dwanmu Hwai is naturally needless to say. There was nothing much to say about the performance itself. With the surrounding environment, the grand occasion was several times more lively than the previous festival night show. Not only that, for Dwanmu Hwai, his goal was also initially achieved. When Dwanmu Hwai sang, he could feel the spirits of the audience present constantly expanding with his singing, and then going deep into the subspace. And Freya and Norn also told him very confidently that they could feel that someone in the subspace was being attracted by this spiritual power. But it's not enough. Now this mental power can only make the other party react. Just like when you poke a cat when it is sleeping, it will twitch its ears. There is still a long way to go before this cat opens its eyes and runs into your arms. At least the current mental power is not enough to completely shape that powerful existence and awaken it. But the effect shows that the direction is correct. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of effort for Dwanmu Hwai to sing this while enduring goosebumps all over his body? The performance was naturally a great success. Just like before, when the audience was still immersed in the last chant, Dwanmu Hwai had already withdrawn with his 4 teammates. It was neat and tidy, without even saying goodbye. I think, isn't this a good idea? I don't know if it was the influence of playing house yesterday, but Ri Mu, who was sitting in the car, actually spoke uneasily and out of character. At least we should thank the audience. Why thank them? We let them listen to this song that only comes from heaven, so it's better for them to thank us. Dwanmu Hwai obviously won't change his strategy because of this. Besides, aren't you all planning to hide your identities? It doesn't matter whether you thank the audience or not, they can't recognize who is who anyway. The stage lights are mainly on Dwanmu Hwai, but as band members, the other 4 people are also lit. It's just like the brilliance of the stars will be completely obscured in front of the sun during the day. Even if they are also lit, the audience rarely notices their existence. Not to mention that Dwanmu Hwai's hymns do not need cheers and applause. As long as they start singing, the whole venue will be silent, without any sound. No MC is needed, no guest crosstalk is needed, just start singing, leave after singing, neat and tidy, without any dragging. That's good. Hachiman Kaling nodded, expressing her support for Dwanmu Hwai's idea. Our band is unique, and it's most important to keep it that way. If you change your style because of others, you're not Inquisitor anymore. This is particularly convincing from the part-time king of 30 bands. So it's better for you to use your phone less. Dwanmu Hwai looked at Toekawa Shoko, who was busy using his phone, and complained speechlessly. Now Toekawa Shoko has developed the habit of self-searching, which Dwanmu Hwai thinks is not a good habit. But I want to see what everyone thinks of our first performance, in case there's something wrong. Are you going to change it? I won't. Hearing this, Toekawa Shoko was stunned for a moment, and then silently turned off the phone. Since Dwanmu Hwai won't change, then it's useless for her to see anything right. After that, everyone naturally dispersed, went back to their own homes, and looked for their own mothers. Hachiman Hailing took a car home, while Toekawa Shoko planned to go back to her own hut. Although her father didn't live there now, she had to clean it up so that she could wait for her father to come back after turning over a new leaf and reforming through labor. It's just a part-time job. Why is it like being in prison? Kurikawa Akane is naturally going to go home with Dwanmu Hwai, So the next one left is Wakaba Mu. However, I don't want to go home. Staring at Dwanmu Hwai, Wakaba Mu took the initiative to express his thoughts for the first time. Oh! Dwanmu Hwai was not surprised by this. In fact, he knew that Xiangzi wanted to help solve the problems in Ruima's family. However, as the saying goes, it is difficult for an honest official to judge family affairs. In short, the affairs of a family cannot be solved by simple right and wrong. Dwanmu Hwai remembered that before he traveled through time, a friend who was a policeman complained to him about this situation. He said that they received a call in the middle of the night, saying that a man beat a woman and domestic violence. Then they went out to report to the police and found that the man had beaten the woman to a bloody mess, and the latter was crying miserably. The senior who led the team at that time planned to mediate, but his friend was young and energetic, thinking that if they had been beaten like this, how could they mediate? They could not bow to domestic violence, so he arrested the man, examined the woman's injuries, and then the man was detained for intentional injury. At that time, this friend was quite proud, thinking that he had upheld justice and saved a victim girl. As a result, just one day later, the woman came to the door crying and asked them to release her boyfriend. At that time, the friend was confused and didn't understand what the other party was thinking. He beat you up, and your face was covered with wounds and bandages like a mummy, and you still want to release him? However, the woman said that I deserved to be beaten. It was not his fault. It was all my fault. He was right to beat me, so you should let him go. Unfortunately, this kind of case is not a private prosecution case, and it is impossible to withdraw it. After learning about this, the woman scolded the friend, scolding him for meddling in his family's affairs. Why did he, an outsider, interfere in his family's affairs? Later, he even reported and petitioned, which made his friend very annoyed. At that time, he finally understood why the old senior wanted to mediate with the mud. So it is difficult for a fair judge to judge family affairs, and Dwanmu Hwai was too lazy to care about these. There was only one thing he could do, that is, to strengthen Rui Mu's strength. Of course, this does not mean that she should be able to kill a bear with one punch, but to make her have enough independent economic ability. There are many reasons why children cannot resist their parents. The most important point is that children do not have the ability to live and make money independently, and must rely on their parents to maintain. Whether it is Toekawa Shoko or Wakaba Mu, although they are both rich people, they are actually the same in essence. Eat people's mouths and take people's hands. You have taken your parents' money, so you don't have the confidence to fight against them. But the money you earn is different, so Dwanmu Hwai will offer to give them the bulk of the money he earns. After all, even if Toekawa Shoko and Wakaba Mu are rich girls, it does not mean that they can make money by themselves. And the money they earn is the pillar for them to live freely. As long as they have this money, whether they have a falling out with their parents, go somewhere else, or do anything else, they will have the confidence, right? So Dwanmu Hwai doesn't care how Rui Mu plans to communicate with his parents. He just makes sure that Rui Mu has enough money. And now it seems that Rui Mu has gradually come up with his own ideas. Where are you going? Space. It seems that Rui Mu has found his second home. Chapter 1732. Regarding Wakaba Mu's going to space, Dwanmu Hwai just sent a text message to Mori Minami over the phone to inform her that her daughter had found another place to live, and would not be living at home recently, and that was it. Yes, this is Dwanmu Hwai's confidence. Although in the eyes of ordinary girls, like Chihaya Ain or Yanami, Wakaba Mu's parents are both great craftsmen, especially famous ones, and not easy to mess with. But for Dwanmu Hwai, what are these two people? Comedians belong to the bottom of the entertainment industry, and screen schoolers like Dwanmu Hwai look down on them. Wakaba Long is known as a comedy master by the outside world, and he has to bow his head and greet Dwanmu Hwai respectfully when he sees him. Not to mention Mori Minami, she became famous because of Dwanmu Hwai, and after getting married, she has completely withdrawn from the front line, and can only do interviews and shoot commercials to maintain her traffic and fame. Whenever she sees Dwanmu Hwai, she has to bow her head and call him senior. This is the value of age equals years of experience. This is why when organizing a band, Dwanmu Hwai directly found the two and said that I want to take Rui Mu to form a band. You should stop all those useless ballet and piano lessons for me, so as not to interfere with my performance, and the two did not object. The first-line bigwigs in the entertainment industry directly ask you for people. Do you dare not listen? Unless you don't want to mix in this circle, Dwanmu Hwai thinks that Japan's seniority-based ranking is a good habit, especially when the beneficiary is himself. In fact, Dwanmu Hwai also found that Rui Mu seemed to like space very much. He has thought about it. If Rui Mu doesn't change her mind in the future, he will simply give space to her and let her be the store manager. After all, Ruyimu also likes music and has her own skills. It is not difficult to be a store manager of a live house. Moreover, space seems to be a holy place in the hearts of those independent girl bands. It is good to pass on such a place. In this way, if Yimu finds a home, he can also sell this asset, a win-win situation. As for the response after the performance, Dwanmu Hwai is too lazy to read such things, he can guess it. He has done so many things, how can it be bad? As for those nitpicking comments, he is even more lazy to care. He is not singing for those idiots who point fingers at the world, but to save the world. What does their nagging have to do with him? Moreover, Dwanmu Hwai has already informed all his media that those reports that find faults, whether online or in print, are not allowed to be published. Are you afraid of physical silence? Of course, there is no impenetrable wall in the world. Dwanmu Hwai said hello here, and there are naturally speculations on the other side that this band may have some relationship with Dwanmu Hwai. But even so, the most they guessed was that this band was supported by Dwanmu Hwai, and they never thought that this was formed by Dwanmu Hwai. This is also normal. After all, Dwanmu Hwai has always been a villain in everyone's mind. He doesn't look like a saint. Lin Zhengying stopped playing a Taoist priest and played a zombie? Why would I have such a dream? It is something that no normal person would think of. In fact, when Dwanmu Hwai sent Ruyimu back to space, the discussion about the first performance on the internet had exploded. This time, the focus of everyone's discussion was not only Dwanmu Hwai's songs, but those strange decorations. Yes, strange. This was the first reaction of everyone who attended the first performance. Do you know what these audiences saw first when they walked into the door with great expectations? Band posters? Personal photos? No. It was a huge golden skull with a circle of gears on the outside, and a hammer standing upright inside. What kind of hardcore death metal? Almost every audience member's first reaction when they walked in was to step back, look at their tickets, and then look at the venue number on it. I didn't go to the wrong place. Not only that, the entire venue was covered with red-bottomed gold-edged flags and carpets, and with the ubiquitous skull logo, it looked like a special rock scene. Is Inquisitor going to sing rock style today? Of course, Dwanmu Hwai didn't mean to sing rock. He sang the song as usual, then turned off the lights and left, as fast as an office worker clocking out. But for the audience at the scene, the situation was completely different. Many of these audiences had participated in the previous festival night show, and they felt that the atmosphere was already very sacred and grand at that time. Many people are even willing to spend a lot of money to buy tickets, just to feel this atmosphere that they can't feel at ordinary times. That kind of sacred, ethereal feeling, the feeling of being able to forget everything and devote oneself to prayer. However, the reality is, the atmosphere of this concert is several times more serious than the previous night show, especially those skull decorations that seemed out of place in the eyes of the audience. When Dwanmu Hwai started singing, they exuded an amazing sense of oppression. They even felt that those golden skulls seemed to have turned into some kind of cold, heavy steel pressing on their souls, making them almost breathless. They never thought that the skulls that looked rebellious and scary could make people feel so sacred. Yes, sacred. Especially when leaving the concert, many people felt that the skulls were like self-aware guards, staring at them silently. It made everyone walk cautiously, as if they were afraid of disturbing something. Something they didn't know yet. After that, it was also broadcast online, and after watching the performance, many viewers were shocked. Is this really not a religious group? During the festival night show, due to the venue, this religious flavor was not so strong. But when it came to this special performance, it felt like the religious atmosphere was full, and because of this, Inquisitor's performance soon crossed the ocean and spread to Europe and the United States. After all, the bands there like this kind of deathcore flavor, rebellious metal and death rock, and the modern network is very developed, so it spreads quickly. Moreover, the response to Inquisitor in Europe and America is stronger than in Japan. On the one hand, the religious atmosphere in Europe and America is stronger, so facing a song like Inquisitor with a religious atmosphere is shocking in itself. On the other hand, they really don't understand the lyrics of Inquisitor's song. Although there have been people in Japan who have studied and discussed the lyrics of Inquisitor before, the popularity is not high. After all, the Japanese themselves speak dumb foreign languages. How can you expect a country that pronounces R as L to speak foreign language as well? At the beginning, Mary didn't want to stay in Japan for a long time, saying that she was afraid that she would not be able to speak English when she returned home after staying for a long time. They are the authentic three flags in London. Look at what the Japanese English has made them do. At the beginning, Europe and the United States treated this topic as a joke. After all, the Japanese cannot speak foreign languages well, which is a stereotype joke in itself. So everyone's opinion at that time was it is probably that the Japanese band sang English so well that even their mothers could not recognize it. But when they saw the recording online, everyone was stunned. Oh, the pronunciation and wording are very standard, and it is not like the unclear big tongue of the Indians. But the question is, what language is this? First, there were orthodox British netizens who stood up and said that this is not English, but American English. Then, there were California netizens who stood up and said that this is not American English, but redneck English. Then French, German, Italian netizens from various countries said that this is not their language either. Even some indigenous netizens from small places said that they have never heard of this language. Then everyone checked and found that this was actually the band's original language. Now everyone was excited. Tolkien also created Elvish in The Lord of the Rings, and someone had created Esperanto in the past to allow the world to communicate, so creating a language itself is not strange. But creating a language specifically for singing is very fresh to many people. As the songs of Inquisitor spread, some influences that even Duanmu Huai had not expected also appeared in places he could not see at all. For example, at an archaeological site far away from human habitation. An old man wearing a heavy cotton jacket walked in, looked at the scene in front of him, and frowned slightly. This is an archaeological base near Antarctica. They came here to study the mysterious ruins found here. According to satellite photography, this relic is located below a long-abandoned whaling station in Antarctica, and is an obvious man-made building. But not only that. According to their preliminary investigation of the building, they found that the building has existed for tens of millions of years, and it is not a stone building, but is made of some special steel forging. If this is published, it will be enough to shock the world. So the archaeological team is also eager to try and vow to solve the secret of this mysterious relic. Unfortunately, ideals are beautiful, and reality is skinny. The reality is that they can't even get in the door. Looking at the black door composed of gears and skulls embedded in the thick stone wall in front of him, the old professor sighed helplessly. They tried many ways to open the door, but all failed. Even blasting with explosives could not cause the slightest impact on the door. Of course, the amount of explosives they can use is limited. After all, if they blow too much, the whole place will collapse. But they have been here for half a year, but still haven't found any way to open this door. Today, the old professor is still suffering from this matter, so when he sees his student shaking his head with headphones on, he gets angry and slaps him on the back of the head. What are you doing? Haven't you found a way yet? There is no way, Professor. The student who was suddenly attacked couldn't help but scream. Didn't I ask you to look up documents? This place was a no man's land before. Before the whaling station was built in 1860, there was no one here. There is no document to look up. We have already read all the information about this whaling station, but we can't find any clues at all. As he spoke, the student put on his headphones again and shook his head. Seeing this, the old professor was even more angry. He grabbed the headphone cable and pulled it off. Soon, after losing the headphone connection, the student's mobile phone suddenly emitted a sacred and melodious song. What is this? Hearing this heart-throbbing chant, the old professor was stunned for a moment and asked, Professor, this is a song sung by a band that has been very popular on the internet recently. It's called something like Psalms, but it's quite nice. Boom, boom, boom. However, before the student finished speaking, a mechanical roar suddenly sounded, interrupting the conversation between the two. They turned their heads in surprise, and looked towards the place where the sound came from. They saw that in the thick stone wall, the steel gate that had been silent and unresponsive began to tremble. Then, the gears rotated and separated, and the heavy steel gate slowly opened under the astonished gaze of everyone. Chapter 1733. Duanmu Huai didn't know that his song had caused a big trouble somewhere on the other side of the ocean. In fact, he was thinking about the next tour route and whether to debut overseas, or to harvest a wave of domestic first, and then go abroad. After all, the most important thing is mental power. Although it is said that spreading songs on the internet can also gather a lot of mental power, this loose absorption is obviously not as violent as holding a concert. Of course, some audio and video companies have begun to send representatives to contact the mysterious band led by Duanmu Huai, trying to obtain the overseas distribution rights of their works. This made Duanmu Huai very annoyed, but it was something he had to deal with. So when Duanmu Huai found that among these contacts from abroad, there was a letter sent in the name of the Royal Academy Archaeology Department, he was very curious. This reminded Duanmu Huai that in Mary's world, he had also funded the other party's archaeological team. Well, okay, the topic has gone too far. Why did the archaeologists look for him? With curiosity, Duanmu Huai opened the letter and read it. The format of the letter was quite formal. The other party claimed to be Professor Williams. According to them, they were currently excavating a ruin, but encountered some difficulties. Inadvertently, they discovered that the songs of Duanmu Huai's band would have a certain influence on the ruins that could not be ignored. Therefore, they hoped to contact Duanmu Huai and make some inquiries about the matter. A video material was also attached to the letter. It's really strange. After reading the letter, Duanmu Huai frowned. The hymn he sang came from the Magic Tower world, and the hymn was created by the oil man in that world to maintain the machine soul after genetic manipulation and transformation of humans. It can be said that it is unique to the Tower world. Even if this thing will have some influence on the machinery, it should not affect this world. Curious, Duanmu Huai clicked on the video file. This should have been shot with a mobile phone. The first part is a messy open area, with things like gasoline barrels and material boxes placed next to it, as well as generators and lighting. Construction site? Excavation site? The photographer raised his mobile phone and saw a group of people wrapped in thick cotton jackets. Judging from their dress, they should be in a very cold place. They shouted and ran forward, and the person holding the mobile phone followed behind them. The swaying camera was like some kind of low-quality movie recording, which made people dizzy. However, Duanmu Huai still saw fully armed soldiers around them. Judging from the equipment on them, they should not be soldiers from a certain country, but mercenaries. After a while, the owner of the mobile phone came to the front, and then he excitedly raised his mobile phone to shoot forward. Then, Duanmu Huai saw a heavy door that was slowly opening. The huge gear on it rotated and separated, and the skull in the middle slid to one side, and then the door opened, revealing the dark inside. The video ends here. But Duanmu Huai had already seen what he wanted to see. Thousands of words boiled down to one sentence, that is, why do these oil men cause trouble everywhere? It's really a headache. Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand to press his head. He hated the oil men, the damned ones, who studied alien technology in the name of omniscia and were unrepentant heretics. They always made a mess of things in the name of research, and then walked away when they couldn't clean it up, leaving the Inquisition to clean up the mess. Damn bastard. Duanmu Huai cursed fiercely in his heart, then picked up the phone and dialed the contact number on the letter. Not long after, the call was connected. Hello, hello. Have you entered? Duanmu Huai was too lazy to greet the other party and asked directly. The other party obviously had not experienced Duanmu Huai's way of getting straight to the point. He was a little stunned for a while, but still answered the question obediently. No, although the outer door is open, but... sorry, I can't tell you this yet. What I want to know is about your songs and the logo. Where are you now? Why are you asking this? Give me the address and I find you. This won't work. What we are doing now is highly confidential archaeological research. Then you can wait to die there. Duanmu Huai hung up the phone decisively. He was not exaggerating. The territory of the Mechanicus, even the ruins, was not accessible to everyone. Especially these stupid idiots. They will definitely go in but not out. A moment later, Duanmu Huai's cell phone rang. He answered the phone, and an old man's voice came from the other end. We need. Give me the address, otherwise no deal. Duanmu Huai coldly interrupted the other party's attempt to bargain, and the latter was silent for a while. We can't decide. Duanmu Huai hung up the phone directly, and then made another call. It's me. I'm going to investigate the detailed records of the activities of the Archaeology Department of the Royal Academy this year, and where they went. That's right. As soon as possible, I want the results today. Duanmu Huai hung up the phone, stood up and walked out of the room. Seeing him come out, the four people who were preparing to practice were stunned. Shall I? I have something to do. I have to go out. Where to go? Abroad? Huh? Not to mention Kurikawa Akane, even Toekawa Shoko and Wakaba Mu were stunned by this unexpected answer. Abroad? Yeah, that's right. I'd be away for about half a month. Wait, what about the next performance? Pause, I continue the rest when I come back. Duanmu Huai obviously thought about it a long time ago, and he immediately gave an answer to Toekawa Shoko's question. At the same time, he picked up the phone and made another call. Hello, that's right, it's me. I want you to prepare the plane. 1 hour, the route has not been determined yet. Anyway, you should prepare it first. I will leave today. Duanmu Huai put on his coat and gestured to everyone. Then you guys can have fun by yourselves. I have something to do, and I'm leaving first. The others looked at each other in bewilderment, as they watched Duanmu Huai walk out of space, and then leave in a car. This is the first time I've seen Duanmu so anxious. What Toyakawa Shoko said was not wrong. Duanmu Huai always gave people a feeling of ease, the kind that he was not afraid of even if the sky fell. So seeing Duanmu Huai suddenly so serious, it really felt a little uncomfortable. Kurikawa Akane didn't say anything. She could probably guess why Duanmu Huai left suddenly. Of course, Kurikawa Akane didn't know the specific situation, but she could at least guess that it was related to Duanmu Huai's identity as a judge. But abroad? Why abroad? Kurikawa Akane looked at Freya and Norn, who were standing beside him in ghost form, and the latter just shook his head. Although as ghosts, they can eavesdrop through walls at will, Duanmu Huai can also see them. These two people are not stupid enough to anger Duanmu Huai. Anyway, I'd better call others first. Kurikawa Akane silently took out his mobile phone. Seeing that Duanmu Huai was in such a hurry, he should not have said hello to others, so he should do it himself. Facts have proved that money is omnipotent. In Mary's world, Duanmu Huai had also funded archaeological activities as a sponsor, so he was very clear about this part of the process. It is not difficult to find the whereabouts of these guys, and the reason is very simple. Archaeology requires a lot of equipment, and these equipment are generally rented. Unless Duanmu Huai has too much money to spend, he usually finds a way to rent it, and then bring it over. Looking at the clothes those people in the video wore, as well as the names and shipping companies on the containers, Duanmu Huai could easily find out where these people went if she wanted to. In fact, this was the case. On the way to the airport, Duanmu Huai had already found out the destinations of several people from the archaeology department. And Duanmu Huai saw at a glance, Antarctica. Antarctica again. This broken place is full of talented people. It's either aliens or the old ones, and now even the Mechanicus has been involved. Forget it, Antarctica is Antarctica. I have to go there too, right? When Duanmu Huai flew all the way to Antarctica and landed at the port, the people here had already helped her find out the whereabouts of the archaeological team. According to the other party, the archaeological team set out a month ago, saying that they were going to conduct scientific research near the whaling station near Antarctica. They knew the location of the whaling station. Although they had tried to contact each other after learning about Duanmu Huai, they were unable to do so due to the bad weather. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai wanted to laugh. No, I can't laugh yet. I haven't seen the body yet, and I can't open champagne at halftime. Maybe the weather is really bad. Of course, it would be great if it was what I thought. After all, as an inquisitor, Duanmu Huai would never let anyone who saw the remains of the Mechanicus go back alive. This is why he came as quickly as possible, on the one hand to clean up the aftermath, and on the other hand, of course, to silence them. After determining the approximate location of the other party, Duanmu Huai set off again, and came to an abandoned whaling station on the edge of the Antarctic continent. Woo woo woo! Driving a ski sled to the camp, Duanmu Huai soon found that there was no one here. Although the buildings of the whaling station were generally intact, and the equipment was all there was no shadow of a single person nearby, and there was no breath of living people. Duanmu Huai, who jumped off the car, saw the scene, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that they are all dead, so I don't have to do it myself. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze, and then looked at a huge pit in the center of the whaling station. This thing was obviously not formed naturally. In other words, the remains of the Mechanicus are inside. Looking at the pit, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly and walked over. He wanted to see what trouble these damn little guys had caused him again. Chapter 1734. The truth is always stranger than the movies. Duanmu Huai originally thought that he was following the path of a space sci-fi horror movie, where the rescue arrives, everyone dies, and then everyone investigates what happened here. Of course, for Duanmu Huai, this is an ideal situation. After all, if everyone really dies, then nothing will happen. So when he walked to the bottom of the pit, and was directly hit in the face by the muzzle of the gunpowder, he was stunned for a moment. Hey, who are you? A burly mercenary aimed his gun at Duanmu Huai with a serious look. How did you get here? Should we kill all these guys now? Facing the muzzle of the gun, Duanmu Huai thought for a second, and then made a decision. I'm here to help. It would be too easy for them to kill these guys now, and they didn't know what was in the ruins of the Mechanicus. Moreover, Duanmu Huai was not sure whether the Mechanicus had rebelled. If so, it would be good to have 1 or 2 more meat shields left to sweep the mines. Help. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the big man frowned and stared at Duanmu Huai. Because she came in a hurry, Duanmu Huai only wore the necessary clothes for Antarctica, but it can be seen that she is a petite girl. And the fact that she came here alone is really unsettling. Yes, Professor Williams asked me to come. Faced with Duanmu Huai's answer, the big man hesitated for a moment, then made a gesture. Soon, another companion left quickly, and after a while, they came over with a thin old man. The latter wore glasses, and looked like an old scholar. Seeing Duanmu Huai, he also showed surprise and confusion. You were called by Professor Williams? Yes. Duanmu Huai looked at the old man. May I ask who you are? I am Celtic, the leader of the search team. We lost contact with the previous exploration team, so we came here to investigate. The old professor said this, and stared at Duanmu Huai in silence for a moment. Are you alone? Yes. How is Professor Williams? They are missing. According to our investigation, they should have entered this ruins, but the door is locked and we can't open it. Is that so? That's great. When you kill someone, you don't have to worry about involving other people. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was relieved. I am Professor Williams' student. I have some research on this civilization ruins, so Professor Williams contacted me specifically and asked me to come here. I see. Professor Celtic looked at Duanmu Huai, who also stared at him. After a moment, Professor Celtic turned his head away. Follow me. As he spoke, he hunched over and walked to the depths of the tunnel again. Duanmu Huai followed him, and several other mercenaries also gathered around. But Duanmu Huai didn't care, just listening to Professor Celt's explanation. We found some strange things inside. They seemed to have been sleeping before, but suddenly they were activated and woke up. We tried to communicate with them, but we didn't get anything. According to Professor Celt, the expedition team was divided into two groups, one led by Williams, responsible for on-site inspections. The other group was led by Professor Celt, responsible for logistics support. The reason why Professor Celt came to the scene was because Professor Williams' scheduled communication was interrupted, so he brought others to check the situation. You didn't contact the outside world? We shut down the communication. Professor Celt sighed. After all, the situation is not good at the moment. It is not appropriate to tell these things before figuring out what happened to Professor Williams. For Duanmu Huai, this is also a good decision. In this way, he can kill all these people without restraint. Anyway, no one will know what happened here. As they were talking, the group came to the gate. Duanmu Huai glanced at the open door of the Mechanicus and walked in. Then, he saw several archaeologists standing in front of a gate, scratching their heads, and several mercenaries standing next to them. Oh, strictly speaking, it was not the gate that gave these guys a headache, but a humanoid object next to the gate. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai chuckled and wanted to laugh. No, brother, you are stuck here? This is just the beginning? Ah, Professor. At this time, one of the young men saw Professor Celtic coming back and ran over in a hurry. You are finally back. What happened? Ah, who is she? Looking at Duanmu Huai, who was following Williams, the young man was confused. However, Duanmu Huai was also dressed very tightly, and his face could not be seen at all. Duanmu Huai did not answer the young man's question. He walked directly to the front door and looked at the thinker, who was guarding the door. Logically speaking, this thing is not a space-dead spirit. It should have rotted away for so many years. There is nothing left, but in fact, everything here is brand new. According to Professor Celtic, there seemed to be some strange reaction here before. Looking at the thinker in front of him, Duanmu Huai suddenly felt uneasy. Could it be that the seal here is a super large stasis device? And then it was closed because it was activated by his own song? And then it opened? Then Professor Williams led the team to investigate, and then the door was closed again? What did those oil bastards put here? Is it too late for me to go back now? Of course, Duanmu Huai was just thinking about it. The Mechanicus and the stasis device, all of this made him feel very uneasy, very uneasy. In his memory, when the Mechanicus and the stasis device were related, it was not a good thing. Excuse me? Seeing Duanmu Huai standing in front of the thinker without speaking, the person next to him also asked in confusion, and Duanmu Huai sighed, then raised his head and looked at the thinker. Open the door. Hearing Duanmu Huai's request, the thinker slowly raised his head, and its mouth was completely transformed into a grill and breathing tube, twisted, and full of static sound emerged from it. Please identify yourself, outsider, Grand Inquisitor of the Tribunal, emergency code MKA32541. If it was the original body, Duanmu Huai could let it scan him. But the clone didn't have this convenience, but Duanmu Huai was not completely helpless. The emergency code is a forced opening code. Of course, this code is only known by a small number of Grand Inquisitors. It is mainly used to enter certain closed Mechanicus churches. Of course, if this underlying code is known by outsiders, the Mechanicus will be furious. But the Inquisitor doesn't care. Because generally when this code is needed, it means that the group of unrepentant oil men of the Mechanicus have gone too far again. Emergency code verification. Verification completed. Warning, the facility is currently on level 1 alert. Where is the defense protocol? Unable to verify. Connection failed. Control. Data transmission terminated. Reason unknown. Can you contact other people? Communication protocol destroyed. Signal delay cannot be evaluated. Two-way connection cannot be established. What happened inside? Open the door. Duanmu Huai withdrew his thoughts, looked at the front, and silently gave an order. Click. Accompanied by Duanmu Huai's order, the door slowly opened. At this moment, the people next to him were also surprised to see the scene. Of course, they could not understand the high Gothic language used by Duanmu Huai to communicate with the thinker, and Duanmu Huai also used the jargon of the tribunal, but as archaeologists, they could more or less hear that this should be a very ancient language. In other words, this girl is specialized in studying this language. So Professor Williams asked her to come together? What did you say to it just now? The young man asked curiously, and Duanmu Huai glanced at him. Nothing, I just asked if the door could be opened for us to go in. Do you know this language? Yes, this is my research major. Because he and Mary had been to an archaeological site before, it was easy for Duanmu Huai to disguise his identity. After all, anyone who could possibly expose his identity would have been killed in there by now. Okay, let's go in. Everyone looked at each other, but still mustered up the courage to follow Duanmu Huai in. The cold and organic light poured down from the top of their heads, illuminating the passage in front of them. The fan was turning and making a buzzing sound. Because of the stasis field, everything here remained in good condition. Or at least in the same state as when they were stagnant. There are no guards, no mechanical servants. It looks like it's abandoned? No, it looks more like a blockade. But where did everyone here go? Duanmu Huai walked through the corridor and came to the control hall, which was still a mess. There were traces of lasers shooting left around. Unless a certain technology priest was going to test his mechanical tentacles here, something must have happened here. What exactly is this place? Professor Celtic widened his eyes in surprise, and the expressions of others were also surprised. In fact, this is understandable. After all, ancient ruins are generally made of stone. But the place in front of them is a pure steel creation, and there are even air intake fans. If the decorations around did not look like modern ones, they would even think that they had walked into the wrong place. But the surprise was only for a moment. After a moment, everyone immediately came to their senses and walked along the passage to the interior of the ruins. After passing through the corridor, the group came to the hall, and here, they soon saw several boxes and instruments placed in the center of the hall. This is the equipment of Williams and his team. Professor Celtic ran over in a hurry and looked at the equipment, including computers and some instruments. However, these instruments seem to be damaged now, and cannot be used at all. There are also a few rifles thrown on the ground next to them, and a mercenary walked forward, squatted on the ground silently, and stretched out his hand to touch the blood on the ground. It's dry. Did Professor Williams and his team get into trouble? Seeing the blood, the other members of the expedition team suddenly felt a twitch in their hearts and subconsciously looked to the side. However, in the cold hall, except for the steel statues on both sides of the wall staring at them indifferently, there was no one. Except for the blood, they could not see the existence of anything. Be careful. Professor Celtic also looked solemn at this moment, and spoke seriously. Then he signaled several mercenaries to raise their guns and walk to the front, and he and others followed behind. Let's follow the blood to find it. For them, there is no other way now. Chapter 1735. Maybe we shouldn't come here. The further they went, the more tense Professor Celt's heart became. They followed the bloodstains all the way forward, and all they saw was more bloodstains. It was as if something tore the person apart and then spilled all the blood inside all over the ground. No matter what it was, Professor Celt didn't think it was an enemy that his guns could deal with. Maybe we should leave here and seek support. This thought flashed through Dr. Celt's mind, and reason told him that he should stop, but Celt's instinct drove him to keep moving forward. It was as if something was calling him, attracting him, and making it impossible for him to stop. Professor Celt. It was not until someone pulled his arm that Professor Celt came back to his senses, as if he had just woken up from a dream. He turned his head and looked at the young man beside him in surprise. What's the matter? Are you okay? We saw you mumbling something. Nothing. Professor Celtic reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead and took a breath. I'm just thinking about something. Is there anything? No, that. The young man looked around in confusion. The girl who brought us in just now. What happened to her? She's gone. We clearly remember that she was with us just now, but we don't know when she disappeared. Hearing the young man's report, Professor Celtic felt his stomach shrink suddenly. He turned his head and found that several mercenaries were staring at the surroundings with weapons in their hands. The other members of the scientific expedition team were also panicked and looked around anxiously. There is only one road here. How could he disappear? Or how did the other party get lost? Do you know when she got lost? I'm not sure. Damn it! Professor Kelp clenched his fists and cursed in a low voice. Should we go back to find her? Maybe she'd be waiting for us at the previous place? No, let's keep going. We don't have time to take care of her now. Professor Kelp thought for a moment and finally made a decision. It seems that there is no danger in the rear at the moment. On the contrary, Dr. Williams and his people are probably in a bad situation. We must find them immediately. As for the little girl, we find her when we come back. This okay. Although they were a little surprised, everyone did not object to Professor Kelp's decision, so they continued to walk deeper into the passage. As for the poor girl, they could only put her aside for the time being. Crack! The originally closed wall cracked a gap, and Duanmu Huai walked out of it and looked around. Well, it's about here. Okay, the design of the Mechanicus has remained unchanged for 800 years, which is good. Duanmu Huai said, as he walked to the metal decoration next to him and fiddled with the mark on it. Soon the next moment, he saw the wall in front of him suddenly rise up, revealing the secret room inside. Sure enough, I knew it would be like this. Duanmu Huai laughed at the secret room in front of him. The Mechanicus likes to build all kinds of secret rooms. In fact, if players go to the Mechanicus at the beginning, they will feel very surprised. Because if you just take a quick look, you will find that the buildings of the Mechanicus seem to have only various control facilities, as if these oilers really don't need to eat or sleep. That's impossible. In fact, the core rooms of the Mechanicus are hidden in the secret rooms behind the walls, including the maintenance and data storage of various oilers. The reason why they do this is very simple. If something invades the Mechanicus, they will hide in the secret room directly, and then throw poison gas, discharge electricity, and so on into the corridor hall. These bastards really don't follow the ethics of martial arts. They also like to get out of the secret room and shoot at you from behind. It's disgusting. Of course, the oilers not only like to put secret rooms behind the walls, but also like to install flamethrowers, poison gas, and current generators under the altar, and then put various turrets in some hidden corners. Alas, so I really don't want to come to such a broken place as the Mechanicus if I can avoid it. Forget it, at least the oilers here are probably finished. Duanmu Huai hummed as he walked into the data storage room, then turned on a thinker, entered the code with ease, and activated it forcefully. Unfortunately, there was not much useful information in the thinker. The only thing Duanmu Huai knew from it was that this group of oilers kept a sacred technology related to a source of power here. Then the base was attacked by an unknown attacker, and the oilers tried their best, but could not defeat it. In the end, they chose to initiate the final measure and open the stasis field to seal the entire base. At present, the base can be said to be out of ammunition and food. The only thing Duanmu Huai could find through the thinker was 2 heavy machine servants, 10 combat servants, and a small team of Crusader-type combat robots. Even these were not intact. The only reason they were not destroyed was that these things were under repair at the time, and could not be used at all. Forget it, it's fine as long as it can be repaired and still be used. Standing in the armory, looking at the broken copper and iron in front of him, Duanmu Huai felt tired. Whether it was a mechanical servant or a robot, every one of them was a level 10 disability according to human standards. It's great that they can walk. They are all missing arms and legs. But fortunately, Duanmu Huai didn't expect to use it for a lifetime, as long as he could deal with the current situation. As for himself, he took a power axe from the armory and loaded 3 or 4 hot melt bombs on his body. Well, anyway, this thing is still useful. If there were not a few left here, Duanmu Huai would have wanted to pack them all up and take them away. You two go and guard the door for me. Duanmu Huai directly gave orders to the 2 heavy mechanical servants. Anyone who tries to leave except me will be killed. Faced with Duanmu Huai's order, the 2 heavy mechanical servants with level 10 disabilities responded weakly, and then turned and left. Duanmu Huai clenched the power axe in his hand, and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, there is nothing to be afraid of now. Change the command mode to audio transmission. Set off. At this moment, Duanmu Huai has issued a death notice to the scientific expedition team. But soon he found that he might not need to do anything unnecessary. Where is this place? Standing on the steps, looking at the unimaginable scene in front of him, Professor Kelt's eyes widened in surprise. They followed the bloodstains and went deep into the corridor, and then took the elevator all the way down. But what everyone didn't expect was that when the elevator door opened, they saw another scene in front of them. The strange steel ruins before looked like some kind of religious institution, or some kind of research institute. At least from the cables and abandoned equipment, it can be seen that the place should be used for some research. But it feels like a cemetery. Looking around, the floors around are pure black, and there are green lights flashing next to them. The combination of strange patterns and straight stripes brings people a strange sense of depression and uneasiness. But what makes people feel more horrified is the dead silence here. They can't feel any breath of life here at all, as if this is the land of death. And what's even more strange is that the bloodstains disappeared completely here. What should we do now? Everyone looked at Professor Celtic, who also stared at the strange cemetery in front of him with a serious expression. Teacher, Professor, let's leave here first. I always have a bad feeling. It seems very dangerous here. Me too. In fact, many people have this feeling of uneasiness. Even if they just stand here, they feel trembling all over. It was as if even the air here was as cold as death, and every breath seemed to make his heartbeat and blood gradually slow down. However, Professor Kelt was not able to finish his words, because at this moment, a cold, sharp, blood-stained steel claw had pierced through Professor Kelt's body. The sharp claw cut down like a scalpel, and in the blink of an eye, Professor Kelt was torn apart. Professor. Seeing this scene, the others were also shocked. However, before they could react, they saw several black shadows descending from the sky as if they appeared out of thin air, surrounding them. These black shadows are not human. They look like robots in science fiction movies. However, unlike ordinary robots, the fingers of these robots are like sharp scimitars. Not only that, on their cold steel bodies, they are covered with bloody human skins. You can even see traces of human faces. Woo-ah! The robot that attacked Professor Kelt also roared like a beast at this moment. It lay on the ground, stretched out its hand, picked up the remains of Professor Kelt, and then stuffed it into its wide-open mouth. Under the pressure of steel, the muscles and skin gradually cracked, and the blood that gushed out soaked the robot's cold and hard mouth. But this did not calm it down. On the contrary, the next moment, the robot suddenly raised its head, and the scarlet light reflected in its eye sockets and rushed towards everyone. No! The sound of gunfire, roars, and screams merged together and echoed in a cold tomb, and all of this was naturally seen by Duanmu Huai. Good guy, really good guy. Looking at this scene, Duanmu Huai also shook his head speechlessly. It is not surprising that the Mechanicus dug up the tomb world of the Necrons. What could be more unlucky than digging up the tomb world of the Necrons? That is to dig up a tomb world of the Necrons infected with the Skinner virus. This is really a big prize. Duanmu Huai sighed and touched the hot melt bomb on his body. It's time for me to show up. Chapter 1736. There is no need to tell more about the story of the Necrons. They are just idiots. The ancient saints felt sorry for them and helped them. But they felt that the help was not enough, so they turned around and attacked the ancient saints. Then, they were pressed to the ground by the ancient saints. This is a typical example of gratitude for a small favor and resentment for a small favor. After being pressed to the ground by the ancient saints, this group of idiots still did not repent, created the star god, and attacked the ancient saints again. Moreover, they believed the star god's lies. Their flesh and blood were weak, and they ascended mechanically, abandoning their own flesh and soul, turning everything into cold data. They actually blamed the star god in turn. If you want to evaluate it, the life of the Necrons is that their cognition is worthy of their suffering. They deserve it. It's all their own fault. The same is true for the Skinner virus. This appeared when the Necrons destroyed the star god. At that time, the Necrons rebelled against the star god again. They defeated a star god named the Flayer, who cursed the Necrons before dying. Oh no, strictly speaking, it is a virus. The Necrons infected with the virus will show a crazy desire for flesh and blood. They will want to tear and destroy all organic bodies and devour their flesh and blood. From this point of view, it feels a bit like the curse of vampires. But there is a fundamental difference between the two. That is, with the cold, mechanical body of the Necrons, can they feel the warmth and touch of flesh and blood? Of course not. So the Necrons infected with the Flayer virus will become violent. They are like hungry vampires, wanting to crave blood to satisfy themselves. But no matter what, they can't feel a bit of flesh and blood. They will even desperately try to stuff the flesh and blood into their mouths, and imagine themselves devouring the flesh and blood. However, the bodies of the Necrons are not living things. No matter what they do, they can never feel the fresh imprint of life, the warmth and touch of flesh and blood again. In this regard, the Star God really knows a lot. It tortures the Necrons forever with something that they will never have again. Because of this, these Necrons have almost all gone berserk. They treat battles not as rationally as ordinary Necrons, but more like wag green skins. As long as they see organic bodies, they will rush up to tear them into pieces, peel off their skins, and wrap them around their bodies, and then keep the bones of the other party as souvenirs, and smear the flesh and blood of the other party on every corner of their body, as if they can feel the temperature of flesh and blood in this way. Of course, this is pure self-deception. Not only that, the Necroner can also act across dimensions like the black-skinned Thin Man. They usually hide in a space called the Skinner dimension. When they feel where there is flesh and blood and fighting, they will rush over to satisfy their hunger and thirst that can never be quenched. Ordinary Necrons, on the other hand, would avoid these guys as much as possible. The reason is very simple, that is, the Flayer virus is contagious. And this thing is an incurable disease. Once it is infected, it is completely finished, and no one can save it. The Necroner betrayed the old saints, and chose to become Necrons after being beaten. Then, they betrayed the Star Gods, and were implanted with the Flayer virus. It can be seen that traitors never have a good ending. The life of the Necrons is a life that they deserve. The Eldar are not much better. They originally owned the Milky Way, and should have moved towards a higher, faster, and stronger direction. As a result, these idiots actually put all their energy on opening in part, and finally came up with such an abstract thing as the Obsession Evil, which almost wiped out their own race. It can be seen that the aliens are a bunch of useless scum. If we want to rebuild the glory of the Milky Way, we humans must rely on us. Let humanity be great again. Audio command: Crossfire, fire suppression. Accompanied by Duanmu Huai's order, the mechanical servants raised the plasma cannons in their hands, and accompanied by the humming sound of the capacitor, the plasma compressed to the extreme roared out and blasted towards the battlefield in front. At the same time, Duanmu Huai also flashed and rushed into the group of Skinners with a power axe in his hand. He did not intend to save this group of unlucky scientific expedition members. After all, in Duanmu Huai's plan, the other party was going to die, and they did complete their mission very well. Unlike ordinary space Necrons, the Skinners will not leave after destroying the enemy, but will indulge in the other party's corpse, cut it into pieces, and then indulge in various curious behaviors of dismemberment. Thanks to the sacrifice of these scientific expedition members, Duanmu Huai finally caught these guys. The nest has been hit, the fish have come, and the rest is naturally to blow it up. Under the cover of the loyal plasma bombardment, Duanmu Huai rushed out and rushed into the Skinner. The sharp claws on the latter's hands not only did not make Duanmu Huai feel scared, but made him feel much more at ease. That's it, real men have to fight in close combat. Those space Necrons who only know how to annihilate everything with Gauss weapons have no future. Only close combat is the most glorious, most loyal, and most manly way of fighting, and the others are heresy. Duanmu Huai raised the power axe in his hand high, cut off the arm of a Skinner who stabbed at him, and then held the axe handle with both hands and swung it down hard, deeply cutting into the head of the space Necron in front of him. The touch of chopping hard steel is obviously not as fascinating as flesh and blood. Duanmu Huai curled his lips in dissatisfaction and kicked the hard body that had been opened by himself to the side. At the same time, he bent down and avoided another round of attacks from behind. Then Duanmu Huai raised his battle axe and tore open the body of another Skinner. The power axe split its shoulder blade and cut off all the cables in the body that were like vines. Blood splashed out from it, mixed with flesh and blood. It was not their blood, nor their flesh and blood. Duanmu Huai glanced at the steel bodies lying on the ground again. They now looked like a sealed can of meat. After being roughly smashed, the meat sauce inside flowed out along the broken gap. I don't know how much flesh and blood these Skinners stuffed into their bodies, but it doesn't matter. The battle continued. Duanmu Huai held the power axe tightly and dealt with dozens of Skinners in front of him. Because he was not wearing power armor, Duanmu Huai could not rush up directly, but fortunately, he was not completely helpless. Play the song. Following Duanmu Huai's order, one of the servitors stupidly turned on the mobile player that Duanmu Huai gave it. Soon, the Song of Inquisitor sounded from it and began to echo throughout the tomb world. Praise the machine soul, in the name of Omnicia. If it were an ordinary Necrons, they would have 10,000 ways to deal with this sudden noise. But the Skinners couldn't. Their program logic had been completely infected and destroyed by the virus. Except for their desire for flesh and blood and some combat qualities, their rationality was not much less than that of the greenskins. Therefore, when the melodious song sounded and echoed in the tomb, these crazy, bloodthirsty, greedy undeads, who were craving for unobtainable flesh and blood, began to move slowly for the first time. They raised their heads and looked around blankly, trying to find where the music that could make their souls tremble came from. But unfortunately, they no longer had this opportunity. Duanmu Huai burst out with all his strength at this moment. He turned into a gust of wind and rushed straight into the Skinners. The power axe in his hand swung forward, and everything he touched was cut in half. However, they were not Duanmu Huai's target. Duanmu Huai didn't even look at the mechanical corpses filled with flesh and blood. He held the power axe tightly and rushed through the battlefield at the fastest speed, leaving his back to the surging and loyal plasma bombardment. His target was in front. A black shadow in a cloak stood there, and was obviously caught off guard by Duanmu Huai's sudden attack. When Duanmu Huai rushed in front of it, the latter also hurriedly raised the scepter in his hand and smashed it hard on the ground. The dark green energy instantly exploded in front of Duanmu Huai, blowing away his Mechanicus cloak. But it was only the cloak. Duanmu Huai jumped up and jumped high into the air. The shadow raised the scepter again and aimed at Duanmu Huai, but at this moment, the power axe thrown by Duanmu Huai had already spun and flew over, hitting its head. The shadow's movement also lost its accuracy at this time. The white beam that burst out from the top of the scepter deviated in direction and swept towards the battlefield, piercing through the two Skinners and hitting the nearby wall, making a deafening roar. At the same time, Duanmu Huai was already falling to the ground under the action of gravity. He grabbed the handle of the power axe that was inserted into the opponent's head and pressed down with all his strength. With a harsh sound of metal breaking, Duanmu Huai's feet stepped firmly on the ground, and the steel in front of him had been completely cut in half from the middle. But it's not over yet. Duanmu Huai took a breath and wanted to move forward, but at this moment, his movement stopped. Time seemed to have come to a standstill, or the whole world had come to a standstill. The music, the explosion, and the brilliance of the erupting plasma seemed to be fixed at this moment. It was as if the movie was interrupted, paused, and everything was stopped. At the same time, a tall figure appeared in this stagnant world. It had a sculpture-like figure, a hunchback, and a pair of small eyes burning with green light spots under the shadow of the hood. It came to Duanmu Huai, looked at the girl in front of him, and exclaimed. It reached out and tried to touch the girl in front of it. Then, a black shadow appeared in front of it. Duanmu Huai's clenched fist hit its face without any pretense. Even the body made of super-strong alloy could not resist such an attack. The latter flew backwards, broke through one black curtain after another, hit the wall, and was then completely submerged by the collapsed debris. Huh? Duanmu Huai took a breath, then he raised his head and stared at the wreckage in front of him, his face turned cold. Stand up, Taraxin, I know you bitch won't die so easily. Crash. As Duanmu Huai spoke, the wreckage was turned over, and then the broken tall body emerged from it. It raised its head, moved its flattened mouth, put it back in place, and stared at Duanmu Huai with glowing green eyes. It seems that I can give up the part of introducing myself? You are the only one in the whole galaxy who would do such a shameless thing. Duanmu Huai held the power axe, squinted his eyes, and looked at the mechanical creature in front of him, the space-dead spirit. But unfortunately, you are not qualified to make me a collection. Please forgive my recklessness. The latter arched his waist and made a funny gesture. But I think you can understand how excited I will be when I hear a song that can shock my soul and fill it with joy. I think this will become one of my best collections. Duanmu Huai stared at it without saying a word. He knew who the other party was, Trazyn the Infinite, the most notorious lord among the Necrons, and the old ding that all players wanted to beat him to bankruptcy. Unfortunately, most of the time, it was the old ding that beat the players, and the few victories that the players had could only be considered miserable victories. The thing that this bastard likes to do most is to take advantage of the time when others are beating people's brains out of dogs and fish in troubled waters, to secretly take away some things that he thinks are of commemorative value and significance. Including but not limited to humans, Zerg, greenskins. Well, if there are still a few 30k old dings lying in its museum, Duanmu Huai would not find it strange. It would appear here. Well, it's not strange. After all, Trazyn never uses his real body to enter the scene. He always likes to achieve his goals by taking over the bodies of other space-dead spirits. Are you really not afraid of being infected by the Skinner virus? Duan Muhuai mocked, and the latter laughed. Sometimes you have to take some risks, and according to my calculations, the benefits this time far outweigh the risks. As he spoke, Trazen opened his hands. I hope you can understand that this was originally my collection. Logically speaking, they should not be inexplicably removed, so I came to inspect the situation. Well, now Duan Muhuai understands why this ghost place was completely stagnant. This is indeed something that this shameless guy can do. Where are the oil guys here? They failed. They wanted to crack the secret of the Skinner, but they also fell into the abyss. Unfortunately, I originally hoped that they could bring me some small surprises. Well, that's it. Duan Muhuai was not surprised by this answer. The oil man wanted to get it done, but he got it done, and then he still needed the Inquisition to clean up their mess, just like before. Duan Muhuai thought for a moment, then looked at the Necron Overlord in front of him again. Even after so many millennia, this bastard was still as annoying as before. But for Duan Muhuai in front of him, this was not bad news. Let's make a deal. Then, he stared at Trazen and spoke. Chapter 1737. Duan Muhuai admitted that when he was caught by Taraxin with the stasis field, he really wanted to pretend that he hadn't noticed anything so that he could be caught and taken back to Taraxin's museum. After all, for players, Trazen's museum is the place with the most wealth in the entire game. Although there are the same number of defense systems there, and Trazen, a despicable and shameless guy, always likes to set traps for players, this most notorious lord among the Necrons is like a dragon in a fantasy story. Princesses, treasures and legendary weapons are hidden in its lair. As long as they can defeat this dragon, they will get countless wealth, and with Duan Muhuai's power as the god of destruction, as long as he doesn't want this body, he can completely destroy Trazen from the root. Although this insidious, cunning, despicable guy never shows his true self, he always appears in front of others through a similar way of possession or remote control. Even if he defeats this body, Trazen will only transfer his consciousness to other bodies. But the god of destruction doesn't tell you these reasons. As long as Duan Muhuai locks on the individual Trazen, he can wipe it out. Because everything will eventually be destroyed, and the Necrons who think they are eternal are no exception. Once Trazen is wiped out, his museum will belong to him. Considering Trazen's hobby of collecting, it is very likely that everything from the birth of mankind to the present is preserved in his museum. And as long as he can get these. To be honest, Duan Muhuai is drooling at the thought of it. But he finally held back. Because this world needed him to save it, and a star god was wandering in the gap between the subspace and the material world. He didn't have much time to waste on this. Considering that Trazen's museum was still far away from this world, the professional ethics of the Inquisitor finally defeated greed. Since Trazen was still alive, he would have a chance to meet him sooner or later. It would not be too late to take it then. Anyway, yours is mine, and mine is still mine. Terrazin was silent, and its green eyes stared at Duan Muhuai, and its fingers twitched gently. Duan Muhuai stood there holding the power axe, staring at it coldly. I advise you not to think of using the superdimensional maze on me, alien. Duan Muhuai knew what Trazen was going to do. As a space Necron lord, a boss-level existence, Trazen's melee skills were exactly the opposite of Duan Muhuai's. In fact, a swarm vanguard could easily kill this guy back and forth several times. It can be said that in terms of close combat, Duan Muhuai is invincible in front of Taraxin. But Taraxin himself knows this, so he is best at insidious, cunning, despicable and shameless tactics. And the superdimensional maze mentioned by Duan Muhuai is one of them. Players jokingly call it Dream Pokemon for a simple reason. This thing is like a Pokeball, which will seal the target in a four-dimensional cube maze. Then if Taraxin encounters a difficult enemy, it will open the maze and release the guy trapped inside. This process is very similar to throwing a Pokeball, except that those who can be locked in this Pokeball are not ordinary people, including but not limited to the Imperial Guards, Wolf Guards, Inquisitors, Sisters of War. I promise you, if you throw me in, you will regret it. Duan Muhuai narrowed his eyes, and stared at the Necromancer Lord in front of him. As the god of destruction, he can destroy everything, and the four-dimensional cube maze is no exception. If Taraxin is really stupid enough to lock himself in, then Duan Muhuai doesn't mind blowing up the damn Pokeball directly. What will the trap things do to Taraxin when they run out? That is not a problem that Duan Muhuai needs to consider. You are threatening me. Facing Duan Muhuai's warning, Taraxin's tone was cold and serious. This is normal. In its eyes, it is just a low-level creature. Interesting, but stupid. Of course, I am threatening you. Duan Muhuai stared at Taraxin, expressionless. He admitted that he wanted to let this despicable, shameless, and vulgar alien go, but if the other party did not obey, Duanmu Huai did not mind completely eradicating this guy's existence here. After all, the era of the Necronter had long ended, and the Necrons had become a thing of the past. Humans are the masters of the present, and antiques from tens of millions of years ago just need to stay in the tomb and wither obediently. It is a bit unreasonable to come out and cause trouble. Duanmu Huai looked at Taraxin with the same contempt and indifference as Taraxin looked at Duanmu Huai. The latter was looking at a stupid, short-lived and ignorant barbaric race that appeared after them, just like humans looking at chimpanzees. No matter how smart they are, they can't reach the level of humans. Occasionally, a few chimpanzees can learn to use mobile phones like humans, which is enough to make them receive more attention. The former is looking at an old and useless fossil that should have disappeared from history. Just like the dinosaur bones in the museum, they once dominated the earth and ruled everything. But in the human era, their only role is to be a decoration in the museum. No matter how strong and powerful they were, how domineering they were on this planet, it has become a thing of the past. Just like the Necrons. In the eyes of humans, ancient does not mean anything. The old saints are ancient, the Necronists are ancient, the Necrons are ancient, the Eldar are ancient, and the greenskins are equally ancient. They conquered the universe and the stars before humans even existed. But so what? War is not about the winner, but the survivor. Only humans have the last laugh and become the overlord of the Milky Way. And the old saints, the Necronists, the Necrons, and the Eldar have long become the dust of history, insignificant sand, and disappeared in the depths of the eternal and boundless darkness of the universe. We can fail countless times, but we can still start over. The Golden Age, the Dark Age, the Great Crusade, the Schism, the Primaris Age, the history of mankind is painful and long, but they are still here. Unlike other races, they are not defeated and ended early. Even at the end, they started the Black Hole Project and reset everything to zero. It was not a desperate abandonment, but a firm belief that mankind can still make a comeback. Humans will not cowardly choose to sleep like the Necrons, nor will they be as anxious as the Eldar to escape all day long. They will continue to move forward, and repeat this until they achieve their goals. And you are not. Duanmu Huai stared at Taraxin with a mocking look. A lifeless steel creature, without life, has no goal. Eternity means nothingness. The dynasty of the dead still exists, but it is no different from extinction. They can no longer create anything, nor can they own anything. Taraxin's eyes shook twice. Maybe the light bulb that glows will not shake, or maybe it will. But it doesn't matter. It was silent for a long time before looking at Duanmu Huai again. You said a deal, so what can you give me? I can promise not to kill you now. Duanmu Huai's answer was calm and calm. I believe this should be a good deal for you. And what you have to do is turn around, take these rags and leave this world, roll away, and it's better not to come back. I think based on your understanding of me, you should understand that this is not a funny joke. Taraxin's voice seemed a little frivolous, and Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. Maybe I'm not kidding you. Tarasim fell silent again, and then he spoke. Your little band is very interesting. If they just disappear, it will be a headache for you. Selena's is also a good place. It would be a pity if it was blown to pieces. Duanmu Huai also sealed Tarasim's implicit threat with one sentence. I know where your home is, and which class you are in. If you dare to do something to make me unhappy, I will make you unhappy. You don't want to see your museum smashed, do you? I'm a very superstitious person. If my friends are missing or struck by lightning, I will blame someone for not keeping their promise to me. I won't be polite at that time. Duanmu Huai was very confident. You can run away from the temple, but you can't. Unless you, Taraxin, want to throw away all your collections that have been there for tens of millions of years, I don't believe you won't feel bad. Taraxin didn't answer immediately. He stared at Duanmu Huai and looked him up and down carefully. Interesting. Finally he spoke. It seems that we are hiding something from each other. Then you should also understand that you can't do anything to me. Duanmu Huai knew that Taraxin saw through him, but he didn't care. In fact, Duanmu Huai's current state is indeed very similar to Taraxin's. They are both remotely controlled by possession. It's just that Duanmu Huai's account is raised by himself, while Taraxin's account is 100% stolen. Duanmu Huai was able to kill Taraxin because he was the god of destruction, which was within the scope of his duties. But Taraxin obviously couldn't kill Duanmu Huai. The Necrons didn't have any particularly commendable skills in terms of souls, but the Eldar were better at it. Manipulating space and time was their specialty. It seems we have reached a consensus. Taraxin chose to give in. It was actually very curious about Duanmu Huai. At the beginning, Taraxin just thought that this girl was an interesting human in the world. But what it didn't expect was that the other party was very familiar with it. Not only did he call out its name, but he also knew a lot about its actions, and had the special ability to move in a stasis field. And he even threatened to kill himself. Well, Taraxin said that he was really more and more interested in this human. But there was no rush. Such an interesting human would definitely not die easily. Although he couldn't attack her, he could monitor her. Maybe he could seize the opportunity to capture her someday. Of course, at that time, in order to prevent his collection from being lonely, Trazin decided to capture her little band as well. Well, he would put it in his collection of Mechanicus exhibition area. It seems quite interesting. While Trazin was thinking, Duanmu Huai was also thinking. He didn't believe that Trazin would let him go so easily, but it didn't matter. The Necrons had no affinity with the subspace, and it was impossible for it to follow him all the time. But it was okay to follow him. When Duanmu Huai returned to his own world, he might be able to find a chance to kill Trazin, and take over its museum completely. Duanmu Huai and Trazin looked at each other, and had the same idea. Let's do it next time. Chapter 1738. Just like that, a disaster that originally affected the entire world disappeared silently. According to the agreement, Taraxin used his Pokemon ball to put the entire base from top to bottom into the four-dimensional space. As for whether it was thrown into a museum or a garbage dump at the end of the universe, it was none of Duanmu Huai's business. Anyway, as long as it was not on Earth, it didn't matter. For others, Duanmu Huai just went out for a few days inexplicably, and then came back. When asked, he said that the matter was done and everything was fine. Continue to eat and drink as usual. Although everyone is a little curious, they will not dig into this issue. Since Duanmu Huai is back, the concert will naturally be put on the agenda. Perhaps because of the meeting with Taraxin, Duanmu Huai began to speed up. He just waved his pen and said that he would have a national tour, and then the last show of the tour would be at Tokyo Dome, and that was it. Don't do anything else this month, just do this. Everyone was surprised at Duanmu Huai's plan. Not because the time was tight, but because they were surprised that Duanmu Huai would actually work hard. Although Toekawa Shoko and Wakaba Mutsu didn't spend much time with Duanmu Huai, they knew that Duanmu Huai was a lazy person, who would rather lie down than sit, and would rather sit than stand. With his personality, it was possible for him to have a concert a month. But he actually wanted to have a national tour within a month, and finally go to Tokyo Dome? Not to Budokan. Although Tokyo Dome is more high-end than Budokan, Budokan is a legend after all, and its historical value is there. Toekawa Shoko was also somewhat obsessed with it, and the starting point of Tokyo Dome was too high. It's like most people play in the national competitions, and then play in the Asian Cup, but Duanmu Huai jumped directly from the domestic league to the World Cup finals. There is not even a buffer in between. I give the Budokan to Ruby. The Budokan is more important to her. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. Let's just go to Tokyo Dome. We won't play in the national competition. We win an Olympic championship? What logic? In fact, renting Tokyo Dome is not difficult. As long as you have money, you can do it. And to hold a performance in Tokyo Dome, you don't really need to reach the finals, like in football, to be eligible to go to Wembley. It can be said that as long as you have money, you can rent Tokyo Dome to sing karaoke. So why did Budokan and Tokyo Dome become the benchmarks of the entertainment industry? The reason is very simple. The number of people. The standard seats of Budokan can accommodate 14,000 people, while the standard seats of Tokyo Dome can accommodate 50,000 people. But when the general band first started, the audience was at most a few dozen or 100 people. When they held a concert, they could have 300 to 500 people on the scene, which was already considered a popular band. If there were thousands of audiences at the live concert, it would be considered a top-tier band. If a band only has 200 or 300 fans, what can they do at Budokan or Tokyo Dome? They can't even make waves. There are only 300 people in 14,000 seats. What's the difference between this and hell? If you want to hold a concert at Budokan, it means that the person holding the concert must have the influence to attract 14,000 audiences to watch the concert. So, it doesn't mean that you can become a top star only if you go to Budokan, but you can't be a dull audience at Budokan if you have the influence of a top star. This is also why going to Budokan is very important for people in the entertainment industry, because the attendance rate is a popularity factor that cannot be faked. If you can attract 14,000 people to Budokan to watch your performance, it is a recognition of your strength and reputation. The same is true for Tokyo Dome. And it doesn't mean that if you have 14,000 diehard fans, you can hold a concert at Tokyo Dome. Japan doesn't have as many fans as China, and fans are all over the country. Many people even take the Shinkansen or drive to Tokyo Budokan in advance, which is equivalent to requiring at least so many die-hard fans to go to the scene. But this is very difficult. Like Bikamachi, who Hoshino loved, was very popular at the time, but he had to think over and over again before going to Budokan. And even though Ruby's current Bikamachi has the resources of Dwanmu Hwai's subordinates and the vigorous development of Strawberry Pro, it took more than 2 years to get to where it is today. Toyokawa Shoko didn't know about these things before, but she worked at Strawberry Pro before and was responsible for assisting Bikamachi. She also understood some of the situation, and she was naturally uneasy at this moment. Is this really okay? Can we go to the Budokan? Money is definitely not a problem, but Toyokawa Shoko is worried about whether he and his team can attract 50,000 spectators. Thinking about the entire Tokyo Dome being silent and empty, and him and his team having to face a cold, empty performance, Toyokawa Shoko felt that he was going to have a psychological shadow. Don't worry, the online tickets have been snapped up. If I hadn't left more than 100 internal tickets, I'm afraid there wouldn't be any left. That's good. Hearing Dwanmu Hwai's answer, Toyokawa Shoko couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In this way, he and his team would not have to face an empty theater, but a full house of 50,000 people. Thinking of this scene, Toyokawa Shoko's face turned green. This is too big a gap. Although it is definitely not good to have no one, it is also stressful if you have a full seat. But what is most incredible to Toyokawa Shoko is, are we so popular? If Dwanmu Hwai showed his face, then Toyokawa Shoko would not be surprised. After all, Dwanmu Hwai is a national-level movie star, and his appeal is definitely not a problem. But he did not show his face, and no one on the internet led this trend. Xiao Xiang. Just when Toyokawa Shoko was puzzled, Wakabamu next to her pulled the corner of her clothes, and then Toyokawa Shoko came back to her senses from the shock of going to the Tokyo Dome. Oh, by the way, Dwanmu classmate, there is a very strange video on the internet. Very strange video? Yes, it was released during this period. While talking, Toyokawa Shoko took out her mobile phone and played a video. Dwanmu Hwai leaned over and watched it curiously. This seems to be an MV on the internet. The picture itself is very simple, just some scenery. The main thing is that the song that the people inside are humming is very similar to the hymn sung by Dwanmu Hwai. Although it sounds quite intimidating at first, Dwanmu Hwai can tell that it is actually a copycat song. Is there any problem with this? Dwanmu Hwai does not think there is any problem, because he has already shared the Ta language online, and also attached grammar, text interpretation and pronunciation, and also encouraged everyone to use this language to create their own songs. After all, Dwanmu Hwai knows very well that if you want to bring heat, you need to let the audience participate. Just like the onion throwing woman in the past, letting the players compose their own songs will make it topical and lively. Of course, these things are very complicated. Not everyone can make them, but with so many people online, there must be a few big guys, right? In fact, Dwanmu Hwai has also seen some songs made by others using Ta language. They have that flavor, but they sound like shit. The machine soul will naturally not respond to such things. This person is better than the ones he made before, but that's it. Here's the problem. Fengchuan Xiangzi pointed to the comment area under the video. Dwanmu Hwai glanced at it and raised his eyebrows. Do they think this person is me? That's right, this is what makes Dwanmu Hwai laugh. In the comment area, many people left messages, suspecting that the publisher of this video is the mysterious lead singer at the concert. Because the voice is very similar, and the feeling is similar. Are you going to tell me this little thing? Actually, Miss Mai asked me to tell you. Mai? Yes. Fengchuan Xiangzi nodded to Dwanmu Hwai. She said that many people on the internet think that this person named Shirai Shirai is our lead singer, or in other words, they think Shirai Shirai is you. Hearing this, Dwanmu Hwai was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted immediately. If someone else conveyed this news to him, Dwanmu Hwai would only think that the little girl was worrying too much. But if my Sakurajima warned him, then Dwanmu Hwai would understand what she meant. Puberty syndrome. Dwanmu Hwai has not forgotten that this world is very biased on the spiritual level. For example, my Sakurajima felt that she should disappear, and she really disappeared. Then, there was the film club. They felt that the sample film was not well shot, and wanted to pretend that it did not exist, so the actors of the film club disappeared. So what does this mean now? As long as enough people think that he is Shirai Shiri, he will become Shirai Shiri? Isn't this nonsense? Wouldn't this be bad? Should we think of a way? Toyokawa Shoko didn't know about puberty syndrome, but she also felt that this was a problem. After all, Dwonmu Hwai was still performing in a mask. If someone really came out and claimed that he was Shirai Shiri, would everyone really regard the other party as the lead singer? At that time, if you want to refute the other party, you must show your face. Is this some kind of conspiracy? Don't care about her. Dwonmu Hwai thought about it and made a decisive decision. Anyway, no matter how many people come out and claim, they can't go to Tokyo Dome to sing. Take a step back. Even if someone really wants to pick Peaches, it depends on whether Dwonmu Hwai agrees or not. As a judge, he is too good at making people disappear. Chapter 1739. In the following month, everything went smoothly. The national tour was very popular, and Dwonmu Hwai also brought out several new songs to give back to the audience. The response was very strong, and with the national tour coming to an end, the Tokyo Dome was just around the corner, and the popularity of Inquisitor was even higher. Finally, they arrived at the Tokyo Dome. This is the Tokyo Dome. I never thought we would come here. Standing backstage, while making preparations, Toekawa Shoko also sighed. And Hachiman Kaling next to her also agreed with the same feeling. Yes, this month has been very busy and fulfilling, and I didn't expect that I would actually stand here, although this is mostly thanks to Dwonmu classmate. Yeah. Rimu also nodded beside him. It would be nice if we could stay together forever. All good things must come to an end. You guys don't want to be in a band for life, do you? Dwonmu Hwai stretched and stood up. Hearing everyone's conversation, he spoke up. It's easy to part ways in peace. It's not like we never see each other again. We still have to live our lives as usual? Dwonmu Hwai said, as he picked up his phone and glanced at the video on it. During the month of their tour, that account had posted a lot of videos, and more people thought the owner of the video was the lead singer, and it even became a hot topic. This popularity was indeed a bit unusual. Dwonmu Hwai had tried to reduce the popularity, but it didn't work. This immediately alerted Dwonmu Hwai. You know, although things on the internet are easy to hype, once the popularity is reduced, most of the time it will disappear quickly. Because there is a lot of popularity on the internet, once this popularity dissipates, it will immediately change to another one. But this thing is different. It reminds Dwonmu Hwai of those damn computer viruses from a long time ago. No matter how you click to delete them, they would pop up again from your desktop the next moment. What on earth is this thing? Dwonmu Hwai could sense that as the popularity of the internet increased, an invisible pressure seemed to be gathering around him. It was the mental pressure from the group, which tried to infiltrate him, change him, and make him admit that he was that Shirai Shiri. But Dwonmu Hwai was of course unmoved. If it were someone else, facing such invisible mental pressure, they might choose to succumb and collapse. But for Dwonmu Hwai, this level of mental pressure was meaningless and worthless. As a judge, he could issue an extermination order to a planet or even a galaxy without changing his expression, ruthlessly exterminating everything in it. The hatred of those wrong souls towards him was much higher than this. But what was the use? Dwonmu Hwai would not care about this little thing. Then, let's confirm it again, don't mess it up. Dwonmu Hwai withdrew his thoughts and looked at Toekawa Shoko. At this Tokyo Dome concert, Dwonmu Hwai would take off his mask before singing the last song and show his true face to all the audience. Then he would sing the finale of the concert, which was also the first song of the Inquisitor band when it debuted. I see. Then, why don't you want to perform a short play or something? No, it's too much trouble. Faced with Toekawa Shoko's suggestion, Dwonmu Hwai rolled his eyes. During the national tour, Toekawa Shoko had approached Dwonmu Hwai more than once, saying that the number of songs on the tour was a bit too small, and he wanted to perform a few short plays among the songs to show the audience the worldview that the hymns wanted to express. Dwonmu Hwai was naturally firmly opposed to this. What a psycho! What skit? It's not the 2.5 comic adaptation of Tokyo Blade. Now it seems that even if she stands on the stage of Tokyo Dome, Toekawa Shoko still remembers her original intention. If you really want to act, after the performance, I will let Kurikawa Akane introduce you to the theater troupe Lalilai, so that you can act as much as you want. Looking at Toekawa Shoko, Dwonmu Hwai was speechless. He, Kurikawa Akane, and Wakaba Mu were all genuine actors in the whole band, but the three of them didn't want to act in any skits. Instead, Toekawa Shoko, the outsider, was so excited here. Dwonmu Hwai also read the scripts of the skits she brought. How to say? I can't bear to watch it. If this was someone else's stage, Dwonmu Hwai wouldn't care, just act. But this is his own stage. Is he doing this to add another black history to himself? Toekawa Shoko is of the age of a middle school student, but Dwonmu Hwai is no longer. Also, it doesn't mean that people with skulls are middle school students. There is no such stereotype. So Toyoko Shoko, don't look at me as if I were your own kind. The symbol of the court has a very sacred and profound meaning, and it is completely different from the meaningless decorations of middle school patients. Okay, get ready to go on stage. Dwanmu Hwai decisively looked away, ignored Toyoko Shoko's dissatisfied protest, and gave a tough order. By the way, Yanami and Katanda also came to this performance at Tokyo Dome. They originally planned to buy tickets, but Dwanmu Hwai gave them 2 internal tickets after hearing about it. The two were very grateful for this, but even Yanagian didn't expect Dwanmu Hwai to be the lead singer. He just thought that Dwanmu Hwai had a lot of connections in the entertainment industry, so he was able to get this kind of internal ticket. Forget it, the mystery will be revealed soon anyway. At the same time, the lights in the backstage went out, and then there was a thunderous cheer from outside. After so many national tours by Dwanmu Hwai, fans of Inquisitor have become familiar with the style and habits of this band. They will not appear on stage like other bands, introduce themselves, and then tell a crosstalk sketch to interact with the audience. On the contrary, the members of this band appear as if they are going to work. They sneak onto the stage before the stage lights are on, and then sing after the lights are on. They sing all the songs in one breath, and then turn around and leave the stage. When the audience came to their senses, the members of this band had already disappeared deep into the stage. Because of this, everyone is naturally paying more attention to the identity of the members of this band, especially the identity of the lead singer. This is another reason why the news about Shirai Hiri is frequently on the hot search. After all, maybe this is the correct answer? Forget it, the correct answer will be revealed soon anyway. If you guess the wrong question, you can cry on your own. The music sounded. Standing on the stage of Tokyo Dome, Dwanmu Hwai felt completely different from before. It was not because of the grand scene. It was because Dwanmu Hwai could feel that the spirit of the entire audience was like a real oppression, rushing towards him. You are Shirai Shiri. You must be Shirai Shiri. Shirai Shiri is you. Well, it's like an exam. Everyone thinks that choosing C is the correct answer, but in fact the correct answer is A. Generally speaking, basically, personal will cannot affect and interfere with material reality. But in this world, it is really possible. Everyone thinks the correct answer is C, so the correct answer is C. There is something fishy behind this. Dwanmu Hwai can now be sure of this. Shirai Shiri, the inexplicable video, the inexplicable connection, and now the audience is almost fanatic about him, hoping that he will become Shirai Shiri. Then there is a question. Who will benefit from becoming Shirai Shiri? If it were an ordinary person, he might have succeeded, but Dwanmu Hwai is not afraid. The hymn he sang turned into an icy barrier, and with a magnificent chanting, it blocked the hot thoughts and spiritual erosion around him, and forcibly dispersed the other party. But this is not enough. Now Dwanmu Hwai's identity is still unknown, just like Schrodinger's cat. Before the box is opened, life and death each account for half. The same is true for Dwanmu Hwai. Before he took off the mask, there were both possibilities that he was Shirai Shiri, and that he was not Shirai Shiri. And now, Dwanmu Hwai is going to kill this possibility. The song is over. Dwanmu Hwai took a deep breath, then he reached out, grabbed the mask, and threw it away. Then, along with Dwanmu Hwai's action, the robe covering him fell to the ground. Then, on the big screens around, under the spotlight, Dwanmu Hwai's face completely appeared in front of all the audience. Huh? The audience who were still immersed in Dwanmu Hwai's hymn just now seemed to react to what happened at this time. When they saw the familiar face on the screen, their minds went blank. It's like you thought the masked man singing on the stage was Andy Lau, but when he took off the mask, it turned out to be Jackie Chan. How is this possible? Just when everyone's brains were blank, the spiritual waves that were originally oppressing Dwanmu Hwai also stagnated at this time, and Dwanmu Hwai did not miss this opportunity. He sang loudly. The familiar hymn sounded again, like an eruption of flames, tearing apart the original spiritual power. The correct answer is A. No matter how many people think it is C, everything has been decided at the moment when the box was opened and the coffin was closed. At this moment, no one was thinking, they just sat in their chairs blankly, staring at Dwanmu Hwai, who was chanting the hymn with wide eyes. But this is not over yet. Dwanmu Hwai suddenly raised his voice, and the magnificent hymn completely broke through the spiritual rage formed by 50,000 people in Tokyo Dome and rushed straight into the sky. Then, the spiritual power that was originally used to try to erode him seemed to have turned against him, and followed the direction of the chanting poem straight into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The dull thunder sounded through the sky. Dwanmu Hwai raised his head, stared at the sky, and a smug sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was thunder, but Duanmu Huai knew that it was not thunder, but the wailing of some unlucky person. Well, Duanmu Huai now knows who the so-called Shiraishiri is. Chapter 1740. With the end of the Tokyo Dome performance, Inquisitor's popularity has risen to a new level as expected. After all, no one expected that the lead singer of this mysterious band would be a well-known national movie star. It is precisely because of this that when Duanmu Huai attended the press conference after the performance for the first time, the reporters almost rushed to ask Duanmu Huai all kinds of questions. Of course, the questions are mainly the following. Why did you form the Inquisitor band? Because I am a high school student. Don't high school girls play in bands? What's so strange about playing in a band? Why do you have to wear a mask? If you reveal your identity directly, I don't know whether the audience is coming for you or for the music. Besides, I have enough confidence that I can attract the audience even if I don't show my face. Doesn't the fact prove this? Do you plan to enter the music industry in the future? No, I've sung enough, and it's almost time to disband. Is Shiraihiri related to you? I've heard of her, but I don't know who she is. How can I have the time to post those things online? Are you serious about disbanding? Of course, I'm exhausted after running for a month, and I don't want to be so tired again. Faced with Duanmu Huai's answer, the reporters were both angry and amused. However, they are all entertainment media reporters, and they also know that Duanmu Huai is indeed a lazy person. You know, he is so lazy that he only shoots one movie a year. It is indeed in line with Duanmu Huai's usual style to form a band on a whim and play by himself, and then call it a day when he feels tired and feels troublesome. Of course, in the end, Duanmu Huai also introduced the other 4 members of the band. After all, they were going to disband, so it was meaningless to hide their identities. Except for Hachiman Kaling, who everyone really didn't know, the other 3 were celebrities at different levels. Kurikawa Akane was needless to say, and Toyokawa Shoko, as the daughter of the Toyokawa group, was also well known. Of course, everyone was most surprised by Wakaba Mu. After all, the audience's impression of Wakaba Mu was that she was the daughter of actress Mori Minami, who looked very cute, but they didn't expect that she could play the guitar well. Duanmu Huai also praised Wakaba Mu for playing the guitar well, which completely opened up her musical path for Wakaba Mu. As for whether Wakaba Mu would take this path in the future, it was up to her. If someone else wanted to disband such a popular band, it would definitely cause controversy and speculation, but after Duanmu Huai revealed everyone's identities, everyone was surprisingly able to accept it. Everyone knows Duanmu Huai's personality. He is so lazy that he only shoots one movie a year. It is simply wishful thinking to expect him to perform as frequently as a pop singer. The same is true for Kurikawa Akane. She is a talented actress who won the Best Actress award and has a good relationship with Duanmu Huai. It is understandable that you want to play with her in a band, but it is obviously impossible to ask this talented actor to give up acting. As for Toyokawa Shoko, she also explained to everyone that she had gained a lot of good experience from this band, and would definitely use it next time. As for when the next time is, it has nothing to do with Duanmu Huai. If she wants to act in a short play, she can find someone else to act in it. Hachiman Kaling took the opportunity to say at the press conference that she was a part-time bassist, advertising herself. If there was a band that needed a bassist, she could join. Only Wakaba Mu's answer surprised everyone. When the reporter asked Wakaba Mu whether he would embark on the road of music and officially enter the entertainment industry because of this opportunity, Wakaba Mu thought for a moment and gave the answer. I want to manage space. What is that? Everyone was confused by Wakaba Mu's mysterious answer, and it was not until Duanmu Huai came out to explain that everyone knew. It turned out that this band directly bought a live house for sale for training. Everyone could only sigh that money really means you can do whatever you want. Now that the band has disbanded, it is naturally impossible to use it for training, so Duanmu Huai has already talked to Wakaba Mu, who said that he wanted to run that live house. So Duanmu Huai transferred space to Wakaba Mu, and his company sent someone to manage it. Wakaba Mitsuki was just advertising in the media, announcing to everyone that space was reopening. By the way, this news also caused quite a stir among girl bands. After all, space is the holy land of girl bands. When the previous owner closed the store due to health reasons, they were all very sad. Now that space is reopening, everyone is very excited. Not only that, this lighthouse is also the training ground for Inquisitor, so its legendary level is naturally even deeper. In addition, the person who is currently running space is Inquisitor's guitarist Wakaba Mitsuki, and he is not an amateur who doesn't understand music, so everyone is also relieved. Soon, space became popular again. Not only that, it was also spread among the girl bands that Space's boss Royemu had a special way of judging whether the band could perform on stage. She would see if the other party could make the instrument sing by itself. If it could, it would be allowed to perform on stage, and if it couldn't, it would not be allowed. Although it was very confusing in radio wave, it did become a legend. Of course, this is all later. The Inquisitor band also became a legend because of this. It was established less than half a year ago, but it reached the peak that many bands could not reach in their lifetime. It created a brand new language for singing and also provided a model. The 30 songs of the Inquisitor National Tour are the best models. As long as they refer to these, people can create their own hymns. Of course, the hymns they sang did not have the power of Duanmu Huai. Reptier in the Tower world was transformed by the Oil Man to sing binary hymns to praise the machine soul. Duanmu Huai was a god, so he naturally had influence. As for the humans in this world, well, unless someone is gifted with a voice like Ravachel, it's just ordinary singing. However, Duanmu Huai can't be sure that there are no such things. After all, there are all kinds of things in the world. He has seen people singing with their own mixes. God doesn't talk to you about reason and logic. There are billions of people in this world. Maybe someone can really have a special voice like Ravachel. In addition, Inquisitor's music has also traveled across the oceans and caused a considerable response all over the world. The album was snapped up as soon as it was released and topped the major music charts around the world. At least in the month of Inquisitor's national tour, it really seemed to have conquered the whole world. It's like a meteor is the most dazzling when it breaks through the night sky. As long as you look up, you will unconsciously look at the shining light. Then the meteor disappeared. Fortunately, the disbanding of the band this time is not a sad topic, unlike many bands in history that split up because of murder by fans, conflicts of interest, and unpleasant cooperation. It's just that Duanmu Huai had enough of singing and playing, so it ended. Although this can't be called a good story. But at least it's not the kind of topic that will make people mourn and feel heartbroken. At least the person is still there. And Duanmu Huai's lazy and willful nature. Well, everyone is used to it. The outside world was making a lot of noise about the disbanding of Inquisitor, but Duanmu Huai didn't care about it. Whatever the outside world said was none of his business. On the contrary, he excitedly found Kurikawa Akane, Freya, and Norn and told them. The plan was successful, and we can proceed to the next step. Successful? Really successful? Kurikawa Akane was somewhat surprised by Duanmu Huai's words. To be honest, she didn't even think she had done anything. In addition to following Duanmu Huai on the national tour, Kurikawa Akane felt that she didn't seem to have done anything special. How could it be successful? That's right. Duanmu Huai snapped his fingers proudly. You still remember the farce of Shirai Shiri that happened before? Ah yes, I heard about it. Kurikawa Akane also heard Toyoko Ashoko mention this matter, but she was not so worried, so she didn't take it seriously. What a coincidence. Guess who that Shirai Shiri is? Who is it? He. That guy who can't be killed no matter what. Huh? It has to be said that the three of them were stunned when they heard Duanmu Huai's answer. Duanmu Huai also took this opportunity to explain the puberty syndrome in this world, and its impact to the three of them. Puberty syndrome. I have heard of this rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. Yes, my Sakurajima also experienced a similar situation before, and I helped her solve it. Ah, so you have such a good relationship with my... Kurikawa Akane nodded in sudden realization. She was also curious about how Duanmu Huai and my Sakurajima knew each other before, but she didn't expect that there was such a relationship. Speaking of this, it was indeed a strange feeling at the time. Princess Norn was also thinking about it now. When the hero sang, I didn't know why I felt that the hero was Shirai Siri. This feeling disappeared only after the hero took off his mask. No, now that I think about it, why did I have this idea? Because many of the people who came to the scene were young people, and most of them believed that I was Shirai Siri. Just because of this? Freya was also stunned. So the hero means that because those people believe that you are Shirai Siri, you are Shirai Siri? Is this puberty syndrome? Why does it feel like a curse? Actually, it's not a bad curse, and if it weren't for me, the other party might have succeeded. Duanmu Huai said, also showing a smug smile. Yes, just as Duanmu Huai said, the culprit of this Shirai Shili incident is the immortal star god. At the beginning, Duanmu Huai did not think in this direction. Until the puberty syndrome was finally broken, he discovered the other party's true identity. The reason why the other party did this was very simple, that is, he wanted to transform into Shirai Shili, possess Duanmu Huai, and travel to this world. Perhaps the other party also found that Duanmu Huai was not there, so he wanted to come here to find clues, and the star god was obviously very familiar with the nature of this world. Now think about it carefully, and you will find that there has never been a person in Shirai Shili's video, only various landscapes, and then a female voice singing. For the audience who have watched this video, Shirai Shili is an abstract, non-embodied symbol and noun. Just like the heroine in the novel, even if you describe it in words, as long as you don't give illustrations or real-life images, the audience will only have a vague impression through imagination. But how to fix this impression? Of course, a real person is needed. So the other party targeted Duanmu Huai. It can be said that if Duanmu Huai was not Duanmu Huai, but any other person, he would be affected by puberty syndrome and admit that he was Shirai the moment he took off the mask. And once she admitted it, the puberty syndrome that was confirmed would immediately rewrite the world, making that star god completely become Shirai, who actually exists in this world, instead of just an imaginary term on the internet. In fact, its plan almost succeeded. You should know that Yanami and Katanda were told by Duanmu Huai before, but when Duanmu Huai gave them the tickets, the two reacted as if they didn't know that Duanmu Huai was the lead singer of Inquisitor. In fact, from that time on, the world has been gradually eroded by Shirai, and Duanmu Huai's identity was separated from the identity of the lead singer of the Inquisitor band, trying to cut off the connection between the two, and then give Shirai a chance to exist. Unfortunately, this unlucky guy chose the wrong target. It's like a person wants to catch a rabbit, and then use the rabbit as bait to catch a tiger. As a result, when he was complacent and planned to harvest the prey and open the trap, he found that the tiger was in the trap, waiting for it with its bloody mouth wide open. The result was that he was almost bitten to death by the tiger. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai looked at the palm of his hand. In fact, at that time, Duanmu Huai wanted to use puberty syndrome to devour the star god in turn. After all, the star god wanted to use puberty syndrome to let Shirai devour Duanmu Ai and merge with it. Then Duanmu Huai could naturally let Duanmu Ai devour Shirai and merge with it at the moment of taking off the mask. Shirai is Duanmu Ai is Shirai. Isn't this just a matter of order? I don't mind. But the star god does mind. So after realizing that he was about to be devoured by Duanmu Huai, the other party decisively chose to cut off his tail and escape. But how could Duanmu Huai let it go so easily? He is the old one, and when it comes to spiritual pollution, the old one claims to be second, who dares to claim to be first. And unlike the soul pollution of the subspace, Duanmu Huai's old one is an erosion from the real level, which naturally restrains the star god. At this moment, the other party might be rolling on the ground, crying and making a fuss. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sneer. Get ready, this time, we must completely get rid of this damn thing. Chapter 1741. Duanmu Huai never gives up the opportunity to beat a fallen dog. After making sure that the star god had been beaten to the ground by him, he made a decisive decision to open the subspace channel again, and then quickly return to that world to kill the other party. After all, the time flow rate of these two worlds is different. What if Duanmu Huai goes too late? Maybe hundreds or thousands of years have passed in that world, and the star god's injuries have been healed. If so, it will be a headache, so we must fight quickly. The location chosen this time is naturally the mental hospital, but with the assistance of Freya and Norn, this time Duanmu Huai does not need to run around in the subspace like before, but can directly anchor the coordinates, and then open the portal to teleport. I don't know what the world over there will look like this time. Standing in the teleportation array, H1 Akane was somewhat uneasy. She also knew that the time flow rate of that world was different from this world. Although only a few months had passed here, hundreds or thousands of years might have passed over there. And there is no Duanmu Huai in that world. Although Kirikawa Akane doesn't know how powerful the star god is, even Duanmu Huai can't completely destroy him. Does that mean that he has no opponent in that world? You don't have to worry too much. After all, I beat the guy up before I left. It should take a lot of time for him to recover. And humans shouldn't be so easy to perish. Duanmu Huai moved his hands and feet, and looked at Freya and Norn. Okay, let's get started. Yes, brave sir. Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, Freya and Norn also cast their eyes on Kirikawa Akane, who was silent for a moment, and then raised his hand. Soon, with Kirikawa Akane's movements, the entire magic circle exuded a dazzling and bright light. At the same time, Duanmu Huai felt that the gravity that originally bound his body was gradually disappearing. His body even flew away from the ground like a balloon, as if it was going to fly into the sky. Then, the world turned around. Gravity suddenly emerged from above, captured Duanmu Huai's body and pulled him towards the sky. Duanmu Huai opened his eyes and found that he was passing through the clouds and falling towards the sky or the ground. And below them, it was, oh, it seems that this world is developing well. Looking at the densely packed city below, Duanmu Huai didn't care about his falling appearance at all, but looked around curiously. There are tall buildings here, which looks very modern. Does that mean that after that, humans still destroyed the evil dragon and developed a higher level of civilization again? But it seems that this world is not so peaceful. Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked below and saw a group of strange monsters attacking humans on the top of a skyscraper. Their shapes looked twisted and weird, and they were quite ferocious. As long as the humans caught by these monsters, they would be carbonized while crying and turned into a pile of black dust. Although I don't know what that thing is, anyway, kill it first. At this moment, Duanmu Huai's body has once again appeared in the black power armor. He clenched the chainsaw sword in his hand, activated the jetpack and turned it over suddenly, and then fell heavily to the ground. Bang! The hard concrete floor was cracked by Duanmu Huai, and a huge gap appeared. At this moment, those strange monsters also noticed Duanmu Huai's presence, and soon some monsters rushed towards Duanmu Huai. Go to hell! Duanmu Huai certainly didn't take these weird slime-like things seriously. He roared and swung the chainsaw sword in his hand directly, slashing at the monster in front of him. However, to Duanmu Huai's surprise, the chainsaw sword in his hand actually went straight through the opponent's body, as if there was nothing in front of him. Instead, the monster rushed towards him directly after being hit by Duanmu Huai's sword, and Duanmu Huai also hurriedly returned the sword to block and distanced himself from the monster. What's going on? If I can't hit it, how can it hit me? Is there such a scoundrel? Just when Duanmu Huai was thinking about how to deal with these things, suddenly a series of magic beams fell from the sky, completely piercing the monsters in front of him, and then Kurikawa Akane also landed with the help of Freya and Norn. Xiao Ai, are you okay? I'm fine. What's wrong with these things? Their bodies don't seem to be in this plane. In terms of magic theory knowledge, Freya is the only one present. According to my observation, these monsters seem to switch between this world and another world. When they attack the enemy, they will transfer to this world, but when they are attacked, they will transfer themselves back to another world. What the hell is this subspace scum? I hate these weird things the most. If it was an ordinary subspace monster, Duanmu Huai's attack just now should have been able to interfere with the opponent, right? Hero, look over there. Just as Duanmu Huai was thinking about how to deal with the enemy, Freya stretched out her hand and pointed to the other side of the stage. Duanmu Huai looked carefully and found that there were two girls fighting over there. They were wearing tight combat uniforms, like some kind of team, holding spears and knives, and were killing those monsters. No, how could they touch them? No. What are they doing, singing? Duanmu Huai stared at them carefully and found that the two girls were chopping monsters with their hands and singing non-stop. What's going on? Why are they singing? Their singing seems to have some incredible power. Freya also gave an explanation at the right time. I can feel that when they sing, the monster's attempts to transfer to another world are interfered with, and cannot be completed in time. So that's it? So we have to eat hot pot and sing songs to kill these monsters? I don't think eating hot pot is necessary. Hearing Duanmu Huai's mumbling, Kurikawa Akane complained in a cold sweat. She uses magic, so the plane transfer of these monsters is ineffective for Kurikawa Akane, but it is a bit troublesome for Duanmu Huai. But, as long as you sing, you can interfere, right? Then give it a try. Of course Duanmu Huai will not learn from those two girls to fight and sing at the same time. That's really busy, who can learn it? But he has technology. Duanmu Huai took out his mobile phone, turned on the amplifier, and then plugged it into the power armor. Will this work? Watching Duanmu Huai's series of operations, Kurikawa Akane was dumbfounded. Try it, and we talk if it doesn't work. Duanmu Huai threw down this sentence, and waved the chainsaw sword in his hand, rushing towards the monsters again. Although Duanmu Huai was trying it with the attitude of a last-ditch effort, what he didn't expect was that this trick seemed to be really effective, at least when the music was playing, when Duanmu Huai waved the chainsaw sword again to chop at the slime-like monsters. The opponent's body did not become a phantom penetration like before, but was directly chopped into two by Duanmu Huai. Okay, done. Feeling the touch from his hand, Duanmu Huai was also very happy in his heart. If you can hit it, then you can die. There are many monsters, but their combat effectiveness is not outstanding. With the blessing of music, Duanmu Huai rushed in waving the chainsaw sword and killed them all. I am the heavy hammer. Duanmu Huai jumped high and then smashed into the ground. The whistling sword energy burst out instantly, tearing the huge monster in front of him like a brachiosaurus into pieces. In the name of the tribunal, everything will be burned. Repent, and then die in fear. Before he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai had turned into a whirlwind and rushed forward. He went straight through the entire army of monsters, and the monsters he saw were cut in two. They made a piercing scream, like pieces of meat being caught in a meat grinder, breaking, splitting, and then disappearing. This is the end of all the hate. You can't rest in peace. The monster twisted strangely, and rushed over like a jelly-like body. Under the blessing of the hymn, the chainsaw sword in Duanmu Huai's hand roared and tore its body, cutting its flesh and blood. This is the last one nearby. Duanmu Huai paused and looked at a mirror fragment next to him, on which his reflection appeared. A power armor warrior covered in blood, holding a cold chain sword in his hand, and the armor was playing harsh and loud music. Why does this image seem a little familiar? If it is painted with Death Barbie pink, it will be more like. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai trembled. I said that I can't do any art. I don't want to become one of those crazy people. Duanmu Huai spat, and threw the disgusting image behind his mind. He is not a noise warrior. At this time, the other two girls who fought with the monster also came to Duanmu Huai. Looking at this strange dress, they were also stunned. Although I don't know who you are, thank you for your help. One of the red-haired girls holding a spear nodded to Duanmu Huai. Please fight with us. That's what I mean. Duanmu Huai raised the chainsaw sword in his hand again and pointed it forward. Although he didn't know what the current situation of the world was, it didn't matter. As long as there was a threat to human existence, it would be completely eliminated. This was the mission of the tribunal, and Duanmu Huai, as a judge, naturally had only one thing to do. Let's kill all these bastards. Then, he said viciously. Chapter 1742. It didn't take too much time to deal with these monsters. With the addition of Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane, these monsters were no match at all. But it's really hard to sing while fighting. Duanmu Huai couldn't help twitching his mouth when he saw the girls singing and waving their weapons not far from him. Singing on the battlefield is not an abstract behavior. After having reversal, Duanmu Huai would also let them sing hymns to buff the machine soul when the Inquisition fleet launched an attack. And in the past, in that world of mecha wars, it's not that no one drove robots to sing and fight. But those were all rear-end assistants. What the hell are you doing singing and chopping the enemy into pieces on the front line? Although Freya had explained to him that this would prevent the monsters from moving between the subspace and the real world, he couldn't hold it. And why can't you just play music like me? Watching the girl in front of me singing while shaking her head and chopping the enemy into pieces. What kind of abstract art is this? Okay, although I am also the same. So I hate art. Because of those bastards of the Emperor's son, Duanmu Huai has a psychological shadow on art. It's okay to sing a song or act in a movie normally, but if you do this on the battlefield, Duanmu Huai's PTSD of Death Barbie pink will break out. He now has the urge to chop both sides to death. Like the irritable Duanmu Huai, the two girls who are fighting side by side with him at this moment also turn their heads from time to time and look at the two strangers, who suddenly appear curiously. Are they sympathiseers like me? But they don't look like them? Especially the black armor on this girl, which looks completely different from their own clothes. And she doesn't sing at all, but plays it through the mobile phone on the armor? Is this okay? In theory, it's not possible. The melody playing mechanism of Symphogear allows users to resonate with the holy relics better, thereby enhancing their strength. This is why they can fight hundreds of monsters with their bodies. Only by chanting a specific melody can they gain powerful power. So, they have to sing non-stop during the battle. However, the girl in front of me is completely different. Not only that, the song she sings also gives people a completely different feeling. It's obviously not the song I sang, but I can feel that my body has become stronger and my spirit has become more excited. My body is so light, different from before. This is the first time I fight with such a cheerful mood. There's nothing to be afraid of. Boom! With the fall of the last monster, the battle came to an end. Duanmu Huai silently took off his phone and turned off the music. Then the black power armor on his body also melted quickly, like a pool of melted snow, blending into the shadow under Duanmu Huai's feet. At the same time, the two girls also lifted their transformations and came in front of her. Thank you for your help. The red-haired girl in the lead smiled at Duanmu Huai. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid the situation would be even worse. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Duanmu Huai shook his head and looked at the girl in front of him curiously. Although the two of them had lifted their transformations, This dress didn't look like the dress of an ordinary girl. "Ah, this?" The red-haired girl smiled embarrassedly when she noticed that Duanmu Huai was curiously looking at her clothes. "We are actually having a concert, and we didn't expect to encounter such a thing." "Is that so?" Duanmu Huai nodded. Duanmu Huai originally thought that this was the kind of plot line where a magical girl hides her identity and secretly transforms to protect humans, but it doesn't seem to be the case. At this moment, the red-haired girl tilted her ears, as if she had received a call from someone. "Ah, uncle. That's great, are you okay?" Everything is fine here too." Okay." The red-haired girl's face became much more serious, and then she raised her head and looked at Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane. "You too, the uncle wants to see you. Can you leave with us?" "Of course, no problem." Duanmu Huai also wants to know what the current situation of this world is. Soon, a helicopter came and took everyone away from the devastated venue. Both sides also took this opportunity to introduce themselves. Duanmu Huai then knew that the two girls were an idol group. The red-haired girl is Tianyu Zhou, and the blue-haired girl is Feng Mingyi. The two of them formed an idol group called Zweiwing. They usually sing and dance, but when they encounter danger, they will transform into Psy. Forget it, just call them magic girls. In short, it's still magic girls who transform to save mankind. The monsters they faced, which looked like mutated slime jelly, were called noise. According to Tian Yuzu, no one knew where these noise came from. They only knew that more than a decade ago, these monsters suddenly appeared in this world and attacked humans. And they also have a strange ability called phase difference barrier. Just as Freya said, they can switch between the two worlds at will. That is to say, noise can use this ability to reduce the damage caused by the enemies in this world, or even be completely immune. Therefore, facing these enemies, the role that human armies and weapons can play is extremely limited. Although it is also possible to launch an attack and kill the opponent at the moment of attack, as mentioned before, except for the moment of attack, noise has always been in another world, and the physical attacks of this world cannot hit it at all. Only by using the unique system of Symphogear can these noise be actively attacked and killed. As for its principle, Tian Yuzu can't explain it clearly, and Feng Mingyi said that the fragments of the holy relics are activated by singing melodies, so that they can obtain the powerful power of the holy relics to fight. What about the holy relics? Why didn't you try to summon a heroic spirit? Tian Yuzu seemed to think that Duanmu Huai and the others were also holders of the Symphogear system, so he asked them curiously whether they were using the latest combat system. Duanmu Huai just said that it would be kept secret for the time being, and he would talk about it when he got to the headquarters. That's right, the magic girls here have a headquarters, called the Special Disaster Countermeasures Mobile Unit. Wait. Monsters that attack humans, an organization that fights monsters, and someone in the organization who can transform to fight monsters? Are you sure this isn't Ultraman? Actually, Ultraman is pretty good, if you want Duanmu Huai to comment. Just don't watch the old-fashioned plot of Ultraman defeating the little monster at the end. And beautiful girls are always better than perverts wearing tight leather jackets. After that, Duanmu Huai came to a secret underground base and met the commander here. "Hello, I'm Feng Ming Xianzhiro, the person in charge here." The person who appeared in front of Duanmu Huai was a middle-aged man with red hair, wearing a red shirt and a tie at will. "By the way, your last name is Feng Ming. Is there any relationship with a girl named Feng Mingyi?" Duanmu Huai silently glanced at the blue-haired girl standing not far away, and Feng Ming Xianzhiro laughed. "I'm Yi's uncle." "Oh, this thing is all about connections? But if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem strange for a humanoid robot pilot. Then, if you don't mind, can you tell us your origins?" Feng Ming Xianzhiro's expression suddenly became serious. He stared at Duanmu Huai and asked. Duanmu Huai naturally didn't care about this. "My name is Duanmu Ai, she is Kurikawa Akane, we are from the tribunal." Hearing this, Kurikawa Akane stared at Duanmu Huai with a flash of excitement in his eyes. After all, Duanmu Huai said, "We are from the tribunal," which means that he has already considered himself a member of the tribunal? The Inquisition? The Inquisition's duty is to protect humanity, and eliminate the existence that threatens humanity at all costs. Duanmu Huai was as honest and frank as ever. "And the purpose of our coming here is to eliminate the culprit of all this." At this point, Duanmu Huai stared at Feng Ming Xianzhu Lang. "If possible, can I meet the designer of your system?" Yes, in fact, after listening to Feng Mingyi's explanation of the situation of this Symphogear system, Duanmu Huai became interested in and doubted its designer. Although it was a bit awkward, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, this thing was obviously very similar to the hymn system of the Tower language. However, this world did not have such a heritage before. Whether it was the era of Freya and Norn, or the era of the evil dragon that Duanmu Huai went to later, no one had heard of such a confusing thing as using singing to enhance oneself to defeat the enemy. Then the question is, who designed this system? Duanmu Huai certainly did not forget the damage he had caused to the star god when he fought against him before. Although he did not completely devour the opponent, he also injected the concept of Shirai Shiri into the opponent's body. Coupled with the emotional torrent condensed through him, it was enough to help the star god shape a brand new body. Of course, no problem. Feng Mingxi and Zhu Lang obviously could not guess what strange thoughts were turning in Duanmu Huai's mind, and nodded quickly. But I also have something that I hope you can help with. What is it? I hope you can enroll. Saving the world to enrolling? Isn't this span a bit too big? Can you explain it in detail? Of course, in fact, this is also related to saving the world. At this point, Feng Mingxi and Zhu Lang was silent for a moment, and looked at Duanmu Huai. Do you know Starlight? Chapter 1743. This is a story from a distant planet, a long time ago, in the distant future. The Summer Star Festival is a story that is passed down in a small village in a small country. Under the annual shower of meteors, Flora and Claire met. It seemed that the two had known each other for a long time, and made a distant promise. However, when they met again at the Star Festival, when they were 16 years old, Flora found that Claire had forgotten her. Because Claire had an accident on the way back from the Star Festival last year, and lost her memory. In order to regain her memory, the girls decided to reach the top of the star-picking tower on the night of the Star Festival. If they can reach there, and catch the star, Claire's memory may be restored. If you pick a small star, then you will get a small happiness. If you pick a big star, then you will get a big fortune. If you can pick both, you will get eternal wishes. Picking stars is the forgiveness of sins. Picking stars is a miracle at night. Relying on the song, the two came to the star-picking tower. However, someone blocked their way. They were the sinful goddesses who were imprisoned in this tower 500 years ago, sleeping here, and dying here. Excitement, escape, arrogance, curse, jealousy, despair. Why were they imprisoned here? And what kind of sins had they committed? For a long time, the goddesses who had forgotten even this blocked their way. Even though they were blocked by the goddesses' dark emotions, the two still broke through many obstacles and reached the top of the tower. However, just as they were about to pick the stars, the shining light suddenly burst out, and Flora lost her eyes. And in her screams and wails, Claire finally recovered her memory and remembered the girl's name. Flora, whose eyes were burned by the light of the stars, fell from the tower and was separated from Claire forever. And above her head, the stars still shone with their eternal brilliance. This is the story of Starlight. Deeply touching. Once again, it proves that taking shortcuts will not end well. Duanmu Huai threw the book aside and sneered. This is the consequence of human beings' foolish attempt to use external forces to realize their wishes. If I saw this scene, I would definitely laugh at their stupidity. Hey! Is that so? Facing Duanmu Huai's feelings, Tian Yuzhou seemed to have different ideas. I think this is great. Even if they have lost their memories, Flora and Claire are willing to trust each other. What do you think? She? Yeah, I think so too. Feng Mingyi also nodded, and Duanmu Huai snorted. So you are the little girls. You can get eternal wishes by getting 2 stars. How can such a good thing happen? Ultimately, your own destiny is still in your own hands. This is the end of foolishly handing your destiny over to an unknown existence that you don't understand at all. To be honest, I don't think Flora is pitiful. Is it? Like this? Yes, think about it. In this script, isn't Flora's wish to restore Claire's memory? Although she is blind and fell from the tower and died, you can tell whether Claire's memory has been restored or not. Faced with Duanmu Huai's tricky interpretation from this angle, the two were speechless for a while. Is this okay? Why not? It's like you go to a shrine to make a wish for an unexpected fortune, and then you walk out of the shrine and get hit by a car, lying in the hospital with broken bones all over your body. But because you bought insurance, the insurance company pays you a large sum of money. Don't ask where the money came from. Just ask if it can be considered an unexpected fortune. Hearing this, the expressions of the two became more rigid, and Kurikawa Akane chuckled beside them. So you see, putting your fate in the hands of the unknown is like this. People promise to fulfill your wish, but you have no control over how it is fulfilled. Duanmu Huai curled his lips. It's like someone wants to get married, but his family doesn't agree, and then he comes to make a wish. Then he finds that his house is on fire, and those who don't agree to his marriage are burned to death. Isn't there no resistance at all? Can't he get married? No, 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 you are quibbling, right? Tian Yuzhou was sweating and quickly refuted. So what if it's sophistry? This is how wishes are fulfilled. Are there any laws that stipulate that wishes must be fulfilled in certain steps? Maybe you can fulfill your wishes in whatever way you think they should be fulfilled? Why do you still wish when you have the ability to make your wishes come true? Kurikawa Akane could understand Duanmu Huai's unhappy complaints. After all, the man named Fengming Jinjuro also proposed conditions to the two of them. Fengming Jinjuro's organization will help the two of them forge a fake identity, and they will transfer to Xinxiang Music College under the organization as transfer students. The second is that because of the previous battle, Tian Yuzhou and Fengming Yi have some health problems and need medical treatment and rest. And they are also students of Xinxiang Music College, and they happen to be performing this drama. So, he hopes that the two of them can replace Tian Yuzhou and Fengming Yi to participate in the performance of this drama. This is why Duanmu Huai is very unhappy here. If this organization asked him to kill an alien or something, Duanmu Huai would definitely go without saying anything. But how can I travel to another world and act? And this is opera. I don't understand opera. I know a little bit about drama, but I don't know anything about opera. Duanmu Huai shook his head. After learning about the system, he understood why this organization would set up such a music school. Obviously, to be a magical girl, you have to be able to sing, and you have to sing well. Therefore, it is also important to undergo systematic and professional training, but Duanmu Huai really can't sing opera. If it is a 2.5 comic adaptation like Tokyo Blade, Duanmu Huai has no problem. But opera is another matter. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, opera is the same as Peking opera. Both of them don't speak well on stage, and sing and dance in a humming voice. He really can't stand this. Or give me a role that doesn't sing. But you sing hymns well, Xiai. I think opera and hymns are similar, right? However, you can't prevent a thief from your own home. Duanmu Huai didn't expect that the enemy was not on the other side, but beside him. Hymns? As expected, Tian Yuzhou and Fengming Yi were immediately attracted by Kurikawa Akane's revelation. Well, you heard the music coming from Xiaoai's armor before, right? That was the hymn that Xiaoai sang. I didn't expect that. Hearing this, the two looked at Duanmu Huai with a lot of surprise. In fact, strictly speaking, the hymns in Ta language are indeed similar to operas in terms of pronunciation and tone, but the problem is that they can't understand them. But it's better if you don't understand. If you don't understand, you won't be embarrassed when you sing, but understanding is another matter. Let's put it this way, when you hum an American country song, you don't need to use your brain, you don't need to know what the lyrics mean, just tune in. But if you want to sing a Yunnan folk song, the lyrics will be so awkward that you can dig your toes out of a 3-bedroom apartment. However, in fact, if Americans listen to American country songs, the level of the lyrics is basically the same as that of Yunnan folk songs. So it's okay for Duanmu Huai to sing hymns in Ta language. Anyway, no one can understand it except him. But asking him to sing a song "Old Driver, Guide Me," that's another matter. In short, I'm going to die. I'm going to jump off from here. Don't expect me to act. Duanmu Huai refused. It's not like I can't live without performing. I have to act in that world. Why do I have to act in this world? There's no end, right? At the same time, Duanmu Huai was more and more convinced that this damn world has become what it is now. Probably because of the shot he shot at the star god before. Although there is a difference between understanding and not understanding, the tunes and hymns of the song sung by those girls are very similar. Although they are of no use to the machine soul. When Duanmu Huai said this, the atmosphere became a little stiff. Tian Yuzhou scratched his head, not knowing what to say. And Fengming Jinjuro next to him was also a little helpless. At this time, Kurikawa Akane stood up and grabbed Duanmu Huai's hand. Excuse me, please let Xiaoai and I talk alone. As he spoke, Kurikawa Akane pulled Duanmu Huai to the corner next to him. You don't want me to perform, do you? I really don't know anything about opera. But we need help from here, don't we? I think it's better for us to cooperate with each other. Humph, it's always others who beg our Inquisition to cooperate, but we have never listened to others. I don't believe that in this world. Is the priority of eliminating those noises lower than performing an opera? At worst, we can break up and find a way ourselves. If they don't want me here, I will find another way. Do you really think I can't cooperate with them? Duanmu Huai folded his arms with disdain. And Kurikawa Akane sighed helplessly in the face of Duanmu Huai's firm answer. Then she glanced around and lowered her voice. Xiaoai, you haven't studied in this kind of school, have you? Of course you know I go to Yangdong. In fact, in this kind of school, physical education classes are very important. Oh, so? I really want to perform with Xiao Ai, so? At this point, a blush appeared on Kurikawa Akane's face. If Xiao Ai agrees, I can do more shy poses. Hearing Kurikawa Akane's answer, Duanmu Huai looked at her in surprise. You use this to test cadres? Do you think I am a fake judge of the court of trial, and you can't resist temptation? What a joke. My will is as firm as iron, and I will never be shaken by such a small temptation. Then, you have to listen to me about what clothes to wear. You must pay more. Hearing Duanmu Huai's request, Kurikawa Akane lowered his head, his ears were red, and he nodded slightly. Deal. Duanmu Huai always said 1 is 1, 2 is 2. Although he was not happy before, the situation is different now. Although he and Kurikawa Akane had a close relationship before, they just let it go. Duanmu Huai had thought about asking Kurikawa Akane to play some interesting games with him, but considering his current status, it would be wrong to ask Kurikawa Akane to do so, so he did not mention it. But now, I didn't expect that the flowers would not bloom if I planted them with care, but the willows would grow into shade if I planted them unintentionally. Kurikawa Akane came to me by himself. He must be treated harshly. Chapter 1744. Xingxiang Conservatory of Music. It is an art school to the outside world. Of course, it also shoulders the mission of selecting girls who can fight against noise. But no matter what, those who study here are still just students. In the final analysis, the ones who play opposite us are just students. And I heard that they only performed at the school festival? That's right. Faced with Duanmu Huai's inquiry, Fengming Jinjuro was a little surprised, but still nodded. Of course, if there are students with special talents, we will also arrange some external performances for them. Oh. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes and showed a cold smile. I hope you don't regret it. Soon, Fengming Jinjuro knew what this sentence meant. After that, the two came to the Performing Arts Department and joined as transfer students. And Fengming Jinjuro also told the students that the two would replace Tianyu Kanade and Fengming Yi, who were in poor health, to participate in this drama. Startling. This naturally caused dissatisfaction among the students. This is also normal. After all, in this world, Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane are just unknown people. Although both of them are beautiful girls, the Performing Arts Department has never lacked beauties. Well, for Duanmu Huai, this is good. Beautiful girls in the same class are also pleasing to the eye. However, as the person in charge, Fengming Jinjuro is naturally prepared. It just so happens that you are going to start the role audition. I also understand that it is useless to rely on words, so let you see with your own eyes whether they are qualified to replace his wings. Everyone naturally had no objection to this. The next step was the role audition. First, the original students performed the audition, while Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane watched from the side. Of course, the students performed very hard, but Duanmu Huai's mind was mostly on Kurikawa Akane. At this moment, he tilted his head and whispered to Kurikawa Akane. In the face of Duanmu Huai's words, Kurikawa Akane's expression was a little complicated. Do we really have to go this far, Xiao Ai? I think it's a bit too much. Remember, we in the tribunal must never show weakness to the enemy at any time. They are the ones who are stupid enough to challenge us in acting. This must be a blast to death. This means beating them to their knees and forcing them to do. Ahem, sorry for the confusion. But this is just a drama for the school festival, Xiao Ai, don't you care? I don't care, but that doesn't mean I can tolerate it. Don't fall for that, uncle. This guy is wary of us. If we act too friendly, he will be more suspicious of us. Huh? Is that so? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Kurikawa Akane was stunned. I thought that uncle was very friendly to us. That's just on the surface. When you go out, you give yourself an identity. You have to remember that we are not ordinary girls now, but representatives of the tribunal. Cooperation is cooperation, but it does not mean that we have to follow their instructions completely. We have to let these people know that I am not easy to mess with, so that they will obey. If we are a little more talkative, then these bastards will take advantage of us. At this point, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. Do you understand? Qin? We represent the face of the tribunal. The tribunal is not a gentle and respectful organization. Anyone who dares to block us or cause trouble for us will only die. We must hit them hard, and let them know that we are not easy to mess with. Only then will they treat us respectfully. So don't think about getting along well with them. Just beat them to the ground, and it will be fine. Ah, yes, I know. Hearing this, H1 Qin nodded obediently. In fact, According to H1-chin's idea, she initially wanted to be a little more restrained. After all, in H1-chin's view, she and Duanmu Huai are in this world to reach a cooperative relationship with the organization in front of them, so it will be easier to communicate if they are more kind and friendly. What H1-chin didn't expect was that the tribunal seemed to be an organization very different from what she imagined. She originally thought that the Inquisition was only aggressive towards aliens, but she didn't expect that it was also aggressive towards humans. Kurikawa Akane's style itself is not aggressive, but since Duanmu Huai said so, she just needs to do it. At this moment, the voice of Fengming Jinjuro came from the side. Hey, it's your turn to audition. Duanmu Huai then retracted his gaze, and found that everyone else had finished their audition performances, leaving only himself and Kurikawa Akane, so he gave Kurikawa Akane a look and then walked forward. Watching the two people go on stage, the students of Xinxiang also looked at them with either curiosity or scrutiny. After all, in their eyes, they are professional students who study hard here, while the other party is completely unknown and doesn't know where they came from. Although Fengming Jinjuro said that the two have the ability to replace wings, but they still have to use their own professional vision to confirm their strength. Let you see. Feeling the competitive gazes of those students, Duanmu Huai's eyes showed a cold smile. I hope you can hold on. Then, the audition performance began. Although many people may have forgotten, I still have to repeat it again. In terms of performance, Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane are professionals. Xinxiang students, in the final analysis, are just students no matter how well they perform. However, Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane are different. One is of age equals artistic age, and he shoots a hit movie every year and wins various awards. The other is a talented actor in the troupe. After his debut, he has attracted much attention, and has just won the Empire Best Actress Award. If we use sports competitions as an example, Duanmu Huai is a world-class player, and Kurikawa Akane is a national champion. As for the students of Xinxiang, at best, they are just regional champions. In terms of acting alone, both of them are rubbing Xinxiang to the ground. NBA champions can't beat the school team? It's impossible. So, after the two finished their performance, the whole room was left with dead silence. Well, that's about it. Duanmu Huai stretched, glanced at the stunned and silent students next to him, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he turned his head and looked at Kurikawa Akane. Then Akane, let's go shopping. We still need a lot of daily necessities in the dormitory, right? Aw, yeah. Kurikawa Akane didn't say much, just glanced at the silent students, and then left the classroom with Duanmu Huai. H.A. Seeing the two people leave, Fengming Jinjuro beside him sighed, and stretched out his hand to cover his face. Just as Duanmu Huai thought, Fengming Jinjuro also had his own little thoughts. Although Duanmu Huai did tell Fengming Jinjuro about the tribunal very frankly, he would not really believe it. In Fengming Jinjuro's view, Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane were still children after all, and they were not thoughtful. Maybe they only knew part of the tribunal. This is normal, just like Tian Yuzhou and Fengming Yi. In fact, Fengming Yi's father was the first initiator of this organization. But if you want to say how familiar Fengming Yi is with this organization, it is not necessarily the case. So Fengming Jinjuro used this method to win over the two. In his view, no matter how Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane performed, he had a way to make them integrate here, and then slowly open their hearts to each other, gain trust, and thus obtain more information. But what he didn't expect was the overwhelming performance of Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane. No, you are just two girls of 16 or 17 years old. How come you have more aura than those big stars? Is this reasonable? Well, looking at the silent students, Fengming Jinjuro was also speechless. In his expectation, if the two performed poorly or mediocre, he could ask a few students who like to take care of others to help them practice. If they performed well, it could also stimulate the team's competitive spirit. But he never thought about what to do if the two's performances pressed these students to the ground. Now, Fengming Jinjuro doesn't have to spend time convincing students to accept these two people. Instead, he has to encourage his students not to lose confidence, otherwise if they are hit so hard that they drop out of school, it will be a loss of both the wife and the army. However, they will take this approach, which means, have their thoughts been seen through? Oh, maybe I underestimated them because of their appearance before. Fengming Jinjuro sighed, then put down his hands and looked at the students who were still standing there. They seemed to be still shocked by the performance of the two and couldn't recover at all. In fact, Fengming Jinjuro saw trembling, shock, hesitation, uneasiness, and even fear on the faces of these children. Dwanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane's performance has far exceeded the limit they can imagine. It is precisely because they are also professionals that they understand how big the gap between the two sides is. It was a ruthless disaster like a landslide and tsunami. And facing such a disaster, they didn't even have the ability to resist and were completely swallowed up. At this time, it seems that their expressions are more in line with children of this age. Next, the most difficult problem for Feng Ming Jinjuro is to appease them. But this is also the consequence of his own stupid choice. Chapter 1745. Feng Mingxian Zhu Lang really wanted to post a message for help. What should I do if I encounter a professional actor at an audition and can't defeat him even if he is as strong as a monster? Unfortunately, he is not in the mood to do so now. He can only comfort other students. And those students did not say anything in the face of Feng Mingxian Zhu Lang's comfort, and finally dispersed in a dead voice. Although there are also arrogant people among them, and generally speaking, those people will be motivated at such times, and show that they will not bow their heads. But the problem is, the gap in strength between the two sides is too big. It's like the gap between a car on the ground and a galactic battleship in outer space. That is not an opponent that can be defeated as long as you work hard. They know this very well in their hearts. As for how to comfort the emotions of these girls, it is not in Dwanmu Huai's plan. In fact, he is now shopping in the mall with Kurikawa Akane while discussing the next move. I'm sure that our enemy, this time, should be inside this organization. Xiao Ai and I has locked it so quickly. Kurikawa Akane, who was choosing betting, was surprised to hear Dwanmu Huai's decisive answer, and Dwanmu Huai nodded. Of course, didn't you find that the songs sung by those magical girls are very similar to my hymns? Ah, that's true, but this form of hymns is not uncommon. Dwanmu Huai's hymns are the same. Except for the incomprehensible language, there is nothing special about them. The world they live in also has this kind of music form, so Kurikawa Akane didn't think about it in the beginning. That's true, but don't you find it strange? According to the girl named Feng Mingyi, this system was created just now to deal with noise. So who do you think created this system? Xiao Ai, you know? You should also know that person who once pretended to be me online, and even tried to replace me. At this point, Kurikawa Akane immediately understood who Dwanmu Huai was referring to. Shirai Shiri? That's right. Dwanmu Huai snapped his fingers. I can be sure that this guy is definitely disguised as a human, and then lurking in this organization waiting for the opportunity. Then what should we do? Find the other party? No, there is no need for that. Dwanmu Huai took the toothbrush and toothpaste and shook his head at the same time. I actually like those guys who are scheming and plotting. Huh? Scheming and plotting usually means that they are not strong, so they need to use such roundabout methods to do things. This guy is the same. We all guess that he must have some conspiracy, so we just need to pretend that we didn't notice the other party, and let the other party do things in secret. Is that it? Yeah, you know, usually this kind of people will take the initiative to jump out when they think their plans are foolproof. At that time, we can just shoot her to death. You see, this is much simpler than looking for her ourselves and then alerting the enemy. That's right. Kurikawa Akane thought about it, and had to admit that Dwanmu Huai was right. Of course, the premise is based on Dwanmu Huai's strong fighting power. But didn't Xiao Ai fight the other party to a draw last time? This time it is definitely weaker. However, Dwanmu Huai gave a very affirmative answer. It's very simple. Do you remember what that guy manipulated to attack humans last time? Those evil dragons? Yes. Dwanmu Huai nodded. Do you think those evil dragons are comparable to the current noise? Kurikawa Akane thought for a moment, and shook her head. She had also faced those evil dragons before. They were indeed very scary. Not only could they fly, but they also had all kinds of strange powers, and even wisdom. However, how can I say these noises? They look more like self-disciplined action devices similar to machines. In terms of lethality, they can't be compared with evil dragons. In the last era, only dragon hunters with silver swords could deal with evil dragons, and several dragon hunters could deal with one, and the number of evil dragons far exceeded that of dragon hunters. So in that era, humans were almost struggling to survive on the brink of destruction. But the noise of this era, although they also have the power similar to that of evil dragons, they are not the type that cannot be defeated except with specific weapons. Moreover, the human beings in this world seem to be prosperous and numerous. If humans really want to use the army to fight against noise, it is not to say that they cannot defeat it, but it is not cost-effective. However, those magical girls are different. Last time, the two magical girls killed more than half of the nearly 1,000 noises that attacked the concert venue. So although noise also has something like a phase shift barrier, it is much easier to deal with than the evil dragon. After being severely damaged by me before, that guy obviously can't create powerful subordinates like the evil dragon, and noise is not enough to cause a devastating blow to the current human world. So I guess it will lurk in the human world in some identity, and then use noise to create panic, and then take action. Do you think it's a coincidence? Not long after noise came out, the system to fight noise appeared. Now that you mention it, it seems a bit strange. Kurikawa Akane also reacted at this time. In fact, she has seen similar settings in movies, animations, and comics, but they are all story backgrounds. But now think about it, noise has only appeared in this world for a few years, and humans have actually developed a way to fight noise. Of course, you can think that this is the wisdom and potential of humans when facing a crisis. Similarly, you could also think that there is something fishy about it. As for what the villain wants to do, and what purpose he intends to achieve, Duanmu Huai doesn't care at all. Anyway, it will definitely jump out in the end, and then he will just shoot it to death. Is the God of Destruction someone who will reason with you? So now we will do whatever they want us to do, and then we just need to wait for that idiot to jump out by himself, and we don't have to do anything else. While talking, the two of them bought all the things they needed. Of course, these were all reimbursed by Fengming Xianzhuo's organization, so Duanmu Huai didn't care about spending money. As for the dormitory, the latter had already prepared it for them, which was a double room in Xinxiang College. The layout inside was actually similar to that of an ordinary double room, with a bed on each side against the wall, and then desks placed side by side. However, after Duanmu Huai returned to the dormitory, he immediately changed the order. He put the two beds together and put them in the middle, and then moved the desks to the walls on both sides. As for the reason for doing this, well, those who understand will understand. Kurikawa Akane was just a little shy about this, but didn't say much. After all, in her own world, she and Duanmu Huai also slept together in her own home. The only problem is, how is the sound insulation here? Who cares about her? Is there anyone who dares to care about us? For Duanmu Huai's indifferent answer, Kurikawa Akane, well, I can only try to be quieter when the time comes. Fortunately, they live in the room at the end, away from other people, and they shouldn't be discovered. Soon night fell. Lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling in front of her, Maya Tenma widened her eyes, and couldn't sleep at all. As the head of the actor department, Maya Tenma has always been full of confidence in herself. She was born in a famous family. Her mother is a popular stage actor, and her father is a singer. It can be said that Maya Tenma has all the unique conditions. In fact, even so, she has been working hard and persevering. She has always believed that she can reach the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, and no matter what obstacle she faces, she will not be shaken or retreat. Before today, she thought so. But not now. Who are those two girls? Just thinking back to the performances of Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane during the audition, Tiantang Maya trembled all over and was speechless. The two people have two completely different styles. Although the girl named Duanmu Ai looks quiet and thin, she has an unmatched domineering aura. Just standing there, hearing her voice, feeling her sight, you can feel the incomparable sense of oppression. It was as if there was a goddess in front of them, judging mortals, and as mortals, they could only tremble and wait for judgment in despair. And Flora, played by Kurikawa Akane, was equally fascinating. That was not just acting. For Maya Tenjo, acting was a skill. They imitated, learned, and then used actions, gestures, and tones to express the characters. But Kurikawa Akane was not acting. At that moment, everyone knew that she was Flora. There was no need for an overly exaggerated tone or obvious display. Standing there was Flora. Everyone understood this the moment they saw Kurikawa Akane. And this was the most shocking part for Maya Tenjo. For the first time, she knew that acting could reach such an ultimate realm. Whether it was Duanmu Huai or Kurikawa Akane, they showed Maya Tenjo a peak that she could never imagine. And Maya Tenjo's heart, which had always been firm, began to waver for the first time. Can she really be as good as them? Even in the future, can she really reach that level? This made Maya Tenjo toss and turn, unable to sleep at all. Just as she tossed and turned, Maya Tenjo suddenly heard a faint voice from the other side of the wall next to her. For a moment, Maya Tenjo was a little confused, but she soon remembered that the two girls had moved into the dormitory and lived next door to her. Thinking of this fact, Maya Tenjo felt even more depressed. She turned around and wanted to close her eyes and force herself to fall asleep. However, The sound from the other side of the wall still reached Maya Tinjo's ears intermittently. Wait. Shall I? I won't wait, after all, you agreed. Even though I say that, I'm still so shy. What are you doing? Hearing the faint conversation from the other side of the wall, Maya Tinjo pressed her ear against the wall, perhaps out of curiosity. Then, she heard a vague sound. Woo. Be quiet, you don't want others to hear you either. I know. Really, Shao I only knows how to bully people. The voice became unclear, and intermittent humming could be heard. At this moment, Maya Tinjo was already stiff and her face was flushed. She was not a child anymore. Just by the intimate conversation and voice, she could imagine what was happening on the other side. But wait, what was the relationship between those two people? Reason told Maya Tinjo that she should pretend not to hear anything at this time. However, her body went against Maya Tinjo's will and remained frozen there motionless. Even the ears pressed against the wall were getting harder and harder. Akane is still so cute, I can't help but want to bully you. Wait, no. The voice became lower and lower, and was soon covered by the rapid panting and breathing. The entangled voices turned into a melody, passed through the wall, and entered Maya Tinjo's ears. At this moment, Maya Tinjo's face was flushed, lying there blankly, completely speechless. What on earth are the two of them doing? Chapter 1746. For the students of Xinxiang Conservatory of Music, when they open their eyes, they face a day full of torture. When the two swings were in class, they were looking forward to it. After all, they were world-renowned idol stars and their goals. They also hoped that one day they could go on stage like Zwings and become the center of attention. However, Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane were another matter. They could not become a goal at all, but were completely out of reach, like the sun. They were like fireflies. Perhaps they could still emit a little light in the dark night. But when the sun was in the sky, the scorching and dazzling light was enough to completely devour them. If you have never seen the sun, then for fireflies, the moon is also a good target. But after seeing the sun, that is a completely different matter. Especially Duanmu Huai had no intention of letting them go after that. I don't care. Duanmu Huai sat on the chair with an indifferent expression. If you think we are not suitable, just replace us, or find a few more worthy of us, it's that simple. Fengming Jinjuro was speechless, and the other students' expressions were also ugly. Duanmu Huai's meaning was very clear. If you want to play house, then replace us. But if you want us to play, you must match our level. We will not lower our standards and status to play house with you, so you have to think about it. Fengming Jinjuro cast a look of help at Kurikawa Akane, and facing his eyes, Kurikawa Akane just clasped his hands and smiled apologetically. She knew why Duanmu Huai did this. In fact, it was laziness in the final analysis. After all, no matter how you look at it, it is obviously easier to remove the two of them than to let others keep up with their level. If Fengming Jinjuro gave in now, Duanmu Huai wouldn't have to perform in this shitty opera. Not to mention that he didn't like the script in the first place. Fengming Jinjuro was obviously in a very difficult situation. He was not a fool, and knew Duanmu Huai's intention. It was just that Fengming Jinjuro had underestimated Duanmu Huai before, thinking that these two people could not compete with professionals. Well, I didn't expect that they were professionals themselves. And they were masters. Now, he had pitted himself. However, what Fengming Jinjuro was more worried about was not the drama itself, but the competition between himself and the other party for the dominant position. In fact, just as Duanmu Huai said to Kurikawa Akane, Fengming Jinjuro arranged the two to come to Xinxiang Music College, which was itself an attempt to gain the dominant position. After all, as long as Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane were enrolled, they would be students here. The organization was the initiator of this school, and Fengming Jinjuro was also the person in charge. So he could naturally take the initiative from Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane with this identity. Then, he could slowly negotiate and communicate with the other party. But at least in this way, the initiative was on his side. However, what Fengming Jinjuro didn't expect was that Duanmu Huai not only saw through his thoughts, but also turned the tables on him. If he moved Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane out, the initiative would be transferred to the other party. At that time, it would become that his organization might have to cooperate with them, instead of the other way around. But if he insisted on keeping the two, it would be tantamount to admitting that others could not keep up with them in acting, which would be a very serious blow to these girls. After all, these two girls were just outsiders, and his students were the warriors who could fight side by side with them in the future to eliminate noise. If I lose confidence in them, it will have an immeasurable impact on the future development of this organization. Fengming Xianju Lang was silent for a moment, then he sighed silently, forced a smile, and looked at the two people. Sorry, I didn't think it through. Then, he spoke. It seems that I did have some errors in my estimation of the two people's strength. This is my negligence, please forgive me. As he spoke, Feng Mingxian Lang stood up, bowed his head heavily to the two people, and bowed to apologize. Seeing Feng Mingxian Lang's posture, the students were a little uneasy. Duanmu Huai just glanced at them, continued to stare at Feng Mingxian Lang, and didn't say anything. And then, Feng Mingxian Lang said what Duanmu Huai wanted to hear. I will choose someone else to join the performance. Yeah. Duanmu Huai nodded, without saying anything more. At the same time, Feng Mingxian Lang also raised his head and looked at the two people. I have a small request. Say it. Feng Mingjinjuro did not speak immediately, but looked at the others. The latter also understood what Feng Mingjinjuro meant, and left the office one after another, leaving only 3 people. What is it? Please take a look at this report. As he spoke, Feng Mingjinjuro handed out a newspaper. Duanmu Huai took the newspaper and glanced at it. It was a report about a missing girl. Her name is Shuayin Chris. Feng Mingjinjuro began to introduce. In fact, she has always been a qualified person we have been secretly observing. According to our investigation, this girl is very compatible with the second holy relic, the bronze snake armor. So we have always wanted to recruit her to the organization and let her fight noise. But not long ago, Shuayin Chris disappeared. Missing? Yes, her parents were killed in the war during a charity performance. When we learned about this, we immediately sent people to rescue her and wanted to bring her back to the country. But she suddenly disappeared. A 14-year-old girl, it's impossible for her to disappear for no reason. Indeed. Fumei Jinjuro nodded vigorously. We were just suspicious before, but now we are sure. Do you remember the battle with noise at the concert? Of course. In fact, that concert was not just a concert, but an experiment to completely activate the bronze serpent armor through singing and spiritual resonance. However, to our surprise, noise attacked the concert, and the bronze serpent armor was also taken away at that time. So you mean that the person who took away the bronze serpent armor was the same person who took away Yukain Chris? Duanmu Huai is not a fool. Feng Mingjinjuro specifically explained to him that Yukain Chris was very compatible with the number 2 holy relic, and then she disappeared, and then the number 2 holy relic also disappeared. You say it's a coincidence, no one will believe it. That's what we suspected. I'm ashamed to say that we have always suspected that you are related to this. I see, that's understandable. Duanmu Huai didn't know about these things, but now that he heard about them, he understood that the other party's suspicion of him and others was not groundless. So now you tell us this matter, you are sure that it has nothing to do with us. Not only that, there is a traitor in the organization, right? Feng Mingjinjuro did not speak, but he did not need to. Yukain Chris and the second holy relic are well matched, which must be the internal secret of the organization. As a result, someone went for this. The only possibility is that someone in the organization leaked the information. And it was a high-level person. You don't want to use people in the organization to alert the enemy, so you want us to take action? Yes. Okay, this is much more interesting than singing and dancing. Duanmu Huai said, looking at Kurikawa Akane, who also nodded. Then Duanmu Huai stood up. Then it's settled. Just tell us the details after you make the arrangements. Let's go, Akane. After saying this, Duanmu Huai turned around and left the classroom with Kurikawa Akane. The others looked at the two people's backs with complicated expressions and disappeared, and did not speak for a long time. I didn't expect that gentleman to actually bow his head. After leaving the classroom, Kurikawa Akane whispered his feelings to Duanmu Huai. After all, in Kurikawa Akane's opinion, Fumei Jinjuro is a very majestic and muscular man, who is quite generous and has a strong desire for control. Kurikawa Akane has met similar people several times on the set, so she always thinks that Duanmu Huai might have a conflict with him. A qualified organization manager should understand that the first thing to maintain is the survival of the organization, not his own face. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. These little girls are the reserve army of that magical girl. If they lose confidence and can't even sing a song because of our attack, they will be completely finished and become waste. If this guy is clear-headed, he should know what choice he will make. Well, but I always feel like I'm being unfair to them. Kurikawa Akane is not as cold-blooded as Duanmu Huai. Those girls are just ordinary girls. She had no conflicts with them before. As a result, she was directly used as a hostage by Duanmu Huai to make an example of others. She felt a little guilty. The tribunal is like this. But Duanmu Huai obviously did not mean to comfort Kurikawa Akane. The tribunal has never been an organization that makes people feel friendly and can communicate. Our existence is to make people submit and fear. You see, it's like a gun. Duanmu Huai raised his hand, made a gun gesture, and pointed at Kurikawa Akane. When you are pointed at by a gun, you will not beg for mercy from the gun, because you know that the gun is just a weapon and has no self-awareness. So you will only beg for mercy from the person holding the gun, because you know that the person holding the gun is rational and can communicate and communicate. The Inquisition is a gun. We will only eliminate all enemies who try to threaten humanity. Nothing else matters. But if we communicate with the other party in a friendly manner, wouldn't it be more convenient to cooperate? That will only increase the ineffective social costs and waste time. And if the other party thinks we are easy to talk to, they may try to fool us. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. Why don't good people live long? Because everyone knows that there will be no retaliation for provoking good people. But they can try to provoke the Inquisition. I guarantee that they will not walk out of this door alive. By then, they will know what will happen if they play tricks in front of the Inquisition. What we want is speed and efficiency, not to maintain unnecessary stupid relationships. Although it is very domineering, Kurikawa Akane has to admit that what Duanmu Huai said does make sense. But the tribunal seems to be a heavy organization that makes people breathless. Kurikawa Akane imagined that if he faced a tribunal like this organization that didn't listen to others and wanted to completely control everything, it would definitely be very uncomfortable. But fortunately, he is now a member of the tribunal. Shall I? What should we do now? First, go to the scene to investigate. Facing Kurikawa Akane's question, Duanmu Huai yawned. Mystery novels say that criminals often return to the scene of the crime. Maybe we can catch the other party directly. Then, he spoke. I bought a ceramic jar, but it turned out to be thin, and the paint on it was peeling. Today's things are really not as good as old things. Chapter 1747. That's how it is. Duanmu Huai patted his butt and laughed. Fengming Xianzhou still had to stay to clean up the mess. Well, he would get used to it soon, because the court of inquiry always did things this way. But now, Fengming Xianzhou still had to explain the situation to those students. They have other important tasks to perform, so I'm afraid they can't perform on stage. According to the plan, the stage play will still be selected from within. However, no one responded to Fengming Xianzhou's words, and everyone's expression was gloomy. After all, they all knew that this was just an excuse, but they were too bad and couldn't play against each other, so it became like this. Well, anyway, you guys shouldn't be so concerned. Their strength is indeed beyond my expectation. I didn't underestimate it beforehand. Fengming Jinjuro didn't lie. Who would have thought that two random people on the street could have master-level acting skills? Isn't this nonsense? God, are you kidding me? Anyway, you should just follow your method. Fengming Jinjuro was sweating profusely as he spoke. He had never seen such a tricky situation. He even wanted to launch a noise attack now, which was better than standing on the podium and making small talk. But fortunately, someone saved him. No need to say anything, Mr. Fengming. Tennomaya stood up, staring at him with clenched fists. I understand that our level is still far from those two people. Maybe we will never be able to reach their level in our lifetime. But we will not give up, because we are stage girls. No matter what, we have only one goal. Even if we can't reach the end now, at least we already know the scenery at the end, and we also know how to do it. Hearing what Maya Tingo spoke, the other girls, who were originally listless, gradually raised their heads and looked at her. However, soon, someone asked in confusion, "But what should we do? They are the same age as us, but much stronger than us. How can we catch up? We can ask them." Maya Tingo gritted her teeth and continued to speak. She also knew that she couldn't lose her temper now. Once she lost her temper, she and others would never be able to get up again. The wise are the teachers. They are so powerful. They must have some tricks and skills. We can ask them and learn from them. This will also be good for us to improve ourselves. You mean, do they have any unique skills? Hearing this question, for some reason, Maya Tingo suddenly remembered the scene of eavesdropping last night. Could it be that this is the reason why they are so skilled? No, how could this be possible? It's not like that at all, but what if? Who can say for sure about such things? Thinking of this, Tenjo Shinya blushed, ignored the doubtful eyes of others, and sat down without saying a word. She stared at her desk, and suddenly this thought came to her mind. Maybe I should also find someone to try. What those girls were thinking was irrelevant to Duanmu Huai. because he was still busy investigating the disappearance of Shui Chris and the theft of the bronze snake armor. To investigate a case, the first thing to do is to investigate the crime scene. So Duanmu Huai came to the concert where they had fought noise before. This place has naturally been completely blocked, and considerable damage has been caused. If Fengming Xiandro hadn't called in advance, Duanmu Huai would not have been able to come up. Looking at it this way, this place is really miserable. Standing in the ruins again, Duanmu Huai looked around. Of course, at present, there is no clue here. But Duanmu Huai doesn't care, he is magic. Freya? Hey! Do you want me to find it? Yes. Can you figure out what the second holy relic is, and then find out where it went? Why do you want me to do this? Hearing this, Freya immediately complained. I'm not a dog. Oh! Really? But I remember that you used to like being treated like a dog by the brave man. At that time, the elder sister was still shamelessly shaking her tail, and then did those things to me very enthusiastically. Don't tell me you have forgotten it. But at this time, Norn, who appeared quietly beside her, stabbed her in the back. Woo! Hearing her sister's sarcasm, Freya's face flushed immediately. She glared at Norn fiercely, but the latter didn't care. Well, they are all dead anyway, so there is no point in quarreling now. Forget it, I try. Freya glanced at Kurikawa Akane, who was looking at them curiously not far away, and decisively changed the subject. Even if she played a lot in the past, she is a princess. Can she say such things casually? If the second holy relic is some kind of divine tool, I should be able to lock its frequency. But first, I have to know where it was placed. Oh, this is easy. Duanmu Huai naturally asked Fengming Xiandro, and soon he jumped down the hole and came to a ruin under the stage. Although this place has been blown down, it can be seen that it should have been a place like a control room before. In front of the control room is a piece of shattered ruins. According to that uncle, the thing should be here. Duanmu Huai pointed to the open space in front. They said that after that, they sent people to turn this place upside down, but they couldn't find it again, so they thought it was taken away by someone. Freya silently circled there for a few times, then closed her eyes and felt it. Well, there is indeed some strange aura, but it is not the same as the divine tool. Can it be locked? I can try, but it may not be easy to find. As long as there is a general direction. Duanmu Huai obviously didn't care. If the person who took the bronze snake armor is the same person who took Yukain Chris, then their goal must be to combine them. Once that happens, it will be difficult to hide their aura. That's true. But I still don't understand. Freya crossed her arms and frowned. They are planning to turn that girl into a warrior who uses divine tools like we have seen before. But those girls who use divine tools are very powerful. If the other party is really captured, then she can escape when the divine tool is activated, right? As a technique hero, Freya can't understand this behavior at all. In her opinion, this practice is like giving the divine tool to the hero. At that time, the hero with the divine tool can come and go as he pleases. Who can stop him? So, elder sister, you can only be a hero. Norin mocked her silently. Don't forget that you had the power of a warrior, but you never resisted me. Freya shut up decisively. She shouldn't have mentioned this in front of Norn. It was really humiliating. Anyway, find someone first and tell me the location. Duanmu Huai was not interested in the quarrels between sisters. Moreover, they had quarreled like this in front of Duanmu Huai for at least 80 times before they died. Duanmu Huai was used to it. Anyway, Freya could never be Norn's opponent. In the past, she might have been angry, but now both of them have become ghosts, and they can't fight even if they are angry. Over there. Okay, let's go. Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane were not ordinary people. Following the route indicated by Freya, they shuttled through the skyscrapers in the city at the fastest speed, which took less than 2 hours. The two had left the city and came to the nearby forest. Well, it's not strange to say it's strange. After all, Duanmu Huai had previously guessed that this was the work of a traitor inside the organization. If it was a traitor, then it would definitely not be too far away from the organization, otherwise it would be easy to be exposed. The location that Freya locked on was a villa located in a lake deep in the forest. It looked very comfortable with mountains and water. However, there seemed to be no one in the villa at the moment, and it looked very deserted. Kurikawa Akane went forward to knock on the door, but was pulled back by Duanmu Huai. Wait, what are you doing? Hey! Shouldn't we visit the owner of the house first? Why? Why? Isn't it usually done this way? It's usually done this way, but we don't need it. Duanmu Huai shook his head, then pulled Kurikawa Akane behind him, and then he took a deep breath. Open the door, tribunal. Accompanied by a roar, Duanmu Huai kicked the heavy door directly, kicking the tightly locked door out. Bang! The huge anti-theft iron door was kicked away by Duanmu Huai, and then hit the wall heavily, making a harsh sound. Seeing this scene, Freya and Norn were very calm, but Kirikawa Akane was confused. Wait, Xiao Ai. Are we just going to break in like this? Of course. Freya, find the bronze snake armor, it is very likely in this villa. If I'm not mistaken, the little girl is also there. Down there. As a warrior of magic, Freya is naturally quite familiar with this aspect. In fact, before Duanmu Huai finished speaking, she stretched out her hand and pointed to the floor under Duanmu Huai's feet. Very good. Hearing Freya's answer, Duanmu Huai nodded, then he bent down, clenched his right fist and raised it high. It was not until then that H1 Akane seemed to react to what Duanmu Huai was going to do. Wait, Xiao Ai. But H1 Akane only said half of his words, and Duanmu Huai clenched his fist and punched the ground. Boom! The hard ground collapsed instantly, and H1 Akane felt nothing under his feet, and then he and Duanmu Huai fell into the dark and deep underground. Crash, clash, clash! The broken stones and ceiling collapsed and exploded, and Duanmu Huai fell from them and hit the ground heavily. And a moment later, Kirikawa Akane, who was floating in the air with magic, also fell down. Does Xiao Ai have to do this? This is convenient, efficient and fast. Duanmu Huai obviously didn't care about Kirikawa Akane's complaints. And look, haven't we found the person we are looking for? Hey! Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Kirikawa Akane was stunned for a moment, and looked in the direction Duanmu Huai was looking at, and then he found that on the wall in the corner, a little girl was tied up and hung there with chains. At this moment, she was also terrified and looked at the two people anxiously. This is also normal. Who would have thought of such a development? Duanmu Huai walked to the little girl, looked at her, and then asked, Tell me, are you Shui and Chris? Chapter 1748. Feng Mingxian Zhu Lang felt that he had not been able to accomplish anything successfully since he met Duanmu Huai. Just like now. Okay, this little girl, I found it for you, and the same goes for the bronze snake armor. I just asked you to deal with it in the morning, but you found it in the afternoon? Isn't this speed a little too fast? To be honest, Feng Mingxian Zhu Lang now began to suspect whether Duanmu Huai and Kirikawa Akane were in the same group as the mysterious attacker, but the two sides had an internal conflict. Otherwise, how could they find it so quickly? You know, the organization has been sending people to investigate these things, but there is almost no progress and clues. You just went out for a walk and brought back people and things? How did you do it? What's so difficult about this? Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. We went to the place where you put the bronze snake armor before, captured the signal of this holy relic, and then found it by following the residual breath. It happened that this little girl was also locked up together, so I brought them all back. Is there a problem? Well, it's really okay from this point of view. In fact, the organization also has this technology, but they can only detect activated holy relics, and can't detect unactivated holy relics. It seems that the technical level mastered by the other party is even higher than that of the organization. Is it called a tribunal? Feng Mingxian Zhu Lang kept this matter in mind silently. Then, this child will be handed over to you, and it has nothing to do with us. Duanmu Huai didn't care at all, and even wanted to see Feng Mingxian Zhu Lang's joke. After all, this time he sent this little girl under the eyes of the organization, if it can still be thrown away. Ha ha, then Duanmu Huai will definitely laugh at their stupidity and stupidity. Then, I won't do it. Seeing that Feng Mingjinjuro was about to say something, Duanmu Huai decisively refused. He could guess what the other party meant. He obviously hoped that Duanmu Huai and Kirikawa Akane would take care of the little girl first. But Duanmu Huai wouldn't do it. If he brought this little girl here, wouldn't his and Kirikawa Akane's world of two people be gone? Besides, they are not Shui and Chris's parents. Although he said so, Feng Mingjinjuro was not without a way. For example, the next day Duanmu Huai and Kirikawa Akane encountered a very two-dimensional thing. Shui and Chris transferred to Xinxiang Music College. You see, this is very two-dimensional. It's not so easy to transfer schools in reality. School district, student status, household registration and... Oh, by the way, Japan doesn't seem to care about this. Then let's just take it as it is. Duanmu Huai also received requests from students such as Tent and Shinya, but he didn't care about it. So in the end, Duanmu Huai gave the answer that we can perform for you, but what you can learn from it depends on you. We will not give you advice out of kindness. As for the performance, It is very simple. Dwanmu Huai has previously collaborated with Kurikawa Akane on a drama performance at Tokyo Blade, so just follow that. After all, there is a ready-made one. As for Chris Yuan, Dwanmu Huai did not care, but he sent Norn to monitor her. In Dwanmu Huai's opinion, if the traitor did not give up, he would definitely attack Chris Yuan again. When it comes to conspiracy, Norn is the best, so if anyone tries to approach Chris Yuan with bad intentions, Norn will definitely see it at a glance. So next, Dwanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane stayed in Xinxiang College. Most of the time, they were just doing nothing, occasionally giving acting lessons to the girls in the acting class, and then going out to deal with noise. Dwanmu Huai had to admit that this noise was indeed tricky. Although their harm was not as strong as that of the evil dragon, their appearance was really unpredictable, with almost no signs beforehand, and they suddenly emerged from the space. Dwanmu Huai also investigated several times during the battle, but even Freya could not do anything with this weird space technology. The only way she could think of was to create a barrier to block the space, which might prevent these noise from tearing the space. However, Freya needed magic materials of her time to create the barrier, and such things have long disappeared now. For example, the divine tool that Freya used was a staff made of branches of the world tree, but now it has been so many eras, and the world tree has long been extinct. Where can we find it? Therefore, Dwanmu Huai was very angry about this. Even the demons in the subspace will produce psychic fluctuations and subspace vortexes when they come out. However, these damn noises basically have no signs before they appear, unless they are discovered by accident, but at that time it means that they have entered this world and attack humans. Well, it's no wonder that ordinary armies can't deal with it. In this case, unless you spread soldiers all over every street in the city, you can't take care of it at all. If Freya and Lonnie were here, it would be fine. Although Freya is also a genius magician. But Dwanmu Huai also found that she is actually like himself, a practical type. And Freya and Lonnie are research types. If they were here, they might be able to discover something. But relying on Dwanmu Huai and Freya alone is a bit of a headache. Norn is smart, but unfortunately, she has no talent for magic and knows nothing about it. So now Dwanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane can only run around, waiting for noise to attack and rush over to destroy it. As for catching them alive, there is no need for that. These things are not even as good as the upper dragons. It can be said that they have no self-awareness at all. They are just like self-disciplined killing war machines. Even if Dwanmu Huai catches them, he can't get any useful information. But it's not completely without gain. The whole block was silent. Dwanmu Huai stuck the chainsaw sword in his hand into the ground, looking around with a cold face. Just now, a large number of noise suddenly appeared at the intersection not far from here. Although the alarm was issued and most people escaped in time, many people were attacked by noise and died. The number of attacks seems to be getting more and more frequent recently. Kurikawa Akane walked to Dwanmu Huai, staring at the surroundings vigilantly, and spoke at the same time. There have been 6 times this month, and only 3 times last month. Are they trying to put pressure on us? They don't think that this level of attack can make us fall. Dwanmu Huai supported the hilt of the sword with both hands and sneered. By the way, Norn didn't seem to find anything unusual. The other party won't reveal their feet so easily, let's go back. Dwanmu Huai put away his equipment, glanced around, and then turned and left. Beep, beep, beep. However, just as the two were about to leave, a strange sound suddenly rang out. Hearing this sound, Dwanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane looked at each other, then reached out and took out their mobile phones from their arms. This was their original mobile phone. In this world, of course, their mobile phones could not be used. But today, for some reason, their mobile phones received messages. And, what is this? Looking at the rotating giraffe logo on the screen, Dwanmu Huai frowned. He was sure that such a strange thing had never appeared on his mobile phone. What on earth was this? Thinking of this, Dwanmu Huai thought for a while and nodded to Kurikawa Akane. Then, the two reached out and pressed the rotating giraffe icon on the mobile phone. Then, the next moment, the scene in front of them suddenly changed. The originally dilapidated streets disappeared, and the damaged buildings disappeared completely. Instead, there was a theater. Pop! The searchlight suddenly turned on, illuminating the empty stage in front of them. At the same time, a voice sounded. Welcome to the stage of destiny. Dwanmu Huai and H1 Akane turned their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. Then, they saw a giraffe standing beside them, staring ahead. Giraffe? Even though H1 Akane had seen a lot of things following Dwanmu Huai, he couldn't help but scream when he saw this giraffe that could speak human language. The giraffe looked ahead and spoke again. Are you surprised? I understand. What the hell do you know? What on earth is this place? Duan Mu Huai silently tightened the chainsaw sword in his hand and asked again. This is a charming stage interwoven with songs and dances. It will show the way to top star for those who show the most shining review. Speak human language. Duan Mu Huai stared at the giraffe, which reminded him of a white mouse. Could it be that not speaking human language is the common rhetoric of all pyramid scheme leaders? Things that can be explained very simply and clearly, but they have to confuse people, which shows that they are old fraud leaders. Could it be that you have the same set of textbooks? Top star? Those who step onto the stage of destiny will blossom all their talents, emit infinite light, and become the eternal protagonists who shine beyond time. So what can you get? Everything you want. Faced with Duan Mu Huai's question, the giraffe turned its head and looked at him. As long as you can become a top star, you can go on any stage and dance any dance you want. However, the giraffe stopped talking here. The roaring and whistling chainsaw sword was swung out at this moment, tearing the tranquility of the theater and slashing straight into the giraffe's head. At the same time, Duan Mu Huai roared. Go to hell, heretic. Chapter 1749. Since the first time he saw the giraffe, Duan Mu Huai had decided to kill it. After all, according to Duan Mu Huai's experience, non-human aliens with the wisdom to communicate are not good things. It is better to kill the wrong one than to let him go, and the other party's words were the main reason for Duan Mu Huai's judgment. A non-human alien creature, using the fulfillment of wishes to seduce and deceive humans. This reminded Duan Mu Huai of the dead rat he met in the magical girl world before. Sure enough, they are all the same stuff. Buzz! The rotating chainsaw sword cut through the giraffe's hard skull and directly split its long neck in the middle. With the splashing blood, the giraffe's body fell backwards and then fell heavily to the ground. Faced with this scene, Kurikawa Akane took a step back, but was not surprised. With her understanding of Duan Mu Huai, Kurikawa Akane felt that it was bad when she saw this giraffe that could speak human language. It turned out that Kurikawa Akane's understanding of Duan Mu Huai was indeed very accurate. This also saved her from the tragic fate of being splashed with blood. But it was not over yet. Soon, the giraffe's voice sounded again. Want to kill me? I understand. You understand nothing. Duan Mu Huai turned around and saw another giraffe standing not far behind them, still maintaining the same appearance as before. To be honest, he was very annoyed that this giraffe kept saying I understand, which always made Duan Mu Huai associate it with a blue, pus-mouthed, annoying and self-righteous idiot. Why are you doing all this? The moment a stage girl becomes a top star, the chemical reaction caused by the fusion of miracles and brilliance, eternal brilliance, a moment of burning, a stage of destiny that no one can predict. This is what I want to see. Chaos and unknown changes, right? Sure enough, he is in cahoots with that bitch. Since you want an unpredictable stage so much, then I will give it to you. At this moment, Duan Mu Huai's expression became solemn. If he had only regarded the other party as an alien who tried to take advantage of humans before, then now this giraffe has been equated with the evil god's followers in Duan Mu Huai's mind. After all, what it said was too consistent with the fun of a certain evil god characterized by chaos and change. Is this produced by the subspace of this world itself? Or was it sent by a certain god of fun? Duan Mu Huai would not guess such boring questions. He only knew that at this point, there was only one thing he had to do as the god of destruction. That was to take action. Duan Mu Huai inserted the chainsaw sword directly into the floor, and then the ground around him trembled suddenly, and then the walls and ceiling began to tremble wildly, cracking and breaking. However, everything around him was reset again, and it turned over quickly like a building block. The collapsed and broken auditorium turned into a huge stage, and the surrounding scenery changed again. At the same time, the giraffe's voice sounded again. If you want to be a top star, you must follow the rules. I know what you want to do very well. Then, let's meet at the first review. The dark scenery flashed by, and a moment later, Duan Mu Huai and H1 Akane found themselves leaving the strange space and returning to the gate of Xingxiang Music Academy. At this moment, Duan Mu Huai's face was dark and scary. What he hated most was that blue bitch, and this giraffe obviously inherited the usual characteristics of that bitch. To be honest, Duan Mu Huai really hated that thing. Xiaoyai, are you okay? Looking at Duan Mu Huai's gloomy face, H1 Akane was a little surprised. It was the first time she saw Duan Mu Huai so unhappy. Is the giraffe difficult to deal with? It's not that it's difficult to deal with, it's just very tricky. Duan Mu Huai shook his head. It's like eating, you find a dish you don't like, but you have to eat it. That's the feeling. Like this? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, H1 Akane breathed a sigh of relief. What should we do next? If you receive another invitation, don't go. Duanmu Huai thought about it, and gave an answer. It seems that entering that space requires confirmation, so as long as you don't go in, it should be fine. I will go in, and see who is so stupid that they would listen to the nonsense of a giraffe that can speak human language and cooperate with it to play such a boring game. Will you kill them? It depends on the situation. I don't like to compete with others in acting, Duanmu Huai said, snorting coldly. But if those guys don't repent, don't blame me for being rude to them. Although Duanmu Huai said so, one day later, when Duanmu Huai stepped into the mysterious stage again and saw his opponent in front of him, Duanmu Huai was also speechless. I remember you are classmate Yuan Hashimi. Duanmu Huai folded his arms and looked at the ponytail girl with glasses standing opposite him. The latter held a bow in her hand and stared at Duanmu Huai with a firm look. Duanmu Huai remembered that she was one of the students in the performing arts department. She was an honest and steady girl, giving people the feeling of being the class monitor. I really didn't expect that you would also come to participate in this stage, classmate Duanmu. This is what I want to say. As a reserve army against noise, you actually secretly participated in this suspicious strange thing held by a giraffe that can speak human words. What are you thinking? Facing Duanmu Huai's questioning, Yuan Hashimi hesitated. I just want to catch my star. Aren't you afraid of being cheated? I have made up my mind. Hearing the other party's stubborn answer, Duanmu Huai sighed silently. He finally understood why the giraffe or the dead white rat always liked to find teenage girls to do pyramid selling. It was really that girls of this age were too easy to be deceived, just like those girls deceived by the yellow-haired man. What they pursued were self, freedom, goals, and other things that sounded illusory and high-end. For this reason, they even ignored the risks behind it. Whether it was the students who participated in this revue, or the girls who were deceived by the dead rat to sign a contract to become magical girls, in the final analysis, they were easy to fool. But if you think about it carefully, it's not surprising that even a simple and stupid scam like telephone fraud that can be seen through at a glance can fool people. How stupid. Duanmu Huai sighed silently. I give you a chance. Give up now, leave here, and never join again. In this way, I can forgive you. What if I refuse? Heh. Facing Xing Jianjun's stubborn rebuttal, Duanmu Huai sneered. You won't cry until you see the coffin, right? Believe it or not, I will make sure you can never go on stage. In the final analysis, she is just a little girl who has never experienced the beating of reality. If possible, Duanmu Huai doesn't want to kill people here. After all, this seems to be the domain of the giraffe. If someone is killed here, it is hard to say whether the girl's soul belongs to him or the giraffe. Perhaps she felt the murderous intent in Duanmu Huai's words. Xing Jianjun didn't answer immediately. Duanmu Huai stared at her and spoke. To live or to die, choose. Hashimi Juanan knew Duanmu Huai's strength. After all, as a student of performing arts, she had seen Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane's performances up close, and knew that they were not on the same level as herself. For a moment, Hashimi Juanan really wanted to quit, but when she thought of the specialness of this stage, Hashimi Juanan seemed to have found her backbone. Yes, in the real world, she might never catch up with him. But it's different in this theater. The stage here will change with the actions of the performers, and as long as she can win and become a top star, then she can become. No, she can also become a star like Duanmu Ai and Kurikawa Akane. Moreover, they can have such acting skills, maybe because they are top star. If so, then it makes sense that these two girls have such extraordinary acting skills. Thinking of this, Hashimi Juanan made up her mind. I won't give up. Oh, are you sure? This giraffe has bad intentions. How do you know how it will fulfill your wish? And what if you fail? Do you know what you will lose? This kind of subspace demon is not easy to deal with. It is common to be deprived of souls, and even lives. Even so, I have to try. Then there is no other way. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes silently. Fortunately, he has seen many magical girls, who will not turn back until they hit the wall in the world of magical girls, and he has long been used to it. Very good, this is your own choice. Duanmu Huai said, snorted coldly, then he stared at Hashimi Juanan and took a step forward. Then you should be ready. Click. As Duanmu Huai finished speaking, the entire stage suddenly became dark, with only a single light shining on Hashimi Juanan. At this moment, Hashimi Juanan felt that she was becoming uneasy. She looked around anxiously and vigilantly, like a young animal abandoned in the dark wilderness. Hashimi Juana knew that the stage would change with the changes of the performers, so what she had to do now was, yes, to perform. As long as she sang out loud, she could change the stage. Thinking of this, Hashimi Juana opened her mouth and began to sing in a low voice. The flames that shot straight up into the sky burned me to ashes. When the stars attracted by sin gradually fell, I had a dream that could not be compromised, and a sky that I wanted to protect. As Hashimi Juana sang, the stage began to shake around her, and the shining stage lights gradually lit up, illuminating the darkness around her. At the same time, Duanmu Huai rushed out from the side and rushed towards Hashimi Juana. Here he comes. At this moment, Hashimi Juana was already connected to her stage. The moment Duanmu Huai appeared, she immediately found him. Hashimi Juana also hurriedly turned around and raised the bow in her hand to aim at the button on Duanmu Huai's chest. This battle was not a real fight. Each contestant would wear a red coat, and the coat was fixed to the body with metal buttons. As long as the buttons could be broken and the coat fell to the ground, the opponent would automatically be considered defeated. So what Hashimi Juana had to do now was to shoot the button fixed on Duanmu Huai's chest with an arrow, making him disqualified. Swoosh! The arrow flew out and stabbed towards Duanmu Huai's chest. However, facing Hashimi Juana's attack, Duanmu Huai just slightly turned his body and flew past the arrow, while he continued to move forward. Buzz! Star-shaped billboards appeared from the bottom of the stage, blocking Duanmu Huai in front of him, trying to stop him. Hashimi Juana also took a breath and hurriedly stepped back, trying to distance herself from Duanmu Huai again. Her weapon was a bow and arrow, which was not suitable for close combat. However, what happened next was completely beyond Hashimi Juana's expectations. Bang! In front of Hashimi Juana, the wooden board that was originally used to block and cover her sight was directly knocked open by Duanmu Huai. This sudden scene made Hashimi Juana also confused. Before she could react, Duanmu Huai rushed out, and then he stretched out his right hand and directly covered Hashimi Juana's mouth. That's right, as long as you cover your mouth, you can't sing. Woo woo! Until she was knocked to the ground by Duanmu Huai, Hashimi Juana still had her eyes wide open, looking unbelievable. It was like two people were playing Go, and halfway through the game, one of them suddenly stood up and raised the chessboard and knocked the other person to the ground. At this moment, Hashimi Juana was the one who was knocked over by the chessboard. Her mind was full of thoughts. Why don't you play according to the routine? As Hashimi Juana's lyrics were physically interrupted by Duanmu Huai, the lights that were originally shining on her were extinguished again one by one. Xing Jianjun stared at Duanmu Huai with dissatisfaction. Obviously, she thought that this rude and unruly duel was cheating. Although Duanmu Huai could win by pulling off Xing Jianjun's coat, he did not do so. Instead, Duanmu Huai covered Xing Jianjun's mouth with one hand, and reached down with the other hand to press on the skin exposed under the skirt. Feeling the sensitive and unfamiliar touch, Xing Jianjun's whole body trembled suddenly. She widened her eyes in horror and looked at Duanmu Huai. The latter stared at her coldly. I told you, I will make you never dare to come again. Since you don't want to listen. Duanmu Huai's slender fingers seemed to turn into a cold venomous snake, and Xing Jianjun's body trembled when she felt this. At this moment, Duanmu Huai's voice came to her ears again. Then, I will have to let your body remember this. Chapter 1750. The next day, Xing Jianjun asked for leave and did not come to class. Well, this is also very normal. After all, Duanmu Huai did not mean to be polite to her. This kind of brat needs to be severely beaten by reality before he can understand the truth. Of course, things will not end here. After everyone else arrived in the classroom, Duanmu Huai walked up to the podium. Seeing him suddenly appear, everyone was a little surprised, but Duanmu Huai didn't care about this. He just supported his hands on the podium, and looked coldly at the students below. Next, I will talk about something. If you understand these things, you will understand them. If you don't understand them, you don't understand them. Although they didn't know what Duanmu Huai was saying, others also stopped and stared at him. What I want to say is about a damn giraffe. Duanmu Huai said this and looked at the whole classroom at the same time. Facing what he said, most students were very curious and surprised, and seemed to not understand what he was saying. But there were also a few people who looked a little uneasy, as if they were told a secret. As expected, I knew it couldn't be just Hashimi Jun. Duanmu Huai was not surprised, he just continued talking. Being able to fulfill wishes is just a child's dream. The realization of any dream requires a price. It doesn't mean that it doesn't exist just because you don't know it. Or do you think that if a talking giraffe stands in front of you and tells you that your wish can be fulfilled, you will be like a fool and listen to it? Why is it so specific? For those students who didn't know what Ravu stage was, Duanmu Huai's words were really a bit incomprehensible, and soon someone raised their hands out of curiosity. Student Duanmu, what are you talking about? Is it an urban legend? More or less. Duanmu Huai nodded. Haven't you heard of this legend? A text message that you have no impression of will suddenly appear on your phone, and after clicking it, you will find yourself on a stage. Then there is a giraffe that can speak human language in front of you, telling you that as long as you complete the trial and become a top star, you can be on any stage you want. At this point, most students are still very curious and confused, but a few people have begun to sweat. Is this a college ghost story? This is the first time I've heard of it. More or less. Duanmu Huai didn't explain too much. I just want to tell you that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If someone tells you that it can fulfill your wish, they are either greedy for your body or greedy for your body. Hearing Duanmu Huai's joke, most students chuckled, but some people couldn't laugh at all. That's it, so I hope you all pay attention. If you encounter that kind of sweet talk, the best way is to ignore it. After all, if something goes wrong. Speaking of this, Duanmu Huai paused and looked meaningfully at Hashimi Juana's seat in the classroom. That's too bad. After saying this, Duanmu Huai walked out of the classroom directly, leaving other students confused, and some people looked at the empty seats in silence. So, did you really do something to that girl called Hashimi Juana? Of course. Duanmu Huai nodded indifferently to Kurikawa Akane's question. This is the typical example of not crying until you see the coffin. You have to be beaten severely to know how powerful it is. Not to mention that she can't get out of bed today. I guess she won't be able to get out of bed for the next week. If I wasn't worried that if I killed her on that stage, her soul might be taken away by that damn giraffe, I would have hacked her to death directly. Listening to Duanmu Huai's murderous propaganda, Kurikawa Akane was also sweating. Although she knew that Duanmu Huai was quite inhumane as long as he was involved in these things, now it seems. Well, he is really inhumane. Although Kurikawa Akane didn't see what Duanmu Huai did to Hashimi Juana, she could guess that, to be honest, this was indeed a very painful thing for a young girl. But compared to being killed, well, maybe being killed would be better? Kurikawa Akane had no answer to this question. Juna Hashimi had no answer either. The girl was curled up in bed at this moment, and the bedroom was dark. For Juna Hashimi, everything that happened before was simply a nightmare. She had tried to escape into a deep sleep several times. She wanted to convince herself that it was just a nightmare she had. However, even if she forced herself to close her eyes and fall asleep, she could still dream about it. The terrifying black shadow appeared in front of her, twisted, and the tentacles that seemed to devour everything were tightly wrapped around her body like vines. The strong fishy smell was full of compulsion and penetrated her mouth and nose, making her nauseous and terrified. However, no matter how she struggled, it was useless. She couldn't scream, nor could she struggle to get rid of it. She could only desperately feel the hot, sticky, python-like existence coiling in her stomach, as if even her blood was being swallowed and penetrated. Creaky. The door opened, and Hashimi Juana suddenly opened her eyes and gasped for air. The nightmare temporarily left her, but the painful scars on her body did not. Even if she just shook her body slightly, she could feel strong pain. But more importantly, she did feel fear. She could no longer step onto that stage, and even just thinking about the stage would make her feel fear and panic in her heart. Juna! Just then, a tall blonde girl walked into the bedroom. She was Hashimi Juana's roommate, Nana Oba. The latter walked to Hashimi Juana's side and stared at her. What happened? You told me that you were not feeling well, but today. Duanmu said something very strange. Is that related? Is your illness related to Duanmu? Just hearing Duanmu Huai's name made Hashimi Juana tremble, and when Uba Nana saw this, she gritted her teeth, reached out, and grabbed Hashimi Juana's arm, and pulled her out of the quilt. No! However, what Uba Nana saw next made her eyes widen in surprise. Under the messy pajamas and the slipped sleeves, Hashimi Juana's fair skin was covered with bruises, which looked like she was tied up with ropes or whipped. One of Hashimi Juana's hands was grabbed by Uba Nana, and the other hand was in front of her face. No, don't look at me, please. Did she do it? Juna. Faced with her friend's question, Hashimi Juana shook her head desperately. Don't go, Nana, don't go to her. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Looking at her friend who lowered her head, muttered to herself, and seemed to be in panic, Nana Oba clenched her hands. She let go of her friend and watched her curl up in the quilt again. Finally, she made up her mind. She must find her and ask her clearly, Nana Oba did what she said. After comforting Juno Hashimi and watching her trembling and falling asleep again, she left the dormitory and returned to school. Then she quickly found Duanmu Huai, who was having lunch with Kurikawa Akane. "What did you do to Juno?" Standing in front of Duanmu Huai, Nana Oba looked at him angrily, while Duanmu Huai didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Like I said, there are always people who foolishly believe the giraffe's sweet talk. If that's the case, then I don't mind giving them a beating in reality, so that they know that dreaming is just a dream. How can you do that? Of course I can. Duanmu Huai's words were firm and unwavering. Your world is being attacked by noise, and instead of working hard to improve yourself and prepare for the battle with noise, you are obsessed with the big cake that a suspicious giraffe, who can speak human language, has painted for you. Frankly speaking, I originally wanted to kill her, but I think it's too easy for her, and I think you really need a role model to know the consequences of your actions. If we can become top star, we can end this. Completely eliminate noise. However, before Nana Oba finished her words, Duanmu Huai suddenly stood up, stretched out his hand, and strangled Nana Oba's neck. Stupid idiot. At this moment, cold, heavy murderous intent like a mountain pressing down on one's head fell from the sky. You actually believe that an inexplicable thing can eliminate another inexplicable thing, instead of believing in the power of human beings? Your heretical behavior is simply a blasphemy against human beings. To be honest, I want to break your neck here now, and then turn you into a corpse, and completely dispel your stupid idea. Duanmu Huai said, raising his arm, and then Nana Oba felt that she was thrown out directly, making a bang sound, hitting the tree trunk behind her, and then sliding to the ground. The strong impact even made her breathless, as if all her internal organs were completely displaced under this blow. But I think this is too good for you. Judging from your appearance, you also participated in that stupid revue. That's perfect, let's compete on the stage. Duanmu Huai walked in front of Nana Oba, stared at her, and showed a hideous smile. I will let you experience firsthand what true despair is. Chapter 1751. The Stage of Destiny. Nana Oba has stepped onto this stage more than once. At first, she was not very interested in it. The words that the giraffe said did not attract Nana Oba. But now it is different. She has her own ideas and wishes. If she could go back to the past. So Nana Oba stepped onto the stage of destiny in order to win and realize her wishes. And she succeeded. Yes, Nana Oba has become the winner of the stage of destiny more than once. But her ideal is not to eliminate noise. For Nana Oba, she only expects one thing, the 99th Seiho Festival and the drama Starlight they performed. That was the first time Nana Oba felt the warmth and happiness of this group, and the days when everyone gathered together. She once thought that those days would continue like this. But that was not the case. Although Seiho Music Academy is a stage for selecting warriors, it also has high requirements for performance. After that, some students chose to quit because they couldn't keep up. Some people died in the attack of noise because of bad luck. Every day when she came to the classroom and saw more empty seats, Nana Oba felt heartbroken. She missed the days when everyone worked together to prepare for the Starlight drama. So she made a wish as the winner of the Destiny stage. She hoped to go back to the past and relive everything that happened that time. And Nana Oba's wish came true. When she opened her eyes again, she returned to the time when she had just entered school and was preparing to perform at the CU Festival. Nana Oba was full of surprise. She could finally go back to that day and enjoy those happy times with everyone again. Nana Oba thought so, but unfortunately, the situation was not quite what she hoped for. Happy CU Festival, everyone did perform Starlight again successfully. But in Nana Oba's opinion, this time she did not get that feeling, that heartbeat, full of shining, nostalgic warm feeling. It's like the game character brushed a copy, but found that the props he needed were not dropped. What to do? It's simple, reload the file and brush it again. Nana Oba won the Fate stage again, and then experienced it all again, but still failed. So she reloaded the file again. And so on. She thought she would continue like this, but things changed. According to the original plot that Nana Oba knew, of the two Wings members, Amiya Sora would die in the concert that day, and Fuming Tsubasa would be seriously injured. Everyone would work hard to rehearse Starlight to show their support for Amiya Sora and Fuming Tsubasa. And the roles of Flora and Claire, who were originally scheduled to be played by Amiya Sora and Fuming Tsubasa, were naturally replaced by other people. But this time it was different. Although they were injured, they did not die. Not only that, the casting of Claire and Flora was not selected from themselves as before, but two transfer students who suddenly appeared. Duanmu Ai and Kurikawa Akane. In Nana Oba's memory, the two had never appeared in the past reincarnations. Who are they? However, Nana Oba's doubts were soon blown away by the shocking acting skills of the two. It was the first time she saw such acting skills, which seemed to be in a completely different dimension from herself and others. In comparison, she and others were just playing house. Why did such existence appear? Who are they? As time went by, this question not only did not get an answer, but became more and more confused. Until today. She will not lose. When stepping into the stage of fate, Nana Oba was full of confidence. She had reincarnated countless times, and was more familiar with the stage of fate than anyone else. No one could defeat her. What stage has she not seen? With confidence that she will win, Nana Oba stepped onto the stage of destiny. Paw. When she landed on the ground, the touch she felt first made Nana Oba stunned. Unlike the smooth stage floor she was familiar with before, Nana Oba felt as if she was stepping on a soft, uneven carpet. Not only that, why did it feel a little sticky and a little warm? Paw. At the same time, the lights came on, illuminating Nana Oba's stage. She subconsciously closed her eyes first, and then opened them. Then Nana Oba was stunned. What is this? In front of Nana Oba, the stage that should have been smooth and clean was now covered with something that looked like rotten meat. It even seemed to have life, and was wriggling slightly. Cables that looked like human intestines hung down from the ceiling. At the end of them, huge bright red eyeballs stared at Nana Oba. Having reincarnated so many times, what stage had she not seen? Well, Nana Oba had to admit that she had never seen this stage before. What kind of stage was this? Why did it become like this? Nana Oba tried to back away, but the mucus on the bottom of her shoes was like glue, making it very difficult for her to even lift her legs. Not only that, when Nana Oba tried to struggle to back away, she stepped on a swollen, tumor-like abscess not far behind her. Puff! The abscess burst instantly, and the fishy white mucus splashed out of it, spraying Nana Oba's face and body. Ouch, what's that smell? It's so weird. Covering her mouth and nose, Nana Oba became more and more embarrassed, but this was just the beginning. At this moment, several slender tentacles like poisonous snakes suddenly sprang out from under Nana Oba's feet, wrapped around her legs, and fixed her firmly in place. Not good. Although she didn't know what happened, Nana Oba was also shocked and hurriedly reached out to try to pull out the double blades at her waist. However, her fingers just touched the hilt of the sword and were entangled by the tentacles that sprang out from the side, and then pulled to both sides. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of Nana Oba. Welcome to my stage, Nana Oba. Duanmu Huai walked out of the shadows, stared at Nana Oba who was hanging in the air in front of him, and sneered. Sorry, the stage is not fully decorated yet. I'm sorry to let you see it like this. After that, the giraffe never appeared in front of Duanmu Huai again, but Duanmu Huai didn't care. He had guessed that the giraffe was probably some kind of condensation or projection of this stage. It turned out that it was useless to just kill the projection of the giraffe, so he might as well shoot the horse first and capture the king first, and directly corrode this stage theater. Anyway, his old power would be wasted if he didn't use it. At the same time, a round of strong music sounded, but in Nana Oba's ears, the music was more like some kind of noise. She stared coldly at Duanmu Huai, and the latter also stared at her with indifferent eyes. Do you like this song? You know, it's very representative. Nana Oba didn't know what this song represented, but a strange feeling made her get goosebumps all over her body, as if something bad was going to happen to her. However, Duanmu Huai said nothing, just snapped his fingers. Then, for tentacles as thick as giant pythons crawled out from the cracks in the flesh and surrounded Nana Oba. They opened their mouth parts at the top, and sharp teeth, and a big eye could be seen from inside. Under the eye, a forked tail like a venomous snake kept twitching. Such eyes were all over the tentacles, making their originally smooth bodies look like they had tumors everywhere, which was quite disgusting. Woo! Just seeing the ugly and weird appearance of these tentacles, Nana Oba's face changed slightly. You can't do this. You can't. Why not? As he spoke, Duanmu Huai took out a camera. I will also take a picture of it, make hundreds of millions of copies, and give it to the world to appreciate. Hee, this is my punishment for you, Nana Oba, enjoy it. As Duanmu Huai spoke, the 4 tentacles began to gradually wrap around Nana Oba's limbs and body. Feeling this weird touch, Nana Oba's face changed drastically. Don't come over, don't come over. But unfortunately, those tentacles obviously would not listen to Nana Oba's words, and Duanmu Huai laughed at this moment. Ha ha, how do you feel now? How do you feel, Nana Oba? This is the mistake caused by your stupidity. As Duanmu Huai spoke, the 4 tentacles gradually climbed up along Nana Oba's body, and Nana Oba's face gradually turned livid. Wait a minute, wow. Don't touch it. Snap. One of the tentacles stretched out and hit Nana Oba's chest hard, making her tremble all over. Ha ha ha, Nana Oba, this is the intermediate insult I give you, enjoy it. This is just the beginning, you are the first guest of my stage, let's have a good time. No ah. The girl's screams echoed in this bloody theater. However, no one could hear her screams and prayers. Chapter 1752. I don't know how much time has passed. When Nana Oba regained consciousness, her clothes were already tattered. Her bulging belly had returned to its original state. Her whole body was covered with a sticky liquid that was wet and smelled disgusting. She opened her mouth, and the mucus mixed with saliva spurted out of her mouth and nose, making the face of this beautiful girl suddenly become distorted and ugly. But at this moment, Nana Oba didn't even have the lingering feeling of paying attention to such things. She looked up blankly, and saw Duanmu Huai standing in front of her with a camera. Next time I see you come here again, I will post all of this on the internet. Duanmu Huai shook the camera in his hand. I know where your home is, and which class you are in. You'd better be obedient, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. This was the last words Nana Oba heard. The next moment, she lost consciousness and fell into a coma. You can really do such an extreme thing, shall I? Returning to the battlefield with noise again, Kurikawa Akane eliminated the last monster that rushed towards him, and watched the other party's body decompose, then carbonized into black dust and disappeared into the air, and couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. Is it too much? Duanmu Huai waved the chainsaw sword in his hand, and stabbed it into the body of the monster lying at his feet. He shook the hilt of the sword and watched the monster's body being torn, split, and then disappeared. That's it. Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked around. This time, Noise's luck was both good and bad. Fortunately, they appeared in the center of an underground mall. In such a crowded place, Noise could have killed many people and turned this place into a hell. But their luck was also bad, because Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane happened to be shopping here. So when these monsters appeared out of thin air, Duanmu Huai's chainsaw sword directly hit the other party's face. And then, there was naturally nothing else. Very good, solved, and called it a day. Duanmu Huai put away the power armor and chainsaw sword, then walked to the door of the convenience store next to him, and made a gesture to the people hiding inside. They didn't have time to escape just now, so they were guided by Kurikawa Akane to hide here, while Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane just blocked outside and eliminated all noise. It's safe now, you can leave. Thank you, thank you. The people who escaped from noise were grateful to Duanmu Huai and Kurikawa Akane. They thanked the two and left. There was even a little girl who smiled and waved to Duanmu Huai. Thank you, big sister, goodbye. Duanmu Huai also raised his hand and waved to the little girl. Seeing this scene, Kurikawa Akane next to him couldn't help but sigh. If that child knew that you played with a girl about her age last night, took a picture of her invisible appearance, and threatened to post it online, I really don't know what kind of expression that child would show. This has nothing to do with me. Duanmu Huai's expression did not change. The tribunal protects the entire human race, not a certain person. For us, it is important to protect the achievements of mankind. If that little girl becomes a threat to humanity after this, I will not hesitate to kill her. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Kurikawa Akane stared at him, and was silent for a moment. Is this the reason why Xiaoyai is always reluctant to get close to others? What do you mean? I know, although on the surface, you have a good relationship with Ruby, Mai, and Kana, and people like Yanami and Katanda are also your good friends. But I always feel that there is a certain sense of distance between you and us. While speaking, Kurikawa Akane stretched out his hand, and drew a line between himself and Duanmu Huai. I have also considered what the reason is, but now it seems that Xiaoyai did it on purpose. That's right. Duanmu Huai looked at Kurikawa Akane with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Is this the power of summoning gods? In terms of psychological observation ability, Kurikawa Akane is probably the strongest among all the people Duanmu Huai has ever seen. But Duanmu Huai had to admit that Kurikawa Akane was right. If he had traveled through an ordinary world, Duanmu Huai might have wanted to live an ordinary life. But unfortunately, Duanmu Huai traveled through a terrible world, a world with the largest garbage dump in the galaxy, and the most disgusting monsters hatched from this garbage dump. What's more terrible is that they are about to be resurrected. Some people say that life is a shit game. As long as you are alive, you can only face those bad things. The only choice is to delete the account and start over. Dwanmu Hwai feels the same now. As long as he is alive, he must face these bad things. Oh wrong, even if he dies, he still has to face these bad things. Yes, this is the disgusting part of this world. Unless your soul is completely annihilated and disappears without a trace, death is just the beginning of another painful period. Of course, the reason why Dwanmu Hwai did this is inseparable from the player's experience in the game. At the beginning, many players enter Xinghaiol because there are indeed many charming characters in Xinghaiol, so many players also like these characters, like playing other games, and because Xinghaiol has a high degree of freedom. Players can choose to recruit these characters, or live with them, create a harem, and everyone is happy. In other worlds, this is a good thing, but the problem is that this is a very fucked up world. NPCs that players like will be killed or corrupted and degenerate. If the player finds out early, it may be solved. But if it is discovered late, then you will watch the other party degenerate and transform into a demon, and then you have to choose whether to kill her or be killed by her. Or when you are in a big battle, your harem is killed by the enemy. NPCs will almost never be resurrected if they are killed, unless they are soul cards. After being killed, their souls will be taken into the evil god subspace, and become their playthings forever. What's even more cruel is that players will see them in the evil god's space. In the past, Dwanmu Hwai had formed a random group in the game to do a mission in the Forest of Corruption. In one forest, everyone found a fruit on a twisted and rotten tree. Those fruits all had human-like faces. When the team commander saw one of the fruits, he burst into tears and completely collapsed. Later, everyone knew that the face that appeared on the fruit was the commander's former adjutant NPC. The commander, who was still a novice at the time, liked this NPC very much and took her with him wherever he went. As a result, one time when he went to destroy the nest of the corrupted stain, his adjutant was killed. There was no complete body left, only a pile of rotten meat. After that, the player was depressed for a long time before he recovered. Unexpectedly, he walked into the garden of the corrupted stain and stabbed him again. After that, the commander also lost his mind and wanted to take revenge madly, but the result was a miserable defeat as expected. For this, the old players had only one feeling. Hee hee, this kind of pain is really delicious. Yes, there are not a few players like the novice commander. Some people were directly broken after being hit, and they cursed what a broken game and quit directly, but there were still many players who insisted on playing, but after that they changed their minds and learned from their mistakes. This is also the source of the mechanical flow and the Zerg flow. As for the Zerg, we are all Zergs, so we won't feel bad or sad if a few of them die. The same is true for the mechanical flow. Machines are just data, so it doesn't matter how they die. Flesh and blood are weak, and the mechanical ascension requires a heart of steel. The rest will be transferred to the Soul Walker. At least as long as there is a resurrection card, there is no need to worry about the death of the NPC following you. Of course, there is a constant stream of newbies joining the game. And the same is true for newbies who have suffered trauma. Then, they will post under their own accounts or on forums. Some people angrily denounce the game company for being unhuman, and some people cry and shout and curse why the game company tortures themselves like this. For example, a player once posted that he started playing the game because he broke up with his girlfriend and wanted to fill his inner sadness. Then he met a beautiful and gentle girl in a planet world in the game. The girl was also very gentle to him, always following him and cheering him up. This deeply touched the fragile heart of the newbie, and he vowed that after the mission here was completed, he would take the girl away from this planet world. Of course, if this is true, then it is also a good ending. But the problem is that the newbie is too capable. He not only discovered the secrets of the cult hidden in this planet world, but also traced the source, and finally found that the girl was the vessel used by the sect to summon the evil god servant. When the newbie arrived at the ceremony, the girl who was originally beside him had been twisted and transformed into a pink, ugly and twisted monster. Then the newbie had to kill her by himself. Then he didn't even pick up the equipment dropped by the other party, and ran to the forum to cry. In this regard, the attitude of those veteran players is basically, hee hee hee, this damn pain is so sweet, I want to see this mouth. Welcome newbies to join Star Ocean OL. This kind of anger and sadness in the overflowing text reminds me of the past, when I was also so young. Many players have fallen into this pit, and the reason is very simple. Even if you see the complaints of predecessors in the forum, you will only think that they are not strong enough or have bad luck. If it were me, I would never make these mistakes. Moreover, the seniors have summarized their experiences and lessons for you, so you just need to follow the strategy to avoid the pits, right? However, the fact is that everyone goes to step on others with full confidence, then comes back crying and complaining, and then becomes one of the forum ghosts, and begins to enjoy watching others suffer. In this respect, the relationship between the judge and other people is very similar to that between a doctor and a patient. It is not easy for a doctor to empathize with a patient. After all, there are so many patients. If you empathize with each of them, you will be very tired and may even collapse. After the player becomes a judge, the relationship between him and other NPCs is also like that between a doctor and a patient. When he sees that you are in trouble, he will help you and want to solve it, but he will not be too emotionally involved. The same is true for Duanmu Huai. He has a good relationship with most of the people in the court of justice, and even has very close contact with some people, but this is this, that is that. Once they encounter some irreversible situation, Duanmu Huai must make judgments and cuts without emotions. For example, if the psychic power of spellcasters, like Naruzmio and Fulilian goes out of control and causes psychic damage, what should we do? Should we call them back with deep affection like in anime, comics and games? Or purify them directly? Duanmu Huai will naturally choose the latter without hesitation. Excessive feelings will only hinder actions. So no matter who he faces, Duanmu Huai will cut a distance to avoid this. To put it more extreme, even if Anne and Mary, his close comrades who followed him, were killed or even corrupted in front of Duanmu Huai must make a decision calmly instead of rushing over in anger to give up his life. This is how the judge is. Duanmu Huai shrugged. There is only one thing we should do, and what we are going to do will not change, so a certain degree of distance is very important. Otherwise, you will only be crushed. Well, I don't think so. Really? Yeah. Facing Duanmu Huai's answer, H1 Akane smiled and nodded. Because Shiai is willing to distance herself from them, it means that you actually care about them. After all, if you don't care about someone, there is no need to distance yourself because even if the other person dies in front of you, you will not be shaken at all. Just like the two girls you bullied before, Shiai didn't feel any guilt at all. And you will distance yourself, which actually means you admit that their existence will affect your feelings, right? Duanmu Huai stared at H1 Akane silently, then shook his head. You are a waste of talent to be an actor. I think you are more suitable to be a detective or fortune teller. Fortune telling? You mean divination? Why divination? Because you understand other people's psychology very well. Isn't it easy to comfort others in this way? Shouldn't that be the job of a psychologist? Fortune tellers are better than psychologists. Psychologists will only tell you to comfort yourself and not to quarrel with others over meaningless things. It is not good for your health. Fortune tellers are very simple. They will tell you directly that the person is not compatible with you, and you will get into trouble if you continue to get along with him. Well, people generally prefer the latter. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, the phone rang. Duanmu Huai picked up the phone, and then a hurried voice came from it. Ms. Duanmu, Ms. Kirikawa, where are you? We were shopping and killed a group of noise who ran out of nowhere. By the way, why haven't the people who cleaned up the aftermath come yet? Duanmu Huai looked around with his phone. Although they appeared in time this time, the entire underground mall was not damaged too much. But generally speaking, there should be soldiers blocking the area, but he and Kirikawa Akane have been chatting here for a while, but he hasn't seen anyone. Xingxiang College has been attacked by noise. There are a lot of them. Please hurry up. However, before he finished speaking, he was cut off, leaving only a busy tone. Good fellow. Duanmu Huai glanced at Kirikawa Akane. Could it be that the giraffe was irritated by him, and was planning to steal the house? This is interesting.